I traveled to the world of Xiaoyan legend and replaced Xiaoyan as the Flame Emperor, as I followed the script to fight monsters and level up, and was about to ascend after defeating the final boss. There was a transition, and I unexpectedly ended up in the world of God Slayer, inside Lin Qia's mental hospital, becoming his seventh deity, Flame Emperor Shenong. It turns out that I was selected by some system, which saw me as powerful and invited me to help Lin Qia successfully clear the game. But can this be called an invitation? Alright, so this is how the system plays. Then Qia, you can't blame me. Blame this system if you have to blame someone. I opened my arms with a mischievous smile and said, Qia, my good son, Daddy is here to see you. At this moment, in a room, where am I? I woke up somewhat confused from my slumber, looking around at the scene with a puzzled look in my eyes. Then I raised my hand to summon the Chaos Emperor Yan to destroy this place. But as I waved my hand, nothing appeared. Where is my different fire? Then I felt the energy in my body disappear, with no trace of cultivation left. Didn't I ascend? Where is my cultivation at the peak of the Great Emperor's ninth heaven? And why does this place look so much like a city room from my past life? I looked out the window and found that it seemed like a modern mansion estate. Could it be that I just woke up? Then, are the things that happened in the Xiaoyan legend world just a dream? Staring blankly at the scenery outside, I was at a loss. Can't tell, really can't tell. Is such a realistic scene just a dream? No wonder countless beauties were devoted to me. But breaking through to the peak of the Great Emperor at 28, slapping the Soul Emperor to death with one hand, it was all just a dream. Ding! Welcome Master to the world of Godslayer. I am the system that accidentally bound with you when you ascended, and then brought you to this world. Considering that the Master is too powerful, reaching the realm of Ascender in this world, I have sealed everything of you, and this place is inside the mental hospital of the protagonist Lin Qia's gods. A cold mechanical sound suddenly rang out. Hearing this sound, my face immediately darkened. I really am the Flame Emperor at the peak of the ninth heaven. Not dreaming, I became like this because of you. This system, you useless system. I angrily scolded the system. After being scolded by me, the system dared not make a sound. Seeing me scolded happily, the system's voice sounded, considering compensation for you, the Master. You can randomly draw 3 things that belong to you, and announce a reward that belongs to the system. Your cultivation will also be partially unsealed, at least enough for you to protect yourself when you leave the mental hospital. Hearing this, I calmed down a bit and then started drawing prizes. Drawing the items that originally belonged to oneself. Name, Life Divine Fire. Introduction, the Divine Fire ranked 5th on the Divine Fire list, with endless vitality. Those who control the Life Divine Fire can obtain endless longevity and eternal youth, and can easily ripen medicinal herbs using the vitality within it. Name, Chaos Flame God Ruler. Introduction, the Peak Emperor's Weapon. Originally an extraterrestrial treasure accidentally obtained by the Flame Emperor's master, the Medicine Elder. However, after the Flame Emperor became an emperor, it was refined again by him, his 2 fathers-in-law, and several other emperors' consorts. Name, Life Divine Cauldron. Introduction, the Peak Imperial Tool. Forged by devouring the lives of billions of people of the Heavenly Soul Emperor and a trace of the origin of the Divine Fire of Life. Using this medicine cauldron can increase the success rate of the Emperor's Divine Pill by 30%. And under the Emperor's Divine level, it is 100% successful, and can also 100% nurture a top-grade divine medicine with 3 divine patterns. The rewards obtained from the system are: Name, Shinshu Infinite Treasury Medicine. Introduction, a medicinal material warehouse. As long as you can describe the characteristics of the medicinal material, you can consume energy to condense it in this medicine warehouse. Name, Divine Ruins, Divine Refining Fire. Introduction, a divine technique called God's 100 Refinements transforms the divine ruins, and the Divine Refining Fire can refine all objects into magical artifacts. Name, Shinshu Infinite Treasure House Materials. Introduction, a material treasure house, consuming a certain amount of energy, can condense materials for forging artifacts. After extraction, the system slowly explained, because I am a system assigned to the world of Godslayer, all my rewards will be converted into things like the God Realm and divine power of the Godslayer world. Listening to the system's explanation, I nodded calmly. Never mind, I'll just stay in this world and treat it as a trip. But what about my cultivation? I hadn't finished speaking when suddenly a surge of intense energy filled my whole body. The cultivation level of the Great Heavenly Venerable, the original body of Bai Li Pang Pang, the Lingbao Heavenly Venerable, which is the peak cultivation level of the Supreme God, is not bad, and I can now easily protect myself. Feeling the power inside me, I nodded. Then I recalled that my previous cultivation, alchemy, and memories of those mysterious techniques were all intact. I got up and stretched lazily before leaving the ward, because I was forcibly brought into this mental hospital and trapped there due to system reasons. The system created a small world attached to the mental hospital as compensation for me. My ward is located within this village-sized small world. I thought about opening the wards of other patients, but then I didn't. This is understandable. After all, locked up their own no key, cannot open it is very normal. Then, Gu Yang came all the way to the gate of the mental hospital. Watching this gate to leave the mental hospital, Gu Yang then planned to open it to see if he could leave. The system said he could leave, so he should be able to open this gate by himself, right? Then, Gu Yang's hand was placed on top of the huge mysterious stone door like this. Then, Gu Yang's mind moved and a stream of memories appeared. You can leave the mental hospital alone, but only 1/10 of the cultivation within the mental hospital, unless you can reach 100% healing, or 50% healing to be taken away by the dean himself in order to maintain full cultivation. Feeling the information that suddenly came to him, Gu Yang raised an eyebrow but also nodded. Then said, leave the mental hospital. Chapter 2, 7 Nights. I'm your father. On the way back to the old town in Sungnan City's second middle school, a dozen teenage girls surrounded a teenager wearing black satin over his eyes in the center. At this moment, several meters above the teenager's head, a handsome young man wearing a black robe appeared. That's Lin Xie down there, gazing at the black satin wearing teenager below. Gu Yang stroked his chin and murmured. Then, Gu Yang also took a look at this miracle city. Sungnan City, worthy of being a city of miracles. Out of the more than 100,000 people here, 100,000 of them have only souls left. Are these strange energies the divine power that Michael uses to maintain this mortal dust god's domain? Casually pulling a person who was looting in front of him, Gu Yang casually annihilated his soul and then gazed at the energy in his hand, also stroked his chin and murmured. Then, after Gu Yang sensed the characteristics of this divine power, he also casually incorporated this trace of divine power into Lin Xie below. Boom! After this trace of Michael's divine power was incorporated, the body of Lin Xie, who was under the protection of the crowd, instantly erupted with a stunning pillar of golden light, and the divine market mundane divine domain hidden within him under this trace of divine power was activated. Buzz! Only the moment his mortal dust divine realm was activated, a tall, blazing angel silhouette with 6 wings behind it appeared in the void. Its gaze gazed down, first glancing at Lin Xie, then his gaze looked through space to the figure in the mezzanine space above Lin Xie. Watching this guy who stole his divine power, facing Michael's gaze, Gu Yang glanced at him and said, "You're looking at your mom." Saying that, Gu Yang's body shook, and his own emperor's soul instantly erupted with a shocking soul pressure and confronted Michael, only to see a greenish golden pillar of light erupted, and then only to see another silhouette appear above the void, only to see the void above a handsome youth board sitting on top of a tall throne, his left hand resting on his chin. His right hand it contains endless life force of the flame as if the elves like jumping. A green and gold divine ruler, as well as a green and gold divine tripod surrounded the handsome youth. An endless aura emanated from his body, directly dispersing Michael's divine mighty shadow not far away. Although Michael was a supreme god, 10 years ago he cast the mortal dust divine domain, leaving behind some of his own divine essence to help Lin Xie maintain Sangnan's miracle, as well as the fact that he had to suppress those unnameable trash in the lunar planet. So even though he was a supreme god, his true power was currently at the level of a main god. Unluckily, although Gu Yang's cultivation at the peak of heavenly dignity was only 1/10 of what it was due to leaving the mental hospital, he was still at the level of a half-step supreme. Coupled with the fact that Gu Yang had fought an unknown number of fights from his debut to the Great Emperor, his fighting strength was still very high, and a half-step supreme beating a supreme could be done. If I use my own imperial ruler, I'm invincible under half an elevated dimension, and 1-for-1 above half an elevated dimension. What happened, classmate Lin Xie? You. The students surrounding Lin Xie gazed at Lin Xie, their eyes filled with confusion. Right at this moment, a figure descended. Then a random soul pressure directly shocked these people into unconsciousness, then wiped their soul memories of seeing Lin Xie awakening divine ruins. After all, his former archenemy was the Heavenly Soul Clan, whose use of souls could be said to be the pinnacle of excellence. So after destroying the Heavenly Soul Clan, Gu Yang also learned all the various skills of the Heavenly Soul Clan in the past. Son thief, Dad, I finally found you. Gazing at the alert Lin Xie, Gu Yang grinned, then took a step directly out to his body and hugged him. Old Zhao, what happened on your side? 2 strands of divine might that suddenly erupted just now, and the 2 strands seemed to have impacted. A calm voice resounded in the earpiece of Zhao Kongchang, who was placing cards. Upon hearing the inquiry from this calm voice, Zhao Kongcheng glanced at the area not far away from where the impact had just erupted, then responded to the other in the headset. Just now, The silhouette of the deity codenamed 003 King of Angels Michael appeared here, and it's suspected that someone has awakened his divine ruin. And then the other one is. As he said that, Zhao Empyrean City's voice paused for a moment. For a moment he didn't know how to describe the scene he had just seen. Lao Zhao. Who is the other one? Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng took a deep breath of cold air, then said seriously, the other one is sitting on top of a dragon chair, and by his side there is a ruler, as well as a tripod, suspected to be Great Summer God, the ancient Emperor Yan Emperor Shenong. After hearing Zhao Kongcheng's end, the person on the other side of the headset was silent for a moment before directly saying, Old Zhao, find them as soon as possible. After saying that, he accelerated the speed at which he got the ghost-faced man killed, intending to hurry back to report the suspected ancient Emperor Yan Di Shenong. As for Zhao Kongcheng, he exhaled a breath of air, and also hurriedly put the sign away, and directly cut the head of the ghost-faced man who had just been shocked silly by the divine might not far away, and then put away the sign and then searched for the ghost-faced man who had escaped from the place still hanging around. My good big son. Hugging Lin Chie, Gu Yang's eyes were red, just like the excitement and surprise of a son who had been lost for 10 years and was found by himself. Being held by Gu Yang, Lin Chie's eyes were filled with confusion. It's not. This man is sick. Come on up and mess with the baby. Besides, this one's so strong. I can't break free. That, can you let go? For mental illness, Lin Chie still knew something. For this kind of mental illness you can't disobey him. So Lin Chie's voice was careful just in case he angered this person in front of him. And hearing Lin Chie's careful voice, Gu Yang also released him, and then wiped the tears in his eyes that were blinked out by his own hard blinking. At this time, Gu Yang's eyeballs were a little red because of his own hard blinking eyes instead. It's just a feeling of being aggrieved and crying your own eyes red. Gazing at Gu Yang, Lin Chie didn't know what to say for a moment. Can see for myself. It was then that Lin Chie realized that his eyes could be opened. Blinking his own dark eyes, Lin Chie gazed at Gu Yang. Could it be that this dad did it? Although he could sense everything within 10 meters around him, it was only a 10-meter plane, so he hadn't felt what had just erupted in the sky and hadn't noticed the vision that had just erupted. Son of a, go. Dad will accompany you to your aunt's house and recognize the door with your aunt. Patting Lin Chie's shoulder, Gu Yang said with a pleased look. After saying that, Gu Yang led him away. As for Lin Chie, he also realized that his palms were being held so tightly that he couldn't even break free. Chow, where did this psycho get so much power? Chapter 3, Gu Yang, you've been strengthened. Get on it. TSK. Gu Yang, who had his arms around his good oldest child and was about to catch up, gazed at the two contraptions that appeared not far away. Gu Yang frowned, then raised his hand and patted Lin Chie's shoulder and said, Son of a, you've already been strengthened. Go up there and get these two contraptions. After saying that, Gu Yang casually found a trash can and sat on it, then gazed at Lin Chie. Facing Gu Yang's gaze, Lin Chie's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. And with that you have the nerve to call me son. You're asking me to fight these two disgusting looking ghosts with my bare hands. However, after taking a look at Gu Yang, a psychopath, he also went up to fight, caring for the mentally ill. And he did feel a power within him, for the power within his body. He also knew how to use it subconsciously without knowing how. Only golden light flickered in his eyes before he unfolded his own divine ruins mundane dust divine domain. With the opening of the mortal dust divine domain, within a radius of 20 meters, he could clearly and incomparably perceive all the changes around him, and his own physical qualities would also be enhanced several times under the mortal dust divine domain. The figure flickered to a ghost-faced person. Lin Chie raised his hand and slammed his fist at a ghost-faced person, in which he directly slammed the ghost-faced person directly. Then with a turn, he did a high roundhouse kick directly into the face of the other ghost-faced man, instantly kicking off several of the guy's teeth. Immediately after, the figure here between the flickering is very dashing to avoid the ghost-faced man's attack at the same time. A fist and a kick in the two ghost-faced man's body, posture dashing and floating. I have to say that now he can be really handsome. Stroking his chin, Gu Yang said with satisfaction. Not bad. Not only did the fusion of that trace of Michael's divine power just now awaken his divine ruin, but it also helped him break through directly into the Jinzhong. Gu Yang pondered whether he should draw out the Michael's divine power of Sungnan's 100,000 people and then directly incorporate it into Lin Chie's body, allowing him to directly break through the sub-divine realm. After all, at this time, the miracle of the mortal dust divine realm was still more than a year away from disappearing, and maintaining the miracle divine power of 100,000 people would directly allow Lin Chie, who had the same root and source of power, to fuse, and then directly break through to the sub-divine realm. After refining it was still an easy task. After thinking about it, Gu Yang let out a light laugh before shaking his head. A mere Michael. And the Most High God. His divine power was integrated into Lin Chia's body, and although it could directly uplift him to the sub-divine realm, this kid's future was ascended, so only a brainwashed person would cut off his future for a moment of strong power. Boom boom boom. With his bare hands, Lin Chia directly killed these two monsters after throwing 77 punches and kicks at the two ghost-faced men. Then he sat down on the wall with some gasps, but at that moment his eyes were full of excitement. Cool. Shouting out. At this time, although he was a bit tired, he was also unprecedentedly comfortable. After all, this sound battle could really be something he had never enjoyed in these 10 years, as well as before. Right at this moment, Lin Chia suddenly gazed at Gu Yang, and seeing him arrive in front of the two ghost-faced men, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "What are you going to do?" Upon hearing that, Gu Yang glanced at him, then casually flicked a flame on these two ghost-faced people, followed by green golden flames burning these two ghost-faced people. But in just a few moments they burned these two ghost-faced people into dregs, and then two beads that were green and only the size of a green bean appeared among the palms of Gu Yang's right hand. Two losers. Glancing at the two streaks of ashes on the ground, Gu Yang spoke in disgust. What Gu Yang had just used was another use of the life divine flame that he had developed in his previous world, borrowing from the devouring divine amazement that was second on the divine flame ranking, which could devour life force. And these two things in Gu Yang's hand were the life force that he had distilled from devouring these two ghost-faced people. Glancing at Lin Chia who was leaning against the wall next to him, Gu Yang revealed an evil smile before coming to his body and directly breaking open his mouth and feeding these two green mung bean-sized things to him. Cough cough cough. The life force bead melted in his mouth and instantly transformed into a stream of energy that directly integrated into his body after entering his body. Then Lin Chia felt a bit lighter all over and felt like he had become a bit younger. I'm only 18. Why do I have the feeling of suddenly becoming younger? What did you feed me? Gazing at Gu Yang, Lin Chia inquired with vigilance in his eyes. Although he felt that his body was much lighter after eating it, he wasn't blind now. He had watched with his own eyes that these two little bean-like things were refined by Gu Yang from the two ghost masks. So, whether or not the stuff extracted from those two disgusting contraptions had any side effects he didn't know. And now he'd just eaten the stuff himself. Seeing this kid's wary, "You're ing poisoning me" expression, Gu Yang stroked his chin and said, "This is the life force I extracted from the two ghost masks. One can almost boost your lifespan by 1 year, and 2 is 2 years of lifespan, so your kid can live 2 more years in the future." Upon hearing this, Lin Chia blinked before subconsciously inquiring, "Zoon do fake do, pop." When he heard him say those 4 words, Gu Yang slapped him on the head and said, "You die you dog, this is real." This time when he was hit by Gu Yang, Lin Chia wasn't annoyed and instead rubbed his head awkwardly. Just now, he didn't know what was going on, and subconsciously clenched his throat and said out those 4 disgusting words. "Then do you still have this?" Watching, Gu Yang Lin Chia had inquired. "It would also make it a little easier for my own aunt to be able to eat this, if it really was what this person said it was." Seeing the thirst in his eyes, Gu Yang shook his head and said, "No more. Is there any more? Dad has something he needs to leave now. If you have something to look for Dad, come to that place in your head and look for me." After saying that, Gu Yang's figure flickered and directly disappeared. Looking at Gu Yang, who had suddenly disappeared, a hint of confusion flashed through Lin Chia's eyes. "No, you're leaving here. Also, the stuff in my head. Amount." Suddenly, he thought of the asylum of the gods in his head. Good lord, combined you guys are really a psychopath. But, the asylum of the gods, could he be a deity? Just as Lin Chia was deep in thought, a sudden figure appeared, only to see that this was a middle-aged man with a black box on his back. At this time this middle-aged man had a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes were full of annoyance and said, "Malagobis, what about the remaining 2 ghost-faced human beasts? Also, where does this leave me to find those 2 divine agents?" Chapter 4, From now on, I, Gu Yang, will be Yen Di Shun Nong. Cursing and unable to find the ghost-faced man, Zhao Kongqing suddenly found a teenager in the corner. The moment he saw this teenager he was instantly attracted to this teenager. On this teenager, he smelled a trace of the foul odor only found on a ghost-faced person. And then he glanced at the somewhat torn school uniform on the teenager. Immediately after that, he gazed at the scene around him with sharp eyes, and then he realized that there were slight cracks on the ground, as well as on the surrounding walls, as if they had been hit by a heavy object. And, divine agents? I just don't know if this one is the killing angel Michael, or an agent of the ancient Emperor Shen Nong. It couldn't be. This little guy was a dual god agent. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly saw something different on Lin Chia by the wall, only to see, while Lin Chia's eyes suddenly flickered with golden divine light, a green flame filled with rich life energy surfaced around him. Although it flickered and Lin Chia himself didn't even notice the sudden change, he Zhao Kongchang did. Holy, this kid really is a dual god agent. Big baby. To abduct. To bring in the Night's Watch. Thus, he came directly in front of this teenager, then gazed at him and said, "Little doll, you're not alright." Seeing this middle-aged uncle in front of him, as well as the large black box suspected to contain a weapon behind the middle-aged uncle's back, as well as the foul odor emanating from this uncle's body that only came from the body of a ghost-faced person, Lin Qiye was instantly on guard. Rising from the ground, he said with a golden divine light flashing in his eyes, "Who are you?" Seeing this teenager, Zhao Kongcheng nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, one's eyes weren't blurry just now. Swish, to the box behind him a shot, and then the box was removed by him after taking the straight sword within it out, and then after brushing a knife flower, he gazed at Lin Qiye said, "How about it, little guy? Handsome or not? Want to learn? If you want to learn, how about walking with me?" Looking at the uncle in front of him, Lin Qiye frowned before saying, "I'll go get my book bag first, we'll talk about the rest afterward." After saying that, he lifted his leg and left the place. Looking at Lin Qiye's back as he left, Zhao Kongcheng said, "Hurry up, I'll wait for you." After saying that, he leaned against the wall with his hands holding his sword in a very dashing manner, and then struck a very handsome pose. Just left a psychopath. Then here comes another one. Why is my life so bitter? After leaving Zhao Empty City, Lin Qiye obviously sped up his pace while his eyes were filled with a speechless look. This one. How to meet the mental illness. Soon, Lin Qiye returned home. Then, met the teenager who was playing with a small black dog at home. This was his brother Yang Jin, and the pet small black lie that his brother had. "Brother, you." Looking at Lin Qiye who walked back, Yang Jin's eyes stared and he realized the change in Lin Qiye. Hiss, how did the longevity within his brother's body improve, and elevated for 2 years? What happened? Coming to Yang Jin, a 13-year-old brat, he rubbed his head fiercely. Then Lin Qiye said, "I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to bed first. Don't forget to call me when it's time to eat." After saying that, without waiting for Yang Jin to say anything, he went back to the middle of his room and then directly lay down on the bed. Gazing at Lin Qiye's figure, Yang Jin and Little Black Lie looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. How did his own brother suddenly boost his longevity? A teenager appeared outside the Asylum of the Gods. Gazing at this gigantic mental hospital shrouded in mist, a hint of contemplation flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes. Is this where the psycho who just called out for his son came from? In that case, is it possible for him or her to enter the psychiatric hospital of the gods now? Thinking, he pushed the door of this asylum, and then realized that the door of this spirit was really pushed by himself. So, he increased his own power, and then pushed the door of this mental hospital directly open. At this time, inside the mental hospital, among Gu Yang's ward, gazing at the panel in front of him, Gu Yang stroked his chin and said, "That changes the regret." What? The master saves Lin Qiye's classmate, who would have gotten killed, and at the same time helps him awaken the divine ruin ahead of time, allowing him to single-handedly kill 2 ghost-faced men. Healing degree boosted. Currently 2%. Master receives a reward, Divine Ruins, Infinite Empty Place. A godly market that was changed from the domain of a certain white-haired teacher who was cut off at the waist. Unfolding the godly market can transmit some knowledge or something into the rest of the people's minds, and it can also force a lot of garbage knowledge into the enemy's mind so that his brain goes into a state of downtime because he can't digest the garbage knowledge. Master gets a reward, Shenhuang Divine Fire Unblocked. 23rd on the Divine Fire list. A divine fire born from the Shenhuang Qi and meteorites from the heavens, comes with a Shenhuang gravity field, within which it can be tempered by the Shenhuang fire. Looking at the system's prompt, the corner of Gu Yang's mouth lifted. Not bad, not bad. Then, after letting out a breath, Gu Yang also glanced at the introduction about himself within his mental ward. Patient, Gu Yang. Quest, help Gu Yang to cure his mental illness. When the progress of the treatment reaches the specified value, 1%, 50%, 100%. When it reaches the specified value, 50%, 50%, 100%, an ability will be randomly extracted from his body. Current healing progress, 0%. Gazing at his message, Gu Yang stroked his chin. Should he change it? Gu Yang realized that he was able to change it, and this was a permission given to him by the system. But after thinking about it, Gu Yang actually changed it. Ahem. Shenong is Yen Di, and I, Gu Yang, am Yen Di. So Shenong equals Gu Yang, and it makes sense for me to remodel my name to Shenong, right? So Tuan, there shouldn't be any problems if I change it like this. Looking at his changed information, Gu Yang stroked his chin and spoke to the system. Upon hearing this, the system was silent for a moment, then its voice rang out. Master, no problem. As the words fell, an inexplicable fluctuation emanated from within the system, but in an instant, It modified the rules of the world of God beheading. And within the world of God beheading there appeared the information rules of the supreme god Yendi Shinong, or Gu Yang. Directly let Gu Yang replace the Shinong of this world. With the modification of the rules of the divine beheading world completed, it was only seen that Gu Yang's emperor ruler, and the emperor cauldron had a minuscule amount of origin separated from amongst them. And then the divine Nong's main divine artifact great divine Nong cauldron, and divine Nong ruler within the divine beheading world were summoned in front of Gu Yang, and then integrated into them. It directly elevated the divine Nong Ding and the divine Nong ruler to the level of supreme divine artifacts. At the same time, there was an additional whelp next to the colorful flames outside Gu Yang's hospital room. Although I, Yen Di, am Shin Nong, I'm all Yen Di now, so it's reasonable for me, the Yen Di, to have more divine fire under my control, right? Alright master, from now on, you'll be the ancient emperor Yen Di Shin Nong of the god beheading world. The system's voice rang out as the divine Nong tripod, divine Nong ruler appeared before and after Gu Yang. Chapter 5 The Godhead, the Source of Life. Gazing at the divine farmer's tripod in front of him and the divine farmer's ruler, Gu Yang's eyes flashed with divine light. Not bad, pure life system treasures, compared to his own emperor ruler which was fire attribute, emperor tripod which could devour other people's life and whatnot. These two divine artifacts in front of him were pure life attribute, without devouring life type of effect. However, this is good. In the future, using this Shinong tripod to refine medicines will also feel good. Then, Gu Yang raised his hand and grabbed the divine farmer's ruler in his hand. Looking at this small green golden ruler, Gu Yang waved it around and then murmured, "TSK, this thing can't fight. It feels like, it's a purely auxiliary ruler." But thinking about it, it's true. Shinong was originally a master pill refiner, and this divine farmer's ruler seems to be the one that Shinong came to use to ripen herbs with the life energy within it, so that he could make his own medicines. Smiling, Gu Yang then put away the divine farmer's ruler. "Keep it. We'll talk about it later if we need anything." Then, Gu Yang tidied up the robes on his body, turning a black and red robe into a silver-white color, a head of long black hair into a silver-white color, and his eyes, which were full of hostility and seemed to look at anyone as if they were a molehill, were also calmed down by Gu Yang, and became very calm. Thus, a man with silver-white hair, a handsome face, gentle eyes, and wearing a white suit that was immortal and crane-haired appeared. I'm only 28 years old. Calling it a crane is a bit of a misnomer. However, the immortal style and handsome face, as if it were an exiled immortal is true. Stretching his waist, then Gu Yang lifted his leg and left the hospital room. Just now Lin Xie pushed the door but Gu Yang heard the sound. Thus, after leaving his hospital room, Gu Yang met Lin Xie, who was observing his surroundings with a curious face, within the courtyard of the mental hospital. Looking at this kid, Gu Yang's eyes lit up, then lifted his leg and walked over to him. "Son of A, my dear son of A, you finally came to see daddy." Seeing the guy who hugged himself as soon as he appeared, Lin Xie's eyes were filled with a speechless look. "No, you're being too godless and pushy. You're a deity. Shouldn't you, a divine psychotic outburst, be looking down on ordinary people like me as well?" Dad, gazing at Gu Yang, feeling the pressure emanating from his body at this moment, Lin Xie uttered these two words from the bottom of his heart. Hearing Lin Xie's words, Gu Yang's mouth smiled. Then an icy voice rang out in Lin Xie's mind. "Patient Yendi Shinong's healing degree has reached 1%. You can extract one of Shinong's abilities from patient Yendi Shinong." Hearing this suddenly icy voice, Lin Xie was instantly confused. What's the situation? However, not waiting for him to doubt only to see a roulette wheel appeared in front of his eyes. But this roulette wheel on how all mosaic. Without waiting for him to react, the wheel spun wildly. Then an ability appeared before his eyes. Godhead, Source of Life. One of the abilities of the Godhead from Yen Di Shinong, fusing a tiny sliver of life essence, after which it allows one's injury recovery speed to be increased by 10 times, and physical strength and mental recovery speed to be increased by 5 times. Buzz, only to see that a force of life that was invisible to normal people appeared and then merged into Lin Xie's body, directly allowing him to obtain the Godhead, Source of Life. "So, this is the God's Asylum, the Godhead created based on my physique?" Gazing at Lin Xie, Gu Yang stroked his chin and inquired to the system in his mind. The so-called source of life was a sliver of 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 the divine flame of life's even untraceable origin. It had to be said that as a building block of a higher dimensional world, this psychiatric hospital of the gods was at least a supreme artifact, and after being given the concept by Sanjiu it was also an ascending supreme treasure, although it was not as good as one's own emperor tripod, emperor ruler, but it was still a top-level supreme treasure. Did not see the 6th ward up, that not much fart ability. even dared to take chaos as the name of the peak of the supreme god realm. One can give a ruler to the girl smashed to death in order to seize this thing pretending to be a psychiatric hospital honestly in the hospital to stay. Thinking about it, Gu Yang shook his head. What was he doing thinking about this now? Beating chaos, the grammatical unnameable bug, is Lin Xie's business, not mine. I just need to look at the fun in this world. Change my regrets or something. Look, you still don't admit that you're my son. You have my life essence all over you. Seeing that Lin Xie had fused the godhead life origin, Gu Yang directly pointed at him, then drew out the life breath in his body, then said with eyes full of indignation. Hearing Gu Yang's words, Lin Xie was also a bit confused. He didn't know why he was suddenly raffling off the ability of the one in front of him or something. He just entered the asylum and wasn't sure about things here or anything yet. Seeing Gu Yang like this, Lin Xie pursed his lips, then thought of the Yan Di Shennon that he had just hinted at, so he honestly shouted again and said, Dad, Yan Di Shennon, the ancient emperor of Daxia. Recognizing him as a father doesn't seem to be out of the question. But how did Yan Di Shennon become a psychopath in this mental institution of the gods? What the hell is going on? Hearing Lin Xie's voice, Gu Yang smiled with satisfaction, then raised his arm and wrapped it around his shoulders and said, Go go go. Good dire. Daddy will take you on a stroll through your daddies and my empire together. After saying that, Gu Yang led Lin Xie around the place. As for Lin Xie, he was somewhat speechless in his heart at this time. If it was not for the tips just now also prompted the patient Shennon Yan Di or something, he really thought that here was this patient within the god's mental hospital in front of him, and that Yan Di Shennon was really the owner of this god's mental hospital. But this one is so amiable. One listens to him. It also just so happened that one could learn from this one what the hell this place called the Asylum of the Gods was. Outside the peace affairs in the middle of the wedding and the funeral supplies of the Hall of the Past Life, a middle-aged handsome uncle in a black and red robe with a cigarette in his mouth and eyes full of indignation walked into it. As soon as he entered this peace office, Zhao Empyrean met the team members who were resting here. Old Zhao, how's it going? What happened on your side? Seeing Zhao Kongcheng, who had walked in cursing, Wu Shangnan, who belonged to the vice-captain of Songnan City's Squad 136, gazed at him and inquired. As Wu Shangnan opened his mouth, the rest of the people waiting here also looked at Zhao Kongcheng. Looking at everyone's gazes, Zhao Empyrean let out a sigh and told the people who were here what he had guessed. So, Uncle Zhao, you met a dual god agent and then got tricked by someone else. At this moment, a lively voice rang out. Hearing this lively voice, Zhao Kongcheng rolled his eyes for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, The school uniform he's wearing is from Songnan Second Middle School. I'll go to their school tomorrow and squat on him. I don't believe I can't trick him. Pull down our 136th squad. Chapter 6, Goddess of the Night Nyx. Why can't this one open the door? From Chaos, Nyarlathotep's 6th door, all the way to Merlin's 2nd door. Lin Xie, who realized that he couldn't open a single door, looked at Gu Yang in confusion, wanting to ask this Yan Emperor why he couldn't open a door. As for the first door further ahead, isn't there a patient Yan Di Shennon here? So it makes sense that the first door would be this one beside yourself, right? As such, he now gazed at Gu Yang, his pair of inky eyes filled with wonder amongst them, as if it was not you who was up to no good. Seeing the skeptical look on Lin Xie's face, Gu Yang slapped him on the side of the head and then pointed to the first door and said, I went out the door when you had no cultivation, but now that you're in the Jian Tian realm, you can open the door on your own, so don't be quick to open this first door. At those words, a hint of confusion flashed through Lin Xie's eyes. Together, you didn't come out of the first door. Thinking of this, he also came to the first door in a daze, and then placed his hand on the door handle, and as he twisted the door handle, this first door that held the Goddess of Darkness, Nyx, was also opened directly. As the first door was opened, an extreme aura of darkness emanated from within this first door. Although it was only a flash of light, it still left Gu Yang secretly staggered. I have to say, it's worthy of the Supreme God Realm's Goddess of Darkness. Nyx, Lin Xie's messy killing mom under the Supreme God. Amount, Lin 7 Knights under the Supreme God messy killing mom. Then one is not the father of Lin Xie's Supreme God messy kill. Can. Later on, you can let your good oldest son pretend to be a Supreme God outside? Joke. I have a father Supreme God like mess kill. Mo watch my father mess kill you. Jia. Just like that, Gu Yang followed behind Lin Xie together into the middle of the ward of the Goddess of Darkness, Nyx, only to see a woman wearing a black dress. On her black dress seems to have a group of stars surrounded as if the face is exquisite and perfect. A pair of as if the universe stars slowly falling tears is sitting helplessly on a wheelchair. Hiss. When Gu Yang saw her in this helpless and tearful state, he actually had a feeling of heartache. No, even though I'm only 28 years old, I was in the age of the end of the laws, and I hardened the dome of the sky to obtain world source chi to become an emperor against the odds. I was actually made to feel sorry for the woman in front of me by this pathetic look. Hiss, the heart of the Tao is a bit unstable. After all, one of his own wives, the enchanting and bone-deep demon princess hadn't even made his Taoist heart tremble. This goddess of darkness, Nyx, is too terrifying as it is. Ahem, yes, that's a Taoist heart flutter for me. As the ward was opened, Nyx was also attracted by the sound of the door opening, and then a pair of eyes that looked like stars instantly gazed at Gu Yang as well as the Lin Xie duo. The vase behind them. Sun smash! With an excited shout, she fiercely got up from her wheelchair before raising her legs and running towards Lin Xie. Looking at Nyx who suddenly ran towards him, Lin Xie glanced at Gu Yang before gazing at this running Nyx and also subconsciously opened his arms. And then, pop! Slapping Lin Xie's arm, Nyx ran directly behind Lin Xie and hugged the vase. She, cluelessly pointing at himself and then at Nyx. Lin Xie's eyes were now filled with confusion. It's not me, you, her. You call out to your mom and I guarantee you'll get an unexpected surprise. Gu Yang glanced at Nyx, who was hugging the vase and crying behind him, then rubbed Lin Xie's shoulders and said. At those words, Lin Xie's face darkened. Upon entering this ward, Nyx's message also appeared in his mind. And now, by his own side, the ancient Yen Emperor Shinon told him to call out to an outer god's mother. What? You've got your eye on someone. Glancing at Gu Yang in disgust, but thinking that he had extracted Gu Yang's ability by calling out to him as his father. Then pursing his lips, Lin Xie still came in front of Nyx and honestly said, Mother. As soon as Lin Xie's clear juvenile voice fell, he only saw Nyx's body tremble before a pair of beautiful eyes gazed at Lin Xie. Danadus, welcome back my boy. As the words fell, she directly hugged Lin Xie, her eyes filled with thoughts of her waifu. Gazing at this mother-daughter bonding, Gu Yang touched his nose, then said in his heart, Lin Xie, this waif is also too short, and he's even a bit shorter in Nyx's arms. Unaware of Gu Yang's tirade, but at this moment, Lin Xie only heard a beep. Ding, Nyx healing plus 3%, meets extraction conditions, randomize Nyx's ability. Hiss, and really just, no, are all of you gods so short of children? But gazing at the roulette wheel in front of him, Lin Xie also realized that something was wrong. The top of Nyx's chakra showed her abilities. But why was it all a mosaic when he himself had just extracted Yendi Shinon's ability? Wait, gazing at the information on this raffle wheel, Lin Xie was dumbfounded. Transcendent fertility, what the hell? Seeing the raffle pointer flashing on the raffle wheel, Lin Xie prayed in his heart that it wouldn't land on transcendent fertility. And so, with Lin Xie's prayers, the pointer crossed the transcendental fertility and landed on top of the Starry Night Dancer. Sigil, Starry Night Dancer. In the darkness, your speed, strength, durability, and recovery are all 5 times greater than usual. In the darkness, your presence is not easily detected. In the darkness, you are more intimidating to other creatures, and you have the ability to communicate with other nocturnal animals. Looking at this ability, Lin Xie also glanced at Gu Yang again. This ability was not bad, especially in the darkness of the night. Paired with the source of life that he had extracted from Yen Di, it was 10 times the mental, physical strength recovery and 15 times the injury recovery. Fizzle, the undefeatable. It's not impossible. There was also a 5-fold boost in the dark, so I was afraid that I could kill the thing called Ghostface with one punch. Worthy of being one of the Greek supreme gods, this is a sick ability. Gazing at this mother and son, Gu Yang lightly smiled and nodded before his figure flickered and directly disappeared. After leaving Nyx's hospital room, Gu Yang returned to his own hospital room. Ahem. Gu Yang was forced into this mental hospital, and then trapped in the mental hospital because of the dog system. So Gu Yang's ward was not in the mental hospital, in a small world created by the system specifically to help Gu Yang, which was attached to the mental hospital and was only the size of a small village. Chapter 7, Gu Yang, son of I, go buy me barbecue beer. Through the end of the first floor of the hospital, Gu Yang opened his hospital room, only to see, an illusory portal appeared. And on top of this illusory portal there was a colorful flame mark, and next to this colorful flame mark there was a green golden wheat ear. After opening his ward and entering his home, Gu Yang's clothes flashed on his body and he directly put on a set of pajamas, then lifted his leg and came to the second floor within the gaming room to turn on the computer and play the game. Ah Tong, you're so nice. Looking at the top of the line computer in front of him, which could only be configured for at least $1 million, Gu Yang complimented his system and then directly connected to Dasha's network to play the game. At this moment, Lin Xie on the first floor of the ward had just walked out from amongst Nyx's ward and wanted to look for Gu Yang. The Yen Emperor, but he wandered all over the first floor without being able to find Gu Yang. No, where are the people? After thinking about it, though, he thought he'd better head to the dean's office on the third floor and take a look around. However, just as he was about to go upstairs, he was woken up by his own brother, Yang Jin, yelling at him to go eat dinner. He had just finished dinner and had just returned to his bedroom when his cell phone suddenly rang before he could lie down. Picking up his cell phone, he met the sudden message. Yendi Shanong, remarks, Dad big son of a, buy me the next beer barbecue and a wazoo. Dad transfers you, $5,000. Yendi Shanong, remarks, Dad then you spiritually gaze at the flame mark on your hand. You can come to Dad me. Hurry up. You are limited to 1 hour to buy barbecue, as well as cold beer, and wazi to me. Otherwise Dad can spank your ass. Oh. Gazing at his cell phone, Lin Chia's eyes were filled with confusion. No, how did he hack into my cell phone? Rubbing his brow, he then gazed at the $5,000, which he honestly accepted, and then his figure flashed and directly jumped out of the window and left the house to help Gu Yang purchase barbecue, beer, and cigarettes to go. Otherwise, he was really afraid that if he was late, this nasty Yen D would really beat his ass. Just like that, after taking 20 minutes to buy what Gu Yang needed, his spiritual power then touched the flame imprint on his right hand. Then a spatial fluctuation flickered, and he found himself directly disappearing physically into a large luxurious manor. The mortal dust divine domain was released, and his golden eyes swept through it, finding that it was a large manor that was too luxurious to be a luxury. Then, before he could react, he was pulled by a tugging force and was directly pulled by Gu Yang into the middle of his gaming room. No, you! Suddenly appearing in front of Gu Yang, Lin Chia gazed at Gu Yang, his eyes filled with incredulity. I thought you said you were in my mental institution, but here, it's obviously not my mental hospital, especially this one gaming room that covered an area of 100 square meters and was set up with various top-notch gaming machines from the outside world. Seeing this puzzled look on Lin Chia's face, Gu Yang casually unwrapped a can of cold beer, then pulled out a beef skewer and said, come and eat together, then accompany me to score points. Seeing Lin Chia's dumbfounded look, Gu Yang chuckled lightly and spoke to him. This kid real honest, bought beef skewers, lamb skewers, grilled chicken wings, grilled chicken head, grilled, 600 skewers in all, as well as 3 cases of cold beer, and 3 strips of wazoo. What a ing real person. Hearing Gu Yang's words, he honestly came to the other top quality computer beside Gu Yang, then turned on the computer, opened a beer, and took the barbecue to follow Gu Yang. So chewy here, where is it? While eating the skewers, Lin Chia also looked at Gu Yang with curiosity and inquired. Listening to Lin Chia's inquiry, Gu Yang took a big gulp of cold beer in a beautiful manner, then said comfortably, this is my privilege here. You can understand that, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Chia glanced at Gu Yang before nodding can understand it. Glancing at this luxury gaming room, device up without a few million down. Not you, this is also a privilege. Also, it's your prerogative to hack into my WeChat and transfer money to me. No, your privileges too. Alright, eat quickly, drink quickly, don't think nonsense. Looking at Lin Chia, Gu Yang cheerfully said before drinking with Lin Chia. Then half an hour later, looking at Lin Chia, who had drunk 10 cans of beer and directly fell asleep, Gu Yang shook his head and said, kid, there's still practice to be done. After saying that, Gu Yang waved his hand. Lin Chia was directly sent out of his own small world by Gu Yang, and then shelved this space to directly throw Lin Chia into the middle of his own bedroom in his aunt's house. It was only now that Erlangshan hadn't recovered, or else he would definitely have to worry about his brother when he felt the spatial power inside Lin Chia's house. After sending out Lin Chia, Gu Yang stretched his back and raised his hand to unwrap a box of cigarettes. Gu Yang is also barbecue, beer, and cigarettes for himself to play the game. Hey, the 7 Knights of the Big Son of the Smash is not competitive. Cannot accompany their own game can be a pity. Next day, Lin Chia was also a bit confused when he got up from his own bed. Dizziness, headache. It seems like I drank last night. Touching his chin, Lin Chia muttered. Then his eyes were suddenly red, and then he cursed in his heart. Damn dog, I'm only 16 years old, and you're filling me with alcohol. Gritting his teeth, then Lin Chia shook his head, then changed into his uniform and went straight to school. As for Nix's situation, he was aware of Nix's situation from the moment he talked to her last night, so he didn't go to the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital today, but went straight to the school. However, he was pulled by an older man just as he reached the school's entrance. Gazing at the uncle, he recognized the identity of this uncle at a glance. Wasn't it the uncle who played it cool last night? Do what? Gazing at this handsome uncle, Lin Chia said as he carried his school bag with one hand. Hearing Lin Chia's inquiry, This handsome uncle looked around before raising his hand and directly pulling Lin Xie towards the deserted alley. After all, in broad daylight, it's embarrassing to take someone straight to a hotel. And being pulled by this handsome uncle, Lin Xie frowned, but did not resist and directly followed him into a deserted alley not far away. Wanting to see what this black-clothed handsome uncle wanted to do. Kid, want to know the truth about this world? After leading Lin Xie into the alley, Zhao Kongcheng gazed at him and said, listening to Zhao Kongcheng's inquiry, Lin Xie shook his head. Don't want to know. And this uncle, it's class time now. If you're fine, I'm going to go into the school. Otherwise I'm going to be late. Seeing Lin Xie's lack of oil and salt, Zhao Kongcheng had a bit of a headache. No, this kid, forget it. Since you plan on joining, let me let you know the truth about this world first. Shaking his head, Zhao Empyrean then gazed seriously at Lin Xie and said, what comes next? We all know. So no more water. So, now that you know the truth of everything, are you willing to join the night watchman to guard Daxia and kill the foreign gods? At this moment, Zhao Kongqing's eyes were filled with seriousness. Seeing how serious he was, Lin Xie also instantly became serious. I refuse. I only want to guard my aunt, my brother, and the little black rascal in the family right now. Only my little family. After saying that, Lin Xie left the place with his school bag on his back. Looking at Lin Xie's disappearing back, Zhao Empyrean City held his forehead. This little guy really is. It's just a matter of not wanting to. And at this moment, Lin Xie's heart was filled with doubt after he left. The great summer gods have all disappeared. But what's with the Yen Dishan Nong in the mental hospital in my head? Muttering a sentence in his mind. Before he could think much, he heard the bell ringing from Tsangnan Second Middle School. Asterisk is late. Cursing in his heart, Lin Xie directly raised his leg and ran towards the school. Chapter 8, The Ghost-Faced King. Time. Night. Lin Xie walked out towards his home after his evening study. But before he even entered his home, he heard his aunt's laughter coming from the house. It was as if someone was in their own home with their aunt talking and teasing her. Frowning, then the golden divine light flashed in Lin Xie's eyes and directly met Zhao Kongcheng, who was cooking in the middle of his home's kitchen. Gazing at this one handsome uncle, Lin Xie frowned. Didn't you say you wouldn't bother yourself? With that in mind, he too entered the home. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Xie's aunt said to him, 7 nights, you're back just in time. Your school's physical education teacher came to look for you, saying that she intends to have you participate in the games as an athlete. Hearing his aunt's words, Lin Xie's dark eyes looked towards Zhao Kongcheng, who was wearing an apron. Looking at this handsome uncle's smile, Lin Xie held his forehead. No, what is this uncle doing? All found their way to their homes. Coming in front of Zhao Kongcheng, then Lin Xie directly pulled Zhao Kongcheng into the middle of his bedroom, casually putting his school bag down. Then Lin Xie gazed at Zhao Kongcheng in front of him and said, this Uncle Zhao, what are you doing? It's all found its way to my home. Seeing that Lin Xie was a bit angry, Zhao Kongcheng let out a sigh and then searched in his pocket, then drew out 2 envelopes. These 2 envelopes were filled to the brim and directly placed them on Lin Xie's desk. Then he gazed at Lin Xie and said, I know you have no intention of joining us, but take this little token of appreciation. After saying that, Zhao Kongcheng rubbed Lin Xie's head before he planned to leave. He made up his mind to go back and say that Lin Xie had disappeared and that he hadn't found this dual god agent. Looking at Zhao Kongcheng's back, Lin Xie hurriedly picked up the envelope before handing it back to Zhao Kongcheng and said, I can't accept money from a soldier. As a soldier you don't have an easy time making money. At those words, Zhao Kongcheng gazed into Lin Xie's determined eyes and was also somewhat touched. Alright, gazing at Lin Xie, Zhao Empyrean smiled before delivering a medal and handing it over to Lin Xie before saying in a serious tone, I hope you can always keep your beginner's heart. After saying that, he lifted his leg and left Lin Xie's bedroom. Gazing at the departing Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Xie glanced at this medal in his hand. If the eclipsing night comes at last, I shall stand before 10,000 men, crossing the sword to the abyss. Blood stains the vault of heaven. This medal is so new it looks like it was reproduced today. Zhao Kongcheng, don't worry, I'll keep my original intention. Putting away this medal, Lin Xie said. Not long after leaving Lin Xie's house, Zhao Kongcheng suddenly smelled an extreme stench. That of a rotten egg fermentation plus thatched pit castrated for several years of poop, as well as a large amount of vomit fused together and then thrown into the sewer. But just entering Zhao Kongcheng's nose caused him to have a subconscious regurgitation feeling. Ghostface King. When he smelled the stench, the first thing he thought of was the Ghostface King that had escaped from his own captain. This is from Kawasaki. Even if he was heavily injured by the captain, this Kawasaki realm was not something that an ordinary person could fight by himself. However, after glancing at the small home not far away, Zhao Kongcheng let out a light laugh and said, little fellow, since you want to guard your small home, then leave the next thing to me. Drawing out a cigarette, Then Zhao Kongqing took it in his own mouth. Then after lighting it, he turned on his own headset and said, "Report, Watchman Zhao Kongqing. The Ghostface King has been found in the old residential area." Wu Shangnan, who was monitoring Sungnan within the firm, suddenly heard Zhao Kongqing's voice coming from within the headset was just violently startled. "Old Zhao, trap him for now. We'll be there in half an hour. If that doesn't work you can back away. We vigilantes are not gods. You just need to save yourself." Wu Shangnan's voice was anxious. He knew Zhao Kongqing's nature. He was afraid that this guy would try to show off and go up alone to fight the Ghostface King. And listening to Wu Shangnan's voice within the headset, Zhao Kongqing directly removed the headset from his ears and casually threw it to the side. Immediately after that, he opened the black box and put up the sign. 1 piece, 2 pieces. When the third piece was placed, Zhao Kongqing's magnetic voice rang out. "Forbidden ruins, ringless hollow. If the eclipsing night will come, I shall stand before 10,000 men." There weren't a million people this time, but there was that kid all over the world. Swish, a crisp sound rang out, only to see a straight sword emitting a cold aura being drawn out from within his sheath. Then, Zhao Imperial City just gazed at the sewer not far away that emitted an extreme stench. A pair of eyes filled with determination. Roar! A roar rang out, and then only a tall monster was seen directly breaking the manhole cover before jumping out from within the sewer. Gazing at this beast that jumped out from within the sewers, Zhao Imperial City spoke in disgust and said, "Ghost-faced king, Chuan Realm, you're only worthy of being a shady rat within the sewers." Upon hearing Zhao Imperial City's voice, this ghost-faced king was instantly enraged. "Damn you! I can't beat the Chuan Realm. But where did you get the guts to act like a pussy in my place as an ordinary person?" The figure flashed as it rushed directly in front of Zhao Kongqing, then raised its fist, which was even bigger than Zhao Kongqing's head, and smashed it directly against Zhao Kongqing's head. Looking at the ghost-faced man's smashed fist, Zhao Kongqing's star sword in his hand stood in front of his body, but the ghost-faced king's amazing strength also caused him to be directly smashed dozens of meters away, even with his sword. Without waiting for him to land on the ground, the ghost-faced king's figure flashed to come behind Zhao Kongqing to deliver a small combo of moves at Zhao Kongqing. In just a few short breaths, the ghost-faced king had beaten Zhao Kongqing all over his body, and at this moment, outside the boundary of the ringless hollow realm, Lin Chia's anxious figure appeared. Just now, when he was eating with his aunt, Yen Di suddenly broadcast an image in his head. Inside is the scene where Zhao Kongqing is determined to protect his little family, and the scene where the Ghostface King comes out to beat Zhao Kongqing. Thus, Lin Chia directly left his home all the way outside of this ringless hollow, and at this moment, Zhao Kong had a lot of bones broken all over his body. If I had forbidden ruins, I would have gotten you killed 800 times already. Stubbornly climbing up from the ground, then Zhao Kongqing spat out a mouthful of blood foam and said. Saying that, Zhao Kongqing touched his coat of arms. It seemed that he could only use this. Only his Night's Watch coat of arms appeared in his hand, and then only a needle popped out of the coat of arms. Stabbing the needle that popped out from within this crest into his heart. But instantly the ghost-inducing toxin within the crest entered his body. Buzz off! With the guidance of the ghost god lead, a shocking aura not weaker than that of the Ghostface King erupted out from Zhao Imperial City's body all of a sudden. Zhao Kongqing. As Zhao Imperial City used the ghost god lead, Lin Xie was instantly anxious. Just now, Gu Yang's voice rang in his head, and Gu Yang introduced to him what a ghost and god guide was. And after seeing Zhao Imperial City use the ghost god lead, he was instantly anxious. Open the door. With a furious roar, only a golden light flashed in Lin Xie's eyes, and as this golden light erupted with terrifying divine might, the boundary of this unrestricted airspace was instantly shaken out of an opening, and then Lin Xie anxiously entered within this unrestricted airspace. Chapter 9 Peak of the Chuan Realm, Zhao Kongqing. Gazing at Lin Xie who barged in, Zhao Kongqing glared at him and said, "Brat, what are you doing in here?" With that, he slashed the Ghostface King away before shielding Lin Xie, who had barged in, behind himself. Zhao Kongqing, you. Looking at Zhao Kongqing who was protecting himself in front of him, Lin Xie's heart was hard. He had used the Ghost Spirit Guide, and he ended up with only 30 seconds of life left, which made it very difficult for him. Looking at Lin Xie's appearance, Zhao Kongqing let out a light laugh then spoke to him. "Kid, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." Saying that, Zhao Kongqing carried the star blade. The figure flashed and slashed again on the body of the Ghostface King. Instantly a large amount of blood and flesh fell off the body of the Ghostface King. Isn't it logical that this Ghostface King has a forbidden ruin or something? But now, why does this guy keep fighting himself physically like a two-armed man? Another slash cut off one of the Ghostface King's arms, and a hint of doubt flashed in Zhao Kongqing's eyes, and where no one could see the void, Gu Yang smoked Huazi. His handsome face was full of smiles, or this simple abuse is more suitable for old Zhao. As for the Forbidden Ruins, your district Ghostface King equipped with it? Yes. When Zhao Emporian City and the Ghostface King were facing each other, Gu Yang directly drew up the Ghostface King's Forbidden Ruins, letting Zhao Emporian City, who had used the Ghost God's lead, also experience the feeling of abusing someone without a forbidden ruin. Boom! After another slash on the Ghostface King chopped off a large amount of flesh and blood, only Zhao Kongcheng glanced at Lin Xie and said, "Kid, watch this cut. Why? This cut would be awesome." Only to see Zhao Emporian City finish speaking, he turned into extreme speed and rushed to the Ghostface King, then fiercely aimed a blade at the Ghostface King's head. With a burst of crescent moon slicing through the night, the Ghostface King's large head directly separated from its body before smashing into the ground. Cough cough cough. As he watched the Ghostface King's head land on the ground, Zhao Kongqing's body also directly went soft. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the silent teenager beside him and also grinned. "How about it? Am I handsome?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xie nodded. "Very handsome. You're the most handsome I've ever seen." Grasping Zhao Kongqing's hand, Lin Xie's voice was unprecedentedly solemn. Hearing Lin Xie's affirmation, Zhao Kongqing smiled before saying, "Well, I also feel that I'm very handsome." Cough cough. Enduring the pain in his body, he coughed a few times. Then Zhao Kongqing touched out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Xie hurriedly helped him light the fire. But before the cigarette was lit, he saw the head of Zhao Kongqing in his arms tilt. Gah! Dead! Zhao Kongqing. Gazing at the lifeless Zhao Kongqing in his arms, Lin Xie instantly became anxious. "Don't die! Don't die!" Wow! Along with Lin Xie was the rain that suddenly ticked down from the sky. "Yo yo yo! Isn't this 7 nights? Haven't seen you for a day. So pulled." Just then, a teasing voice rang out. Hearing this teasing voice, Lin Xie's dead heart instantly came back to life as he gazed at the young man dressed in white in front of him. He said apprehensively, "Emperor Yan, you can save him, right?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yang simply nodded. "Could be." With that said, Gu Yang casually got Zhao Kongqing's corpse in front of himself, and then a green gold flame filled with an amazing life breath merged into Zhao Kongqing's body to replenish his depleted life force, as well as his potential. The soul hasn't left the body yet, and it's simple to save it. Even if his soul left his body, Gu Yang could force his soul into his body to revive him, so casually throw Zhao Kongqing's body aside to let him slowly adapt to himself. Then Gu Yang gazed at Lin Xie, whose big eyes were full of tears in front of him, also stroking his chin. "Do you want to become stronger? Strong enough to protect the people you want to protect? If you want to kneel down and kowtow 3 times, in the future, I'll be your master. I can teach you cultivation. Of course, if you want to shout at my father, I don't mind." At those words, Lin Xie's original sadness was instantly gone. This Yendi is as immodest as ever. However, thinking about today's situation, Lin Xie still knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times and said, "Disciple Lin Xie, meet master." Upon hearing this, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Then he patted Lin Xie's head and said, "Not bad, not bad. Little Xie will cheer up in the future. Strive for 1 year of Klein, 2 years of Lord God, and 3 years to exterminate those disgusting bugs." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Xie to open his mouth, Gu Yang came directly to the corpse of the Ghost-Faced King. Well, the current Ghost-Faced King is not completely dead. Gazing at the Ghost-Faced King, Gu Yang casually made a point, and another green golden flame wrapped itself around the flesh and blood of the Ghost-Faced King. With Gu Yang's calcination, in just a few seconds, he saw 2 thumb-sized life beads, as well as an energy bead appear in Gu Yang's right hand. Then he looked at Zhao Kongqing, who had already been revived. His figure flashed to his body, breaking his mouth. Gu Yang threw the energy beads into his mouth. Subsequently, Zhao Kongqing, who had just been revived and was still a bit hazy, instantly fainted. Using the Ghost God Leader to burn out his life and all his potential allowed him to directly elevate from an ordinary person to the Chuan realm. And now with the Ghost-Faced King's energy essence, I'm afraid that it can directly help him break through to the peak of the Chuan realm. And it's not unexpected that in a month's time he'll be able to break through to the Sea realm. After all, this guy could have absorbed a trace of energy within his own life god flame. Although it was just a trace, but it also made his depleted potential, his life force, recovered to its peak, not to mention that it also made his potential go up a level. Now, Lao Zhao has the gift of human ceilings. Looking at Zhao Kongqing, who had smashed down from mid-air, Lin Xie felt pain all over his body for Zhao Kongqing. Then, Lin Xie looked at the 2 thumb-sized life beads in Gu Yang's left hand, and also poked his little hand and came to Gu Yang's body, saying, He, master, look at this master worship, right, isn't it?" Seeing Lin Xie's longing as he gazed at the life bead in his hand, Gu Yang let out a light laugh, knowing that he was doing it for his aunt. Rubbing his head, Gu Yang then stroked his chin and said, "One of these 2 can only enhance longevity by 3 years, and 2 of them will only enhance longevity by 6 years. What? Are you sure you want these 2 trashy things as a gift of worship? Upon hearing this, Lin Chia blinked, then said expectantly, there are more powerful ones. Then apprentice, I definitely want something more powerful. As he said that, money symbols subconsciously appeared in his eyes. Seeing him like this, Gu Yang clasped his hands on his chest and said with arrogance in his eyes, I have an elixir that helps your aunt enhance her lifespan by 100 years, and that helps your aunt stay young forever, and that allows your aunt to awaken the forbidden ruins, and it's still an ultra-high-risk forbidden ruin. So what do you think? What Gu Yang was talking about was nothing more than a simple soul-forging and body-gathering pill, just a 7th grade pill. As long as the soul power is not that advanced, then you can regroup your physical body after the death of your physical body through this soul-forging and body-gathering pill. Lin Chia's aunt had died 10 years ago due to Shiva's grudge, but fortunately with the mortal dust divine realm, it had preserved this entire city, allowing 100,000 people to live on by coalescing their physical bodies with the power of miracles, and after using the soul-forging and body-gathering Dan, it could quench Lin Chia's aunt's soul, allowing her to reach at least the peak spiritual realm of the sea realm in this realm, and then coalesce a fleshly body that was also no weaker than the peak of the reinforced class C realm. And after that coalesce an ultra-high critical forbidden ruin based on the miracle power wasn't a simple matter. So, 7 nights. You keep an eye on Zhao Kongqing first. Dad, I'll go home and help your aunt refine the pills. Patting Lin Chia's head, Gu Yang's silhouette flashed directly back to his home. As for Lin Chia, he looked at Gu Yang's disappearing back and then glanced at the unconscious Zhao Kongqing on the ground. Zhao Kongqing, your good deed has given you a chance. Sitting on the ground, gazing at the unconscious Zhao Kongqing, Lin Chia said, however, you guarded my little family, so in the future, I'll also join what you call the night watch. Then, Lin Chia guarded Zhao Kong City here. Time flew by and 10 minutes passed, only to see several figures outside darting in and out before meeting Zhao Kongqing, who was lying dead on the ground, as well as Lin Chia, who was sitting beside Zhao Kongqing. Uncle Zhao, gazing at Zhao Kongqing, who was lying dead on the ground. Red Tassel, who was holding a long spear, instantly collapsed. Stumbling to Lin Chia's side, Honging glanced at Lin Chia on the ground before kneeling on the ground with tears in her eyes as she gazed at Zhao Kongqing on the ground. Old Zhao, Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, the 2 front and vice captains of Squad 136 gazed at Zhao Kongqing, also closing his eyes. He didn't know how he felt. Even when Shima, Lang Xian, and Si Shaonan silently closed their eyes. Looking at these members of Zhao Kongqing's team and watching these people grieve, Lin Chia silently raised his hand and said, Zhao Kongqing is still alive. You guys don't have to be so sad. Hearing Lin Chia's words, the crowd of Team 136 was instantly confused. Ah, not dead. The red tassel on the ground hastily wiped her face, followed by raising her hand to probe Zhao Kongqing's nostrils. Then after realizing that Zhao Kongqing was still breathing, she relaxed for a moment. Little fellow, you're Agent Michael, aren't you? After seeing that Zhao Kongqing really didn't have a single thing to do, and instead slept like a dead pig, Chen Mai was also relieved. Then he looked at Lin Chia and inquired, can I ask you what happened here just now? Upon hearing this, Lin Chia nodded, then briefly told them what had just happened here. After that, it was my master who helped Zhao Kongqing stabilize his body, allowing him to survive. Furthermore, my master said that Zhao Kongqing kept his forbidden ruin, mendacious life flashing moon, and also directly stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the Chuan realm. After hearing Lin Chia's explanation, the people of Team 136 were instantly confused. Ah, this is the mood of the crowd at this time. No, this is the peak of the Chuan realm. It was important to realize that, as a second-tier city, the strength of the crowd in Squad 136 was among the weaker ones. Captain Chen Mai Chuanjing, Vice Captain Wu Shangnan Chuanjing, the team members Red Tassel Pool Realm, Wen Qima Pool Realm, Si Shaonan Pool Realm. Although Lang Xian can snipe the Pool Realm or even the Chuan Realm, he does not have the forbidden ruins belonging to being an ordinary person. And Zhao Emporian City used to be an ordinary person as well. But now, you're telling me that Zhao Kongqing, an ordinary person, is now directly at the peak of the Chuan realm. So awesome. Uncle Zhao used the Ghost God lead and was saved by your master on the peak of the Chuan realm. So if I was saved by your master after using the Ghost God lead, will I be able to break through to the peak of the Chuan realm or even the Sea realm as well? Right at this moment, Honging suddenly looked at Lin Chia and inquired with anticipation in her eyes. Instantly, the eyes of the crowd looked toward Lin Chia. Chapter 10, Lin Chia, Auntie, Jean, you guys listen to me. Looking at the gazes of these people in front of him, Lin Chia was also deep in thought. Right ha! If he had used old Zhao's ghost spirit guide and then had his master save him, would he not have been able to raise his cultivation by a large amount at once as well? Shaking his head and casting away this death-defying thought, Lin Xie said to Chen Mai, Wu Shangnan, and the others in front of him, I don't know the specifics, and I don't know if my master, his old man, is willing or not. So, Chen Mai nodded, then gazed softly at the teenager in front of him and said, It's fine, so you've decided to join us vigilantes, little one. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie nodded seriously. I'm willing to join the Night's Watch, but I'll only join the Night's Watch for 10 years. Gazing at Chen Mai, as well as Wu Shangnan, Lin Xie said. Seeing him like this, Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan looked at each other. Then, I only saw Wu Shangnan say, We vigilantes don't have this rule you mentioned, but after 10 years if you are enough to suppress those old men of the vigilantes, if you want to quit it's your own business. Lin Xie nodded, with his own master, as well as the gods of the God Psychiatric Hospital in his head. If he couldn't grow to the peak of humanity after 10 years, he was afraid that he would be able to make his master laugh at him for most of the year. Thus, Lin Xie directly followed the people here to the peace office. At this time, in Gu Yang's manor, Gu Yang, who was in the process of refining the medicine, was also refining the medicine while gazing at the system prompts for rewards in front of him. Changing Zhao Empty City's regret. Healing degree increased by 5%. Now healing degree is 7%. Strength to unseal the half-saint realm. God's ruins, dark canopy, unfolds the divine ruin, depriving everyone within the divine ruin's range of 80% of their senses, as well as weakening everyone's combat power by 30%. Divine ruin Emperor Amazing True Body, enables the Emperor's amazing true body, boosting one's combat power, defense, and recovery power by 10 times, and boosting the destructive power of flames by 10 times. Divine Flame, Green Lotus Divine Flame, the divine fire of the 19th divine fire list. The flame on top of a divine lotus within the core of the remaining magma, had a nice vitality while having an amazing flame destructive power. Divine Fire Extreme Cold Divine Fire, the divine fire list 11 of the divine fire. Born in the extreme cold ice field to withstand the cold ice and not extinguished, and absorb the extreme cold core and the birth of the flame. With the extreme cold gas at the same time there is an extreme burning attack. Taking a look at this reward, Gu Yang was satisfied. Then the intuition was collected, and then his body shook. And his half-saint cultivation was not hidden. With his half-saint cultivation, Gu Yang's speed of refining pills became even faster. In just 6 hours, a soul-forging and body-gathering pill was easily refined by Gu Yang. 7 nights, don't sleep, I've refined the elixir for you. Looking at this fragrant pill in front of him, Gu Yang casually put it into a warm jade porcelain bottle before his figure flashed to Lin Xie's room to wake him up. Yes, right now, Lin Xie was directly living in the middle of Gu Yang's small world estate. Gu Yang's manor was a building within the small world compensated by the system, covering an area of about 6,000 square meters. The building covered an area of 1,800 square meters, and it was a 6-story castle. He had no place to stay after joining the Night's Watch, so he went straight into his master's house and rested in his master's house. After all, it was too lonely for his own master to be alone in such a big house, and he didn't want his own master to be so lonely. Well, getting up from his sleep in a daze, Lin Xie looked around somewhat confused. Then he looked at Gu Yang and said, Master, it's not even dawn yet. Seeing this confused look on his face, Gu Yang casually placed the warm jade porcelain vase in front of his body, then lay down on his bed and said, The elixir that was promised to you has been refined, so hurry up and get the hell out of here and give this thing to your aunt. At those words, Lin Xie's eyes lit up. After picking up the warm jade porcelain bottle and then uncorking it, he instantly smelled the aroma that made his jeans flutter, and had a feeling that he wanted to eat the stuff himself. However, thinking of his aunt, he also hurriedly reclosed this cork, and immediately said to Gu Yang, Then, Master, I'll leave first ha. After saying that, he touched the flame seal on the palm of his right hand, and his figure flickered and directly left the place to appear in the outside world. Then taking advantage of the fact that it was still dark, he directly transformed into a stream of light and broke through 80 kilometers per hour towards his aunt's house. Seeing him leave, Gu Yang also yawned, and then his figure flashed into the 6th floor of the castle. His own 500 square meter bedroom, lying on a luxurious 100 square meter bed. No, I'm not a godly hero flow protagonist either. Lying on his own 100 square meter luxurious big bed, Gu Yang lamented about this dog system's corruption of himself before he also beautifully covered the small quilt and fell into dreamland. At this moment, outside the entrance of Lin Xie's aunt's house, gazing at the entrance of her house, Lin Xie's aunt was here with a worried look in her eyes. 6 hours ago at dinner, his own nephew left the house suddenly for some reason, but now, 6 hours had passed and his own nephew had not returned, and he did not know what had happened to his nephew. Mom, Lin Xie's cousin, Yang Jin, yawned and came in front of his aunt. Then he spoke, Brother is definitely fine. You've been waiting here for so long. Go to sleep first. Maybe, brother will be back tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the worry in Auntie's eyes dissipated a bit, but looking at her own son she still said worriedly, but Xiao Qi he. When she thought of Lin Qi's anxious departure from the house at dinner, she was filled with worry not knowing what to say. Right at this moment, Yang Jin looked like he sensed something, then only saw him pointing at the road not far away. Mom, my brother is back. Look. At that, Auntie got up in a hurry, and then she saw what she had seen all her life. She could only see Lin Qia not far away dragging a dark purple tail flame behind her, darting in at an astonishing speed that a sedan would have to deduct 6 points according to speeding even here. Jin, Xiao Qi, he, pointing at Lin Qia's darting figure not far away. Auntie's eyes were filled with confusion. Even Yang Jin was twitching at the corner of his mouth. Not brother, what is this? Not even hide it a little. Lin Qia, who had sped all the way here, had just gotten close to the door of his house when he saw his aunt at the door, as well as Jin. Seeing the two of them, Lin Qia was instantly embarrassed. How was he going to explain the speed at which he had just sped? However, when he thought that a single elixir would allow his aunt to awaken the forbidden ruins in the future, his aunt would also be a person like himself, he was relieved. But what does Jin say? Seeing that his aunt and himself are both transcendentals, Jin himself is not whether he will. Chapter 11 Yang Jin, I am an agent of Air Langshan. Xiao Qi, are you alright? Auntie came in front of Lin Qia, her eyes filled with worry. Although she said she was puzzled by her nephew's sudden change. Her nephew had been gone for 6 hours and hadn't even eaten dinner, so her first thought as a parent was concern for her eldest nephew. Listening to his aunt's inquiry, Lin Qia rubbed his nose. He was pretty good. After registering his information at the peace office, he returned to his master's house and then enjoyed a beautiful meal of those top ingredients of his master's. A meal of at least a few $1 million. So what could he have done? However, looking at the haggardness on his aunt's face and the dark circles on his aunt's eyes, a trace of warmth flashed through Lin Qia's heart. Auntie, go home first. I have something for you. Looking at his aunt, Lin Qia revealed his large white teeth and said, looking at Lin Qia's smile. Aunt glared at Lin Qia. Brat, you're still laughing now. However, feeling the cold wind blowing outside, she also raised her hand and grabbed Lin Qia's ear, directly carrying him into the house. Ugh ugh ugh. Feeling his ears being twisted by his aunt, Lin Qia begged for mercy. Auntie, be gentle. A Jin is still watching me. At that, his aunt glared at him. Then he released him, then looked at young Jin who was watching the show. Jin, close the door. Today I'd like to beat Xiao Qi, so that he won't even eat his meal and just run away from home. Seeing his mother's rare anger, Yang Jin glanced at Lin Qia, then with a hefty smile directly closed the door and then acted as a door blocker. The mother had never beaten a child before, and this was the first time he had ever seen his own brother to be beaten. Ugh ugh ugh. Seeing that his aunt really rolled up her sleeves and was about to hit herself, Lin Qia hurriedly raised his hand and said, Auntie, stop. Listen to me. Seeing that Lin Qia wanted to explain, Auntie also lowered her sleeves before reddening her eyes and saying, how are you going to explain? She hadn't intended to hit Lin Qia either, she was just scaring the brat. After seeing that his aunt was not going to hammer herself, Lin Qia also hastened to take out the warm jade porcelain bottle. Then he placed the warm jade porcelain bottle in front of his aunt and said, I have worshipped a master. He is the ancient emperor of my great summer, Yan Di Shennon. This master refined the elixir that can help you, aunt, prolong your life. I am just excited to leave my home because my master's refining of the elixir is going to come out of the furnace. At those words, Auntie's eyes were filled with shock, but relatively speaking, the one who was most shocked was young Jin. Brother, what did you say? His Majesty Yan Di has returned. Hurriedly coming to Lin Qia's body, Yang Jin's eyes were filled with excitement. 100 years ago, the Black Fog invasion, the Chinese gods all turned into the Jingui God monument to suppress the borders of Daxia, and before the Yan Di Shennon found a passageway to the other world, perhaps with the help of the power of the other world to solve the invasion of the Black Fog as well as those disgusting Cthulhu. So, now His Majesty Yan Di has returned. In the beginning, His Majesty the Yan Emperor was a supreme god. And now that His Majesty the Yan Emperor has returned, it is not known whether or not he is a supreme god, and it is also not known whether or not His Majesty has found a way to exterminate those Cthulhu. Seeing how excited young Jin was, Lin Qia and his aunt exchanged a glance, then looked at young Jin with scrutinizing eyes. Looking at the gaze of his mom, his brother and the two of them, Yang Jin was instantly embarrassed. It's over. He's exposed himself. However, facing the gazes of his mother and brother, Yang Jin also honestly said, I'm the divine agent of our Disya deity, Qing Yuan Myriad Daojin Jun Erlang Xinyang Jian, and Xiao He Lai is the agent of Roaring Dog. And the quid pro quo for Xiao Hei Lai and Ida agents is to wait for the return of His Majesty Yin Di to Xia. Yeah. I'm an agent of my past life. Makes sense, right? Hearing Yang Jin's words, Lin Xie looked at his little old brother. It was better if he didn't look. But after looking, Lin Xie was taken aback. The cultivation on his own brother is the peak of the pool realm. Not his own brother is only 12 years old at the peak of the pool realm. Then he is 17 years old. And he is only in the Jan realm. This. Shame on you. Looking at the brothers with wide eyes, Auntie's eyes were filled with a puzzled look. However, next, after Lin Xie briefly explained Emil to his aunt, her aunt instantly grabbed her nephew, as well as her own son with worry. Her eyes filled with worry. You too. Just as she opened her mouth, her aunt was dumbfounded. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. Should the two children be advised not to fight? Or should they be advised to give up their cultivation and stay at home not to fall into danger because of the mysteries, or those outer gods outside of Daxia? However, both of her own children had great Xia deities standing behind them, and in the future, they were bound to stand against the great Xia outside. The outer gods stood against each other, which made her, as a mother, very worried. Auntie, don't worry. Seeing his aunt's worried look, Lin Xie scratched his head, then raised his hand and patted his little old brother, Yang Jin, before saying, Jin and I will definitely be fine. So Auntie, hurry up and take this elixir. Otherwise I don't feel at ease. At those words, Auntie glanced at Lin Xie, as well as Yang Jin. Then she sighed, thinking that the two children might head to the front line in the future. She might become the only thing that the two children would be hanging on to. So she nodded her head and then opened the warm jade porcelain bottle to pour out the elixir that emitted the fragrance of Dan from it. Looking at the elixir, she opened her mouth and directly ate it into her mouth. The elixir instantly melted in her mouth, and then a shocking energy instantly erupted within her body. Seeing the sudden vision, Yang Jin hastily raised his hand and set up an isolation spell formation to isolate the vision on his mother. Brother, this elixir. After setting up the isolation array, Yang Jin came to Lin Xie's body, his eyes filled with anticipation. The elixir that his own mother had eaten. He saw it just now. It is a genuine immortal Dan, although it is only a human immortal Dan, but there are 3 lines on it. It is a very good level of human immortal Dan. The effect is comparable to a true immortal Dan. I am afraid that if I eat one of them, I will be able to recover 70% of the cultivation at the peak. So he is watching Lin Xie and his eyes are full of anticipation. After all, His Majesty Yin Di's elixir, just like Dao de Tianzun's elixir, was the supreme immortal elixir that they, the immortals, pursued. Seeing the anticipation in Yang Jin's eyes, Lin Xie scratched his head and said, Jin, aren't you Erlangshan's agent? The mission is to find my master. If you want the elixir, wait for me to go through my master's approval and take you to meet him. Ask him yourself. At those words, Yang Jin hastily nodded his little head. Then, he looked to his mother, his heart happy. 10 years ago, his mother died because of the use of Shiva's grudge by the external gods, only her soul. And now he was afraid that he could be resurrected by eating His Majesty the Yin Emperor's absolute immortal pills, and he could also directly become a powerhouse of the infinite realm, which would make him feel more at ease about his own mother's safety and well-being. Chapter 12 Auntie's Twin God Ruins. Time passed and half an hour passed, only to see that at this moment, a shocking spiritual pressure emanated from Aunt Lin Xie's body. With the help of a 3-stripe soul forging and body gathering pill, she had directly condensed the spiritual power of the peak immeasurable realm, as well as the strength of her physical body comparable to that of the peak immeasurable of the flesh body enhancement type. And not only did he awaken his own forbidden ruins, but he additionally utilized the divine power of Michael in his body to awaken another forbidden ruin. In other words, the ant at this moment has 2 forbidden ruins. Michael's divine power evolution forbidden market, holy healing, healing forbidden ruin, even near-death casting holy healing can heal as before. A nurse forbidding the market. The healing effect is very counterintuitive. As long as you are not dead, this holy healing can be healed back. Of course, you lifespan no more, this healing cannot be. Instead of being a forbidden market, this was a top-tier king's market in the healing department. The forbidden ruins channeled within one's own genes, heaven's eye. This eye of heaven saying it was a forbidden ruin was a bit of an insult to those 2 words. Yes, this eye in the sky is that eye in the sky. Heavenly eye, eyebrow divine eye. 360 degrees without dead angle dynamic vision, and can see through all disguises, all false and other negative effects. Can consume spiritual energy to release the destruction of divine light to kill the enemy. Her son is Erlangshan. She modified her genes when she conceived Erlangshan, leaving behind some of Erlangshan's divinity. So as Erlangshan's mother, awakening Erlangshan's symbol of the heavenly eyes is quite reasonable, isn't it? At this moment, Yang Jin looked at the vertical lines on his mother's forehead brow and his eyes were filled with confusion. Ah, isn't this my eye in the sky? Not bad for my mom. Awakened the same forbidden ruins as my heavenly eyes. Abhijin ruins. Yang Jin raised his head proudly in his heart. My mother belongs to the autonomous awakening of the divine market. And mom is now less than 40 years old on the limitless peak. As well as mom's physical body is also comparable to the limitless peak of the physical body to strengthen the forbidden ruins. The future mom can also become a god. There is no need to worry about mom's physical body cannot carry the endless spiritual power and collapse. In this way, one would not have to worry about one's mother's future longevity. And one could stay with her forever as a little Ajumma who stayed by her side. Hey, that's nice. Auntie, how does it feel? Gazing at the vertical lines of the heaven's eye on his aunt's brow, Lin Chiye inquired expectantly. I have to say, it's worthy of being an immortal elixir made by Yen Di's master. Now his aunt had recovered from being in her late 30s but as old as 50 to her normal youthful face in her mid-30s. More to the point, the scent on my aunt was also too intimidating. Master's elixir, this is a direct way to help Auntie open up. Auntie is now, I'm afraid, not in the sea realm, even, the infinite realm. Holy, it's worthy of being my Lin Chiye's aunt. Lin Chiye was just as proud as Yang Jin. At this moment, Auntie gazed at the two children in front of her, her heart filled with tenderness, raising her hand and rubbing the two children's little heads. Then Auntie gently said, now that I have the power, I can be the backbone of you two children. If you meet danger outside, you can come back to me. Yang Jin glanced at Lin Chiye, then he hastily raised his hand and said, Mom, I still have to go to school. It's my brother who's going out, not me. Upon hearing this, Auntie glared viciously at Yang Jin. Brat, since you are the agent of my Disya deity Erlang Xian Shengzhenjun, then you have to fulfill your duty to guard my Disya. So since Xiao Qi has joined the night watch, then you should join together as well. Knocking Yang Jin's little head, Auntie glared at this son who wanted to pose. And seeing this look of his mom trying to kick himself out of the house, Yang Jin's whole body was bad. No, it's about to kick me out. Mom, I'm only 12. I'm a junior high school student. Don't kick me out, please. Mom hastily hugging his own mother. Tang Erlang Xian Shengzhenjun began his own pouting and cute. Seeing her own son being pampered and cute, a softness flashed through her aunt's heart. But think of a child's duty to protect his country. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. Having said that, she didn't want to let the baby go either. But since the child has gained this power, it is something that the child must face in the future. Instead of letting your child be a hothouse flower at home, it is better to get your child out of the house while you can, so that your child won't be overwhelmed if he or she does face danger in the future. Yang Jin, thinking about it, her now becoming young face instantly became serious. Looking at his mom's serious look, Yang Jin lowered his head in aggravation. Then, with a helpless nod, he indicated that he was leaving with his brother tomorrow. Seeing him nod, then Auntie was rubbing the little heads of the two brats who didn't let her worry. So she said, well, hurry up and go to bed. When she finished, she lifted her leg and left the living room, returning to the middle of her bedroom. As soon as she returned to her bedroom, she cried uncontrollably. Truth be told, she didn't want to let the two children leave. But when she awakened the forbidden ruins and gained transcendent power, she knew that there was a huge gap between the two children and her. And she with her celestial eyes knew that there was a huge gap between herself and the gods. If they really let the two children stay now, I'm afraid that if the two children are found by the outer gods in the future, they can only be honestly killed. So, she had to let go. But, the thought of the hardships that lay ahead for her two children made her heart twitch hard. Brother, Yang Jin looked to Lin Chiye, his own heart filled with hard feelings. Not hard feelings that his mother had asked him to join the night watch, but hard feelings that his mother was crying in his bedroom. He also had celestial eyes, so he sought his mother crying silently in the house. The golden divine light in Lin Chiye's eyes flickered, and he also saw his aunt crying silently. The two brothers looked at each other. Then Lin Chiye said, Jin, sleep. After saying that, Lin Chiye returned to the middle of his bedroom, and Yang Jin took another look at his mom before returning to his bedroom as well. At the same time, killing intent appeared in Yang Jin's heart. The outer gods are right. Invade Daxia right. Wait, old me must kill you one by one. Let you cause my mom to cry. In his heart, he made a resolution that he would definitely get rid of those outer gods who invaded Daxia in the future. Even those Cthulhu, he spared his body to die. No, right, he couldn't die or else his mom would cry even more. But he would give up everything to make those Cthulhu die out as well. As for Lin Chiye, he directly realized into Gu Yang's world after returning inside his bedroom. As soon as he entered this place, he fell into meditative cultivation, getting stronger and not letting Auntie worry about herself and Jin at home. Not to mention, his own brother was now at the peak of the pool realm. Wouldn't it be a shame for an older brother to be inferior to his younger brother? Chapter 13, Yang Jin, His Majesty Yen D is awesome. Changing regrets, resurrecting Auntie, and making her a dual forbidden market powerhouse at the peak of infinity, with a 5% increase in healing to 12%. Get. Supreme Artifact, Regulus. One of the 10 supreme artifacts. Regulus, the most holy and noble sword, can suppress evil spirits and has an amazing restraining effect on Cthulhu. Supreme Artifact Fuxican. One of the 10 supreme artifacts. The Fushi Zither, a supreme treasure of sound, can play enemy-killing sounds, auxiliary sounds, and can protect the spiritual soul of its owner. Divine Ruins, Human Chi. As a human emperor, you are born with a human emperor Chi guardian. All attacks below your realm will be resisted by the human emperor Chi on your body, and backstabbing 80% of the attacks. The Divine Ruin, the Golden Mouth. As the human emperor, you have a golden tongue. What you say is what? Do not allow anyone to rebel against the human emperor's orders. Let you die, you will die. Let you live, even if you die, to live honestly. This is the golden tongue. The king has no joking. Divine Pet, 5-clawed golden dragon. As a human emperor, how can you not have your human emperor pet? This was a divine pet 5-clawed golden dragon at the peak of the Lord God realm. It could be used as a pet, a mount, and although it was only at the peak of the Lord God realm, it could be hardened against the Supreme God. Gu Yang had just gotten up in his 100 square meter bed, then seeing the prompts in front of him was also confusing. Then after patting his head to clear it, Gu Yang's eyes also lit up as he gazed at these things in front of him. Holy, this thing is awesome, wow. The supreme artifacts. Regulus, Fuxican. There were also 2 human emperor exclusive divine ruins, as well as a human emperor divine favorite. Today it's the king of men special. However, one's current vest is Shinnon, so if you give me Regulus, Fuxican isn't it? However, it's not bad. He. Then Gu Yang summoned out the 5-clawed golden dragon. Afterward, a golden divine dragon was seen appearing in front of Gu Yang. Ow! As soon as it appeared in front of Gu Yang, this 5-clawed golden dragon roared out a milky dragon roar. A mount. Looking at this little milk dragon, Gu Yang rubbed its little head. The system, this is really. However, thinking about it, it was understandable that the 5-clawed golden dragon cub was at the peak of the main god realm. This is afraid to be the supreme god if not an adult. Not bad. Worthy of me. Could be my ride. Then, Gu Yang let this little guy wrapped around his wrist as a pure gold accessory, and the golden light could have blinded people's eyes. 7 nights is cultivating. With a sweep of his soul force, Gu Yang saw Lin Chie, who was cultivating in the center of his manor. Taking a look at his state, this was his soul cultivating its own spiritual power here on its own. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Yang's figure flickered to his body. After glancing at this kid boy, Gu Yang then flexed his fingers and a technique named 9-turn soul forging technique was transmitted into his mind. 9-turn soul forging technique, a technique for exercising the soul. It was a technique that could be cultivated to the Emperor realm soul. The first turn of soul forging would reach the Chuan realm, a top-notch soul refining method. In the future, you can cultivate this if you want to improve your spiritual power. You don't need to specifically let your soul enter here to cultivate your own spiritual power. After passing the 9-turn soul forging technique to Lin Chie, Gu Yang spoke to him before waving his hand and directly teleporting him away from his small world. In the outside world, Lin Chie was in the middle of his bedroom. Lin Chie's eyes were full of surprise at this time. At this time in his mind was the 9-turn soul forging technique. In the future, if he had this thing, then let himself cultivate his spiritual power. It would be much easier than the meditation method. The meditation technique passed on by the night watchman was just meditation to enhance one's spiritual power. It was a bit-by-bit way to let one's spiritual power increase. But this technique was forcibly plundering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and integrating it into oneself to enhance one's spiritual power. You generate it yourself. How can you enhance it as much as by plundering the aura of heaven and earth? Hey. Moreover, the first turn was the Chuan realm. Then later on, he was afraid that he would be able to ascend to the realm above the Supreme God, and that he was going to be invincible. Master, can I let my aunt, Jin, also cultivate this? At this moment, thinking of his aunt as well as Jin, Lin Chie hurriedly inquired to Gu Yang, his eyes filled with anticipation. With the flame seal in place, he could telepathically communicate with Gu Yang, and within the small world, Gu Yang, who had sent Lin Chie away, froze for a moment when he heard his transmission, then refused. I can't. At those words, Lin Chie was a bit disappointed. However, just at that moment, 2 more techniques were transmitted into his mind. The 9 revolutions soul forging technique is my core inheritance, and they definitely can't cultivate it if they aren't my disciples. But this one heavenly soul technique's soul exercise technique, as well as the divine desolate sacred body technique's flesh exercise technique you can pass on to your aunt, as well as to Jean, and even to those you trust. Although these 2 techniques were not as good as the 9 revolutions soul forging technique, they could still allow the spirit, as well as the physical body, to be cultivated to the realm of the supreme gods and above. There is also this divine desolate sacred body technique that you should also cultivate, both physical and spiritual. And after that, I will teach you to cultivate a cultivation system from another world, so that if you can't Jian realm beat Chuan realm, and Chuan realm beat immeasurable, then you don't say that you're my disciple. These 2 techniques, as well as Gu Yang's voice directly resounded in Lin Shiye's heart when he was just about to be disappointed. Hearing Gu Yang's voice, Lin Shiye was joyfully happy again. He. Master, thank you. Lin Shiye thanked Gu Yang and then hurriedly pushed his way out of his bedroom. Then came to his aunt who had just finished breakfast. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden as he said, Auntie, my master said that you don't need to worry about me and Jean. He'll protect the 2 of us. And then my master told me to pass on these 2 Gung Fu techniques to you and Jean. With that said, Lin Shiye's spiritual power was released, and according to the method taught by Carrie Yang, he used his own spiritual power to imprint the contents of the heavenly soul technique, as well as the divine desolate sacred body 2 techniques with spiritual branding landing in front of his aunt, as well as young Jean, who had just come out of the bedroom and was still a bit dazed. Looking at the mark in front of her, her aunt received it directly without saying a word. Even Yang Jean, looking at this spiritual brand, did not hesitate to directly enter into his spiritual memory. After instantly receiving the contents of the 2 feats, Yang Jin's eyes widened, and widened again. A technique that transcends the heavenly exaltation realm. Sure enough, His Majesty Yen Di has truly found a way to transcend beyond the heavenly exaltation realm and beyond. Little 7, thank you. Gazing at Lin Chiye, Auntie rubbed his little head, her eyes filled with tenderness. To be able to beg for these 2 techniques, I think Xiao Qi had asked his master to beg for them, in order to make herself as a mother be able to rest assured that he and Jin would leave the house to join the night's watch. The boy 7 really has a heart. Hey, brother, I thank you too. Coming in front of Lin Chiye, Yang Jin gave his brother a big bear hug. In this way, he was relieved that his mother had these 2 feats. With the help of these 2 techniques, Mom was afraid that she would be able to reach Klein in a year's time, and even becoming a god was not out of the question, so that Mom would still need him to worry there. Hey, brother is so nice. His Majesty, the Emperor of the Inferno, is also really nice. Chapter 14, Zhao Kongcheng, Captain, come and get the guests. After having breakfast in the morning, the 2 Lin Xia brothers left the house. Oh yeah, before leaving Yang Jin didn't forget about his little black lie, or snarling dog, but of course now the little black lie is a snarling dog agent. Although it is hard to say that a pet dog has become a divine agent, but its owner has become the agent of Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan. As the agent of Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan's dog raised by the agent of Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan, if it is not a snarling dog agent is a little hard to say is not it. So, the little black lie is also very honored by the ant kicked out of the house, and then now aggrieved in Yang Jin's arms lying down, every now and then whimpering so pitiful looking at the aggrieved appearance of the black little puppy in his arms, the corners of Yang Jin's mouth twitched slightly. This little guy. Stop acting. We are several kilometers away from home. It's time for you to come down and walk on your own. Nodding little black rice dog head, Yang Jin helplessly smiled and said. Upon hearing this, the little black lie in his arms blinked his dog eyes. Then his figure directly leaped up from Yang Jin's arms, then directly jumped into Lin Chia's shoulder, then raised his dog paw and pointed at Yang Jin in a manner that it was being bullied. Looking at little black lie like this, Lin Chia's eyes flashed with a hint of laughter. Then he lifted it off his shoulder and also held it in his arms. While rubbing its doggy head, Lin Chia looked at Yang Jin and said, Ah Jin, little black lie is less than a year old. It's just a little doll. What's wrong with it spilling its guts? Seeing his own brother turn toward little black Rai, Yang Jin helplessly glared at little black Rai in his arms. Roaring dog, you're so shameless now. Before, why didn't I see you so? A helpless smile, but this was quite cozy. Brother, do you think it's really okay if I join the night's watch? Stabbing his elbow at Lin Chie, Yang Jin inquired. After all, he was only 12 years old, and at 12 years old, joining the night's watch to guard the daxia or something like that, I'm afraid he couldn't be agreed to. Seeing Yang Jin, this kid had a nervous look. Lin Chia rubbed his little head, then the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile and said, You're a divine agent, and you also bring a divine agent. Xiao Hei Lai, both of you are divine agents. So how could you possibly not be able to join the Night's Watch? Even if Captain Chen doesn't let you two go to the front line, he will still let you two join the training, so that you can also go to the front line better in the future. No. Hearing this, Yang Jin nodded. What his brother said was quite right. Training is all about catching up from a young age. And besides, he was at the peak of the pool realm at the age of 12. Wouldn't it be a big loss if he wasn't allowed to join? With that, the two brothers brought a small black rascal along to the front of the peace office. Gazing at the building in front of him, Yang Jin's mouth twitched. A wedding company and a funeral company, these two companies together. Can there still be business? Taking a look at the two companies next to the peace firm that were separated by it, Yang Jin also subconsciously spat out a sentence. Listening to Yang Jin's tirade, Lin Qiye also had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Having tirade himself last night when he came with them to the peace office to register his information, Jin lived up to his name, spouting the same words as himself. Touch. After hitting Yang Jin's little head, then Lin Qiye said, since they've all opened up here, they must have business, or else they would have moved out and left the place a long time ago. With that, Lin Qiye glanced at the peace firm before adding, let's go. Let's enter the firm and let the captain and the others meet this demon of yours who was at the peak of the pool realm at the age of 12. After saying this, Lin Qiye held little black Rai in one hand and took Yang Jin's little hand in the other and directly entered the middle of this peace office. Yo, little 7 is here. Zhao Kongcheng, who woke up after a night's sleep and realized that he had broken through to the peak of the Chuan realm, was currently posing here at the POS, fooling around when he met someone. Didn't see that he's all by himself on the first floor now. Both headed off to the training room to train because they resented him. After all, Zhao Empyrean City being like this had caused the crowd of Squad 136 to be a bit irritated. No, he died for a bit, but came back to life at the peak of the Chuan realm. On what grounds? Even though it was true that he had died once, he still felt envy, jealousy, and no hate when he thought about it. Without waiting for Lin Qiye to open his mouth, Zhao Kongcheng suddenly looked at Yang Jin beside Lin Qiye. When he saw Yang Jin, he instantly felt a sense of danger coming from Yang Jin. No, isn't this Lin Qiye's little cousin? What's he doing here with his little cousin? Thinking of this, Zhao Kongcheng also looked at Lin Qiye and inquired, little 7, is there something you brought your cousin here for? Also, your cousin. Saying that, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. To be able to make his current big brother who had awakened the ultra-high dangerous forbidden ruins and had reached the peak of the Chuan realm feel a threatening aura. It couldn't be that this little cousin was also a divine agent. Holy, a 12-year-old agent of the gods. I'm envious. Seeing the anticipation in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes, Lin Qiye rubbed the head of the little black lie in his arms and then spoke. Uncle Zhao, my brother is the divine agent of my great Xia deity, Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan, as well as this one in my arms is the little black lie that my brother picked up. And you also recognize it, it's the agent of the snarling dog that was the battle partner of Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan. Now, my brother and Koroyori are also to join us in the Night's Watch. At those words, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes instantly widened. Divine agent, or two divine agents. After looking at Yang Jin, and then at little black lie in Lin Qiye's arms, Zhao Kongcheng also sucked in a breath of cold air. This family was also too powerful to have 3 divine agents. As for your comment about snarling dog proxies, a surrogate dog counts as a divine surrogate. You don't even look at people's status. Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan is by its side, you call it a snarling dog at lazy bird you. But if Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan is not there, you see it to respectfully call out a sun swallowing god June. This is also the real thing with immortal registration. Peach conference, it can mix a 6,000 years of peaches of the divine monarch. Cough cough. Jean, and Shao-Chi, you take little black Rai and follow me. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. Then Zhao Kongcheng lifted his leg and walked towards the underground training room. Then, Zhao Kongcheng also shouted, Captain, Captain, come out quickly. We've got another newcomer in Squad 136. Come and receive the guests. And at this moment, Chen Mai, who was practicing his sword in the training room, suddenly heard Zhao Kongcheng shout, and a large tick appeared on his forehead as well. Zhou Empty City, carrying his own 2 knives. Chen Mai also left his exclusive training room in a huff. Then he came all the way to Zhao Empyrean City. And as he was about to cleave Zhao Empyrean City, he suddenly saw Lin Qiye, as well as Yang Jin beside Lin Qiye. When he saw Yang Jin, a 12-year-old little beaner who was only about 1 meter 6, he also hurriedly put away the twin swords in his hands. You can't show violence in front of small children and be a good role model yourself. Chapter 15 Yang Jian, don't I want to lose face? Yang Jin, well, I don't want face. So, your brother, and it are both divine agents. And, both are my great summer divine agents. Sitting in the conference room, Chen Mai drank cup after cup of tea, and at this point, he didn't know whether to be happy or helpless. The divine agent, or the Dasha divine agent surely should be happy. But, a 12-year-old doll. Chow. Headache. Now he sought to see if he would train the little guy or not after he let him join the Night's Watch. Train him. He's 12 years old, only in his first year of school, has a sense of bullying elementary school students, and child abuse is against the law. Not training him, but if he joined the Night's Watch as a mascot, as much as he'd like to, and his crew would like to, there's something to the little doll's ego. Captain. My brother Ajin, he's at the peak of the pool realm, and little Black Lai is also at the pool realm. Seeing the silent Chen Mai, Lin Xie glanced at Ajin, as well as Ajin's side was holding a ham and gnawing on little Black Lai. He spoke to Chen Mai with a bit of difficulty in his tone, and said the fact that it hurt his pride, as well as the pride of the 136th squad. The little Black Riata pool realm is up. What is this? It's worse than a dog. Underscore. And hearing Lin Xie's words, Chen Mai became even more silent, drawing out a cigarette. He also put it down after glancing at Yang Jin. Forget it, come what may. Laughing helplessly, he then looked at Yang Jin, as well as little Black Rai. Jin, I can call you that. Yang Jin hastily nodded his little head, indicating that it was okay. Seeing Yang Jin nodding his head, Chen Mai picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then inquired with a serious and earnest face. Jin, you really decided to join our vigilantes, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's little face was also instantly serious. Captain Chen, my mother said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. My Dasha gods have turned into a subduing divine monument to guard my Dasha's borders into reincarnation for the sake of my Huaxia, and as the agent of Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan, I can't afford to lose his face, so I am willing to join the Night Watch as my brother did, as a soldier defending the country. Even if it's a miscellaneous one, as long as I can contribute to my Dasha. It's not so bad that this agent of mine will degrade the reputation of Erlang Xiansheng true sovereign. Seeing the seriousness above Yang Jin's small face, the corner of Chen Mai's mouth hooked into a smile. This little doll. It's a little middle-aged, but he was right. Even if it was just a handyman, it was all worth it as long as he could contribute to Dasha. It's like Zhao Kongqing before. Even the ones who just put up signs as watchmen didn't discourage him, but instead remained optimistic and willing to lay down their own lives to guard the people. Very well, Yang Jin, Xiao Hei Lai, welcome to join my vigilantes. From now on, the two of you will be the reserve members of my Dasha Vigilantes Squad 136. Chen Mai got up from the sofa, then looked at the little 12-year-old teenager in front of him. Seeing Chen Mai seriously get up, Yang Jin, Lin Xie also hurriedly got up. Even little Black Lai also hurriedly put down the ham sausage he was holding, and then raised his little head to look at Chen Mai. Woof woof woof, barking a few times. Looking at little Black Rai like this, Chen Mai smiled, then looked at it and said, as a divine agent, open your mouth if you can. None of us here are unusual people. You should know that. At those words, little Black Rai's eyes lit up. Then, it looked at Yang Jin with an expectant face. Since Captain Chen has said so, then you shouldn't hide in the future and speak directly here. Seeing Yang Jin's agreement, little Black Lai's dog eyes lit up at once. Then, its head looked toward Chen Mai and hurriedly said, Hey, 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 little master, Yang Jin, big master, Lin Xie, Captain Chen, how are you guys? Seeing little Black Rai actually open his mouth, Lin Xie's eyes instantly widened. No, Kuro Rai, you can actually talk. No, it's all hidden from me. Thinking about it, Lin Xie looked at Yang Jin, then clasped his hands on his chest and scrutinized his brother who had his own little secret. Seeing Lin Xie's eyes turn golden, Yang Jin also quickly raised his hand and said, Brother, on the day I picked up little Black Lai, the two of us became divine agents, and then it wasn't long before it was able to open its mouth under my tutelage. But a dog opening its mouth under the circumstances. I'm not afraid of scaring you and Mom, but now since you all know, I'm not letting little Black Lai open his mouth, no. Gazing into Yang Jin's eyes and realizing that this did not appear to be a lie on his brother's part, Lin Xie also nodded. In that case, he forgave his brother. Seeing their family of three loving each other, Chen Mai lightly smiled and shook his head. It was still really cozy. Then, as if he thought of something, Chen Mai looked at Lin Xie and said, Shao Qi, regarding your identity as Michael, as well as Yendi Shinon's dual divine agent, I intend to hide it. So when I uploaded your information, I only uploaded that you are Michael's divine agent. So in the future, don't use the Yendi Shinon's divine ruins unless it is a crisis situation. Not only did he conceal the fact that Lin Xie was a dual god agent, he also concealed the news that Yendi Shinon had appeared. I don't know why, but subconsciously I did. Gu Yang, it's definitely not that I didn't want to expose myself at the top of the Night's Watch, but simply influenced Chen Mai and the subconscious of the people in Squad 136. As for Lin Xie, he nodded when he heard that Chen Mai had only registered himself as a unit divine agent. According to the master's words, it makes sense to leave some cards to confuse the enemy. Immediately after, Chen Mai asked Lin Qiye to bring Yang Jin and Little Black Rai to familiarize themselves with the environment of their 136th squad. As for himself, he went to his computer and uploaded Yang Jin's and Little Black Rai's information. Deity Sequence 043. The first is Xia Deity Erlang Xiansheng Jun Yang Jin to appear. Deity Sequence 044. Dasha Deity Sun Swallowing God Snarling Dog. Wow! Brother Yang Jin, are you the agent of Erlang Xiansheng Jun? As soon as he left Chen Mai's office, Yang Jin was caught by a woman who suddenly appeared wearing a sportswear. Looking fair, with a head of black hair combed into a high ponytail at the back of her head. Looking valiant as if she was a female god of martial arts. Then, this valiant woman subconsciously raised her hand and rubbed it on Yang Jin's somewhat baby fat, milk fat bearing little face. Faced with Yang Jin, this cute little teenager, I guess all women can't resist rubbing his little face. Yang Jin looked at this valiant woman who suddenly appeared and suddenly came up to rub her little face. But also the whole person was not good. No, this big sister is too self-conscious. I'm Erlang Xiansheng Jun, Cheng Yuan Miao Daojin Jun, the Jade Emperor's own nephew being rubbed by you, a 20-year-old woman. Don't I want to lose face? However, looking at the look of fondness on Hong Ying's face, Yang Jin instantly lost his temper. Forget it, I don't want face. I'm Yang Jin now, not Yang Jian. Chapter 16 Yang Jin, brother. You're such a waste. Cough cough. Sister Hong Ying, don't bully Jin. Looking at Hong Ying, Lin Qiye touched his nose, then raised his hand and sent the little black rascal in his arms into her arms and said, bully this. Saying that, Lin Qiye's eyes fluttered a bit. Ahem. Little Black Rai. In order to get your master out of his clutches, you can only suffer a little bit. Great master. You. When Little Black Rai saw that Lin Qiye was going to put himself into the clutches of the devil, his entire dog was bad. No, that sells me. While Red Tassel let go of Yang Jin, a pair of sharp eyes looked at the chubby little black dog that Lin Qiye handed over, which was quite cute. Is this the snarling proxy dog? And it just talked with curiosity. The red tassels into the little black Rai into his arms, and then this look, that look. Ugh ugh ugh. Human woman, what are you going to do? Seeing that Red Tassel was unashamed and wanted to look at his quin, Little Black Lie was instantly startled and hurriedly coiled up his hind legs to not allow the woman in front of him to watch his quin. In the face of Xiao Hei Rai being like this, a hint of laughter flashed in Hong Ying's eyes. Yoo-hoo, can this one little fat dog actually talk? Not bad for a deity agent dog. Sister Hong Ying. At this moment, another figure appeared here, only to see that it was a young girl who was even more petite compared to the valiant Red Tassel who looked like a Valkyrie. Coming in front of the Red Tassel, gazing at Little Black Rai, as well as Lin Qiye and Yang Jin, her eyes were filled with curiosity. Is this little guy the younger brother of Seven Knights, as well as Seven Knights' family pet, the two new divine agents that Uncle Zhao said were coming? Glancing at this petite young girl, Yang Jin frowned slightly and imperceptibly. Klein Realm. This young girl was actually a Klein Realm, but why did she only reveal the aura of the Pool Realm? Moreover, she had an outer god aura within her, and although it was concealed, it was also directly detected under Yang Jin's heavenly eyes. It should be that outer god called Loki. After recalling this aura of an outer god, Yang Jin thought to himself. At the same time, Yang Jin became wary of this petite young girl. After all, that outer god called Loki, known as the god of fraud, was not a good thing to be its agent. While Yang Jin was in deep thought, Si Xiaonan also came in front of Yang Jin. Looking at this cute little teenager with a baby face and baby fat, she also extended her sinful hands. After all, Yang Jian in Yang Jin's previous life was known as the most beautiful man in the three realms. Now, although the reincarnation, and is still only 12 or 13 years old young boy, but also has some of the first beautiful man of the three worlds. However, when Si Xiaonan's sinful hands were about to fall on Yang Jin's body, Yang Jin, who was on guard, hastily raised his legs and took a step back. Then, he retreated directly behind Lin Qiye. Seeing Yang Jin who retreated away, Si Xiaonan blinked her big eyes. Then she looked towards Hong Ying who was holding Little Black Rai and teasing the dog and said, Wow, Sister Hong Ying, it's all your fault. Little Jin was scared by you. As for Hong Ying, who was suddenly blamed, she glanced at Yang Jin, whose little face was a little red from her pinching behind Lin Qiye, and scratched her head in some embarrassment. Cough. Just then, another voice rang out, only to see that it was a tall, middle-aged man, Captain Wu. Seeing this tall, middle-aged man who was very civilized with a pair of glasses, Lin Qiye also called out to him. At that, he nodded. Immediately after that, he came to Lin Qiye and glanced at young Jin beside him. Jin, welcome to our squad 136. Looking at Yang Jin, Wu Shangnan spoke gently to him. Seeing that this Sven uncle greeted him, Yang Jin also followed his brother's example and shouted at him, "Good day, Captain Wu." Upon hearing this, Wu Shangnan smiled and rubbed Yang Jin's little head. This little guy is so well behaved. Then, he looked at the little black rascal in Red Ruffian's arms. There's another divine agent here, but right now this little guy is alive and well as a teased little puppy. Laughing lightly, he then said to Lin Xie, "Lang Xian is waiting for you at the shooting range. Let's go. Test your shooting talent first, and test your combat talent afterward." Saying that, he then looked at Yang Jin and said, "You also come along and see how talented you and your brother both are at shooting." Yang Jin's eyes lit up. Then he nodded. Guns, hey! That bloodthirsty teenage boy had no aspirations for firearms. Even if he was the reincarnation of Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan, his current life as Yang Jin had a yearning for firearms alright. Immediately afterward, under the leadership of Wu Shangnan, the two brothers came into the gun shooting range. Even Red Tassel, Si Shaonan followed suit, curious as to how talented these two brothers were with firearms. As soon as he entered the training ground, he saw a young man fiddling with a pistol. Only 3 shots were fired in a row. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 bullets were directly in a straight line, piercing through the center of the target 100 meters away, which could be said to be perfectly straight, without any error. "Ah Xian, the person has been brought to you." Taking a glance at the youth who could be called the gun god, Wu Shangnan smiled and spoke. At those words, he put down the pistol in his hand, then looked at Lin Xie. Yang Jin brothers also nodded slightly and said, "Come on, try how talented you are with firearms." Then, the crowd of Squad 136 here saw Lin Xie's wasteful shooting talent. Without using the Mortal Dust Divine Domain, even if the target was only 10 meters away from him he could get off the mark. And in the case of using the Mortal Dust Divine Domain, it can only be 20 meters when a god shooter. But once the distance is more than 20 meters, even 21 meters are off target. "Brother, you," gazing at Lin Xie who was off target at 21 meters, Yang Jin held his forehead having a feeling of having no eyes to see. His own brother's talent for shooting is really, ahem, I just had a bad hand. Yes, a bad hand. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Xie threw the pistol to his brother Yang Jin, then defended with a serious face. However, the crowd's disgusted expressions clearly distrusted him. Waste. At this moment, Gu Yang's voice resounded in Lin Xie's heart, and hearing his own master's voice, Lin Xie instantly commiserated. "Stick me." Lin Xie looked for his own master and cried and prayed. He wanted medicine, and only his own master's powerful divine medicine could cure his wasteful shooting talent. Facing his own disciples' prayers, Gu Yang within the small world had a huazi in his mouth. His eyes filled with laughter as he said, "Are you stupid? The Mortal Dust Divine Domain allows you to perceive everything within a radius of 20 meters. That is to say, everything within a diameter of 40 meters before, behind, and to the left and right of you as the center will be perceived by you. Since this is the case, why don't you find a direction and converge the perception distance into a line? That is, turn all of the range perception into your field of vision perception." Chapter 17, Little Black Rye, 10 Rings. Not have a hand on the line. True dogs are worse than. While Lin Xie was figuring out how to make the Mortal Dust Divine Domain turn into his vision perception as per Kerr Yang's teachings, Yang Jin also studied the pistol properly. And then his talent is also shocking to the feelings of the people here. Holy, this kid can shoot. Just like when he met Ling Xian when he first came in, he took the pistol and directly shot 3 bullets in a line, piercing the center of the target 100 meters away. Looking at the surprised expressions of the people here, Yang Jin also touched his nose in embarrassment. His shooting talent is absolutely max. After all, in his previous life, he was Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan. Bow and arrow, slingshot is 100 shots, and now in the use of a little pistol is also 100 shots completely no problem. "Brother Lang Xian, do you have an automatic rifle?" Looking towards Lang Xian, a hint of anticipation flashed in Yang Jin's eyes. "I wonder if I could do the same with an automatic rifle. After all, an automatic rifle has at least 30 rounds in a magazine. I don't know if I can shoot 30 rounds in a row and squash them and then all connect in a line." Seeing the anticipation in Yang Jin's eyes, Lang Xian searched within his forbidden mobile arsenal, and then an AK-47 with 45 bullets in an expanded magazine was found. Looking at this AK-47, Yang Jin's eyes just lit up. Receiving it in his hands, he also held the thing up with both hands and meditated on it and directly muttered it. Then, only a series of bullets were shot out from the AK-47. With his spiritual power at the peak of the pool realm, and his physical strength that surpassed normal people by several times, this AK-47 was pressed very steadily by him. Then, Only 45 bullets were seen directly causing secondary damage to the target they had just pierced. That area of the center 10 ring simply disappeared and melted away. Looking at the scene on the target, Yang Jin raised his eyebrows, having some dissatisfaction. A mere 45 rounds, and I'm surprised I didn't connect, or miss by that much. Thus, only after he asked Lang Xian for another expanded magazine, a vertical line suddenly appeared on his forehead brow. The vertical lines then opened in the third eye. The eye of heaven appeared in the center of his brow. God's ruins, eye in the sky. Mental lock-in. A spiritual force was released, instantly wrapping the bullets in the expanded magazine, while achieving a lock on the most central point of the center 10 ring of the newly replaced target. With that done, 45 rounds once again flew out from among the barrels. Then a hole appeared in the center of the 10 ring on the target 100 meters away, and there was only such a hole in the 45 rounds, without any deviation. Ah Jin, so powerful, more powerful than even Ah Xian. Hong Ying looked at the target 100 meters away, and also said with incredible eyes. She was shocked when Yang Jin took the AK and test-fired the first round, but the second round was more. Lang Xian, even if it is a god shooter, but also cannot take the AK to do Yang Jin's effect. Well said. The first round of test-firing AK's effect, shooting 45 rounds in a row all within the 10 ring. Automatic rifles, after all, are not manual rifles. And looking at the way the crowd here was shocked by himself, Yang Jin touched his nose in embarrassment and then explained, the divine ruins that I was blessed with by Lang Xian Shengjin are this heavily I. And his talent, all of his talent, even if it's not as good as him, but it should be 60% or 70% of the effect, and his talent for shooting, even though it's not firearms, is also very powerful. At that, the crowd nodded. It's true. Lang Xian Shengjin's archery skills are comparable to that of De Yi who shot the sun. It's not guns or anything, but it's understandable that guns can be easily invincible in this field even once they're up to speed. According to their shooting talents, it's worthy of my great Xia gods, not only blessing the divine ruins, but also granting talents. Brother Lang Xian, the pistol. Right at this moment, Lin Xie exhaled a breath before looking at Lang Xian and said, seeing Lin Xie approaching him for a gun, Lang Xian was a bit hesitant. Lin Xie's shooting talent made him break down a bit all. However, looking at how serious he was, Lang Xian didn't dampen Lin Xie's confidence. Finding a desert eagle, he said, 7 nights, come on. Receiving this desert eagle, Lin Xie took a deep breath of cold air, then only saw golden divine light flowing in his eyes. The mortal dust divine realm flowed with his mind and soon formed a domain in front of him. At this moment, as long as his eyes were gazing in the direction, then everything within the 80 meters of the gazing direction would be easily observed by him. Immediately after, holding the desert eagle, all the information within 80 meters in front of him appeared in his field of vision, and then with a god's perspective, a 3D model of the situation appeared in his mind. As his golden eyes gazed at the target in front of him, all of a sudden everything around him disappeared, only the target in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots were fired out in succession, and the target 30 meters away from him was directly hit by him with 310 rings. Not as good as the Yang Jin streak, but pretty good. 7 nights. Lin Xie's sudden transformation into a divine gunner shocked the crowd here. It was even more shocking than Yang Jin's shooting talent. The target 20 meters away, even 0.1 meters more, can shoot off the Lin Xie surprisingly can hit 30 meters 10 ring bullseye. Now, how about it? I told you I had a bad hand just now. Facing the expressions of the crowd, Lin Xie instantly raised his little head proudly. Seeing this proud little look of his, Yang Jin gave him a blank look and said, isn't it still, brother, your mortal dust divine domain? If you didn't have the mortal dust divine domain, you'd still be trash. At those words, Lin Xie glared at his brother. Why are you still tearing me down? Then, Yang Jin placed little black Rai on the shooting platform, and then let it enjoy a little shooting as well. As for how it shoots, the back paw cradles the handle and the front paw pulls the trigger. Without even aiming, a bullet flew straight out and then hit a target 100 meters away with a 10 ring. Afterward, little black Lai put the gun down after pistol, blinking his dog's eyes and glancing at Lin Xie. He said, great master, you're not even as good as me, so don't pretend, don't be proud. At those words, Lin Xie's pride instantly deflated. Chow, really dogs are worse, cultivation is not as good, and now even shooting talent is not as good. Cough. Seeing Lin Xie, whose Dao heart collapsed, Wu Shangnan hurriedly came to his body and patted his shoulder and said, all right Xie, don't be discouraged, no matter how it is also the agent of the one beside Lang Xian Shengjin. That one has the true transmission of Lang Xian Shengjin, which is in the process of transmitting some of it to Xiuhei Lai, which is also very reasonable, right? So don't be discouraged and don't compare yourself to the gifts of the gods. When he finished, he wanted to laugh a little. No, is it really good to fool kids like that? Alright, next we test your combat talent. What are you going to use as a weapon? 7 Nights. Chapter 18 Gu Yang. Hey, I'm just a nanny. In another training room, Zhao Kongcheng grinned and said to Lin Xie in front of him, Xiao Qi, for melee training, I won't show any mercy, so don't be discouraged if you get brutally beaten by me. After speaking to Lin Xie, Zhao Kongcheng's figure flashed with an ordinary wooden sword and attacked directly at Lin Xie's face. Facing Zhao Kongcheng's direct punch to the face, Lin Xie hurriedly turned around to dodge, then slashed at Zhao Kongcheng. This blade directly chopped out an air-breaking sound, but Zhao Kongcheng, who had rich combat experience, blocked Lin Xie's blade with just a simple horizontal block. Then the figure flickered. In just a breath it chopped out several knives one after another. Also this thing is a wooden knife, or else Lin Xie is now afraid that he is not drenched in blood. Uncle Zhao, you really hit hard. Feeling the painful sensation of his body being chopped out by the wooden blade, Lin Xie said helplessly. Listening to Lin Xie's voice with some aggression, Zhao Kongcheng touched his nose, then seriously said, It's not for the sake of training you. Come on, don't be afraid. After saying that, his figure flashed and slashed again at Lin Xie. Anyway, he was using a wooden blade, and Lin Xie was also thick-skinned, so he wasn't worried about breaking him. In response, Lin Xie was helpless and could only honestly fight him, without using the mortal dust divine domain. His melee power was really just. In just half an hour, he was now bruised and swollen, and his body was covered in bruises from the beating. Looking at the other side, Yang Jin, who was wielding a 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword, had beaten Chen Mai into self-imposed isolation in just half an hour, laughing me to death. You two brothers really are. Gu Yang's illusory figure sat on Lin Xie's head, his eyes filled with uncontrollable laughter. This silhouette was the silhouette of his soul, which only Lin Xie could see. Lin Xie, who was lying on the ground being beaten into autism, heard Gu Yang's flirtation and also rolled his eyes and said, Master, don't put it aside and laugh. Teach me. I also want to beat Uncle Zhao into autism. Listening to his words, Gu Yang laughed lightly, but I'm a ruler player. Are you really sure you want me to teach you how to play with knives? I'm very unskilled. Of course, Gu Yang was bluffing Lin Xie. Gu Yang's ruler could be considered a heavy blade. It wasn't impossible to teach Lin Xie according to the blade technique, and Gu Yang was proficient in 100 martial arts, and all the fighting techniques of all the weapons Gu Yang had practiced. This place was merely flirting with Lin Xie, and hearing Gu Yang's words, Lin Xie got up from the ground and said, Come on, master, feel free to teach me, and I'll beat Uncle Zhao as you taught me. With that, he waved the star sword in his hand. He didn't believe that he could not beat Zhao Kongcheng, who was just using a wooden sword, using Zhao Kongcheng's star blade, weapon suppression, and the difference between the two without using the forbidden ruins was just that much more than a drop of combat experience. And seeing the determined Lin Xie with his eyes, Gu Yang also got serious. In that case, Xie, go on, let me see your limits. With that said, Gu Yang taught Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng to practice against each other. Move left, pick right. After Lin Xie's body moved a step to the left to dodge Zhao Kongcheng's attack, he made an upward slash in the direction of Zhao Kongcheng's right side. Facing the sudden attack, Zhao Kongcheng hastily dodged while Gu Yang taught him to chase after him and chopped at Zhao Kongcheng's neck. Seeing Lin Xie in hot pursuit, Zhao Kongcheng sucked in a mouthful of cold air and hurriedly raised his sword to resist. But when he saw Lin Xie's sword was about to cut on top of his wooden sword, Gu Yang made Lin Xie change his stance from chopping his neck to chopping his shoulder. However, Zhao Kongcheng was also experienced in battle. The wooden blade tilted while impacting hard on top of Lin Xie's star blade. With a click the wooden blade broke, but it also shook Lin Xie's star blade away. Good boy. Awesome awesome. After his own force erupted and shook Lin Xie back, feeling a slight heavy sensation on his shoulder, Zhao Kongcheng couldn't help but praise Lin Xie. This kid is getting himself cracked up. Battle experience is becoming abundant. Hearing Zhao Kongcheng's praise, Lin Xie laughed. Uncle Zhou, your sword shattered. So does that count as me winning? At those words, Zhao Empyrean City touched his nose and was a bit embarrassed for a while. He had abused this brat for half an hour in front of him, but now he had even been taken down by him in just a few moves. It was also his own gullibility that had taken this brat he had abused so viciously without taking it seriously. Fine, fine, count on you to win, count on you to win. Waving his hand, Zhao Kongcheng found another wooden sword and said, Come, 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 keep practicing. After saying that, his figure flashed and Gu Yang fought again. At this moment, Zhao Empyrean City was also completely serious, completely devoid of any thoughts of taking the enemy lightly. So, 10 minutes later, looking at the wooden blade that had broken again, Zhao Kongcheng's mouth twitched and said, No more fighting, no more fighting. Your kid is definitely open. If I didn't know that this isn't a game, I would have thought that you found someone to fight on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Lin Chia blinked and quietly glanced at Gu Yang, who was happily beside her. Ahem. I can't count this as a substitute. It's also counted as a king-level god instructing a bronze-level little karami game skills. It's not counted as any god substitute at all. Hey. No more fighting. You can practice on your own. Zhao Kongcheng stretched out, then came to the side and directly laid down on a chair and said. Seeing the swinging Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Chia blankly glanced at this fellow before also intending to ponder on his own for a while. However, just then Gu Yang beside him said, 7 nights, bring little Ajin to Master's place at night. Master has prepared something for you. At those words, Lin Chia's eyes lit up. Is it really okay, Master? See him, this a master said words cannot repent. Repentance is not a good friend's expression. Gu Yang knocked his little head funny. I lie to you, do what? At night you directly bring him to his. This night watchman's reserve members, but not good to eat packages. But dinner you can eat here. And live how you two intend to go back to look for Aunt. Going in a while. Auntie's afraid she's not looking to see if you two were let out. And you don't want Auntie to worry about you and little Jin. Seeing Gu Yang lifting up his aunt, you don't want to worry her either. Having said that, Lin Chia could only nod helplessly and say, alright, I'll bring a Jin, and little black lie to find you at night. Seeing him nod, Gu Yang also disappeared with a flickering figure. I have to be an internet addict myself. There was nothing to see, and Gu Yang wasn't going to come out. Squad 136, however, was going to help themselves. After all, it was a strange pity that this Squad 136 ended up being a family member of 7 Nights, so he could only be a nanny mom himself. Hey, how come I, the Yen Emperor at the peak of the Ascension realm, am so devoid of compulsion? Chapter 19, Foundation Building Divine Liquid. Time soon came to evening, and after eating the dinner that the duo of Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng had prepared together, Lin Chia and little Ajin directly entered Gu Yang's small world after rejecting Red Tassel's invitation. As soon as he entered the middle of Gu Yang's small world, Yang Jin took a look at the Western-style scenery here and was also puzzled. Brother, are you sure that this is Yen Di's cave? No. When did His Majesty Yen Di live in a European-style old castle manor? What the hell? His Majesty Yen Di, who honors the ancient emperor of Daxia, also worships foreigners. No, Your Majesty Yen Di, you've forgotten your roots. Seeing Yang Jin's doubts about this place, Lin Chia also laughed and said, here at a glance. Not complicated. If it is our country's ancient gardens, then all kinds of roads and scenery are very complicated. So Master said that he made the scenery here. A castle in the center, and then gardens all around. Lawns, little woods and stuff. At those words, Yang Jin nodded. So that's it? His Majesty, the Yen Emperor, to make his cave a little more concise. Ahem. Mainly because the beginning did not expect the ancient garden princes in Duke style, and my limited writing skills cannot write that kind of complexity. Please forgive me. I'm not a pandering sheepdog. Coming. The silhouette flickered, and after Gu Yang, who was playing the game, sensed Lin Chia and Yang Jin, who had entered this place. He also flickered and appeared in front of the duo, gazing at the handsome young man in front of him who was wearing a pajama suit and had a cigarette in his mouth with a dangling look. Yang Jin blinked his eyes in confusion. It's the scent of His Majesty Yen Di. Yes, but how did His Majesty Yen Di become so? It's not funny. There is a feeling of being more hangdog than Zhao Kongcheng, the handsome uncle. Not His Majesty Yen Di left 100 years ago. What did he do this 100 years? 7 nights. Little Ajin, since you're here, come with me. Gazing at the Lin Chia and Yang Jin duo in front of him, Gu Yang casually carried little black lie into his arms, then said to the duo while teasing the dog. The duo followed Gu Yang's lead to a hot spring. Pointing at this hot spring, Gu Yang casually took out 2 drops of the medicinal liquid he had refined and then dropped these 2 drops into the hot spring. Under these 2 drops of medicinal liquid, this hot spring instantly turned emerald green. Take off your clothes and jump in. Pointing at the hot spring dripping with medicinal liquid, Gu Yang said to Lin Chia and Yang Jin. What Gu Yang had dripped down was the 2nd grade foundation building spiritual liquid that his own master had researched. But this thing had been modified after he had broken through to the saints as the 5th grade foundation building divine liquid. The effect of the foundation building divine liquid was dozens of times more effective than the foundation building spirit liquid. It could warm up the meridians, quench the flesh fighting chi, and also improve the cultivation qualifications. 1 drop of the foundation building divine liquid integrated into the water bucket could last for 3 months. The 2 drops that Gu Yang dripped into the hot spring pool were diluted 100 times, which also allowed the effect to last overnight, just enough for the 2 brothers to cultivate. Looking at the emerald green hot spring pool, Lin Chia and Yang Jin glanced at each other before the 2 brothers looked at Gu Yang. facing the gazes of the two brothers. Gu Yang let out a bad smile and said, "What the heck? You're still shy. You're both big men. You two are shy." After saying that, not waiting for the brothers to resist, Gu Yang's right hand shook and directly stripped the clothes off the brothers, then raised his leg and kicked the brothers in the buttocks. The brothers were directly kicked into the hot spring. After being kicked inside the hot springs, the two brothers gave Gu Yang a somewhat speechless blank look before they too had no choice but to run the divine desolate sacred body's route of transportation here to absorb the medicinal power here and cultivate. Seeing the two brothers fall into cultivation, Gu Yang smiled and immediately said to Little Black Lie in his arms, "It's your turn as well." That said, a complete drop of foundation establishment divine liquid. You should be able to digest it. At that, Koro Rai's eyes lit up with a complete drop. "Your Majesty ND, I can digest it." Nodding his doggy head, Little Black Rai said, seeing its impatient look. Gu Yang nodded its doggy head in amusement. A drop of greenish golden divine liquid then appeared in front of Gu Yang, and looking at this drop of greenish golden divine liquid, Little Black Lie couldn't wait to use his divine ruin. Divine ruins, Black Dog swallows the sun. The name of the divine ruin is clear in its introduction. A devouring type of divine ruin, a mouthful of which can swallow the sun, which is why the roaring dog has the name of the sun-swallowing divine monarch. And as soon as he performs this divine ruin he will be able to devour anything, and subsequently enhance his own digestive ability by hundreds of times, and allow himself to absorb the energy of what he has devoured perfectly. After Little Black Rai had cast this divine ruin of his own, he opened his mouth and directly swallowed this drop of foundation establishment divine liquid into his stomach. Boom! As soon as the greenish golden divine liquid entered its stomach, an astonishing amount of energy spread through its body. But in just half an hour's time this drop of foundation establishment divine liquid was digested by it. After that, Little Black Rai's aura directly broke through from the Pool realm to the Chuan realm. P.S. Here sat his Yang Jin. Small Black Lie just awakened the power of the past life, but with the past life of the God frame and the awakening on the Pool realm, like the back in order to kill that Indra or what? Yang Jin spared the God frame broken directly restored to the peak of the Lord God. A few palms to get killed Indra. Here is to hear the Lin 7 Knights to find the Yen Emperor Yang Jin and Small Black Lie with the power of the God frame directly awakening power in advance and then to reach the Pool realm, peak, and Pool realm, consider it a second creation. Woof woof woof. Seeing the dog's excitement, Gu Yang rubbed its little head again before saying, "You stay here and guard the two of them. I'll go back and rest first." After saying that, Gu Yang put it down. Then his figure flickered and disappeared. After seeing Gu Yang disappear, Little Black Lie was also lying quietly, watching Lin Qiye and Yang Jin in the hot spring pool. After leaving, Gu Yang quietly sat on the computer chair inside his gaming room, and with a thoughtful face, he said, "Why don't I take little Ajin as a disciple as well? Two brothers, how nice to have a whole family. Then teach both brothers to dual system cultivation. I just don't know if little Ajin is willing to worship himself as a master." Thinking about it, Gu Yang shook his head. "Never mind. This is up to little Jin's wishes. He can be my disciple if he wants to be, or not." Then, Gu Yang did not think too much, honestly clicked on the computer as an internet addict. And so the night passed. After Gu Yang finished the last game, he once again came to the hot spring bath. The medicinal liquid within the hot spring was now completely absorbed by the two brothers, who were now moving their fists and feet next to each other. "How?" Arriving in front of the two brothers, Gu Yang lightly smiled and inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was pleasantly surprised. "Master, I feel like I can kill a cow with a single punch right now. And the power in my body is fearfully more than twice as strong compared to yesterday." Yang Jin, on the other hand, faced with Gu Yang's inquiry, respectfully said, "Your Majesty Yen Emperor, I've been initiated into the first level of the divine desolate sacred body, and I've reached the Pool realm flesh body with a pure fleshly strength of about 3 tons or so." Chapter 20 Lin Qiye, the world isolates me and lets him taunt me. Not bad, not bad. You two really didn't let me down. Gazing at the two teenagers in front of him, Gu Yang nodded his head in satisfaction then said to Yang Jin, "Little Ajin, do you want to be like your brother and worship me as your teacher?" At those words, Yang Jin blinked, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Ah, His Majesty Yen Di wants to take me as his disciple." At this time, he also felt Lin Qiye's gaze. This master and disciple both had a look of quick worship. For a while, Yang Jin was in deep thought. His Majesty Yen Di should know who I am, right? But why would he still want to accept himself as a disciple? After glancing at the expectant light in his own brother Lin Qiye's eyes, Yang Jin was instantly speechless. His Majesty Yen Di is forcing his way into the palace. If you don't worship yourself, your brother will be unhappy. And if your brother is unhappy, your brother will tell your mother that you are disobedient. And when your mother knows that you are disobedient, your mother will beat you up. No, did you plan all this? Your Majesty, Emperor Yen. Sensing Yang Jin's emotions, Gu Yang blinked. Ah, what's this kid trying to ramble on about? I just want to take in another little disciple for fun. Not to mention that this disciple is Erlang Xianxingjun. Facing his brother's anticipation, as well as his mother's anger if she knew that he refused to worship His Majesty Yen Di as his master. Yang Jin had no choice but to then kneel on the ground and kowtow 3 times with a thud and said, Yang Jin greets his master. Well, Yang Jin's worship is none of my business. Right. Yang Jin has 1 division. Yang Jian has 1 division. And neither of us is a person. So it makes sense for me, Yang Jin, to worship his master. Not bad. Not bad. Little Ah Jin, you're very sensible? The corners of Gu Yang's mouth lifted up into a smile, then rubbed little Ah Jin's head fiercely, giving a brat your very sensible expression. Looking at Gu Yang's expression, Yang Jin's mouth twitched. No, Your Majesty Yen Di. What about your previous immortal style? Your previous inscrutability? Your previous benevolence as a healer? Your previous majesty as a human emperor? No, you disappeared for 100 years. Where the hell have you been? Now, what's so bad taste? Remember to come to my place every night in the future to take a medicinal bath. And then these 2 weapons you guys take and play with. Rubbing his brother and sister's heads again, Gu Yang took out the 2 weapons. A divine ruler that was specifically designed to help Yang Jin refine his divine bow, as well as to help Lin Qiye refine his divine ruler. Yang Jin had his own 3-pointed 2-edged sword in place and was not lacking in melee combat, so Gu Yang helped him refine a divine bow to increase his long-range combat power. As for Lin Qiye's words, Gu Yang still intended to teach him to play with rulers, so he refined a divine ruler based on the compact shape of the divine farmer's ruler, which didn't weigh around 800 pounds. Yang Jin was better when he caught the divine bow, but when the divine ruler landed in Lin Qiye's hand, it instantly caused Lin Qiye's arm to sink, and then he was crushed down by the ruler that weighed 800 pounds. Then, he could only lift up this 800-pound ruler with both hands, and then after waving it a few times with difficulty he also said helplessly, Master, this thing is just the same size as the Starblade, but how come it's so heavy? What material did you use to make it? The density is so high. You know, to you this ruler the same size of the star knife is only more than 10 pounds. That is also very high density. Seeing this puzzled and curious look on his face, after Gu Yang casually helped him put away this divine ruler with a little bit of his hand, he simply explained, This is an immortal weapon that I imitated my divine farmer's ruler to refine. So as an immortal weapon, if it has a low density, it's not a loss of face if it crumbles at the slightest touch. Immortal weapon. Lin Qiye's eyes instantly lit up. Good lord. He, Lin Qiye, had obtained an immortal weapon only in the Jintian realm. It was too good to be true. Really? Master, this is an immortal weapon. Does it have a name? Looking at Gu Yang expectantly, Lin Qiye also hurriedly inquired. It's not that I don't trust the master. It's just that this surprise is so topsy-turvy. Seeing this uptight look on his face, Gu Yang knocked on his head and said, What am I lying to you for? This ruler of yours is a genuine immortal artifact, so let's call it the Xian Heavy Ruler. Hey. Shaking his head in amusement, Gu Yang casually sent Lin Qiye, the 2 Yang Jin brothers and Little Black Lie dog out of his small world with a single point of his hand. 7 nights. Jin is here. Inside the peace office. Upon seeing the duo of Lin Qiye and Yang Jin who walked in, Zhao Kongcheng, who was having breakfast, laughed. Just in time. Come and have breakfast. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin hurriedly came to Zhao Kongcheng's body. Looking at the buns, donuts, and soybean milk on the table, the 2 brothers also hurriedly sat down to eat bun after bun, donut after donut. Ha ha ha, eat slowly. No one will grab it with you. Looking at the way the 2 brothers were devouring the food, Zhao Kongcheng laughed, then glanced at the little black lie by his feet. After picking it up, he also fed the little black lie. Although Xiao Hei could open his mouth, Zhao Kongcheng also teased him as a pet. After eating breakfast, the 2 brothers also came to the training room. The 2 brothers sparred and trained. The day then passed, and after dinner, he returned to Gu Yang's small world to rest in the medicinal bath. Thus the 7 days of mechanization passed. At this moment, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin had just left from within Gu Yang's small world when they suddenly realized that an additional figure had appeared beside the 2 of them. This was a young man wearing a moon-white robe, with a head of snow-white silver silk casually spread out behind his back. Master, why have you come out as well? Looking at the guy in front of him, who was suddenly serious and filled with the immortal style, Yang Jin also inquired to Gu Yang. Wasn't his own master a smoking, drinking internet addict? What's with this sudden departure from the small world and being so serious about it? Facing little A Jin's inquiry, Gu Yang rubbed his head, then stretched comfortably and said, Isn't it because both of you have gotten acquainted with the people of Squad 136? Their situation, your kids' heavenly eyes should have seen it. So what about Master? Intends to help them out. After all, they are now counted as relatives of you two brothers, aren't they? At those words, Yang Jin's eyes lit up. Master, is it really okay? Lin Xie didn't understand the situation of the people in Squad 136, but he was very knowledgeable. Death was miraculously resurrected only by the soul of Chen Mai. Despite having the Forbidden Ruins reborn, the so-called immortal swordsman, Wu Xiangnan, who was wasted because of the supreme god of the footpads chicken. There was also the Klein realm sweeper Si Xiaonan who, based on his own observations these past few days, wanted to get rid of his own proxy deity and live peacefully like this with Squad 136. Is Master trying to help the three of them? Seeing Master and Jean playing dumb, Lin Xie scratched his head. No, something happened to everyone in Squad 136. Why did Shifu and Jin know, but not myself? No, you two men just isolated me. Chapter 21, Your Majesty, Emperor Yendi, please flick the soot in my mouth. Yen, His Majesty Yen Emperor, inside the peace firm, gazing at the handsome young man sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette, the eyes of the people here were filled with incredulity. Mom, we're getting ahead. We've met the true god, or the ancient emperor of my great summer. After Gu Yang followed Lin Xie and the Yang Jin brothers to this place, he directly identified himself as the Yen Emperor. Originally, there was no trust in the people here, but, looking at the small green golden tripod that was being used as an ashtray in Gu Yang's right hand, as well as the ruler that was being used as a lighter that was burning with a green golden flame that was being held in his left hand. No, are you that extravagant? Divine artifact Shinong tripod. The thing you use to make medicine is used as an ashtray. The divine weapon Shinong ruler, the thing you use to cure the sick and save lives is used as a lighter here. Not only were the people of Team 136 dumbfounded, even Lin Xie, Yang Jin and the two brothers wanted to jump and curse when they saw their own master treating these two divine artifacts so cheaply. These two divine artifacts were the faith of the people of Disya, and now that they were actually seeing their faith being trampled on, they could only be heartbroken, helpless, and aggrieved. Looking at these people, Gu Yang casually flicked the ashes of his cigarette and then laughed. How about it? Recognize my identity. Upon hearing this, the people of Team 136 rolled their eyes somewhat breathlessly. So heartbreaking and defeating. Oh, you can flick soot into my mouth all you want, but don't flick it into the Shinong tripod. Alright, since you've all met me, then next you come to that conference room one by one to look for me. I think this Captain Chen, as well as Vice Captain Wu would like to look for me very much, right? Taking another drag on his cigarette, Gu Yang exhaled a smoke ring before smiling at the crowd of Squad 136 here. After saying that, after casually extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, Gu Yang threw the cigarette into the trash can, and then his figure flickered and directly left the place, entering the conference room where all the people of Team 136 were deliberating. After seeing the disappearing Gu Yang, the crowd glanced at the conference room, and they too looked at each other in dismay and glanced at each other before Chen Mai laughed and said, in that case, I'll go and look for His Majesty, the Yen Emperor, first. After saying that, Chen Mai also couldn't wait to enter the conference room. He came here 10 years ago, then was erased by Shiva's grudge, but with Michael's mortal divine realm keeping him alive. But he was stuck here for 10 years because of it. It's not that he can't leave. It's just that what's the difference between his current situation and a dead or alive person? So he doesn't dare to go home and see his wife and children. And now that he has a chance to return to normal people, he's very happy. At the same time, he could hand over the burdensome Shiva grudge on his body to His Majesty Yendi. A genuine deity suppressing Shiva grudge was no better than suppressing a piece of trash from the Chuan realm and the district himself. Damn it, Sand Dollar Shiva grudge. If it is not you, Sand Dollars lousy 10 years ago will not die. Lousy 10 years ago do not die if lousy now also Klein realm. Malagobi, the more you think Shen Mai the more difficult. Inside the conference room, Gu Yang sat here also looking with a playful face at Chen Mai who had entered here with a complicated mind. Chen Mai right. Forbidden Market 037 Black Impermanence. If King Yama hadn't fallen into reincarnation, you'd be considered a Yama King agent. Looking at the country-faced majestic middle-aged man in front of him, Gu Yan laughed softly. If you want to be resurrected, eat this thing. With a point of his hand, an elixir appeared in front of Chen Mai, the soul-forging and body-gathering pills. Gu Yang refined 9 of them in one furnace. It really isn't anything worthwhile. If Chen Mai ate this thing, he could directly resurrect, not to mention break through the Klein realm. According to Yang Jin, his mom, an ordinary person, broke through directly to the peak of the limitless realm after eating this. Then Chen Mai, such a peak Chuan realm, should be able to break through to Klein after eating it. If he can't break through, Gu Yang will have to call this kid a waste. After all, it wasn't easy to make your own pills, was it? Your Majesty Yen Emperor. Looking at the elixir that Gu Yang had sent to him, Chen Mai was silent for a moment before inquiring, can it bring everyone in Songnan? Resurrect? Listening to Chen Mai's sudden inquiry, Gu Yang also froze for a moment. Resurrect everyone in Songnan? If it was for 100,000 people to be resurrected according to Yang Jin his mother's way, and once they were resurrected they would be at the peak of infinity and awaken to the forbidden ruins, one would only need to refine an emperor-grade Dan immortality Dan. It should be known that even if a great emperor dies, an immortal god Dan can be resurrected, so the medicinal power to divide the area of 100,000 people to resurrect is easy and incomparable, but his own current situation, only half a saint realm, not even a great saint is not refining a set of trait of immortality Dan, but if it's a condition of being resurrected and still just an ordinary person, you can do it yourself. The divine ruin, the golden mouth. One word from myself and 100,000 ordinary people are resurrected with malice, but he is now in the outside world. Cultivation is 1/10 of its own half-saint, only the cultivation of the early stage of the Heavenly Father. Some false After all, the consumption of a word alive is 100 times the consumption of a word dead. It's easy to kill people. It's hard to resurrect them. It was as if a first-grade poison pill could poison someone to death, but to revive a dead person, one would need at least a 7th-grade pill to do so. Glancing at Chen Mai and seeing the supplication in his eyes, Gu Yang smiled. Yes, but the time will take 1 or 2 years before I can bring them back to life. What do you think? 1 or 2 years later when the outer gods invade Songnan, at that time when Loki, that beast, tricks 7 knights out of Songnan, it would feel like fun to restore Songnan with a single word of his own while he waits with anticipation for this Songnan miracle city to disappear. And then look at Loki's dumbfounded appearance. Hey. After seeing Gu Yang agree to his request, Chen Mai bowed to Gu Yang before also fetching the soul forging and body gathering Dan, and then opened his mouth to eat it without hesitation. As the soul forging and body gathering pill was imported, an astonishing amount of energy erupted within his body at once. Under this astonishing energy, Chen Mai's body changed all of a sudden. However, in just a few moments, all of a sudden a shocking spiritual pressure erupted from Chen Mai's body. Under this astonishing spiritual power of the Klein realm, the clouds above the firm were directly shattered as if they were going to shatter the sky. Opening his eyes and feeling his physical state, Chen Mai's eyes were filled with excitement as he said, I've been resurrected, and I've broken through to the Klein realm. Thank you, Your Majesty, the Inferno Emperor. I can make fun of Upper Kyoto's little white boy later. He. Seeing this excitement in him, Gu Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, you didn't let me down. Sense what changes in your forbidden ruins. Chen Mai himself had originally awakened the forbidden ruins, so the miracle power that constructed his physical body didn't cause him to awaken a new forbidden ruin, but instead merged into his black impermanence forbidden ruin. Chapter 22, Wu Shangnan, you've given him a knife. I'm sure I can take revenge. After sensing his own forbidden market, black impermanence, then Chen Mai also instantly sensed the changes in his own black impermanence forbidden market. Black impermanence forbidding the ability of the market is impermanent chop. Impermanent knife. Under a knife chopping flesh can be chopped. Soul can be chopped. Life can also be chopped. And now, the black impermanence forbidden ruins had a new extra ability. Soul hooking. Sort of further develops black impermanence's ability, giving black impermanence an extra hook lock that can hook a person's soul once it's released. After hooking a soul, you can have its soul integrated into the hook lock, and you can release the soul to fight when you fight. The Zhan realm could only store 3 souls, the Pool realm 6, the Chuan realm 9, the Sea realm 12, the Infinite realm 15, and the Klein realm 18. If you fight with a stored soul, you can retain all of your abilities from before you were born, and you can retain your peak fighting strength from before you were born. As for the souls that are not stored, we can only let the soul dissipate, or turn it into soul essence to nourish the soul stored within the soul lock. Sensing his black impermanence's extra ability to hook souls, Chen Mai's eyes lit up and said, this ability is so powerful. If I hook the souls of 18 Klein realms, then I'll even have the combat power of 18 more Klein. If I hook the souls of deities. Listening to Chen Mai's fantasies, Gu Yang helplessly broke his fantasies and said, Little Chen the impermanent soul lock can only store the souls of those whose realm is lower than yours. Although you can hook Klein's soul out, your soul lock can't store it. This can only be considered a projection of the real soul lock, so don't fantasize about it. Hearing this, Chen Mai was not discouraged, but said cheerfully, it's alright, 18 infinite realms, that's not bad at all. I can hook out the soul of the same Klein, and then with the suppression of the soul lock its soul state can only explode its own 80% of the combat power. I then use the 18 infinite realms to trap it, and then smash its physical body, so that it can only be a lonely ghost, and then there is no physical body to help it can only get weaker and weaker. And finally directly soul fly away. so it is also very powerful. Seeing him so optimistic, Gu Yang smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad, you didn't let me down. Well, you can off and let the next one in. Chen Mai nodded cheerfully, also numbly rolled the ball to call Wu Xiangnan into the conference room. Your Majesty Yen Emperor. Looking at Gu Yang, there was respect in Wu Xiangnan's eyes. Looking at the respectful Wu Xiangnan, Gu Yang's eyes were filled with softness as he said, "It's hard for you to be tormented by the laws of the disgusting foot chicken supreme god." Wu Xiangnan was once the vice captain of the special squad Blue Rain, the Forbidden Ruins Rebirth, which allows him to be reborn directly after death. That's why he had the title of an immortal swordsman in the first place. But several years ago when he and the people of Blue Rain Special Squad were exploring the world beyond the mists, they met the footpot chicken supreme god Susanoo, and then the entire Blue Rain Special Squad was wiped out, leaving only him behind who could be reborn. But although he survived the attack from the man of Suzaku, but the rebirth is after all only a forbidden market. So after the rebirth he wasted, the body left behind the law of the man of Suzaku tormented him. Even if he died again after the rebirth of this law of the man of Suzaku followed him like a maggot with a bone. This also led to the fact that he, a former Blue Rain Squad vice captain and a Peakchuan Realm Forbidden Ruin possessor, was wasted. So he came to Squad 136 as a clerical vice captain. Gee, I have to say that the head and vice captain of Squad 136 are really double miserable. In the face of Gu Yang's inquiry, Wu Xiangnan was somewhat silent. Is it hard? It was hard. When the Blue Rain Squad was completely wiped out, watching his comrades die, and finally surviving on his own, could he not feel bad? But the thought of coming back to Squad 136 with all these new teammates wasn't so hard. But when he thought of Susanoo, he thought of his once tragically dead teammates, and his now ruined self. Clenching his fist, he couldn't wait to tear that Susanoo man alive. But he's wasted. Allah, I'll help you, and you shouldn't be so in the future. Recall the past. Gazing at the scowling Wu Xiangnan, Gu Yan lightly laughed. Cultivate well. As for your past Blue Rain Squad teammates, you can look for their soul fragments. Even if it's just 1/1000th of their soul fragments, it's not impossible to resurrect them in the future as long as they're nurtured. With that, Gu Yan got up and came to him. Then he raised his hand and placed it on top of his shoulder. Then the scene in front of the two of them instantly changed to another scene. The place where the supreme god of the footpads chicken myth resides. The high heavenly plains. See, it's Susanoo. Memorize its face. You'll personally get it killed later. Pointing in one direction here, a projection of a godly and inexplicable figure appeared in front of the duo. Looking at Susanoo, Wu Xiangnan instantly clenched his fists. Seeing him like this, Gu Yan laughed softly. Today will first resolve the damage it did to your laws, and after that, it's you who will need to personally get it killed. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan nodded firmly. He would definitely cultivate well in the future and then get himself killed. Hold the grass. Without waiting for him to think about it much, his entire body was confused. He saw something. No, didn't you say you wanted me to take revenge myself? Only to see. At this time, Gu Yang casually point. An amazing blade light tore through space to come in front of the projected man of Suzaku. The horrifying blade light instantly chopped off the two arms of the man of Suzaku, and then Gu Yang gouged out its eyes, not to mention that, in the end, it also took away his artifact, the heavenly slave cloud sword. The figure then flickered and brought Wu Xiangnan back inside the conference room once again. Gazing at Wu Xiangnan in front of him, Gu Yang grinned, and then directly drew out both arms of the cut-down man of Suzaku, as well as the eyes that together contained 30% of the man of Suzaku's origin divine power, and then incorporated them into Wu Xiangnan's body in front of him. What Gu Yang chopped was the essence of Susanoo. Don't look at it as a supreme god, but Susanoo, the supreme god, was very trashy. Any main god within Dasha who was good at fighting could hang this watery supreme god with one hand. And now, after Gu Yang had chopped off 30% of his god origin, he had directly fallen from his position as a supreme god, and was only at the peak of Lord God. And with the disappearance of the artifact Tian Song Yun sword, it's even more trashy. If he hadn't sought to remove his 8-foot mirror as well, so that after the guy captive within the footpot chicken died out, this guy came to invade Dasha and then was slapped to death by himself, unable to allow Wu Xiangnan to take revenge in person. Gu Yang would have just removed his 8-foot mirror, and at this moment, 30% of the men of Suzaku's origin divine power was integrated into Wu Xiangnan's body, and all of a sudden, the amazing energy made the men of Suzaku's laws in his body recognize its owner, not to mention that at this moment, his cultivation had directly reached the Klein realm as well, and he obtained the laws of the man of Suzaku. As long as he controls it, he can condense the godhead to break through the subgods. After that, he just need to break through the main god, and then after getting the man of Suzaku killed, he can promote to the supreme god by virtue of this same kind of origin in one step. But if you wanted to become a god, you wanted to raise the strength of your physical body. After all, The physical body was too weak to contain the endless spiritual and law power, and it would also cause the physical body to collapse. Gee, I sure am babysitting. Chapter 23, Wu Shangnan frames Susanoo for murder. How does it feel? I've helped you refine a new divine ruin in accordance with Susanoo's origin divine power. You sense how effective it is. Gazing at Wu Shangnan in front of him, Gu Yang smiled. In accordance with Susanoo's 3 sources of divine power, Gu Yang created a divine marketplace modeled after the eyeballs within the anime eyeball saga of Footpod Chicken before he crossed over. I just don't know how effective this divine ruin is in this world. Seeing the curiosity in Gu Yang's eyes, Wu Shangnan also sensed it for a moment, and then released this divine ruin that had been condensed with Susanoo's original divine power. Divine Ruin Eternal Kaleidoscope Writer's Eye. Once released, it is automatically immune to mental attacks one realm above itself. In other words, once the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan was unleashed, it was immune to all mental attacks from subgods and below. And this Eternal Kaleidoscope comes with 2 pupils. Left eye, self-reincarnation, marks peak state. Will be resurrected directly or restored to peak state based on marking after being seriously injured or dying. Can mark self or others. Highest one-time marking of 12. Highest marking of restoration of someone 1 realm above self. Right eye reincarnation guardian, releases a shield that can resist 70% of the effects of all attacks for defense. This thing can mark a bunch of people as long as they have enough mental power. And the maximum time the shield can exist is only half an hour. And after half an hour it will need to be released again. After listening to Wu Shangnan's introduction of how the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharing Wheel eyes behaved in this world, he also blinked his eyes. The Kaleidoscope Sharing Wheel's pupil art is limited according to its owner's inner desires, and it is thought that this world created by itself should be the same. So, Wu Shangnan, what he desires most is to protect his teammates? But come to think of it, it's also that this is very much in character for him. I seem to have another Gundam mode. Once unfolded it can open up a Yuanshan Dharma phase or something similar to the Dharma Heaven phase within my Disya mythos. Once opened up, although the consumption is boosted by dozens of times, it allows me to explode with a combat power comparable to that of the God realm. Then, he explained to Gu Yang another ability of his pair of eyes. After introducing this Dharma Heaven and Earth divine ability, he looked at Gu Yang expectantly all of a sudden. Your Majesty ND, can you take me to experiment with this divine ability of mine? Seeing his expectant look, Gu Yang also nodded with slight curiosity and said, yes. Gu Yang then casually led him within the mists outside of Dasha, and then after casually finding a circle of captive people, Gu Yang had him release the Dharma heavenly phase. Anyway, they were brainwashed foreign humans captive to foreign gods, and it didn't matter if they died out. So Gu Yang directly let Wu Shangnan experiment with her skills here. Looking at the outer gods' captive circle of gods, Wu Shangnan was not polite. Scarlet-colored eyes turned in his eyes. And then endless spiritual energy was released from his body, and then a giant that was 300 meters tall and had a dark purple glow all over it appeared, dragging him along with it. Buzz! The gigantic giant casually waved his hand, and a long purple-black sword emitting divine might appeared at the right hand of the gigantic phantom. This long purple-black sword was Susanoo's Heaven from the Cloud Sword, a supreme divine artifact. The huge phantom exuded the aura of a peak subdivine, and with the Heaven from the Cloud Sword in its right hand, its aura was even weaker than that of a Lord God. Controlling his own Dharma phase, Wu Shangnan took in a deep breath of cold air before condensing his spiritual power to directly chop out a sword with all his might. Boom! Amazing sword chi raged out, but in an instant it spanned dozens of kilometers, directly tearing this human circle into 2 halves, forming a large rift valley that was dozens of kilometers long and 100 meters wide. The divine power of the Guardian's human circle was torn apart, and the outside world's black fog went in here, all of a sudden eroding the people here. Even though the Lord God here reacted and restored the divine shield protecting the human circle in time. Looking at this wave of hundreds of thousands of dead human circle human animals, this one Lord God was just bursting with anger. Feeling the aura of divine power that lingered here, it was Gao Tianyuan's aura. So this deity went to his own boss, intending to go to Gao Tianyuan to ask for a statement. Ahem! Seeing with his own eyes that this Lord God had found his own supreme God and then traveled to the Footchick and high heavenly plains with his own supreme God. Wu Shangnan also blinked his eyes and then looked at Gu Yang beside him, suddenly feeling so good. Hey, this graft feels so good. And, is he even this good now? Does he count as another human ceiling for Dasha? If one were to choose one's own title, it would be 1 immortal, 1 divine spirit, 1. Thinking about it, Wu Shangnan suddenly felt quite good. The next thing he needed to do was just to cultivate properly, then head to Footpod Chicken to get Susanoo killed, and subsequently find the soul fragments of all the people in Blue Rain Squad, and then he would have no regrets. This heavenly slave cloud sword will be your divine weapon from now on as well, but this thing is too ugly. So I've helped you remodel the shape of this thing into the appearance of my great Xia's eight-faced Han sword. Gazing at Wu Xiangnan, who was planning to leave the conference room for someone else, Gu Yang casually placed the heavenly slave cloud sword that he had remodeled in front of him and said, "Why do you feel like you're being so nice to Wu Xiangnan? It's amazing that a nanny herself plays favorites." Chen Mai himself had only given away a single elixir, but Wu Xiangnan himself had given him divine power and a divine weapon. What a way to feel like a lickspill. Hiss. For the record, I just don't want another famous scene here, the famous scene of Blue Rain Squad's Wu Xiangnan requesting to return to the team. After all, Captain Chen's Knife Man's regrettable name scene has changed, so Vice Captain Wu's must also be a perfect improvement. And at this time, Wu Xiangnan gazed at this body in front of him wearing a black scabbard, and Wu Xiangnan subconsciously took this piece of supreme artifact into his own hands. Looking at this Daxia's eight-sided Han sword, looking at this domineering look, Wu Xiangnan hooked his lips. Susan, no man, right? Heaven from the cloud sword is it? I'm looking forward to whether you'll be happy when you die under your own divine weapon. With that, Wu Xiangnan looked at Gu Yang with a respectful smile and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty Nd." As Wu Xiangnan left, it was one after another member of the 136th squad that arrived. Si Xiaonan, who hid her cultivation because of Loki, the god of trickery, and joined Team 136 in search of Shiva's grudge. But the atmosphere of Team 136 made her want to get rid of Loki, the god of trickery's control. Faced with Si Xiaonan's request, Gu Yang casually changed the agency contract between her and Loki. On the surface, Si Xiaonan is Loki's agent, but in reality, Si Xiaonan becomes Loki's human pillar, and Si Xiaonan is completely free to extract Loki's divine power for battle with impunity if he needs to. So having resolved the anguish in her heart, and with the endorsement of His Majesty Nd, she also did not hesitate to explode her client's cultivation. Chapter 20 for the strongest team in Daxia 136. After dealing with the three most problematic people in Squad 136, the remaining ones were simple to deal with. Just help the remaining few to strengthen the wave and you'll be okay. When Chima's Forbidden Ruins Mind Demon Binding Method, a spiritual type of Forbidden Ruins, Gu Yang simply taught him some of the use of spiritual power, as well as strengthened some of his cultivation to help him break through to the peak of the Sea Realm cultivation, and then finally casually sent a piece of protective jade pendant that can resist the full force of the attack of the subdivine. With this jade pendant one could be immune to all attacks below the god level, and the subgods would need to fight for an hour to break their defenses, and after that, they would only need to recharge for 3 days to regain their peak condition. Red Tassel's Forbidden Ruin May Fire Feathered Garment allows you to add flames to your weapon, enchanting it with flames to explode with amazing attacks. Gu Yang sent a trace of Green Lotus Divine Flame Origin into her Forbidden Ruins, directly allowing her Forbidden Ruins May Fire Feathered Raiment to advance into a Divine Ruin not weaker than the Divine Ruins that had attached Green Lotus Divine Flame to their weapons, which just didn't have divine agents. Then he gave her a divine artifact lance that he had prepared for her, the Fire Phoenix Prairie Fire Lance, and along with the lance there was also an Earth-ranked fighting skill called Fire Phoenix Prairie Fire. Because this world does not have the reason of fighting chi, this world to perform fighting skills can only be performed with spiritual power, so only the normal fighting skills 70% of the power. Spare me this, a ground-level fighting skills is also comparable to the ultra-high risk of Forbidden Ruins of the thing, or at least the first 40. Oh yeah, after fusing a trace of the Green Lotus Divine Flame Origin, Red Tassel had also directly reached the peak of the Sea Realm from the Pool Realm. Lang Xian, he and the previous Zhao Kongchang, the same as the 136th squad of ordinary people, but his shooting talent is very scary. All with a forbidden object mobile arsenal he directly became the 136th squad of snipers. For this guy, Gu Yang helped him pinch a forbidden ruin. I'm a deity, the supreme god. Even if I don't pass on my own forbidden ruins to him, it's still simple for me to pinch the forbidden ruins by hooking up the laws of the world with my own authority. If I can't help others pinch the forbidden ruins, I wouldn't be a supreme god for nothing. The forbidden market that Gu Yang helped Ling Xian pinch was simple. The Divine Archer. Forbidden Ruins, Marksman. Effect 1, Armor Piercing. Has the effect of breaking 100% of armor. Effect 2, Eagle Eyes. Your eyes are sharp and you can easily see enemies hidden in corners. Effect 3, Lock On. When you lock on to an enemy your bullets will also lock onto the enemy. In short, your bullets will corner. Effect 4, Reinforcement. Reinforces the bullets fired by itself, attaching a special elemental attack effect to its bullets. With this forbidden ruin, he could easily one-shot Deicide in the future. And, of course, he needs an awesome sniper rifle. Just in time, Gu Yang helped him refine it, only to see a silver and black Barrett sniper rifle that exuded a technological feel appear in front of Lang Xian. Faced with a Barrett sniper rifle filled with the feeling of technology, Lang Xian blinked his eyes. His eyes are full of incredible color. No, His Majesty Yan Di can even refine this thing. and when he does it's so cool. The bullets within this sniper rifle are condensed by your spiritual power, which means that it requires your spiritual power as ammunition, and this thing attacks the spirit, the soul, so it can be said that it is indefensible and matches you well. Gazing at the incredulous Lang Xian, the corner of Gu Yang's mouth hooked up a smile and said, "Such a cool sniper rifle." Gu Yang had also helped refine one for himself, and it was even cooler than Lang Xian's. Or rather, the one in Lang Xian's hand was Gu Yang's practicing work, and the one in his own hand was the one he was most satisfied with. But spare me, the sniper rifle in Lang Xian's hand is also a divine weapon. Wait until the day he becomes a god. This gun can be said to snipe wherever to get dead gods, and this thing has a range of 1,000 kilometers, so it can be said to be a weapon that kills people invisibly. I got you killed 1,000 kilometers away, so who knows I had anything to do with your death. It can be said that this sniper rifle is the killer's dream gun. After Lang Xian left, it was Zhao Kongcheng who entered the conference room. As soon as he entered the conference room, he saw Zhao Kongcheng bowing his head in obeisance. "Thank you, Your Majesty ND, for saving my dog's life and making me so powerful. Ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins obliterated life flash moon, as well as the Chuan realm peak cultivation. In the great summer within all the vigilantes such as him belongs to the middle level of the strong. But who knows? Before awakening the Forbidden Ruins he was just an ordinary person, facing the Ghostface King that he was now able to kill with a single slash he needed to cast Ghost God lead. Therefore, for Gu Yang, this Yan Emperor Majesty Zhao Kongcheng was very grateful in his heart. Looking at Zhao Kongcheng, Gu Yang let out a light laugh and said, "There's no need to be grateful to me. You took the initiative to face the Ghostface King for the sake of the 7 Knights' little family, as well as the tens of thousands of people behind you, and that's the kind of good deed I'm treating you for." With that said, Gu Yang nodded the table. Then an elixir and a long knife appeared in front of him. Another artifact. Now Squad 136 could be said to have one artifact in hand. Chen Mai's soul hooklock was considered a divine weapon. Si Shaonan can use Loki's artifacts, and others have artifacts they gave away. You're so damn generous yourself, giving away artifacts at will. Hey, this elixir can help you break through to the peak of the sea realm, and then you can break through to the limitless realm with hard work. This blade is a divine artifact Tang blade named Meteor Star. When you reach Klein and then use this Meteor Star you can explode a divine realm attack. At that time you old Zhao will be the new human ceiling of my Xia, so cheer up. You're not far away from your dream of being a general. Gazing at Zhao Kongcheng in front of him, Gu Yan lightly smiled and said to him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng looked at the elixir, a sword, and also said with a serious face, "Don't worry, I won't fail to live up to your expectations, and in the future, I will definitely chop off a few outer gods' heads to honor you." After saying that, he picked up the elixir and opened his mouth and directly ate it. With the entrance of the elixir, all of a sudden the horrible energy was integrated into his spiritual power, and in the middle of his upper Dantian mudwork pill soul sea, it was like the energy shock that was integrated into the body within the spiritual power container of Oikawa, then step by step expanded up. But just a few breaths of this Kawasawa-like spiritual capacity instantly expanded to a vast as if the sea, the peak of the sea realm, Zhao Empyrean City, joins us. Yes. Feeling his seemingly infinite power, Control Chung shouted. Right now, he really had the inflated feeling of going to kill an outer god. Looking at Zhao Kongcheng like this, Gu Yang let out a light laugh. After casually helping him refine the meteorite blade on the table, Gu Yang led him out of the conference room. Gentlemen, about your changes don't expose them. Wait for the invasion of the outer gods in a year or two. That will be your home turf. After leaving the conference room, Gu Yang also instructed the people of Team 136, 3 Klein Realm, and 4 Peak Sea Realm squads could be said to be the most powerful squads within the Great Summer Vigil wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Right now, though, it's not their home turf. Their home game is the Outer Gods invasion a year from now. Chapter 25, The Fifth Universe gives birth to the core of Dochi origin. After dealing with the crowd of Squad 136 in this manner, 2 or 3 more days passed. At this time, located within Gu Yang's small world, gazing at his 2 disciples, Gu Yang quietly reclined on top of his recliner with a huazi in his mouth, and said in a big brother-like manner, "What about experiencing a period of polishing? You too, you can also practice the system that Master left our world and practiced in the other world." Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's eyes just lit up. "Master, can you tell us a little about the otherworldly information?" Seeing Yang Jin's expectant look, Gu Yang simply nodded and said, "The foreign world I was in was a world called the Do-Chi continent. It was a world where the sky was round and the earth was square, practicing a cultivation system called Do-Chi. Of course, there was also a cultivation system that practiced the soul, which was the spiritual power of our world, and the cultivation realms were according to nurturing veins, concentrating chi, refining chi, transforming spirit, sealing king, sealing emperor, patriarch, heavenly zone, heavenly zune, sage, and great emperor. The pulse nurturing realm is to refine one's own meridians, so that one's own meridians are hard enough to hold fighting chi. And it just so happens that both of you brothers are now at the peak of the pulse nurturing realm, which will allow you two to condense your fighting chi. At those words, Yang Jin's pupils shrunk. According to the divine desolate sacred body, the first weight is the pool realm. It's the condensed chi realm physical body. And the ninth weight beyond the supreme god is a saint. And above the saints, there was even this great emperor cultivation. According to what Master had said, he had only returned after breaking through to the great emperor. That, gazing at Yang Jin's gaze, Gu Yang knocked his head. When I came back, I consumed a bit too much. Now I only have a half-saint cultivation. So, don't count on Master. You two refuel, I'll help you cover your bases. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin nodded that he would try his best. Lin Xie, who was beside him, blinked. Not that Master and Jin were having another secret. What, don't count on Shifu? Count on yourself and Jin. No, you two make it clear. Stop isolating me. Lin Xie, cough. Looking at Lin Xie somewhat aggrieved, Gu Yang ruthlessly rubbed his dog's head and said, "Alright, the two of you sit on your knees and absorb the energy of the heavens and earth into yourselves and refine it into your own do chi according to the gongfu I passed on to you." Although there was no fighting chi in the world of God beheading, the cultivation systems of the heavens and the worlds were all on the same path, and all of them attributed greatness to themselves. So according to take care of the gong method taught by Yang, the two brothers are also honestly absorbed up the heaven and earth aura, and then integrated into their own body cohesion up their own cyclone. Gazing at the two brothers like this, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction, so he looked for the things he had prepared, then threw them in front of and behind the brothers and left. Low-grade technique, flare of light, earth order low-grade technique, heaven breaking technique. With the two techniques, Lin Xie had the mortal dust divine domain in place, which belonged to the light attribute, so he practiced the flare light technique, a light attribute technique. As for Yang Jin, as the reincarnation of Yang Jian, any attribute was okay, so Gu Yang helped him choose a heaven-breaking skill, a battle skill. Originally as a judicial god of heaven he was a god of war in the heavenly court. The peak of the main god he was supposed to be under the supreme god I'm invincible, above the supreme god 1-for-1, and the cultivation of this one heaven-breaking know-how just fits perfectly. They would be able to cultivate these two techniques once they had condensed their chi whirlpools. Therefore, after helping the two of them choose their feats, Gu Yang left. At this time in the gaming room, quietly lying on his own five-clawed golden dragon, Gu Yang said, "Jin Bao Ah, help me pay attention to 7 nights, little Ajin, and call out to me after the two of them condense their cyclones." Upon hearing this, the five-clawed golden dragon named Jinbao by Gu Yang nodded, and then its divine thoughts were released to watch Lin Xie and little Ajin, while it also relied on its divine thoughts to manipulate the other computer beside Gu Yang to team up with Gu Yang to play the game. I have to say, Kimball is a really good tool guy. Underneath your butt is a soft chair that can also play the game with you and act as a monitor. And when you meet an enemy you can throw Kimball out to get Kimball to help fight. I have to say, it was a great day. Thus, after an hour had passed, Lin Xie and the two Yang Jin brothers had also condensed their own chi whirlpools. As they finished condensing their cyclones, Jin Bao also notified Gu Yang. So Gu Yang let Jin Bao fight 2 characters in 1 dragon, and left himself to come directly in front of the 2 brothers. Gazing at the 2 brothers, Gu Yang pointed at the jade sketch in front of them and said, "Inside is the gongfu for the 2 of you. Cultivate it for a bit so that Master can see if the 2 of you will have a problem with the water and the soil or something. After all, it is an otherworldly cultivation method, and it would be a bit bad to cultivate water and soil in this world. But think about it, 7 nights as the cosmic consciousness of this 5th universe. If he is not suited to the water and soil, then this 5th universe is better to be destroyed honestly. After all, if you can't accept other worlds' cultivation systems to be added within your own world to make your universe more powerful, you deserve to be devoured by the boss of that Cthulhu god system called what's his name Thoth." Thus, next under Gu Yang's watchful eye the 2 brothers cultivated according to the contents of the gongfu within the jade slip. "System, temporarily unseal my cultivation." Turning to the system, Gu Yang commanded, "I'm giving a blessing to the universe. I'm not going to go out and crush that blah 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 Cthulhu god family boss." So after discussing with the system for a while, Gu Yang temporarily unsealed his cultivation. After his cultivation was unsealed, Gu Yang's emperor soul instantly ascended in dimension and then enveloped this one universe. While observing Lin Xie, Gu Yang observed the universe. 3 hours later, after Lin Xie's technique was successfully cultivated and his own chi whirlpool transformed into a bright light attribute chi whirlpool, Gu Yang instantly sensed the trace of the fighting chi origin that was born within this universe. Gazing at this Do-Chi origin that was producing Do-Chi, Gu Yang nodded. Then after viciously glaring at the thing that had devoured the fifth universe in its sleep, Gu Yang directly took away this freshly born core of Do-Chi origin within the fifth universe and threw it away within his world. This is a cosmic consciousness cultivation cheat for this fifth universe of yours. And I don't think you'll be angry if I take this away from the fifth universe. Oh yeah, now you don't have cosmic consciousness. Cosmic consciousness is with me. This could be really fun. I stole your newborn cubs and you had to watch it with your own eyes. Because your cubs I was going to give to your dad, the cubs' grandpa. Hey, 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 hey. The fifth universe consciousness is Lin Chiye. Normally the universe consciousness should be conceived by the universe, which is equivalent to Lin Chiye being the son of the fifth universe. But think about it, I have a consciousness and you don't have a consciousness. So it makes sense for me to be your father, right? Chapter 26, Flying Fighting Technique, Taishu Ancient Dragon Wing. A few more days had passed, and with the core of the fighting chi origin in place, the two brothers cultivated by directly refining the fighting chi energy, and didn't need to convert the fighting chi through the heaven and earth spiritual chi. Just like that, with the fighting chi the two brothers increased their cultivation speed by several times. After both practicing the low-level earth stage technique, the two brothers broke through to the chi condensation 4-star cultivation level in just a few days. Gu Yan was very emotional about the two brothers' cultivation speed. This talent, compared to his own cultivation of the yellow order low-level burning sky divine skill, half a year before breaking through the 4 stars of chi condensation is simply genius. At this moment, the two brothers were fighting an 8-pole avalanche against a boulder that was 100 meters high. Punch after punch was thrown on top of this 100-meter boulder, and then punch mark after punch mark was thrown on top of this 100-meter boulder. The two brothers who had finished the fight and rested for a while gazed at Gu Yan, who was not far away, lying on a recliner, sunbathing and drinking a cold beer, and also felt speechless for a while. How come both of their masters are so? Master, the Xian rank advanced fighting skill is comparable to the ultra-high dangerous Forbidden Ruins. How about the heaven rank fighting skill? When can I learn it? During the rest period, Lin Chiye came to Gu Yang's body and took out a bottle of ice broadly from amongst the snow-white flames beside him, then inquired with anticipation in his eyes. As Lin Chiye finished his inquiry, Yang Jin also looked at Gu Yang with an expectant face. According to the fact that an earth-ranked advanced fighting skill requires a heavenly father to explode its maximum power, how about a heavenly ranked fighting skill? If he cultivated a heavenly ranked fighting technique, would he be able to slap 1,000 or 800 supreme gods to death in the future right at the main god realm? Facing the gazes of the two brothers, Gu Yang took another mouthful of cold beer in a beautiful manner, then took out a cigarette and glanced at Lin Chiye. Seeing Gu Yang's gaze, Lin Chiye also had the good sense to take a small flame from amongst the snow-white flame and then helped Gu Yan light the cigarette. Heaven rank fighting skill. Want to cultivate, you guys at least need to reach this realm of the master. Maisie sucked a mouthful of huazi. Gu Yang said to the two brothers. At the time when the teacher was the cultivation of the 3 stars of the Heavenly Father, and has a quasi-heavenly ranked technique in, and then for the first time to release the heavenly ranked fighting technique, but also just the most ordinary heavenly ranked low-level fighting technique, are almost smoked to death. Even now, with my master's half-saint cultivation, he will run out of fighting chi after hitting out 8 or 9 heavenly rank fighting techniques. So don't be overly ambitious, cultivate slowly, and when you cultivate to the chi refining realm, my master will teach you earth rank fighting techniques. Upon hearing this, the brothers' eyes lit up, and then after nodding their heads obediently, they too rested up and proceeded to practice the 8 extremities avalanche. Gazing at this look of effort from the two disciples, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. After casually feeding another elixir to Little Black Lie, Gu Yang lifted his leg and left the place. The two disciples needed new equipment, and while he could follow them both around as a babysitter, there was something about really being the babysitter who stepped in when things went wrong, holding them back. So, when you meet one you can't beat, you still need to have an escape kit. Thus, after Gu Yang arrived in the middle of the secret room where he was refining medicines and weapons, he directly cast Divine Ruins, infinite treasure trove materials to coalesce and create 2 bone wings in front of his body. These 2 bone wings were bone wings that were comparable to those of peak main god realm magical beasts, and they could refine earth rank middle grade flight fighting techniques. Moreover, these 2 magical beasts are both of the Taishu ancient dragon. Ahem, is Gu Yang who coalesced the bone wings based on his own memories, all without pulling down the bone wings of a human being, you understand. The Taishu ancient dragon was a dragon race that controlled the power of space, And the flight fighting technique refined with the bone wings of the Taishu ancient dragon could allow one to control a fighting technique called space jump. Depending on the consumption of one's fighting spirit, a space jump can leap within a range of 1 meter to 1,000 kilometers. However, according to the fighting spirit of the kid here now, I'm afraid that leaping 1,000 or 800 meters will be drained of fighting spirit. Buzz! The divine ruin, divine refining flame appeared in the middle of Gu Yang's right hand. This silver-white flame flickered and then wrapped directly on top of these two Taishu ancient dragon wings. Under Gu Yang's refining, these two Taishu ancient dragon wings began to compress and become smaller. 3 hours passed, only to see these two pairs of dragon wings that were hundreds of meters long transformed into two pairs of dragon wings that were no more than the size of a palm quietly in front of Gu Yang. Gazing at these two pairs of silver-white dragon wings that emanated rich spatial laws, Gu Yang stroked his chin and said, "If a deity controlling the spatial laws in this world saw these two pairs of silver-white dragon wings, I'm afraid that they'd directly make a move to snatch these two pieces of Taishu ancient dragon wings. After all, according to the division of this world, these two Taishu ancient dragon wings should be divine artifacts at the level of quasi-supreme divine artifacts, right?" Glancing at the two people who were cultivating, Gu Yang stretched his back and then shouted, "Jin Bao, these two things you wait for those two little brats to cultivate and give them to those two little brats." As the words fell, only the five-clawed golden dragon Jin Bao appeared in front of Gu Yang. Looking at these two pairs of silver-white bone wings in front of him, Jin Bao's red golden dragon eyes blinked before saying, "Master, this seems to be the Dragon Clan's dragon wings. It seems like Ying Long's aura." At those words, Gu Yang glanced at the little guy. Then after rubbing its little head, Gu Yang said with a wry gaze, "That's not true. I still have the bones of the five-clawed golden dragon here." With that said, the divine ruin unfolded, and Gu Yang materialized a dragon tailbone of a five-clawed golden dragon. Feeling this five-clawed golden dragon tailbone that was exactly the same as his own scent, Jin Bao's little body was miserable. "Master, I don't think this is something you removed from me while I wasn't looking." Blinking her large Kaziran eyes, Kimball spoke up. With that, Kimball curled his tail around himself, and his little body quivered again. "How do you look at this dragon tailbone in front of you and see that it's all your own? Wow. Could it be that one's current dragon tailbone is fake? Master, wow." At that instant, Jin Bao rushed into Gu Yang's arms in aggravation and cried, "Jin Bao's dragon tailbone, ah! You are so cruel. Jin Bao is just a five-clawed golden dragon baby that just broke its shell. Master, you are so cruel to remove Jin Bao's dragon tailbone." Seeing Jin Bao's aggrieved look, Gu Yang rubbed its little head in amusement and said, "Alright, this is materialized based on your dragon tailbone, which is still there." At that, Kimball blinked his big eyes. Then it hurriedly sensed its own dragon tailbone, and after feeling it over and over again, inside and out, it was relieved after realizing that its own dragon tailbone was really still there. Luckily, his own dragon tailbone was real, not a fake that his master had put on. Immediately after, Jin Bao looked towards the section of the five-clawed golden dragon tailbone that his master had manifested and said, "Then master, can Jin Bao ha a dragon tailbone that was exactly the same as his own without any difference? He might be able to refine it into his own innate divine weapon." Seeing it blinking its red golden dragon eyes pitifully, Gu Yang amusedly rubbed its little head and said, "You can have it if you like it. As long as I have enough energy I can have as much of this stuff as I want." Have to say, this system really did once people. This a divine market infinite treasure trove material is really powerful. As long as one can say that one understands the information of the material, this divine market can let oneself materialize. Chapter 27, The Nandu Snake Demon. And so, 2 more days passed. The two brothers' pages had fused the Taishu ancient dragon wings, allowing the brothers to have flying skills in the present. At this time, the two brothers had just finished seeing their own aunt, and when their mom left the house with the intention of wandering around and resting for a while, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin suddenly glanced at each other, their eyes full of doubt. "Brother, Jin." Glancing at each other again, the two brothers directly looked at the teenager not far away wearing the uniform of Tsan Nan No 2 middle school. This teenager Lin Qiye recognized, his classmate from before. "I think his name is Li Fei." After seeing this guy named Li Fei, the mysterious detectors on Lin Qiye and Yang Jin jumped for a moment. Then both brothers subconsciously opened their eyes to look at this guy, but they didn't realize that this guy was mysterious. So after glancing at each other and realizing that it wasn't an illusion on the part of their brothers, the two brothers instantly stared at their expressions. The two brothers came in front of Li Fei. Then without waiting for Li Fei to resist, one of them directly knocked Li Fei out with a punch. The two of them intend to take Li Fei to Team 136 to find Wen Shima to take a look. Now Wen Shima breaks through the peak of the sea realm, and has Gu Yang teaching the use of spirit method allows him to develop mind control skills. So the two of them were going to take this guy within Squad 136 to find Manhwa to take control and see how this guy was doing. But the two brothers had just knocked this guy out. And this guy just straight up mutated. Only to see that an ugly snake man with a height of 2 meters and a snake tail of 6 or 7 meters appeared in front of the two brothers. There weren't many people in the vicinity. And before they noticed this place, Yang Jin and Lin Xie looked at each other and directly grabbed the snake demon's shoulder to perform the spatial leaping skill of the Taishu ancient dragon wings, and then directly brought the snake demon to the underground training room of the peace office, which was only 2 kilometers away in a straight line. Boom! Zhao Kongcheng, who was practicing against Chen Mai, looked at what he suddenly saw, and then looked at his chopped-off shoulder was also stunned at once. Grip grass, hastily putting the knife down. Then the words he was about to open his mouth to shout at Si Xiaonan were instantly stifled by the contraption that appeared in front of him. Gazing at this snake demon who had an arm cut off by himself, as well as the two brothers, Lin Xie and Yang Jin, beside the snake demon, Zhao Kongcheng hurriedly picked up his knife and said, "Xie, Jin, what the hell is this?" Saying that, he hurriedly pulled Yang Jin, Lin Xie brothers two apart. At the same time, the black impermanence void also appeared behind Chen Mai. And Klein's spiritual pressure was directly on this snake demon who suddenly appeared and then had his arm cut off by Zhao Kongcheng. In an instant, this snake demon was directly pressed down to its knees by the spiritual pressure of the Klein realm. Watching the movements of the captain and Zhao Kongcheng, the two brothers Lin Xie and Yang Jin exchanged glances. Then Lin Xie said, "This is just a pool realm mystery. It was changed by my classmate." At those words, Chen Mai frowned. 7 nights, are you sure? Gazing at Lin Xie, Chen Mai's eyes were filled with seriousness. Seeing this serious look of Chen Mai, Lin Xie also nodded seriously, indicating that this thing was really turned into his classmate. Gazing at the mystery in front of him, Chen Mai came directly in front of this thing, and then put his double knives on the neck of this snake demon who had been pressed down on the ground by himself and said, "What kind of thing are you? Why are you possessed on the body of 7 Knights classmates? And can you come out of 7 Knights classmates?" Facing Chen Mai's interrogation, this snake demon that was pressed to the ground lifted its head with difficulty, its eyes filled with fear. No, he was hiding it well, but how did he suddenly get exposed? However, in the face of Chen Mai's inquiry, he was hardened not to open his mouth. However, when Zhao Emporian shouted, all of the people in Squad 136 came here. Subsequently, Wen Qima, who had the mind demon binding method and had learned a lot of mental applications, directly used mind control to interrogate. Under this mind control, the snake demon opened its mouth. "I am the Nandu snake demon. Originally I have been living carefully in the city, but not long ago I suddenly felt several terrifying pressures erupting within Songnan city, so I was very afraid that you guys were going to come and get me killed. Therefore, I had 60 snake demon heirs in Songnan Second Middle School, and then intended to control my derived second personality Li Yifei to come here to report the case, and then take the opportunity to have him join you. But the heirs with a vision shared with me have now rioted in Songnan Second Middle School, and are devouring the human-converted snake demon heirs indiscriminately, and now I'm up to more than 100 snake demon heirs." Listening to this fellow's explanation, the people of Squad 136 were instantly shocked, and then they only saw Wu Shangnan say, "Nandu snake demon, you are the Nandu snake demon matrix." Facing Wu Shangnan's inquiry, the Nandu snake demon nodded honestly. Seeing it nod, Wu Shangnan's face was shocked. Then he said, "Hurry up and get it killed. Once the Nandu serpent demon mother dies, the rest of the Nandu serpent demon heirs will also follow the mother and die outright." Hearing Wu Shangnan's explanation, Zhao Kongcheng raised his sword and intended to kill this thing with a single slash. He couldn't let this guy live. Just then, a white-clothed figure suddenly appeared. "Don't get it killed first. Those snake demon heirs that were converted by it were swallowed alive and converted. Their own souls are still in the body, just silent. There is still salvation." Casually cutting down Zhao Kongcheng's knife, Gu Yang shouted to the people here. After saying that, only Gu Yang raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the space located in Songnan No. 2 Middle School was instantly blocked off. There is a trace of the pure Lotus Divine Flames power here. So if you guys head to Songnan Second Middle School right now and directly crush it, then the power of purification will descend, instantly purifying all the snake species in it. Casually handing over a milky white jade pendant, Gu Yang said, "This pure Lotus Divine Flame," which Gu Yang had unsealed by changing his regrets. Changing Chen Mai's tragedy gained 3% healing. Changing Wu Shangnan's tragedy gained 3%. And changing the rest gained 10% healing only, which meant that Gu Yang gained 16% healing for changing the tragedy of Squad 136. The cure is now 28%. This pure Lotus Divine Flame is one of the healing degrees unsealed. At the same time now Gu Yang's cultivation was unsealed to the peak of the Great Sage 3 Heavens. Leaving the small world 1/10 had the cultivation of the Heavenly Father's 7 or 8 heavens, which was the late Heavenly Father's cultivation. Looking at Gu Yang, who had suddenly appeared, and hearing Gu Yang's explanation, the eyes of the people here lit up, and all of a sudden, they felt that His Majesty Yendi's was truly great. Immediately after, Lin Xie took the jade pendant and then planned to take Wen Qima, who was responsible for erasing his memory, to Tsangnan No. 2 Middle School. Wait, you find a kid named Xingyu in the 2nd middle school and bring him to squad 136 so he can join squad 136. Before Lin Xie left with Wen Qima, Gu Yang instructed Lin Xie. Finally, Gu Yang's figure flickered and disappeared again. Chapter 28, Nix, is Erebus you? Gu Yang, I'm not. So, why did you bring me to your squad 136? At this moment, inside the peace office's underground training ground, gazing at the Nandu snake demon here, as well as the people of squad 136, the teenager named Xingyu pushed up his glasses and said, at the school he was leading his students to escape the sudden danger. But the monsters had just started not a moment ago, and before they could get to him one of them suddenly turned into flying dust, and then one after another alienated student fell there. Then after he was found by Lin Xie, he watched as the people in the school had their memories deleted, and without waiting for him to say anything he was just brought by Lin Xie to the middle of the peace office where squad 136 was located. Finally, there was the group of people facing this place, and the Nandu snake demon surrounded in the middle of this group. Anyway, now that you know about our existence, you're joining if you want to, and joining if you don't. Zhao Empyrean City spread his hands, his eyes filled with curiosity about this little teenager. This is the one that His Majesty, the Yan Emperor, has ordered to be brought back. What's so special about this little teenager? Seeing the gangly Zhao Kongqing open his mouth, and Xingyu pushed her eyes again and said, to join is to join. That is. Glancing at the Nandu serpent demon, he said, can I dissect this thing? And Xingyu's eyes were glowing, obviously very interested in dissections and whatnot. After all, the first time he saw this mysterious thing, as a somewhat crazy genius of him, he could really have a feeling of restraining his desire. As long as you join, anatomy as you please. In the face of Xingyu's request, Chen Mai nodded his head to show that he was casual. After all, it's a talent that His Majesty Yan Di wants, so it must have special abilities. Just like that, after Lin Xie killed this Nandu snake demon with a single slash, Zhao Kongqing carried this thing and brought in Xingyu to the middle of a room. This was their infirmary. But now that Si Xiaonan had broken through to the Klein realm, it would be easier to cast the unbounded veil healing. So this infirmary was kind of unused. So Anqingjiu could use this infirmary as his dissecting room. After that, Xingyu took out the dissecting utensils he carried with him with a frenzied face, and then directly handled this Nandu snake demon's body. Lin Xie didn't care about Xingyu's matter. At this time, he was dealing with Li Yifei within his mental hospital, and Gu Yang also came here, having not been here for some time. Master, I'm going to make him our caretaker here, pointing at Li Yifei, who had already regained his human form and then clasped his hands on his knees. Lin Xie spoke to Gu Yang, who was beside him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang also nodded to indicate that this was quite alright. After all, Lin Xie had been cultivating with himself for some time and rarely entered the mental hospital. This leads to the fact that the Nyx healing is now only 8%, not even 10%, so you could say it's pulling down a big ride. It just so happens that you can have Li Yifei as a caretaker, and then as an older grandson to improve Nyx's healing. After seeing Gu Yang nod, Lin Xie coalesced the contract for the psychiatric hospital's caretaker. So when Li Yifei signed the contract he became the caretaker of the Zhuge Psychiatric Hospital. You, how are you? After becoming a caretaker, looking at the white-clothed youth in front of him, Li Yifei somewhat coyly said to Gu Yang, after all, the people within the asylum of the gods were feared to be gods. To be able to make Lin Xie, the dean, call out to his master, this deity was feared to be very powerful, so he was very shy. Seeing this coy look on his face, Gu Yang nodded and briefly introduced himself. I'm Yan Di, Lin Xie's master. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's eyes widened. Yan Di, is it the same Yan Di Shenong who was the ancient emperor of China? But this, it's not like that either. After all, Gu Yang was dressed in white clothes and white hair, and his face was young and handsome. How could he not look like His Majesty the human emperor Yan Di? Let's go. Lin Xie patted Li Yifei's shoulder before leading him to the outside of the number 1 ward of the God's mental hospital, then met Nyx who was here. Mother, I'm back. Lin Xie, who was clad in a white lab coat, gazed at Nyx here and also spoke. Nyx, who was emoing alone, also jerked his head up when he heard Lin Xie's voice, then exited his emo state and ran directly towards Lin Xie. Son of a. Hugging Lin Xie, Nyx's voice had some aggravation, There's a sense of being left behind and then being found again. Looking at the aggrieved Nyx, Lin Xie also scratched his head awkwardly. He had been cultivating within Gu Yang's small world for some time now, occasionally coming to Nyx's place for a period of time and staying for just a little while. This resulted in his own healing level for Nyx not going up much, so it messed with Nyx's feeling of being a woman left behind. Then, Nyx looked at Gu Yang behind Lin Xie as well as Li Yifei. When her eyes gazed at Gu Yang, her pupils instantly shrunk. She felt a very terrifying, one could say completely crushing divine might on Gu Yang. Even though she's mentally ill now, she's not really stupid. Hastily shielding Lin Xie behind himself, terrifying divine power was released from Nyx's body, instantly creating a completely black field. In the midst of this black field of hers, the divine might on her body also skyrocketed several times. Who are you? Why are you following my son? Gazing at Gu Yang, Nyx questioned. Feeling the divine might of Nyx's supreme darkness divine ruins crushing towards him, Gu Yang's eyes flashed a light. Dark God's ruins? I've got one too. Boom! God's ruins, dark canopy. Instantly the two divine ruins belonging to darkness hedged against each other. The hedge of the two dark laws instantly attracted the will of the asylum. But when Gu Yang glanced at him he instantly hid. Why it's this big daddy. Can't mess with that. As for Nyx, feeling the aura emanating from above Gu Yang's dark canopy, he instantly sensed his brother's aura from within it. Erebus, brother, is that you? Looking towards Gu Yang, Nyx hurriedly inquired. Upon hearing Nyx's inquiry, Gu Yang subconsciously froze for a moment. Who is Erebus? Wait, Nyx called out to his brother. Isn't her brother her husband? Master's dark canopy was created by the system based on Erebos's dark origin strengthening wave. So Nyx recognized you, Master, as her husband. The system's voice rang out, giving out a prompt. At that Gu Yang blinked, searching for a way to say yes or no, and then lie to Nyx. But after thinking about it, Gu Yang still refused. What kind of substitute would one be if one liked Nyx? Wouldn't that be a stand-in? What class I am? What class you Nyx are worthy of having me as a stand-in literary protagonist? Thus, Gu Yang's dark canopy instantly enveloped Nyx before Gu Yang's indifferent voice spat out. It wasn't me. The author wanted to do stand-in literature, but thought better of it, but rest assured. Ha. Know it all right. Chapter 29, Nyx, couldn't he be my father? Boom. When he saw that the terrifying darkness power emanating from Gu Yang was going to kill Nyx, Lin Xie hurriedly braced his body and came in front of Nyx. He knew that his own master didn't want to get his mother, Nyx, killed, but he was provoked by Nyx's first move, so his master couldn't keep his hand in his face. So now, he needed to leave a step for his master as well as his mother, or else he would really let his master beat his mother to death. Nyx then that would be joyful. Thus, when Lin Xie stepped in front of Nyx, he directly opened his arms and said, Master, my mother, she only stepped in for my safety, so please be merciful. Hearing Lin Xie's words, Gu Yang's attack lurched, and then the endless darkness directly dissipated. Danados, looking at Lin Xie who was shielding himself in front of him, tears subconsciously flowed down from Nyx's eyes. Her children are protecting her. Nyx's healing value is increased by 15%, and is now 24% healed. Hearing the mechanical beep, Lin Xie also let out a sigh of relief. Master, this is worthy of His Majesty ND. The calculations are really impressive. After hugging Lin Xie, Nyx said, Danados, thank you for protecting mommy. Then, she looked at Gu Yang with apologies in her eyes. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I was the one who struck out at you indiscriminately. But could you tell me where you obtained that one dark divine domain of yours? Just now, when she felt the terrifying divine might on Gu Yang's body, she subconsciously assumed that this person was a bad god who was stalking her son. So, she didn't hold back and went straight for it. And now, after learning the identity of this one was her own child's master, also known as a teacher, she was also aware of her own faults. But the divine ruins on this one, why is it so similar to his own brother Erebos's origin? Or is his divine ruin a strengthened version of his brother Erebos's dark origin? Faced with the matter of Nyx wondering why he had a dark canopy, Gu Yang also spread his hands and said, My dark canopy was created by me sensing the laws of dark origin. Isn't that very simple? Saying that, the light on Gu Yang's body flickered. Divine ruin, supreme darkness divine ruin was directly released from Gu Yang's body, instantly enveloping Lin Xie and Nyx. Feeling the supreme darkness divine ruin in Gu Yang's body, Nyx's beautiful eyes narrowed. She felt her own origin aura among the supreme darkness divine ruins on Gu Yang's body, and it was a higher level origin aura. How is that possible? How is it possible when one's own origin is intact? You, gazing at Gu Yang, Nyx subconsciously cast his supreme darkness god ruins, and then the two supreme darkness god ruins instantly clashed together, And Nyx felt his supreme darkness god ruin shrinking in fear around him as if they had seen his father, but within a meter's range. If it wasn't for the fact that this supreme darkness divine ruin was his own divine ruin, I'm afraid that his own divine ruin would have already been assimilated by the supreme darkness divine ruin that Gu Yang had unleashed by now. How could that be? What happened? At this moment, Nyx's entire body was in a daze. Now Nyx had a thought that this guy couldn't be his dad. Otherwise, how could he have his brother's origin, as well as his own, on him, and at a higher level? Master, you, gazing at Gu Yang, Lin Xie blinked. How does one's master? Seeing Lin Xie's confusion, as well as Nyx's dumbfoundedness, Gu Yang grinned. Then after putting away the to darkness god's ruins, he released another domain. Divine ruins, mundane divine realm. Boom! All of a sudden amazing light as well as miraculous power was released with Gu Yang's mortal dust divine domain. And instantly Lin Xie felt his mortal dust divine domain wanting to detach from itself, as if he had seen his own ancestor. If Gu Yang hadn't rejected this beggar's version of the mortal dust divine realm, I'm afraid that the mortal dust divine realm and Lin Xie's body would have already detached from him by now. Feeling Gu Yang's mortal dust divine domain again, Nyx dispelled the idea that this man was his father. After all, the mundane divine domain that Gu Yang was releasing was clearly not the divine aura within their Greek mythology. After putting away the mortal dust divine realm, Gu Yang clasped his hands to his chest and said, I can control any origin as long as I want to, and then turn it into a divine ruin. So tell me about your brother's divine ruin, and how I'm in control of your divine ruin. At that, a confused Nyx snapped back to his senses. Thank you, Your Excellency, for clearing up the confusion. Bowing to Gu Yang, Nyx spoke. She got a little down on herself after that. She was a supreme god of a divine lineage no matter what, but now this frustration really wanted to cry. I know I'm powerful and you're ashamed of yourself in front of me, but if you cultivate well and sense your own darkness laws, you'll be able to reach this level of my supreme darkness god ruins in the future as well. Simply patting the shoulder of the self-absorbed Nyx in front of him, Gu Yang comforted at her. Hey, blame the system. Changing the regrets of the 136th squad would only unseal 3 divine flames for themselves. Outside of the 3 divine flames of the Yin-Yang divine flame, the Xian Yellow divine flame, and the Pure Lotus divine flame, the rest were all divine ruins. It was a good thing that all of these divine ruins were beyond their original owners, so it allowed Gu Yang to praise the system for being a dog. As for Nyx, facing Gu Yang's words that were said to be comforting, but were actually Versailles was also at a loss as to what he should do. You can't beat it if you fight, and it's hard to hear that. Hey, cough. Seeing the feeling of gunpowder between Gu Yang and Nyx, Lin Xie hurriedly pulled Li Yifei down to himself and said, Cough cough, mother, this is the guard I hired for you. Before Lin Xie could finish his words, he saw Nyx glancing at Li Yifei. Then her eyes instantly lit up and said, Eldest grandson, you've come to see grandma too. Saying that, as soon as she came in front of Li Yifei, she then touched Li Yifei's face with a kind look. Seeing this scene of Nyx, this direct recognition of his eldest grandson, Lin Xie blinked his eyes. Then he looked at Gu Yang as if inquiring, Master, my mother won't be struck dumb by you, right? People are already stupid enough, and now they're even more stupid when you hit them. Facing this strange expression from Lin Xie, Gu Yang also blinked his eyes to show that he didn't blame me. I didn't hit you hard either. Ahem. Seeing Nyx and Li Yifei in this look of milk-grandchild harmony, Gu Yang said, Nyx, there's still an outsider like me here. Isn't there something about your family reunion crying and whining? Seeing Gu Yang speak, Nyx also let go of Li Yifei. Although this grandmother's amicable appearance of seeing her grandson was interrupted by Gu Yang, with her grandson Nyx's healing value was also raised a little more to 30% of the healing value. Looking at Nyx's healing value, Lin Xie nodded in satisfaction. Waiting for the healing value to increase by another 20% to reach 50%, he could then extract new skills. But then again, how come his own master's healing value hadn't risen for some time now? Could it be that his own main god psychiatric hospital also had a bug? Chapter 30, and Kinjiu, this is the only correct solution. After staying here for a while longer, Gu Yang left with Lin Xie, leaving only Li Yifei, such a Zhuge psychiatric hospital caretaker, behind. Master, your divine ruins. After leaving Nyx's hospital room, Lin Xie looked at Gu Yang with some impatience, rubbing his hands together with an expectant gleam in his eyes. Masters, those several divine ruins were so powerful, he didn't ask for anything else. Master just had to pass on the same mortal divine realm as himself and everything would be fine. Looking at this expectant gaze of Lin Xie, Gu Yang hammered his head, then raised his eyebrows and said, Impossible. Cultivate honestly by yourself. Don't take shortcuts. At those words, Lin Xie glanced at his own master. Don't take shortcuts. It's not like he took a shortcut. It was just that he wanted his mortal dust divine realm to strengthen a wave. Not to be as powerful as his master's mortal dust divine realm. Just as powerful as his master's mortal dust divine realm. Ah yes, master. What are you looking for that in Xingyu to join squad 136 for? Thinking of Xingyu, who was in the middle of the peace firm at the moment, Lin Xie suddenly inquired to Gu Yang. He was curious as to what was so special about the one called Xingyu that she needed her own master to personally open her mouth and invite her. He didn't just get better grades and get a PhD at 17 or 18. Other than that, what did he have? Seeing this puzzled look on Lin Xie's face, Gu Yang stroked his chin and said, his divine ruin is very good, and I want to teach him to refine pills and weapons. And Xingyu is a shard of the key of the gate, awakening the forbidden ruins named by himself as the only proper solution. Gu Yang was also given a divine ruin with the same soul positive solution. Once the divine ruins unfolded, everything in the heavens and earth, whether it was the past or the future, would be deduced and analyzed by themselves. Although the only positive solution of the Anqing fish is not as good as his own, he can also parse all substances and so on. If he is taught to refine medicine and weapons, he analyzes the properties of the materials with the only positive solution, and then fuses the materials and refines them into pills and magic weapons. It could be said that he was a natural medicine refining and weapon refining good seedling. Therefore, Gu Yang intended to take a look at this teenager who was transformed by the fragment of the gate's key, and then take him in as a disciple to pass on his skills as well. Ah, and hearing Gu Yang's explanation, Lin Xie froze there, then inquired, doesn't Xingyu have a forbidden ruin? Seeing Lin Xie's curious look, Gu Yang laughed. Just awakened. What do you mean you just awakened to the forbidden ruins? Without waiting for Lin Xie to ask more questions, Gu Yang sent Lin Xie away directly with a wave of his hand. In the real world, on the large soft sofa in the living room of the Squad 136 peace office, Lin Xie also opened his eyes in a bit of a daze. No, master, what are you doing? Lin Xie sat up straight and rubbed his head, still a bit confused. He recalled the conversation he had just had with Gu Yang inside the mental hospital and the forbidden market about Xingyu. So that's how it is, Lin Xie muttered. And Xingyu actually has a forbidden ruin, and it's still freshly awakened. He couldn't help but become more curious about this seemingly ordinary genius youth. Lin Xie decided to go find Xingyu and personally learn about his forbidden ruins. He stood up and walked towards Xingyu's dissecting room. Walking to the door, he knocked gently. Come in. Xingyu's voice came from the room. Lin Xie pushed open the door and saw Xingyu covered in blood, and in front of him was the faceless corpse of the Nandu snake demon, as well as dozens of neatly arranged mice that seemed to be under his control. I heard from my master that you have a forbidden ruin? Lin Xie asked directly. Xingyu nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of mad scientist's fervor. What kind of forbidden ruin is it? Lin Xie asked after him. My forbidden market is called the only positive solution, Xingyu replied. He had awakened his forbidden ruin when he dissected the Nandu serpent demon just now, and then by relying on his forbidden ruin's only positive solution he had replicated the skill of sharing a vision between the Nandu serpent demon and his own air in his own body. Now he wanted more mystery, to see if he could graft more abilities onto himself. After all, although his forbidden market was very powerful, it was only a secondary forbidden market, and the ability he had transplanted and named Fish Seed could allow him to control the Fish Seed, but it didn't have much combat power. So now, what Xingyu has is to try to transplant other mysterious cells to extract other abilities in herself. After all, with a platform like Squad 136, if you don't make good use of it, isn't that sick? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. He had never heard of such a forbidden ruin before. How did you realize that you possessed the forbidden ruins? Lin Xie asked curiously. And Xingyu smiled and put down the scalpel in her hand. While dissecting the Nandu snake demon, I accidentally awakened the forbidden ruin. Then I realized that I could analyze everything through this forbidden ruin, as if the answers to all questions could be analyzed by this forbidden ruin of my own. Then I parsed the Nantucket snake demon's ability by this thing, and now I've replicated it in my own body. Then, Anqing fish demonstrated the ability of the fish species under Lin Xie's gaze, watching this one little white mouse, and the way one little white mouse became tacitly understood through Anqing fish's command, also felt the power of this fish species. If there were thousands of fish species mice scattered about, I'm afraid that everything that happened in the entire Sangnan would be known to Anqing fish. In other words, as long as the number of fish species is sufficient, I'm afraid that the entire Sangnan has no secrets in front of the Anqing fish, right? Lin Xie thought for a moment and said, this is indeed a unique type of forbidden ruin. However, you should know that overusing the forbidden ruins may bring about unexpected consequences. And Xingyu nodded in understanding. He secretly calculated in his mind that as long as he could obtain a stronger power, any risk would be worth it. I'll be careful, Xingyu said. Now, I'm going to look for more mysterious creatures and unlock more abilities. With that, he glanced at Lin Xie before saying, are there any remaining mysterious corpses or anything within our squad 136? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie scratched his head and said, I don't know. I also just joined not long ago, and I spend most of my time with Jean accompanying my master in cultivation. But we can go to the captain and ask him about it. And I'm afraid the captain would be very willing to help you when he learns of your abilities. After all, the current Xingyu was the weakest person in their squad 136. Knowing this ability of his, the captain will surely help, right? As for worrying, that's impossible. The 3 Klein realm bigwigs were the bottom line for squad 136 to let Xingyu study them at will. So, the two of them found the captain, Chen Mai, together. Chen Mai revealed a surprised expression after hearing Xingyu's ability. To think that there is such a marvelous forbidden ruin. After Chen Mai sighed, a burst of curiosity arose and said, you need mysterious corpses, right? Since that's the case, I'll get one for you and send it to the middle of your dissecting room at the latest at 3 p.m. Then you have to research the mysterious characteristics within 3 days. Since you guys need to head to Shangjing for recruit training in 3 days, so can you, little fishy, dissect and research the mysterious characteristics of a corpse that's at least above the sea realm within 3 days? Chen Mai planned to personally go out and stroll around and get a mystery above the sea realm back, so he was curious if Xingyu could parse the characteristics of a mystery above the sea realm in 3 days. Facing Chen Mai's anticipation, curiosity, Xingyu pondered for a moment before saying, yes, 3 days would be plenty of time. I think I should be able to parse it. Chapter 31, Lin Xie, I'm coming up with a jumping chop. Time passed again, and 2 days passed. At this moment, located in the middle of Guyang's small world, Lin Xie held the Xian heavy ruler in his right hand and gazed earnestly at his younger brother, Yang Jin, who was not far away, holding a 3-pointed, 2-edged sword. The two of them were here to compete the results of their respective cultivation over this period of time, as Kerr Yang had instructed. Looking at his younger brother Yang Jin who was not far away, Lin Xie took a deep breath and suddenly swung the Xian heavy ruler and smashed it fiercely towards Yang Jin. Yang Jin's gaze condensed as he waved his 3-pointed 2-edged sword with one hand, easily catching this strike from his own brother Lin Xie, only to hear a loud clang sound. The two weapons collided together, splashing countless sparks. Lin Xie's arm was slightly tingling, and he was secretly surprised in his heart. It's worthy of being a Jin. The first round of the Divine Desolate Sacred Body is complete, and its crushing power against your own in terms of you just cultivating the first round to the middle stage. As for Yang Jin, he was also a bit bad for Lin Xie's smash. After all, he only received this move with one hand, and now his arm felt a bit numb. Hey, it wasn't like him to hit his brother, but now he figured he'd have to hit his own brother with a double-handed sling. Again! Yang Jin shouted, brandishing his 3-pointed 2-edged sword and taking the initiative to attack Lin Xie. For a time, in the center of the manor lawn, the sword and sword shadows were interlaced, and the two fought hard to distinguish. However, Gu Yang, who was not far away holding little black Rai, could clearly see that Yang Jin's 10 tons of strength was crushing Lin Xie, who only had 5 tons of strength. Boom! Only to see a horizontal sweep of the 3-pointed 2-edged blade slamming on top of Lin Xie's Xian heavy ruler. A terrifying burst of power directly shook Lin Xie's figure backward by tens of meters. Lin Xie, who was shaken back, only felt that the horrifying impact of power shook him a little, as if his internal organs had shifted a little. Lin Xie stabilized his stance and wiped off the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. Brother, you're not my opponent. Yang Jin looked at Lin Xie and said, your power is too much inferior to mine. I know, but I won't give up. Lin Xie gritted his teeth and charged up again. This time, he used his full strength, and the Xian heavy ruler flickered with light. However, Yang Jin was indeed stronger as he easily blocked Lin Xie's attack and launched a counterattack. Lin Xie kept blocking, but in the end, he was still sent flying by Yang Jin's kick and landed heavily on the ground. Damn! Little old me doesn't talk about martial arts and kicks himself in the upper leg. He struggled to his feet, disgust in his eyes. You little piece of garbage. You're better than me, you still kick me with your foot. Still fighting? Yang Jin asked subconsciously as he looked at his brother and also touched his nose. Of course. Lin Xie glared fiercely at this brat before roaring. He took a deep breath and prepared to attack again, only to see that he raised the Xian heavy ruler with both hands. The light attribute fighting chi in his body merged into the Xian Chong ruler, and then he only saw the amazing golden divine light instantly haunting the Xian Chong ruler. A divine ruler. Lower Xian rank fighting technique, spirit light ruler. Lin Xie gathered all his power in one point and slashed down towards Yang Jin. Yang Jin sensed the power of this strike and didn't dare to slow down. Using all his strength to parry, the two clashed with each other, emitting an earth-shattering roar. Light shot out in all directions. and the surrounding space seemed to distort. In the end, Yang Jin was knocked back a few steps, and then sat on his butt on the ground. Just now the power of this fighting technique outbreak made his arms trembling. Good thing he is strong, or else he is afraid that this is not going to be a fracture. But forgive me, he is now also a bit of a mess, being shocked to sit on the ground. Lin Xie, on the other hand, opened his mouth and ate a chi regaining pill, and then dejectedly said to Yang Jin, his little old brother who did not speak of martial virtues, "What about it, handsome or not?" The corner of Yang Jin's mouth twitched. Brother was infected by that handsome uncle Zhao Kongcheng. How did he also become so narcissistic? Cough. What are you two doing? Gu Yang drank a mouthful of ice-cold beer, then said to the two little raggedy kids not far away, "Continue to fight. Don't touch the fish. Want to take a break and wait for a while after the fight." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie, Yang Jin brothers glanced at each other, and all of a sudden, both brothers could see such a hint in each other's eyes. Speechless, Shifu was worthy of being a Rakugo man. Hey! Unable to do so, Yang Jin got up and ate an elixir to restore himself to his peak state before the two brothers fought again. Yang Jin held a three-pointed two-bladed sword and rushed towards Lin Xie like a dragon emerging from the sea. Lin Xie was undaunted as he wielded the Xian heavy ruler and met the enemy head-on. The two of them went back and forth. You a knife, I a ruler. All of a sudden the crisp sound of weapons clashing made the two of them feel hot. Brother, be careful. After Yang Jin spoke to Lin Xie, he also cast his fighting technique without hesitation. Xian rank intermediate fighting technique extreme shadow 9 consecutive, only to see Yang Jin swing out one blade after another. One blade faster than the other. One blade more powerful than the previous one. The terrifying power impacting Lin Xie's body again and again. When the ninth blade attacked, one could only see an astonishing blade light several meters long tearing out from within the three-pointed two-edged blade, which then transformed into a scaly dragon flying towards Lin Xie with teeth and claws. In the face of this blade, only Lin Xie's body do chi condensed and he executed another do skill, Xian rank advanced fighting technique, Bright Guardian, only to see the dense light attribute fighting chi instantly wrapped around Lin Xie, but in an instant these light attribute fighting chi formed a light shield over him. Lin Xie held the Xian heavy ruler in both hands, and his body leaped and swung with force, slashing towards the Jiao Dragon with a powerful aura. After putting on a guard, he chose to fight hard. The two collided with each other, emitting a shocking loud sound. In the midst of the light, Lin Xie's body wrapped in the light guardian directly flew out. Looking at Lin Xie, who had been blown away, Gu Yang breathlessly held his forehead. Lin Xie, this is also too middle-aged. Uing jumped up and chopped a fair off. You're not invincible if you lag. There's no invincibility frames. Boom! Lin Xie smashed into the ground. But fortunately, he had a bright guardian that kept him out of trouble. Gu Yang rolled his eyes in disgust again. Then his figure flashed and came in front of Lin Xie. Then he held the dog in his left hand, and his right hand probed out at Lin Xie is pointing at him. Tell me about you. You have to play something fancy, but also ing jumping and splitting. You think that this is a game. You have an invincibility frame. Can't you stay on the ground? You have to jump up and make yourself a target. Is it honorable to be blown away dozens of meters this time? There is also the light guardian, although it can guard you. But you were so hard reckless if you were not a normal attack just now and it was a fighting technique. Now your light guardian has been broken. It's a good thing Jin didn't use his full strength, or I'm afraid your point-blank blast of his attack would have broken your light guard. So kid, you're still waiting to practice. Listening to Gu Yang's accusations, Lin Xie touched his nose and was also a bit embarrassed. Brother, you're really pretentious. Yang Jin also came in front of Lin Xie and commented to him, jumping and splitting to play handsome. It seems that my brother really let Zhao Kongqing infected. Chapter 32, The 8 Extreme Avalanches Counter Blast. After being severely criticized by Gu Yang, Lin Xie also fought with Yang Jin again. This time, however, both brothers laid down their respective weapons. The two of them fought back and forth, punching each other. Suddenly, Lin Xie dodged Yang Jin's attack with a sidestep, and seeing this, Yang Jin violently kicked Lin Xie. Looking at Yang Jin's kick, Lin Xie's figure flickered to dodge it easily. He unfolded the Mortal Dust Divine Realm, and in the midst of the Mortal Dust Divine Realm he could easily observe the movements of his own little old brother. Dodging is easy. At the same time, the subtle observation made it easy for him to observe the movements of his little old brother, only to see Lin Xie grabbing a break in Yang Jin's game, bullying him and punching him in the stomach. Yang Jin retreated in pain, and Lin Xie took advantage of the situation and pursued him with a few more punches. Yang Jin was also not willing to show weakness and used his full strength to counterattack. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and the air around them seemed to be shaken by their aura. In the end, the two brothers looked at each other with a tacit understanding, and also violently raised their hands, subsequently condensing their own fighting chi. Xian rank advanced fighting technique 8 extremes collapse. The fists of both sides exploded with their respective power before they collided together. The brothers' 8 extreme avalanche power chi clashed together across the air. The air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a loud sound. Dust flew around the two, forming a hazy smoke. Their bodies trembled slightly, clearly having been impacted by the other's power. However, compared to Yang Jin, Lin Qiye was miserable, only to see that the sleeves above his right arm were torn by the terrifying strong wind. A large area seemed to be cut above his right arm. A trace of blood flowed down from above the wounds on his right arm, in which deep white bones appeared above his right fist. The flesh and blood were cut down by the amazing strong wind. While Yang Jin's physical body was much stronger compared to Lin Qiye, his right arm sleeve was only torn, and although there were wounds on top of his right arm, it was much easier compared to the miserable Lin Qiye. At least, Yang Jin's right fist did not appear deeply white. Seeing that Gu Yang didn't call the two of them off, Yang Jin also clenched his right fist. Then he looked at the wound on Lin Qiye's right arm and spoke with a worried look in his eyes. "Brother, how's your wound? Does it still hurt?" Lin Qiye shook his head and said, "It's fine. It's just a small injury. It won't get in the way. Let's proceed to battle." Yang Jin frowned and said, "How can this be a small injury? Look at it. The wound is so deep and it's still bleeding." "Thank you, brother. But don't worry, I can still fight again," Lin Qiye said through clenched teeth. Yang Jin nodded, his eyes firmly looking at Lin Qiye. "Good. Then let's continue this battle." The two once again stood opposite each other, their auras intertwining with each other before their figures once again flashed punch after punch. The brothers knew the master's ability. Even if they both died, the master could bring them back. So the brothers did not hold back. Watching the battle between the two brothers, Gu Yang rubbed the head of the worried little black lice dog in his arms and also said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here." Now the battle between the two brothers. Miserable some have me, cannot die, but what about facing other people in the future? I can't keep being a nanny, can I? Upon hearing this, little black Rai glanced at this Yen Emperor's majesty, then somewhat wiltedly nodded his doggy head. But, even though what Gu Yang said was very reasonable, when it saw the two masters fighting so fiercely, it also had some heartache. As time passed, the attacks from both sides became more and more violent, and sweat soaked through their shirts. Lin Qiye suddenly dodged Yang Jin's fist with a sidestep, then kicked Yang Jin in the abdomen. Yang Jin took a few steps backward and nearly fell. Then, he quickly adjusted his stance and rushed forward once again, using his full strength to throw a punch. This punch hit Lin Qiye's shoulder, causing him to frown. Jin's fist was starting to bleed fast too. At this moment, Lin Qiye felt a bit weakened, but he still clenched his teeth and held on. He knew that this battle was not only a test of his strength, but also a sharpening of his will, and a test of master for the two brothers. "Alright, stop fighting." Just then, Gu Yang also called a halt to the two of them. With a flickering figure, Gu Yang arrived in front of the two brothers. Raising his hand and rubbing the brothers' heads, Gu Yang smiled with satisfaction, his eyes full of appreciation for the brothers, and said, "You guys have done a great job. I'm very satisfied with your competition. I have to say that the two of you are really ruthless. You're so tough on your own people. Then in the future, you should be even more ruthless to your enemies than you are to your own brothers." Saying that, Gu Yang's right hand life breath flickered. Pointing at the two brothers, their injuries instantly recovered, and their consumption was also instantly restored. Although they were restored by Gu Yang, when they heard Gu Yang say that it was over, both of them subconsciously softened their bodies and sat their asses directly on the ground. Worthy of being a master. I feel great now. Looking at his right arm, which was white and tender, Lin Qiye also spat out, "It's just that, master. This newborn flesh and blood of mine is completely the same skin color as the rest. Those who don't know would think that this isn't my arm. The life force is awesome, but this is too," making his right arm as white as a newborn baby. But, looking at his left arm, one is a healthy yellow color and the other is a white tender color like a baby. It just feels kinda weird. Combined, the master can also help himself to localized rejuvenation. Compared to Lin Qiye, Yang Jin looked at his arms and the gap was not that big. After all, compared to Lin Qiye, he was still very delicate. Cough cough. Don't be a goody two-shoes when you've gotten a bargain, huh? Gazing at Lin Qiye's right arm, Gu Yang held back his laughter and said, "I've incorporated a stream of life force into your bodies, so as long as you aren't instantly blasted into dregs, you'll be restored by this stream of life force when you're injured in the future, which is considered to be another layer of protection for both of your lives. Ha ha, but this is good. If you get injured in the future, you can also recover quickly." Hearing this, Lin Qiye said with a smile, "Well, it's good that you guys can think that way." Gu Yang nodded and said, "This time, I let you guys spar with each other. Firstly, I want to see the results of your cultivation during this period of time. And secondly, I want you guys to understand the importance of real battles. It is only in real battles that you can discover your shortcomings and improve on them. We understand, Master. Lin Qiye and Yang Jin answered in unison. However, you should not rely too much on the recovery effect of the life force. Gu Yang's tone turned serious. Learn to protect yourselves in battle and avoid unnecessary injuries. After all, although the life force is strong, it is not omnipotent. After all, having been instantly blasted into crumbs, without the existence of a physical body, this life force would be able to protect their souls from dissipating, and could not help them directly condense a new physical body. Yes, Master, we remember. The two responded in the same voice once again. Gu Yan looked at the two disciples in front of him and felt very pleased in his heart. Not only did they have outstanding talent, but they were also diligent and hard-working, and in the next 20 to 30 years they would definitely be able to reach the Great Emperor realm under their own cultivation. At this time, the cultivation levels of Yang Jin, Lin Qiye, and Little Black Lai were as follows. Yang Jin, Chuan Realm, Qi Condensation 7th level of cultivation, Divine Desolate Sacred Body 1st level of perfection, Lin Qiye, Pool Realm, 6th level of Qi Condensation, Mid 1st level of Divine Desolate Sacred Body, Xiao Heilai, Pixie Realm, Gu Yang feeds a medicine to eat from time to time, and although it's not of a high grade it's been raised to the peak of the Sea Realm. Chapter 33, and Xingyu studying the Yen Vein Earth Dragon. In the second floor of the underground space of the Peace Firm, gazing at the Yen Vein Earth Dragon that was dissected by himself in front of him, as well as the dozens of mice that were gnawing on the corpse of this Yen Vein Earth Dragon, and the spiritual power and physical power that had been strengthened by these mice as they gnawed on it in their own bodies, and Xingyu's eyes were full of frenzied colors. This was an Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, with a peak cultivation of the Sea Realm. According to the captain, he had planned to leave Sainan to find a mystery above the Sea Realm, but before he had left Sainan he had found this sleeping Inferno Vein Earth Dragon in the middle of the mountain range next to him. So the captain just GA'd the thing to collect the soul of the thing, used the forbidden object to shrink the hundreds of meters of the thing's corpse and brought it back. Then with the help of Lin Qiye, Yang Jin, and the rest of the team, this one second floor space on the ground floor of the peace office appeared and became his new place of research. And by dissecting the characteristics of the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, he gained a Dragon Flame trait, as well as a 10 times physical strength, 10 times recovery trait belonging to the Earth Dragon. At this time, although he was only at the peak of the Marigold Realm, he also had the combat power of the Pool Realm if he fought in close combat. After that he wondered whimsically if he could pass on his trait abilities to the fish species through their own traits. And then he made it. The dozens of fish species mice that he had researched had gained Dragon Flame, although compared to the 6 or 7,000 degrees of Dragon Flame that he had controlled, the Dragon Flame of these mice was only about 1,000 degrees, but it was still pretty good. After that, it passed on stamina and recovery, not as good as 10 times its own, but it did give the fish species 3 or 4 times its own stamina and recovery. That is to say, at this time, he was at the peak of the Marigold Realm, while these dozens of fish species in front of him were of the Marigold Realm. And, I don't know if it is with the reason of linking both sides of themselves, these fish species swallowed the corpse of this Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, and could feed back the power belonging to the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon in their own body according to the same characteristics of their own body and this Inferno Vein Earth Dragon to enhance themselves. Stretching, he then lifted his leg and left his lab. Then, he met the crowd of Squad 136 who had been waiting for him for some time on the first floor. Little fish, after studying it for a few days, how do you feel? Honging took a glance at Xingyu's tired look caused by not sleeping for a few days, and also inquired to Xingyu with curiosity. A Peak Sea Realm Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, and it was unknown what kind of characteristics Little Fish had researched. Faced with the expectant looks of the people of Team 136, Xingyu pushed her eyes up, a hint of a smile flashing amongst a pair of deep eyes. I have completely resolved the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon. Anqing Fish smiled and said, not only that, I have also cultivated fish species with special abilities based on the special connection between me and the fish species. 136 The members of the squad sniffed, and excitement appeared on their faces. These fish species possess Dragon Flame, physical strength enhancement, and the ability to recover quickly. Anqing Fish further explained, they can be a powerful aid for us. Red Rhapsody couldn't help but interject, then just how strong are they? A confident gleam flashed in Xingyu's eyes. Although it's not as good as a true Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, it's definitely not to be underestimated. Measured against my current strength at the peak of the Marigold Realm, these fish species are at least as strong as the Marigold Realm. Hearing these words, the people in Team 136 could not help but be amazed by them. They realized that Anqingyu's research results would give them a huge advantage. So, the maximum number of fish species you can cultivate as you said. At this time, Chen Mai, the captain of Squad 136, also inquired to Xingyu with curiosity. For the time being, according to my mental power at the peak of the marigold realm, I can cultivate up to 300 special marigold realm fish species at once. If there are more, I'm afraid that my mental power won't last, but according to my analysis in another 2 or 3 days I'll be able to break through the pool realm, and at that time, the special fish species I can control can expand to at least 3,000. And Xingyu replied after a little thought. Chen Mai nodded, having a plan in mind. These special fish species will become our secret weapon. Anqing fish, your next task is to continue researching how to boost the strength and number of the fish species. Yes, Captain. And Xingyu responded with firm eyes. Chen Mai nodded with satisfaction, then came to Xingyu and patted his shoulder. Xingyu, another senior is looking for you. Come with me. At those words, Xingyu froze. A senior? Captain Chen all shouted senior. After joining Squad 136, he was aware of the strength of the people in Squad 136. His own captain, Chen Mai, was a Klein realm powerhouse. Could it be that the one who could make his own captain shout senior was Seven Knights and Jin's master? His Majesty Yen Di. His Majesty the Yen Emperor wants to see himself. That's right. It was His Majesty Yen Di who told Seven Knights to find himself at the school and then brought himself to Squad 136 to join Squad 136 as a Squad 136 scientific researcher. Under Chen Mai's leadership, the two of them entered the middle of Chen Mai's office together. Then, Xingyu met a handsome young man with white clothes and white hair who was sitting on top of Chen Mai's office chair, dangling and crossing his legs onto his second leg. And this handsome young man holding a cell phone in his left hand and a cigarette in his right hand. Not a bit of Big Brother's B-game. Looking instead like a hangdog. A punk. No. Is this His Majesty Yen Di? Really? And Xingyu was a bit skeptical for a moment. Captain, he is His Majesty Yen Di. And Xingyu blinked her eyes, then inquired to Chen Mai. Although he was said to be a calm person, he couldn't calm down at all after meeting Gu Yang. Facing Xingyu's skepticism, Chen Mai also held his forehead. Introducing, this is His Majesty Yen Di. Chen Mai said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Xingyu also looked at Gu Yang once more, then saluted and said, Greetings, Your Majesty Yen Emperor, I am Xingyu. Gu Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't be so formal. From now on, you're my family's 7 knights, Jin's teammate, and you're also the one I asked to bring back. Fishy, I can call you that. I've heard you're very knowledgeable about special fish species. I'm interested, tell me about it. And Xingyu took a deep breath. Being called Little Fishy by His Majesty Yen Di was rather an honor for him, so His Majesty Yen Di could call him whatever he wanted. Then he began to talk about the results of his research. The more he talked, the more excited he became, completely forgetting his initial nervousness. Gu Yan listened attentively and from time to time asked questions and suggestions that benefited Xingyu. Finally, Gu Yang stood up and patted Xingyu's shoulder. Well done, little fish. I have 2 kinds of inheritance here that I want to pass on to you. In simple terms, want to make you my disciple as well as 7 knights and little Ajin. But what I call them both is fighting, but what I teach you is technical research. So do you want to undergo the test that I have for you? Chapter 34, Gu Yang, Little Fishy has some dull. When she heard that Gu Yang wanted to take her as a disciple, and Xingyu's eyes also lit up for a moment. But after that he hesitated. One who plays with creatures? What is His Majesty Yen Di doing accepting himself as a disciple? But what was it that His Majesty Yen Di said about teaching himself to pass on his skills? For a moment, a hint of curiosity appeared in Xingyu's eyes. Your Majesty Yen Di, I would like to know what your test is. Gazing at Gu Yang, and Xingyu solemnly inquired. Buzz. And Xingyu had just finished his inquiry when he saw a small green gold flame filled with life force appear in front of him. Use your only positive solution to parse this tiny flame and see if it's possible. Handing this small flame in front of Xingyu, Gu Yang spoke to him. This trace of a small flame is a trace of a small flame that randomly jumps when one's life divine fire burns. Even if it is only a trace of a small flame, but if one lets a person fuse it can also be born dead and extend life for 100 or 80 years. And looking at this small greenish golden flame in front of her, and Xingyu pushed up her glasses. He felt his body craving for this small flame, wanting to devour it. Feeling his body's longing, and Xingyu used his only positive solution with excitement, only to see his deep, dark eyes flashing azure, instantly entering a state of omniscience that excluded everything. Xingyu's consciousness was immersed in a state of omniscience as he scrutinized every detail of the small flame. It was just like a scholar facing new knowledge, absorbing it wholeheartedly and studying this new knowledge that was outside his omniscience. Time passed bit by bit, and 3 hours of time soon passed. At this time, he was also studying everything about this small flame successfully. However, just as he was about to exit his omniscient state, a powerful suction force suddenly came from the small flame and sucked him in tightly. When Xingyu opened his eyes again, he realized that he had arrived in a mysterious space, surrounded by a strong life scent. In the center of the space stood a figure, none other than His Majesty Yendi. After looking at this mysterious space filled with a seemingly endless breath of life, and Xingyu's azure-colored eyes flickered as if she was parsing the information here. But he realized that at this moment of omniscience he was as if he were a toothless child who presumed to control the supreme divine power. He felt powerless in the face of everything within this one mysterious space. Buzz! Suddenly, a greenish-golden sun that seemed like a star suddenly appeared, and Xingyu gazed at the green-golden sun in front of her, and all welled up in her heart. His Majesty Yendi's figure appeared incomparably tall under the light of the sun, as if he held the power of the universe. As His Majesty Yendi raised his hand, the green-golden sun released a brilliant light that shot straight towards Xingyu, and Xingyu instinctively wanted to dodge, but her body was unable to move as if she was immobilized. The light instantly penetrated his body and he felt a powerful and warm energy flow through his body. This energy changed his body and nourished his spirit, but in an instant, his spiritual power of the water of the cup transformed into the water of the pond, and the peak of the Gentian realm broke through to the early stage of the pond realm. When the light dissipated, and Xingyu slowly opened his eyes, and he felt refreshed, as if he had been transformed. He looked gratefully at His Majesty Yendi, his heart filled with a desire for power. His Majesty Yendi nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with his performance. Come with me, little fish. His Majesty Yendi turned around and walked towards the depths of the mysterious space, with Xingyu following closely behind. When they walked out of the mysterious space, what ushered in Xingyu was a small room of only 30 square meters. In the center of this small room there was a 1-meter-high three-legged, four-ported medicine cauldron, and around the medicine cauldron there were one small wooden box after another, and among the wooden boxes there were one medicinal herb after another. Of course, it was only the most ordinary of the herbs for the first-grade rejuvenation pill. The next one is your real test. Pointing at the medicine cauldron here, as well as the medicinal herbs around the cauldron, Gu Yang casually found a recliner. Then Gu Yang lay on top of the recliner and spoke to Xingyu. Hearing Gu Yang's words, Xingyu blinked her own eyes back to normal before inquiring to Gu Yang. Your Majesty Yen Emperor, what you mean is, let me make pills. But, I won't. Gu Yang glanced at him, then said in disgust, no little fishy, you're at least a genius. A scientific research genius? A biological research genius? You wouldn't think that the gift of my divine flame of life was so simple as to just help you break through to the early stage of the pool realm's cultivation. Feel the power inside you. As a subject left to you by your teacher, you should at least take it seriously. And don't think you're safe just because I'm the Yendi. If I had any ill intentions towards you, you'd already be dead just by your lack of seriousness. And Xingyu took a deep breath and concentrated on feeling the power within her body. These words of His Majesty Yendi made him realize that His Majesty Yendi's teachings were not just as simple as breaking through his cultivation. They must contain a deeper meaning. Sure enough, with just a simple perception he saw a small greenish golden flame quietly dripping in the air above the pond of water in his spiritual sea. Although this small green gold colored flame was not even 1/10,000th as compared to that magnificent life star, it was dozens of times more powerful than the small flame that His Majesty Yendi had tested himself with. Could it be that His Majesty Yendi meant to let himself use this life flame to refine pills? Thinking of this, he opened his eyes, then raised his hand with a tentative gesture, after which a green flame emanating rich life force appeared in the middle of his right hand. Feeling the breath of life carried by this flame, and Xingyu only felt that her physical body became very active, and the cells in her body eagerly absorbed the power of life overflowing from this flame. After analyzing the situation based on his own body, he found that his lifespan had actually increased second by second with the help of this small flame, although it wasn't much. According to his analysis, after the breath of life within this one flame, he could prolong his life by at least 400 to 500 years. Your Majesty Yendi. His eyes looked towards Gu Yang, a rare look of shock appearing in his eyes. Is this the greatness of the gods? A thing under a fingernail could give himself such a huge boost. And Xingyu suddenly felt as if he was now going to kneel down and beg His Majesty Yendi to take him as his disciple. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and refine the medicine. Glancing faintly at Xingyu, Gu Yang said helplessly. Why did he feel that the little fish child was so dull in terms of the mysterious and lofty feeling than the original? As for Xingyu, when he heard Gu Yang's words, he also hurriedly put away the flame of life in his hand, and then he walked to the medicine cauldron and carefully observed these unfamiliar items, secretly resolving in his heart to study the way of alchemy. However, for Xingyu, who had never touched alchemy before, this was undoubtedly a huge challenge, but he didn't back down. Instead, he opened a wooden box and took out one of the herbs inside, casting the only positive solution, and began to study it carefully. Time passed by, and Xingyu gradually immersed himself in the exploration of alchemy. He forgot about everything in the outside world and devoted himself to this novel field. Chapter 35, Gu Yang's third disciple. Little Fishy. In the middle of the small 30-square-meter secret room, Xingyu sat in front of the medicinal cauldron in the center and analyzed the medicinal information of the various medicinal ingredients used to refine the spring recovery pill, with the only positive solution in place. In an hour's time, Xingyu also parsed the information of each of the herbs of these rejuvenation pills, and at the same time directly analyzed how to concoct the medicines in the order of the herbs based on the parsing. Placing the herbs in front of her, then gazing at the medicine cauldron in front of her, Xingyu gently exhaled a breath. He then glanced at Gu Yang and said with a respectful look in his eyes, "Your Majesty Yen Emperor, I'm going to start refining pills." Xingyu took a deep breath and probed her hands tentatively. Then the flame of life filled with rich life force instantly entered this medicinal cauldron. He also had some research on ancient Chinese medicine. After all, he was in anatomy and had to learn some Chinese medicine and stuff to better equip himself to perform dissections and stuff. And he had some understanding of the ancient alchemy of Daxia. The first step in alchemy was to heat up the furnace. Author made that up. And although the flame of life was a flame with a strong breath of life, it also had the temperature that a flame should have. So after heating up the furnace, Xingyu took a deep breath and also followed the order of the spring return Dan alchemy that he had researched. And herb after herb was thrown into this medicinal cauldron by him. Under his watchful eye, the medicinal herbs within the medicinal cauldron were burned by the flame of life, and the medicinal properties of this herb were hammered out by a thread under his control. After the medicinal properties of one herb after another were hammered out, a puddle of medicinal liquid lay quietly in the center of his flame of life, quenching the medicinal properties and then compressing them to turn them into pills. So Xingyu cast unique orthodox solution to compress the medicinal properties accordingly based on her unique orthodox solutions analysis. The changes within the tripod under Xingyu's control were getting faster and faster, and Xingyu's forehead was gradually oozing fine beads of sweat, but his eyes were always focused and determined. Finally, when he refined to the last step of the action based on his own analysis of the only positive solution, a dazzling light was emitted from within the pill cauldron, and a rounded elixir slowly rose up. Gazing at the blood-green colored elixir, a trace of excitement flashed through Xingyu's eyes. She had actually succeeded in alchemy on her first try. Holding this blood-green colored rejuvenation pill, Xingyu's expectant gaze went to Gu Yang. Looking at Xingyu's expectant gaze, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Little Fishy succeeded in his first refining, or a finished elixir that had condensed into a Dan pill. One should know that the first time he refined medicine at first was the rejuvenation scatter that barely reached the first grade. That kind of powder didn't even need to be condensed, but he had also refined it dozens of times before he finished it. And Little Fisher condensed Dan on his first try, and it had a Dan pattern on it. Although it was said that it was with the help of the flame of life, which was a flame, as well as his divine ruin's only positive solution that had allowed him to make it to this point. It could also be said that Little Fisher was very suitable to be a pill refining master. Gu Yang thought to himself whether he should bestow the divine ruin's infinite treasure trove medicinal herbs to Xingyu. Simply put, it's a shared divine ruin. In simpler terms, let the Little Fishy genius be his own divine agent. Your Majesty ND. According to the parsing of my only positive solution, this one of my pills has increased its potency by roughly 70% or so compared to normal pills. Why is that? Pushing up her glasses, Xingyu inquired to Gu Yang. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang glanced at the Dan pattern on top of this blood-green colored elixir, and also laughed lightly as he pointed at the cloud-like Dan pattern on top of this elixir and said, "This is the function of the Dan pattern. The medicinal effect of pills that have a pattern will be quite a bit higher than ordinary pills. The fact that this rejuvenation pill of yours has a Dan pattern on it means that it is of very high quality, and the upper limit of 3 lines of an elixir is 3 belongs to an extremely high-quality elixir. Having 1 line of elixir is 70% of the potency of an ordinary elixir. 2 lines of elixir is twice as much as an ordinary elixir, and an extremely high-quality elixir with 3 lines of elixir is 5 times as much potency as an ordinary elixir. However, it is indeed rare for you to be able to concoct pills with Dan lines on your first attempt at alchemy." After hearing this, Xingyu gained a deeper understanding of the Dan pattern, and at the same time became more confident in her alchemy talent. In the future, if you practice more, you might even be able to refine more pills with Dan lines, and strive to make it so that one is a 3-stripe extreme Dan, Gu Yang encouraged. And Xingyu nodded and resolved in her heart to become an outstanding alchemist. Moreover, in the future, one can also study some pills, just so that one can let his fish species mice to test the medicine. They are tenacious and very suitable to be mice. Well, not bad. Looking at Xingyu's appearance, Gu Yang smiled and patted his shoulder. So little fish, is it necessary to worship this seed as your master? In addition to refining pills, my master also intends to teach you to refine weapons. But if you want to learn refining, you need to wait until you reach the Chuan realm. At those words, a light flashed in Xingyu's eyes. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. And Xingyu did not hesitate to kneel down and bow. He knew how powerful His Majesty Yan Di was, and now that His Majesty Yan Di was personally accepting disciples himself, he definitely had to respond. If he could worship him as his master, he would definitely be able to learn a lot of things, such as what His Majesty Yan Di said about refining weapons. He was looking forward to the spectacle of draping his fish species with various implements after he had learned to smith. Just thinking about it, it feels funny. Gu Yang laughed out loud and helped Xingyu up, saying, "Good disciple, get up. From today onwards, you are Master's third disciple, and 7 knights and a Jin are your 2 senior brothers." Saying that, Gu Yang's heart was suddenly happy. Jin was 12, 7 knights was 17, and Xingyu was already 18. Having little fishy call out to Jin's 7 knights senior brother, TSK, 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 it's fun to think about. As for Xingyu, when she heard that Gu Yang had accepted herself as a disciple, her heart also flashed with joy. As for shouting 7 knights, Jin's senior brother or whatever, it didn't matter to him. As long as he was able to learn his master's true passages, everything didn't matter. Buzz. After accepting Xingyu as their disciple, the two of them disappeared into the secret room with a flickering figure. When Xingyu woke up again, she saw Gu Yang, who was still sitting on Chen Mai's office chair smoking not far away. Blinking, Xingyu called out to Gu Yang, "Master." Seeing him like this, Gu Yang let out a light laugh. Did this kid suspect that what just happened was fake? Getting up from the chair, Gu Yang came to his body and smiled. "What you were in just now was in the middle of a mysterious space created by me. Rest assured that no matter how long that mysterious space has passed, the reality has only passed for an instant. So you are indeed my disciple now." At those words, Xingyu's heart breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that one really has no illusions. "Next, I will pass on something to you." Looking at Xingyu, Gu Yang said with a smile, then casually pointed out to cast the divine ruin infinite emptiness, directly engraved all of his own inheritance from a first-grade pill refiner imperial grade supreme pill refining grandmaster into Xingyu's memory. During that time, they met some obstacles however. When Gu Yang glared at them, the thing that was blocking Gu Yang's inheritance directly turned into ashes. What kind of a mole cricket dares to act recklessly in front of this emperor? After engraving his own pill refining inheritance deep within Xingyu's memory, Gu Yang then shared his divine ruins infinite treasure trove of medicinal herbs with him as well. Chapter 36, Lin Xia, Master. Your money, is it legal? Little fish, cultivate well and don't let master down. Patting Xingyu's shoulder, Gu Yang lightly smiled. After passing on his divine ruin, as well as his pill refining inheritance to Xingyu again, Gu Yang passed on his 9 revolutions soul forging skill to him as well. Then he searched and fetched his Shinnong ruler, imitation, and Shinnong tripod, imitation, amongst his own storage for a while. Although it was said to be a replica of one's own supreme divine artifact, the divine farmer's ruler, and the divine farmer's tripod, but these two things were also at the level of peak main divine artifacts, which was the level of the grade when the system had found this thing. After giving him these two things, Gu Yang then created a small world that was only about 10,000 square kilometers, 3,000 meters high, and connected to the outside world's sun, moon, and stars with his current cultivation in the outside world, which was only at the peak of heaven's respect, and gave it to Xingyu. Cultivation to reach Tianzuan will be able to control the space to create a small world. To Gu Yang's control of space, Tianzuan Peak can easily create a world with the size of the earth, but after all, it is given to the disciples to study the small world. Master, these two divine artifacts are really powerful, and this small world, I will definitely make good use of them. And Xingyu said excitedly. Gu Yang smiled and nodded before admonishing. Little fishy, although these two divine artifacts are powerful, they also require you to constantly cultivate and improve your strength in order to better utilize their power. At the same time, this small world also needs you to run by heart. Although it is said that the infinite medicinal herbs treasure trove allows you to use their own spiritual power to cohesively materialize medicinal herbs, but you as a pharmacist, you cannot rely too much on this. Planting medicinal herbs in order to allow you to research better medicinal herbs. Otherwise you do not know its specific medicinal effects. Specific information you cannot materialize is not. Just like my medicine refining heritage memory among those medicinal herbs. I cannot give you heritage medicinal herbs of the medicinal properties, so you only know the name of the case that have not seen its own appearance. You can analyze its medicinal properties? Upon hearing this, Xingyu nodded heavily and said with firm eyes, Don't worry, Master. I will definitely not fail your expectations. I will quietly plant medicinal herbs and exercise my own state of mind within this small world of yours. Smiling, he nodded. Then Gu Yang left him to his own research. With the only positive solution in what he had given him, the boy would be able to study it completely on his own in the future without having to worry about him. After Xingyu left the captain's office, she met Chen Mai, who was standing outside the captain's office. "Captain." Looking at Chen Mai, and Xingyu spoke. At those words, Chen Mai nodded. Then, he raised his head to look over Xingyu with a curious look in his eyes. His Majesty Yan Di wants to take Xingyu as his disciple. I wonder if this brat Xingyu has agreed. Chen Mai couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Little fish, His Majesty Yan Di wants to take you as a disciple. Have you agreed?" And Xingyu smiled and replied, "Of course I agreed. This is a rare opportunity. However, I won't forget my original intention and will work hard to improve myself." Chen Mai listened and secretly sighed in his heart. And Xingyu is worthy of being the genius that His Majesty the Yin Emperor personally requested to bring back to Squad 136. Sure enough, His Majesty Yan Di took him as a disciple as soon as he saw him. He patted in Xingyu's shoulder and encouraged, "Go for it, little fish." "Captain, can you purchase 3,000 mice for me in? Master helped me break through to the pool realm. Now I can control over 3,000 fish species." Looking at Chen Mai, and Xingyu suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai did not refuse as he nodded and said, "You're a researcher of my Squad 136. I definitely won't refuse you if you need research. It just so happens that I am also curious about how the 3,000 mice of the Marigold Realm can bring about a change for our Squad 136. Saying that, a trace of shock flashed in Chen Mai's eyes. That was 3,000 Marigold Realm mysteries. Although they were only mice, but it was scary to think about. If the uncontrollable 3,000 had mixed into Songnan, I'm afraid that in just a week's time hundreds of thousands of their residents in Songnan would have been mysteriously killed by these 3,000. But, with 3,000 controllable Marigold mysteries, it's still the mice who are really curious about what kind of changes they can make to Squad 136. And Xingyu gave Chen Mai a grateful glance, and after bidding farewell, he returned to the middle of his underground research room with an expectant look on his face, deciding to first study the two divine artifacts to see how he could better utilize their power. Inside Gu Yang's small world, after sending in Xingyu away, Gu Yang returned here. Looking at these two guys at home who were packing up, Gu Yang came behind them and kicked one of them. "Don't pack up. Your sister Hong Ying and sister Xiaonan are going to take you two to go shopping to buy a new one. So you two hurry up and get lost to go and accompany your sister Hong Ying and sister Xiaonan to go shopping together." Saying that, Gu Yang's eyes also flickered slightly when he thought of Hong Ying as well as Si Xiaonan's character, and then glanced at the two brats in front of him. Ahem, the female-clad 7 knights in Jin. Make sure to keep a good record of it. And Lin Qiye and Yang Jin, who were packing up their things, froze for a moment when they heard Gu Yang's words, and without waiting for them to say anything, Lin Qiye suddenly heard his cell phone ringing with an alert. Then he picked up his cell phone and looked at it, and all of a sudden his eyes went wide. "Your Daxia bank card with the tail number 10086 is credited with $10. 000 and you have a bank balance of $10. 210. After looking at his text message and then at Gu Yang, Lin Qiye blinked and said, "Master, you've robbed the money. This $10 million. $10 million in one shot from the master. What's he up to?" Seeing Lin Qiye's incredulous look, Gu Yang rolled his eyes. Then he knocked his head and said, "This $10 million is for you to transfer to your aunt. You two are really filial. Day by day you live here in the master. But your aunt, Mom, still lives there in the old town. This $10 million is for you to help your aunt purchase a villa near the Red Tassel's house. And then help her purchase a storefront to open a mini-mart. Long live master." Lin Qiye jumped up excitedly. He didn't expect his master to be so generous. Yang Jin was also thrilled that they had always wanted to do something for their mom, but were never able to due to financial constraints. Master to the money, they are very comfortable. After all, one day for the teacher, life for the father. Well, shamelessly, Gu Yang is more important to them than their father. So Gu Yang gave the money to them and they gladly accepted it. But after the excitement, Lin Qiye added, "But master, this $10 million of yours, where did it come from? You wouldn't have hacked into the bank and then hacked the money in the bank." At those words, Gu Yang glared at this great filial son. "Who are you undermining? Does your master look like the kind of person who would do something illegal?" Gu Yang said without any good humor. "This is the wealth I accumulated in the ancient times and then converted the cash myself based on the value of my own wealth, which is recorded in Daxia, reasonably and legally." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin glanced at each other before blinking their eyes with some curiosity as well. "But master has said that, so it shouldn't be a lie." After nodding, the two brothers looked at Gu Yang and said, "Then master, the two of us will leave first, just in time to inquire with sister Hong Ying about that villa area of hers." Chapter 37 Gu Yang, I women's clothing good big child lovely not. Sister Hong Ying, sister Xiaonan. After leaving Gu Yang's small world, Lin Xie and the two young Jin brothers found Hong Ying as well as Si Xiaonan. There you are. Red Ruffian greeted with a smile. Aha. Lin Xie answered, then looked at Si Xiaonan. Sister Hong Yao. Sister Xiaonan. I'm relying on you guys for a Jin and I next. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying glanced at each other before blinking their eyes and also grinning. No problem. We'll make sure to dress the two of you up in fine spirits to head to the boot camp. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the two women, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, the two brothers, Lin Xie and Yang Jin, also subconsciously trembled, feeling that the smiles of these two sisters were somehow scary. Oh yeah, Sister Hong Ying, I'm looking for you, and there's one more thing I want to trouble you with. Thinking of the $10 million in his card, Lin Xie suddenly looked at Hong Ying and said, What is it? Red Riding asked suspiciously. Lin Xie scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, That, Sister Hong Yao, you also know that my aunt, she lives in the old city. Without waiting for Lin Xie to finish, Hong Ying smiled and said to Lin Xie, It's fine. I can let your aunt stay at my place since you requested it. At those words, Lin Xie hastily shook his head. No. Sister Hong Ying, I wanted to ask you if there are any villas for sale or anything amongst that villa area you live in. I want to buy a villa for my aunt. Lin Xie hurriedly stated his request. After Lin Xie finished speaking, Yang Jin also nodded in a hurry and said, Master said that my brother and I have to enter the recruit training camp for a year, and that we can't see our mother for a year. So Master gave us some money, wanting us to purchase a villa in the villa area that you are in. Sister Hong Yao, preferably one that we can live in the next 2 or 3 days before we leave for the recruit training camp. In that case, the Red Coma thought for a moment, then spoke, There is a vacant villa, but the price may be a bit more expensive. Money is not a problem. Lin Xie waved his hand, then directly pulled out a bank card from his pocket. As long as I can stay in these 2 days. Seeing that Hong Ying agreed, Lin Xie and Yang Jin both let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Don't worry, brother 7 Nights. I'll leave this to my sister, Red Coma assured as she patted her towering chest. Then thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Lin Xie heatedly laughed. Master gave 10 million, and the Xangnan can only be counted as a county. A set of villas is just 3 or 4 million at the most expensive. So Lin Xie and Yang Jin are very atmospheric at this time. Looking at the two brothers' happy faces, Red Coma smiled gently and then said, In that case, then Xiaonan and I will first take the two of you to my villa area there to look at that vacant villa before taking the two of you shopping and strolling around. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie and Yang Jin, the two brothers, hurriedly nodded their heads to indicate that it was okay. The sooner the house was bought, the better, so that they could let their aunt, Mom, enjoy the blessings at that time. Although it is said that Aunt, Mom, is now at the peak of limitlessness, cultivation is cultivation, not enjoyment. Then after a few people spoke to Chen Mai, the two red-tasseled Si Xiaonan sisters brought Lin Xie and Yang Jin to the villa area, found the property of the villa area, and then went to meet the vacant villa together. It was a detached villa connected to the villa at Red Tassel's house, leaning against each other at a distance of about a few dozen meters or so. Is a building covers an area of about 600 square meters. The building occupies 360 square meters of the ground with the upper 3 floors, the lower 2 floors, with 6 parking spaces, front and rear yards of the detached villa. The asking price is a whopping $4.8 million, of which it will cost about $5 million to renovate it with the finishes in it. Just buy it and move right in. Thus, Lin Xie didn't hesitate to swipe his card to make the payment, and then with the help of this property, he bought a store located on the first floor, with an area of about 200 square meters. Within the building area of the villa area of roughly 700 to 800 meters, at a cost of $1,200,000. Next, all that was needed was for her aunt to get this villa, as well as this one-story home ownership and whatnot, and she could open a mini-mart and be a laid-back rich wife. After taking care of the house, Lin Xie and the others started their shopping trip again, led by Red Tassel. Boys shopping is always a quick fix, but Lin Xie and Yang Jin brothers too completely underestimated follow the Red Tassel. Si Shan and 2 girls on the enthusiasm of shopping. During this period, Lin Xie and Yang Jin brothers even changed a few sets of women's clothing under the fierce gazes of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. After trying on countless pieces of clothing, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were finally satisfied and let Lin Xie and Yang Jin go. The Lin Xie Yang Jin brothers changed their own clothes and bought a few more sets of men's clothing after they also looked at each other in aggravation, and somewhat regretted shopping with the Hong Ying Si Xiaonan sister duo. I can't believe they've been so condescending as to wear women's clothing. And photographed. Particularly, looking at the soul shadows around the two of them, the two brothers had a feeling that they wanted to die. Alright. Gu Yang's projected soul shadow gazed at the two brothers and also said cheerfully, It's not just women's clothing, don't be aggravated, look how good you two look. Gu Yang wickedly floated around in front of the two brothers, during which she even projected a picture of the two of them in women's clothing in front of her. In front of the two of them. Looking at the two photos in front of them that were turned on with a full-grade beauty face and were also approved, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin were struck by lightning at once. The entire group was dumbfounded. Lin Qiye and Yang Jin looked at each other, their faces filled with helplessness and collapse. If this photo gets out, how can we still be human in the future? Yang Jin wailed. Don't worry, I won't spread it out. You guys trust me? I'm sure I'll talk bu, muffled, counting words but it's really cute how you guys dress up in women's clothes and then sex change. So you too, do you want to change your sex? I've got a sex change potion here that guarantees a painless sex change. Does Seven Knights want to have another sister? Does Ah Jin want to have another sister? Gu Yang said with a smile. Hearing Gu Yang's somewhat compelling voice, the brothers' hearts fluttered for that brief moment. However, when the brothers glanced at each other, there was a momentary twist in their hearts, and they were somewhat speechless. Turning their heads, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin, the two brothers also had black lines on their faces and were speechless. Good lord, their own brother, younger brother, even. So, the two brothers looked at each other again, and the moment their eyes locked, the two brothers decided to forget this black history as soon as possible. Hong Ying, who was happily looking at the photos of the brothers in women's clothing, and Si Xiaonan, the two women saw that Lin Qiye, Yang Jin and the two brothers froze there, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Seven Knights, Jin, don't be sad. Sister will delete the photos. Hong Ying had just opened her mouth to say that she would delete the black history photos of the two brothers, but she suddenly realized that her cell phone rang, so with curiosity she took her phone and looked at it, and then found that a person named Yendishin no ID among the group chat of her own Sungnan's loving family had posted a few pictures. Looking at the information displayed on it, read coma. Si Xiaonan and the two girls glanced at each other, also curious about what kind of pictures His Majesty Yen Di had released. Lin Qiye, Yang Jin and the two brothers also took out their cell phones and saw the message on it. At once, an ominous premonition appeared in the hearts of the two brothers. The two brothers looked at each other, then hurriedly opened their cell phone passwords and tapped into the group chat to take a look. The only thing that Yen Dishan no ID posted was a photo of the brothers in their previous female get-ups, with the caption, "At everyone, look at my two good big boys. Ha 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 ha, it's so adorable." Seeing this message, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan couldn't help but burst out laughing, while Lin Qiye and Yang Jin's faces turned red and they couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's a little shameful, but, ahem. At this point, the group also exploded with responses from the players. Chen Mai, His Majesty the Yen Emperor. Cough cough cough. Seven Knights. Little Ah Jin is indeed adorable. Wo Xiangnan, worthy of being His Majesty Yen Di. This photo-taking technique is awesome. At Lang Xian. Ah Xian. You should learn His Majesty Yen Di's photo-taking technique. It's exquisite. Lang Xian, indeed. His Majesty Yen Di's photo-taking skills are indeed worth learning from me. Zhao Kongcheng, Seven Knights. Jin is worthy of being our group favorite. So cute. When Chima, ahem, ahem. Though but, ha ha ha. Seven Knights. Jin you guys. And Kinjiu, master you, this can be really bad taste. Actually so broken child, two senior brothers. Lin Qiye and Yang Jin looked at the cell phone screen helplessly, secretly screaming in their hearts. This was a big disgrace. How could they not expect that Master would send the photo to the group and praise it so unabashedly? Glancing at Xingyu, the two brothers looked at each other. Then hurriedly at Lin Qiye at Kinjiu. Little fish were blood brothers. Yang Jin at Yendi Shinon. Master still has fish. You can't forget him. Along with the two of them at Gu Yang also appeared in the middle of the chat group. Ahem. The problem is that the two of you let little fishy wear women's clothes first. So Seven Knights. Go Jin. Lin Qiye and Yang Jin's eyes widened when they saw this message, and an unspeakable feeling surged in their hearts. Glancing at each other, the two brothers hemmed and hawed, searching for a way to get the little fishy to do the same. Cough cough cough. Hong Ying put down her cell phone, then looked at Lin Qiye and Yang Jin and said, alright, we still have to shop. Finish buying the things you two have to buy early, so we can also rest early. Truth be told, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were also a little embarrassed right now. If the two of them hadn't made Seven Knights and Jin wear women's clothing, the two of them wouldn't have been refined by His Majesty, the Emperor of the Inferno, and then sent out to the large group. Chapter 38, in Xingyu, I'm weak and can't set training. 2 more days had passed, and today was the day that Lin Qiye Yang Jin left for the Jinnan Mountain Training Camp. Originally, they had planned to head to the training camp 2 days ago, but they let Gu Yang stop them. After all, the training ground to their lair are, but also so anxious to roar over to do what? So Chen Mai also did not book a ticket, but just let Red Tassel in advance. Si Xiaonan took Lin Qiye Yang Jin and them to buy the things they needed, and these 2 days passed. under Lin Qiye and Yang Jin's flimflam, during which Gu Yang also showed up once after their aunt, Mom, also honestly accepted Lin Qiye's filial piety to her goodwill, living in the middle of the villa, decorated a supermarket. And at this moment, the two brothers who had dealt with all the affairs of the family and were relaxed beyond measure were looking at their own master within Gu Yang's small world. Ahem, where's your little senior brother? Little fishy, I shared one of my divine ruins with him, so 7 nights. Jean, master also intends to give the two of you one divine ruin each. Looking at the two disciples in front of him, Gu Yang lightly laughed. Upon hearing this, the two brothers' eyes lit up in anticipation. A divine ruin that surpassed the great men of the supreme god realm. It feels scary to think about it. Thank you, master, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin said in unison. Gu Yang nodded slightly before reaching out and waving his hand. 2 rays of light shot towards the two men respectively. Lin Qiye and Yang Jin only felt a bright light before their eyes, and then they realized that their consciousness had entered a mysterious space. The space was filled with a rich spiritual qi, as well as various strange sights. Buzz! Only 2 divine lights descended and appeared in front of the two brothers, then instantly rushed into the middle of their spiritual space. Divine ruins, holy light divine realm. Once I unfold this divine ruin, I can unfold a realm of light, and in the midst of this realm of light, I can enhance my mental strength, physical strength, defense, strength, recovery, and absolute control of light tenfold, and summon an angel of holy light whose cultivation is 1 realm higher than my own, the highest supreme god realm, to guard me. In other words, I can now summon an early Chuan realm angel of holy light, but that angel also gets the holy light divine domain enchantment. Although I can only unfold the divine light divine domain for 3 minutes at the current early stage of the pool realm, and I can only open it once a day. But, Lin Qiye's heart was filled with shock at this divine ruin. A tenfold all-around enhancement would allow one to be directly comparable to the peak of the Chuan realm, right? Especially the tenfold increase in strength. Oneself is now also the first round of the divine desolate sacred body. 10 tons of strength in the physical body. 10 times 100 tons of increase. Close up if 100 tons of fists even the sea realm will be pounded away by a single punch. If you use the 8 extreme avalanche you are afraid to kill a sea realm with a single punch. There was also that angel of holy light, 1 realm above himself, who was still able to gain enchantment within the holy light divine realm. It's simply unbeatable. Master is awesome. Divine ruins, fighting divine domain, is also a domain type. The more I fight amongst this domain type of divine ruins, the stronger I get. It's a divine ruins that suits me well. Similarly, Yang Jin perceived the divine ruins that his master had passed on to him, and was pleasantly surprised. One cultivated the combat-exclusive heaven-breaking skill, which could be said to be a perfectly fitting contraption when there was this fighting god's domain, as well as one's combat experience. I have to say, it's true that the master god's market is really great. Feel it well. This is a divine ruin specially created by master for the sake of my disciple. It's really not easy for master. Gu Yang's voice rang in their ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin also hurriedly sensed this divine ruin of their own, ensuring that they could cast this divine ruin perfectly, or at least not play-pull this divine ruin and make their master lose face. Many thanks, master. After sensing their own divine ruins, the two of them once again thanked him. Gu Yang looked at them with a smile, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Cultivate well in the future and don't fail your master, he said. Lin Qiye and Yang Jin nodded heavily, their hearts filled with fighting spirit. The two of them are configured to travel to the recruit training camp, which is not to go to the military training. I'm afraid not. The two of them went to military training instructors. The two brothers looked at each other and also smiled at each other, looking forward to the scene of their 2 military training camp instructors. However, Lin Qiye couldn't help but flash a trace of regret in his heart. In fact, he quite wanted the mortal dust divine realm that his master had displayed in the first place. After all, that mortal dust divine realm of masters is really powerful. Compared to Gu Yang's mortal dust divine realm, Lin Qiye could only say that his mortal dust divine realm was a grandson, and that Michael's could only be a son. So having the opportunity to be Micah's dad, he was really, ahem, some of the inverted Big Dipper. Micah shouldn't be able to perceive it. Looking over, at the head of his own master's house, Michael was surely unable to perceive his thoughts. Michael couldn't sense Lin Qiye's thoughts, but Gu Yang, who was his master, sensed his thoughts. Glancing at this brat, Gu Yang also let out a light laugh, then came behind the two brothers and kicked one of them. 2 brats, what are you stupidly standing there for? Hurry up and go. The people outside are waiting for you. Lin Qiye and Yang Jin who were kicked looked at their own master helplessly, especially Yang Jin. Mom kicked me out in the first place, and now master is kicking me out as well. This is really a bitter fate. Unable to do so, the two brothers put on the nano ring that Gu Yang had helped the two brothers refine and put it on. and immediately after touching the flame seal in their palms, the figures of the two brothers disappeared directly into the middle of Gu Yang's small world along with a flicker of light. As soon as they left Gu Yang's small world, the two brothers met the crowd of Team 136. At this moment, all the people of Team 133 were waiting for the two brothers in the middle of the office. Glancing at Xingyu, Lin Xiye held his forehead and said, "No, our night watchman is also too." And Xingyu, because of the reason of technical geeks, relying on the master's spring-back Dan formula, plus in Xingyu's own transformation of the refining amplification, directly became the official member of the 136th team, and also became a researcher of the Vigilant Research Institute, but it is a researcher outside of the institute. There is no need to leave Songnan to go to Shangjing. You can be directly stationed in Songnan to study the rights of. It was really envious of this young master of theirs who didn't have to travel to the boot camp, and facing the gaze of Lin Xiye, the two Yang Jin brothers, and Xingyu smiled and pushed up his glasses. "Two senior brothers. You know, I'm just an alchemist. I can't fight, and my body is still weak, so I can only stay at home and be a man behind your back not." At those words, Lin Xiye helplessly blanked him. Through his mortal dust divine realm's blazing angel divine pupil, he could easily tell the state of Xingyu's physical body. This kid's mere physical body was 2 or 3 tons. Without cultivating the divine desolate sacred body, he had the physical qualities of the first level of the divine desolate sacred body. That's all, and you say you're a weak body. But there was nothing to be done. Envy was envy, but the thought of them going to military training instructors him a burst of anticipation. So, next he and his brother Yang Jin traveled to the training camp under the escort of all the people from Squad 136. 39. Recruit training camps. Brother, we seem to be surrounded by sniper fire. Yang Jin, who was pulling the python suitcase, also felt dozens of strands of malice from the throbbing of his heavenly eyes. It wasn't pure malice, it just felt like there were dozens of targets converging on him and his brother. Responding to Yang Jin's words, Lin Xiye glanced around and after realizing that he couldn't perceive his current situation, he also spoke to Yang Jin. It should be the soldiers in charge of the security of the recruit intensive training camp. Jin, let's enter the recruit intensive training camp here first. At those words, Yang Jin nodded. Then glancing at little Black Lai who was lying on top of his Python Star children's luggage, he also helplessly spat with Lin Xiye. Little Black Lai had to suffer to come here to set up the training, but it's already limitless now. Ah, brother, master is really bad. Ah. Listening to his brother's spitting, Lin Xiye also glanced at the little Black Lai lying on top of Yang Jin's luggage. His mouth lightly smiled, also felt that the little Black Lai was really miserable. A great man of the limitless realm also had to bitterly follow the two of their brothers to come to the military training here at the recruit intensive training camp. The two headed towards the entrance of the recruit training camp and were stopped before they could get there. "Stop, what are you doing?" The soldiers at the door held their guns and looked at them with a wary face. Facing this soldier's inquiry, Lin Xiye and Yang Jin took out their identification documents. When this soldier looked at Lin Xiye and Yang Jin's identity documents, he also nodded and then spoke. "You can enter inside if your identity verification is successful." But, he glanced at the little black dog on top of Yang Jin's suitcase and also said, "Recruit training camps cannot carry pets." So, upon hearing this, Yang Jin glanced at little Black Rai before he also squatted down and removed the small school bag he was carrying behind his back, rummaging through his own small school bag before a piece of identification was taken out by him. When the soldier finished reading this document, he also blinked, his eyes filled with surprise. This one dog actually came along for military training. Then he nodded, then returned the ID to Yang Jin before saying, "That's fine. You can go in." When the two men and a dog entered the recruit intensive training camp, this sentry guarding the gate also opened his headset and said, "Reporting to the chief, Lin Xiye and Yang Jin, the two brothers you asked us to wait for, have already entered the middle of the training camp, and the two of them also have a pet dog with them." "Got it." A reply came back over the headset. At this moment, the chief instructor's office of the recruit training camp was in the middle of it. The middle-aged man with a stout figure and a country face looked at the list of information in front of him, and also let out a light laugh. This session of the new recruit training camp can be really interesting. An agent of Michael, an agent of Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan, as well as a divine agent dog of the sun-swallowing divine monarch snarling dogs, are also all in the same family. But isn't this family from Songnan? Why are you so late? After briefly lamenting, Yuan Gang casually commanded, "Old Hong, go take the two recruits who came last to stroll around our intensive training camp." And upon hearing Yuan Gang's command, Hong Hao, who was loitering in the training camp on the other side, answered and then went to the last new recruit to come. According to the information he had read, there were also only those few divine agents who had not arrived. Lin Xiye and Yang Jin walked into the camp with little Black Rai as they looked around curiously. This was the first time the two brothers had come to a military camp, although it was only in the middle of a boot camp. This is the recruit intensive training camp. Ah, it looks quite interesting, Yang Jin said excitedly. Lin Xie, on the other hand, was calmer as he observed the facilities and personnel around him, secretly pondering in his mind what the rest of his training life would be like. After all, the two brothers were pretty good. I don't know if the intensity of the training here will really work them out. Just then, a voice rang out, "Hey, you two are new here, right? I'm your instructor, Hong Hao. You can call me Instructor Hong. Let me show you two around here next." Lin Xie and Yang Jin looked back and saw a burly soldier standing behind them with serious and sharp eyes. "Okay, Instructor Hong," the two replied in unison, following the instructor around this training camp. Wandering through has also attracted a crowd of recruits, even by the instructor personally led to stroll through the training camp. These two recruits, what background? After strolling through the recruit training camp once, the two brothers also arrived at the dormitory building. It just so happened that there was an empty dormitory, so the two brothers took a dog and lived directly in the middle of this empty dormitory. The two brothers just stayed in this dormitory. Then they saw a chubby person come out from the opposite dormitory. Then this somewhat chubby person looked outside the dormitory of the two brothers Lin Xie and Yang Jin. Then they saw this chubby person enter the dormitory of the two brothers and said, "How are you guys? My name is Bailey Tu Ming. You guys can also call me Bailey Chubby." Through his introduction, he is also intended to send to the brothers Rolex Patek Philippe and so on each expensive watches as a gift and brothers to make friends. And looking at this one magnificent fat sent gifts, the two brothers blinked their eyes only to feel that this Bailey fat is really a person stupid money landlord family stupid son. However, in the face of this landlord's stupid son sending gifts to make friends and whatnot, Lin Xie and Yang Jin brothers refused. But friends and whatnot were definitely made. The two of them aren't short of money right now, so they don't need these name lists. Even in the past, the two of them would not accept gifts indiscriminately. After all, you can't make friends just because they're materialistic or whatever. In this way, the two brothers spent the morning at this boot camp. In the afternoon, the two brothers were resting when they suddenly heard the rallying cry sounding in the assembly camp. Thus, a group of recruits also hurried to the drill ground of the assembly camp. When the two Lin Xie brothers arrived with Little Black Rye, they also saw some dark crowds here. When the two brothers stood here, their friend Bailey Chubby, who had met them in the morning, also came to the side of Lin Xie and Yang Jin's brothers along with his roommate. For some reason, when Chubby Bailey saw the two brothers, he had a feeling that he had a thigh to hug, so Chubby Bailey's current mindset was to hug Lin Xie and Yang Jin's thighs. Double wood standing, 8 gods going to 1, entering the night for 10 years, ferrying my world. When Bailey Chubby's roommate saw Lin Xie, he also spoke out a critique. After he finished speaking, his eyes gazed at Lin Xie as if he were an avid fan and said, "You're Lin Xie, aren't you?" Chapter 40, Yuan Gang, even if you break through Klein, you're still just trash. Double wood standing, 8 gods going to 1, enter the night for 10 years, ferry me to the world. After seeing Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby's roommate also spoke out a critique, and then only saw his eyes filled with fervor as he looked at Lin Xie and opened his mouth. "You're Lin Xie, aren't you?" Looking at the fervor that this tall inch-headed youth in front of him was showing to himself, Lin Xie blinked his big eyes. Then after glancing at the equally dumbfounded Yang Jin, Lin Xie directly looked at Bailey Chubby. He here pointed to the brain and all. Seeing Lin Xie's actions, Bailey Chubby also scratched his head. Glancing at this inch-headed youth, Bailey Fatty said, "This is my roommate. He's quite decent. Now why is he so?" Saying that, Bailey Chubby was instantly shocked, then pointed at the inch-headed youth and uttered the shocking words, "You wouldn't be it. Don't I like women Lin Xie and Yang Jin glanced at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. "Don't you talk nonsense." The inch-haired youth's face turned red. I was only instructed by Master Golden Cicada, saying that I should find a person here to help me get rid of the sins on my body." Hearing this, Lin Xie's trio was speechless. Bailey Chubby even rolled his eyes and said in an unfeeling manner, "Golden Cicada Master? Which Golden Cicada Master? You couldn't have met a liar, could you?" At that, the inch-haired youth wanted to explain, but Yang Jin did suddenly think of something. Golden Cicada. And then thought of the criticisms the young man with the inch head had just spoken. Could it be the Golden Cicada? Then, under the explanation of the inch-haired youth was also relieved of the misunderstanding of several people. At the same time, Lin Xie and Yang Jin also knew the name of this inch-headed youth, Chao Yuan, through his explanation. However, Bailey Chubby was nodding his arm and said, "Why don't you say that your forbidden market is the forbidden market above all beings under the gods 031 Black King Chopping Destroyer? My roommate, you're even a thigh." Saying that, Bailey Fatty glanced at him and Lin Xie, and Yang Jin, Oh, and then glanced at little Black Lie who was lying on the ground. After a glance, he suddenly felt very satisfied. 2 divine agents. A divine agent dog, as well as a god below the beings above the Black King Chopper. I have to say that is fat really good luck. In the future you can hold on to the thighs of these people. The future is simply unlimited. Although he understood Chao Yuan's fanaticism, Lin Xie was still curious as to how he was going to help him relieve him of the sins he was carrying. It couldn't be letting himself use the Holy Light Divine Domain to give him a wave of Holy Light purification. But one had only acquired the Holy Light Divine Domain today. Why? This Golden Cicada Master was so powerful that he could have counted on his obtaining the Holy Light Divine Domain today not long ago. So powerful. It's hard for him to count out his own master as well. Just as they were chatting, a few sudden silhouettes arrived on top of the lectern, only to see the leader is a middle-aged country-faced majestic person wearing a military uniform. Behind him there are more than 20 ways also wearing military uniforms. Body posture, revealing the military iron blood breath, as if the top of a piece of the sky of the majestic instructors here. Sweeping a glance at the somewhat scattered group of recruits, the head chief instructor of the intensive training camp, Yuan Gang, frowned, then shouted out in a neutral tone to the group of recruits here. Silence. Looking at the new recruits who shut up when their words fell, Yuan Gang also frowned. At this time, an instructor behind him walked out, also to hear a group of recruits angrily roared, "All give me stand still. Look at you one by one hanging. How to take this place as home. Here is the barracks. You are new recruits. One by one. A little bit of the appearance of soldiers or not, since this to still not hurry to me to get out." Hearing this instructor's angry roar, it instantly made the large group of recruits here scared like a quail, each one of them standing straight in a hurry. It's not that they're afraid, it's just that this instructor is right. They're soldiers now, and soldiers have to behave like soldiers. Of course, there were some individual pricks who were very defiant, but stood honestly. After all, this instructor was right. Entering the boot camp was a recruit, and as a soldier one could not lose face as a soldier. Yuan Gang looked around at the crowd and said loudly, "I know that all of you are geniuses from all over the Great Xia, either possessing forbidden ruins that ordinary people can only dream of, or possessing skills that reach the peak of the world, or perhaps having a shocking background. But right now, you have only one identity. It's rookie. It's crap. Those of you who are complacent without even having seen a true mystery are a liability. A scourge that will drag your teammates down and cause them to lose their lives if you do make it out of the team." After Yuan Gang's voice was loud and clear as he finished his lines, he was looking at the expressions of this group of people below, only to find that there were some people here who sneered, and some people who were disdainful. Gazing at the expressions of these people, Yuan Gang frowned. Then in a tone of indifference, he said, "Someone is not convinced." No one answered, but someone raised his head to deign to look at Yuan Gang, as if to say, "I don't obey." Gazing at the appearance of these people, Yuan Gang was a little angry and laughed. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth directly with a round of disparagement. In the end, he even said, "Even if you become the Klein realm, you're still trash, and you'll be slapped to death when you meet a truly strong person." Listening to Yuan Gang's disparagement, a group of recruits boiled over at once. "Brother, he's so arrogant." Glancing at Lin Xie, Yang Jin transmitted his voice. Receiving Yang Jin's voice transmission, Lin Xie also replied back, "He's suppressing the arrogance of a group of new recruits here, but he's indeed a bit arrogant, but he's right." Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's heavenly eyes swept and looked at some of the pricks here, and he also nodded and said, "Very true. Each and every one of these pricks is overly proud. The cultivation of the Marigold realm thinks that it is complacent because it has awakened the forbidden ruins, and it really is the same as what the instructor up there said." While Lin Xie and the Yang Jin brothers were encryptedly talking, a figure suddenly stood out. "I don't believe it." Just then, a young man with his uniform open and his cap on backwards walked out, chewing gum in his mouth, his eyes full of teasing for Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. Seeing the guy who walked out, Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow before inquiring, "Recruit, your name?" "Xin Xingzhu." "Okay, who else is not convinced?" "I'm not convinced either." Xin Xingzhu spoke again. As he finished speaking, at once one figure after another walked out, shouting, "I'm not convinced." All at once a large portion of the recruits came out shouting defiance, rather as if they were going to revolt. Chapter 41, 2 Small Silver Coins. Looking at the group of recruits in the front row who shouted, "I don't obey," the 4 Lin Xie in the back row glanced at each other. Then he patted the head of Yang Jin, who was leaping forward with the intention of coming up with a "I don't give a damn either," with a look that said, "If you dare to open your mouth I'll dare to sue your mom," instantly making Yang Jin honest. Ouch, that's tough. He used to be a heavenly anti-bone boy, and now he wants to be a bit of an anti-bone boy when he can't. It's really quite hard. Brother Lin. Are you convinced? Watching Lin Xie and Yang Jin's eyes lock, Bailey Fatty blinked before poking Lin Xie's arm inquiringly. Facing Bailey Chubby's inquiry, Lin Xie nodded without hesitation and said, I'm convinced. Definitely convinced. Seeing Lin Xie open his mouth, Bailey Chubby also looked at Yang Jin. Facing Bailey Chubby's gaze, Yang Jin also nodded his head in a hurry to indicate that he was also convinced. If 7 Knights is convinced, then I am also convinced. Just at this time, Chao Yuan also spoke up. Similarly, his gaze towards Lin Xie still carried the glow of a little fanboy. Seeing this, Chubby Bailey scratched his head. He also wanted to make a hilarious shout that he was not convinced. But, now that 3 of his own 4-man team had served, he was. Just then, he shifted his gaze downward and also crouched down to inquire to Little Black Rai. Do you serve? At those words, Xiaohei Rai looked at the little cutie, like a glance at him, then lifted his leg to Yang Jin's feet to ignore this guy. Seeing this, Bailey Chubby got up somewhat helplessly. In that case, I'm convinced. Showing his hands, he could only speak helplessly, listening to Bailey Chubby some helpless, and some disappointed voice. A few people laughed also for this little fat really, and at that moment, Yuan Gang on the podium gazed at these recruits here who wanted to revolt, and also took out his walkie-talkie and said, It's your turn to appear. The words fell, only to see the sky, which was still clear and bright at that moment, instantly become cloudy. Afterwards, several figures fell directly from beneath this gloomy sky. Grip it. Hey, hold the grass. Help, Captain. I'm afraid of heights. But as the figures came down, there was a very dissonant voice. Hearing this discordant voice, the person wearing the king character mask amongst this group of people flashed a trace of dislike above his somewhat aged face underneath that mask. Shame on you. Figured that the swirling thing wasn't too loud. Or else, shame on you. Soon, the group of 7 people in total landed handsomely in front of a group of instructors. Looking at the 7 people who had landed handsomely, there was an almighty passerby who spoke in shock. Masked Squad. The recruit training camp is actually able to see Masked Squad, one of the special squads of the Grand Xia, descending here. Hiss. The weakest of these people were all at the peak of the Chuan realm, and the captain of the Masked Squad was even at the peak of the Sea realm. Rumor has it that they even hunted down a limitless realm mystery some time ago. As the almighty wayfarer opened his mouth, it shocked the recruits for a moment, just as the crowd was shocked at the Masked Squad's power. The person wearing a swirling mask amongst the group of them who had been shouting just a moment ago didn't hold back, only to see him plop down with both his knees instantly kneeling on the ground. Stare. Looking at the kneeling vortex, the Masked Squad crowd, as well as the instructors, and the recruits below instantly threw their gazes towards the kneeling vortex. Gazing at the gazes of the crowd, the youth's face beneath the swirling mask was instantly embarrassed. But fortunately, with his mask covering him, these people did not see the embarrassed expression on his face. Masked Squad Vortex, here to bid you all a good morning. After finding an excuse for his embarrassment, Whirlpool also stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Yuan Gang, who was behind them, glanced at the vortex and also held his forehead somewhat speechlessly. He's a big one. Swirl the tease. Sighing helplessly, then Yuan Gang lifted his leg and stood out. I know you guys are unconvinced, but as long as you guys can remove the masks from their faces, even if it's just one to remove, I'll sign the intensive training pass for you guys on the spot, so that you can go back to wherever you came from. As Yuan Gang finished speaking, the new recruits on the stage instantly had an unconvinced person shouting, on what grounds? The weakest of the Masked Squad is at the peak of the Chuan realm, and any one of them that comes out can defeat the 240 of us here. You're not. However, before this unconvinced person could finish his sentence, he saw Wang Mian, who was holding a straight sword, sweep him away, and then spoke directly. I will suppress our cultivation to the Marigold realm, and yet we only need to stand out 5 people. When Wang Mian finished speaking, he saw 2 of their 7-member squad retreat, leaving only 5 people behind. Seeing them in action, all of a sudden the recruits were abuzz. As great as the masquerade squads are, 240 against 5 masquerade squads that have been suppressed to the Marquis realm isn't just a matter of having the hands to do it. So, they boiled over. Welfare Bureau, okay? Brother, do we need to suppress our cultivation? Yang Jin glanced at Lin Xie before transmitting a sentence. Their information only showed their calendaring realm cultivation. Although Squad 136 knew them well, they only uploaded their calendaring realm cultivation in order to protect them. After all, just a month after awakening, there was a peak Chuan realm and a peak Pool realm. If some assholes at the top knew about this, the 2 brothers would. Although it was said that there was no fear at all. But if you could save some trouble, after all, those worms from the Church of Ancient God came looking for trouble really made people sick to their stomachs. Therefore, when Lin Xie heard Yang Jin's words, he also simply replied back, Press it. Then don't use our divine weapon. When we use it, we don't use our fighting chi either. Just follow the spiritual power of the divine ruins and the marigold realm and their battles. If we can't beat them like this, we might as well find a piece of tofu and run over it. Hearing Lin Qia's words, Yang Jin nodded. Then the brothers glanced at the little black rascal, then at each other. Buzz. Only to see that no one can detect the fluctuation from the two brothers on the body of a pendant on top of the release. With the energy of this pendant released, the two brothers of their power instantly masked sealed only marigold realm level. This is the artifact that Gu Yan helped them both refine, which allows them to use it to conceal their cultivation breath. And they can use the power of whatever realm they suppress to if they don't want to use their own power. If you want to use your own power, then if you want to use your power, your own breath is the realm that is suppressed, and then you can rely on the breath that your enemy sees to shade your enemy. The attributes of these two jade pendants can only be seen through by the Supreme God, so the two of them want to be able to shade all the gods and people under the Supreme God. Looking at each other, then both of them bristled and laughed, alive with two small silver coins. Then glancing at Little Black Rai, Yang Jin transmitted, Little Black, just go up and bite them a few times when you see them. Chapter 42, Vortex, I've been bitten by a dog and I need a rabies shot. Go on, take their masks. Just then, the people in the front row shouted one by one in a rush, then went straight up to fight against the masked no one. However, in the face of some of these hasty roarers, the 5 members of the masked squad were a bit speechless. These losers, only to see, a youth with a balance mask among the masquerade squad stood out. He casually held a hand. All of a sudden a horrible gravity pressed down, but in an instant, it pressed these anxious roarers down to the ground, and directly eliminated them. TSK, what a relief! Looking at those who were crushed by themselves, as well as those who had collapsed and fled behind them, the mask squad's vice-captains Tenpai sked lightly. Hearing Tian Ping's words, Wang Mian stretched his back, then sat down directly on the ground with his sword in his arms and said, let's get these new recruits ready. I've heard that there are 2 divine agents here, and one of them is an agent of my Disya gods, so I'm really looking forward to their power. Seeing the lethargic Wang Mian directly sitting on the ground without regard to his image, Tian Ping also laughed softly and also sat beside him gazing at the group of recruits that left not far away. Ah, the gods of Daxia. It's great that the gods of Daxia have come out. At this time, outside the weapons depot of the training camp, more than 100 people came sparsely. Looking at the tall steel gates outside this weapons depot, this group of recruits looked at each other. Gripes. How do you open a door this big without a key? I'll do it. Looking at this gate, Lin Qiya said. Then, under the watchful eyes of a group of recruits, only a golden light flashed in his eyes, identifying the weak point of this one iron door, followed by a punch directly punching out. Boom! Just see a fist hit. More than 10 tons of amazing power bombarded in the steel gate above. At once the horror of the impact of the power directly from the weak point of the outbreak of the steel gate above the hit out of a crack. It's so hard. Looking at his punch that didn't pierce this thing, Lin Qiya said before also casting Divine Ruin, Holy Light Divine Domain. 10 times the power boost, and instantly over 100 tons of power was punched out by him. Boom! 100 tons of force impacted in all directions from the weak spot of this iron door that had been punched by himself, and then a clattering chunk of iron appeared on the ground. The recruits gazed at the way Lin Qiya shattered the steel gate with a single punch, and all of a sudden, they were dumbstruck. Why is this guy's power so scary? Holy, 7 Knights, you're so fierce. This punch going down has to be tens of tons of power, right? It's at least the kind of fleshly strength that only a flesh-strengthening class Chuan realm can erupt with. Chubby Bailey arrived in front of Lin Qiya, then raised his hand to touch and feel Lin Qiya's arm. This muscle, this strength, this explosive power is too fierce. A punch that directly shattered the dozens of tons of big iron door directly. Alright, quickly go in and pick a weapon, Lin Qiya said, then directly led the way and rushed into the middle of the warehouse, followed by randomly picking a straight sword here. Yang Jin, on the other hand, directly picked a long spear that was roughly 2 meters long. Hello guys, my name is Emoli. Sure Blade Sectaire Emoli. Right after Lin Qiya and Yang Jin had picked out their weapons, suddenly a woman wearing a military uniform with long fiery red hair combed into a high ponytail came in front of the 2 brothers and introduced herself. After introducing herself, she glanced at this Lin Qiya who had shattered the steel gate with a single punch and inquired. My forbidden market is sequence 076, Wanshan frequency motion, capable of vibrating at a certain range of frequencies between objects I control and so indirectly touch. I want to team up with you guys. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiya glanced at the large taijutsu at her side and also nodded. It's fine. Owners of ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins who want to team up are definitely allowed to do so. So handsome. At this moment, carrying an automatic rifle, Bailey Chubby came in front of the 2 Lin Qiya brothers, and then when he saw a military uniform, with a head of fiery red hair combed into a high ponytail valiantly, as if a female god of war. Molly also appeared to have love in her big eyes. Looking at Fatty Bailey, who was committing nymphomania, Lin Xie patted him on the shoulder with an expression in his eyes that could be said to be indescribable. Ah! Right at this moment, Yang Jin, who was beside Lin Xie, suddenly raised the pistol he was holding before firing a few shots at Molly. Holy, Jin, what are you doing? Looking at Yang Jin shooting at Molly, Bailey Chubby was instantly confused. However, just at that moment, he also suddenly saw Molly raise the large taijutsu in her hand and thrust out with a backstab. Yoo-hoo! Only to see bullets and taijutsu penetrate a masked figure holding a short blade behind Molly. And then this pierced person dodged Molly's taijutsu as if nothing had happened with a single backward step, and then complimented these newcomers. Not bad, you guys can be really sharp. As he showed up and opened his mouth, the crowd of recruits here all of a sudden aimed their weapons at him one by one. Aya! Looking at these new recruits with their swords drawn, Moonghost also raised his arms and said, "Don't be so tense." After saying that, his figure flickered into moonlight to kill directly at Lin Xie, agent of the killing angel Michael. Don't ask why he didn't hit Yang Jin, the Erlang Xian Shang Jinjuan agent. He doesn't hit little kids. Boom! Looking at the Moonghost that was charging directly at him, Lin Xie raised his chosen straight sword to block the Moonghost's short blade. Lin Xie swung hard and forced the Moonghost back. The Moonghost was slightly surprised, not expecting Lin Xie to be so powerful. The other recruits saw this and surrounded them. Looking at these recruits around himself, the corner of the Moonghost's mouth twitched slightly, having to fall into a siege. Vortex! Help me! Moonghost directly opened his mouth and shouted. As he finished opening his mouth and shouting, a spatial vortex appeared at once, and then a group of recruits here were all absorbed into another space by this suddenly appearing spatial vortex. As soon as they entered this one space, the recruits met the three who were here. Moonghost, Vortex, and Scales. Buzz! Only to see Tian Ping raise his hand and wave it. The crowd in the middle of this vortex space instantly lost their own control of gravity, and one by one, they floated up and down in the middle of this vortex space. Agu! Help! Seven Knights help! Jean help! Bailey Chubby, who was floating up and down, couldn't withstand this feeling of weightlessness and also hurriedly flew and crawled towards Lin Xie and Yang Jin, who were also weightless. Lin Xie and Yang Jin, who were feeling the novelty of weightlessness, looked at each other and then also stabilized their bodies in this weightless environment, intending to strike when, grip the grass. Why is there a dog here? Just then, Whirlpool yelled, then lifted his leg and flung it around. Tian Ping, Moonghost save me. I was bitten by a dog. I don't know if this dog has rabies. Should I get a rabies shot? You two save me. Chapter 43, The Vortex, Why are you persecuting me? Looking at the black dog in Whirlpool's lap, Sukiakari and Tempest glanced at each other and felt a pang of speechlessness towards Whirlpool. No, doesn't this guy read recruit info? This black dog is the agent of the sun-swallowing divine monarch roaring sky dog. People bite you a bite did not directly cast the divine ruins black dog swallowing the sun, you are stealing the joy of it. After all, after the dog swallowed the sun swallowed you, the horror of the law of devouring to digest you in the case. You can only break free with all your might in order to break the stomach of this black dog. And then you get the death of the divine agent dog, directly on the court-martial to go. Moonghost shook his head helplessly and said to Whirlpool, Brother, I'm afraid you don't know the origin of this dog, do you? It is the agent of the sun-swallowing godly monarch roaring heavenly dog. How dare you mess with it? Truly the uninformed are fearless. Tian Ping also chimed in. That's right, you don't know what would happen if you were bitten by it. Luckily it was just scaring you a bit, otherwise you'd be in deep. Spinning Eddie froze when he heard the words of the two. He could never have imagined that this ordinary-looking black dog would have such a great origin. He gulped and looked cautiously at the black dog, then at the Moonghost and Tian Ping, and stammered. So, what should I do now? Upon hearing this, Tian Ping, the Moonghost shrugged his shoulders, and then the two of them coincidentally raised their hands, pointing at a young teenager not far away who was no more than 12 or 13 years old who had already stabilized himself in this gravitational state, holding an alloy lance. Nah, he's Erlang Xian Shangzhen Jun agent. This one sun-swallowing god Jun agent is from his family. If you beg him he might be able to get this one on your leg to let go. The corners of the Moonghost's mouth hooked up in a smile, although there was a mask that couldn't be seen. His shaking body was also something that made it obvious to Whirlpool that this guy was laughing at himself. Rolling his eyes, then Whirlpool also looked at Yang Jin, as well as the two Lin Xie brothers. It was amazing how easily these two were able to escape the gravitational control of the scales. Ahem, little brother, mind your dog will you? Turning to Yang Jin, Whirlpool shook his leg and said, the dog's bite didn't hurt, it just nipped at his leg and didn't go deeper. But spare a thought, the dog was biting very tightly. obviously controlling his power well, but also so that he couldn't shake off this one dead dog. Hearing Whirlpool's words, Yang Jin glanced at him before saying, "Little Black, don't bite him." As Yang Jin finished speaking, he only saw Xiao Hei also let go of his mouth, then viciously barked at the vortex. Woof! He used his spiritual power for this sound, and the sudden roar, although it was only a dog's bark, carried the might of a tiger, the king of all beasts, no less. The sudden barking of the dog was also a jolt to the whirlwind underneath. Holy, what is the power of this barking dog? Ahem! Calming down. Then Whirlpool quipped, mid-air, your bark carries a mental intimidation. It's good. After saying that, Whirlpool glanced at these people here, and also directly released them, then took Tianping and Moon Ghost to exit the warehouse. It's so humiliating, getting yourself bitten by a dog. Ah, ha 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 ha. Seeing that Whirlwind had let the recruits go, Tsukiyakari Tenpachi glanced at each other, then didn't hold back from letting loose with a straight-up scoff. Hearing the two guys laugh, the corner of Swirl's mouth twitched. He wanted to beat the out of these two. Just then, a voice rang out saying, "What are you two laughing at?" It was seen to be a woman wearing a rose mask, and over her shoulder was a sledgehammer. Seeing Chance, who had come here, Maelstrom hastened to look at Tenpei, the Moon Ghost, his large eyes under his mask filled with supplication. Don't say that. But, how could Heavenly Peace and Moon Ghost do what he wanted? So, as the detrimental duo. Ha 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 ha, Chance is telling you, this Whirlpool guy's been bitten by a dog. Moon Ghost laughed without a care in the world, and Tenpachi chimed in. Chance, on the other hand, was looking at Whirlwind with a teasing look on his face, and the sledgehammer on his shoulder was shaking a little from time to time. Whirlwind's face instantly turned red as he glared viciously at the two, cursing in his mind. You, guys. Whirlpool was just about to speak when Chance interrupted. Come on, don't talk tough. Swirl, if you're not convinced, find a better dog next time and beat it up, Chance said with a smile, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Whirlwind was stumped. He didn't want to be bitten by a dog again, but when it comes to dogs, the awesome ones that can be compared to the sun-swallowing god-roaring dog Agent Blackie, stopped swinging. Right at this moment, Wang Mian, who was holding his sword in both hands, arrived in front of them and looked at the four people who were swinging for the fences and also spoke helplessly. At those words, the four of them also instantly became serious. Immediately afterward, they too left the place to begin their own moment of hunting. Seeing this, King Face nodded his head. He also murmured, Divine Agents, I am looking forward to the fact that you can walk in front of me. 7 nights, what are we going to do next? After leaving the warehouse, Bailey Chubby blinked and inquired to Lin Xie. Listening to Chubby Bailey's inquiry, Lin Xie said, let's wait a bit. The next step is to see if these recruits can hold up under the pressure of the masquerade, and we'll wait until the end to fight. Lin Xie was also planning to wait a bit before going up against the masked squad. Thus, their group, Lin Xie, Yang Jin, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, Mo Li, and Xiao Hei Lai ascended to the roof of a dormitory building to watch the recruits fight. On the other side, the new recruits organized by Shin Qingzhu were besieging the masked squads. A handful of automatic rifles fired at the masked squad, but all of these bullets were cut off by Vortex's exertion of spatial power to isolate these bullets. All get out of the way. Right at this moment, Shin Qingzhu commanded, and then a group of recruits backed away, and 10 more recruits carrying RPGs on their shoulders came on. Looking at the crowd of the masked squad and the vortex in their midst that was exerting spatial power, Shin Qingzhu grinned and said, launch! As the words fell, the 10 recruits also pressed the launchers without hesitation, and then a bunch of shells with majesty shot out from among the RPGs. The vortex that maintained the spatial defense was startled when it saw this. His space defense cannot resist. Now cast vortex space also have some too late. So the vortex hastily to the not far away standing on top of the tall building with hands holding the knife. Show the big brother style of the king face said, Captain, you do not pose poses pretending to be 13. Quickly save us. And then do not save us, we are going to die. You're going to lose your dear teammates forever. As Whirlpool finished speaking, Wang Mian, who was standing on top of the tall building posing and pretending to be 13, also raised his head, only to see the silver-white stream of light flashing in his eyes. A clock wheel appeared behind him, but in an instant it was as if time stood still as everything within a radius of 100 meters was stilled, and the 10 shells came to a standstill in front of the vortex's spatial shield. Chapter 44, Lin Xie, I know the Big Dipper too. Looking at his teammates who were caught in a trap, Wang Mian also cast his Divine Ruin chronological mob without hesitation. Only a clock wheel appeared behind him, and all of a sudden time within a 30-meter radius stood still as his chronological mob unfolded. The RPG shells that were about to bombard the space defense of the vortex not far away were also stopped there, followed by Wang Mian's figure flickering and appearing in the middle of the shelling range. with a casual slash. He instantly tore the 10 shells here into ash. In the time stop these shells were torn into ash without even a chance to explode. And then after the time stop disappeared, King Face posed again with his hands on his sword. Wang Mian's eyes were cold as he looked at the recruits in the distance. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the recruits immediately adjusted their tactics and more RPGs were fired towards the king's face. However, the corners of Wang Mian's mouth rose slightly as his figure flashed, time accelerating while he drew his sword. But in an instant, brushing dozens of blade deities chopped out. In a few moments, it was seen that dozens of shells had been destroyed, and the rhythm of the recruits' attack was completely disrupted. Wang Mian's powerful strength amazed his teammates of the masked squad. Worthy of being the captain, every attack made them feel amazing. Then they flocked forward and launched a counterattack together with Wang Mian. Under the attack of the masked squad, these new recruits were also instantly scrambling, bursting out Chuan Realm's battle power with a cultivation of the Zhan Realm. That sword in his hand isn't simple. Lin Xie, a few people standing on a high building, sighed even as they watched the battle not far away. The divine weapon Xian Heavy Ruler that his own master had given him, how come it didn't come with such a powerful attack skill? One still needed to rely on the divine artifact Xian Heavy Ruler to unleash their fighting techniques. Forbidden Item Sequence 301 Black Blade Eagle Kite. It is characterized by the speed of the owner when wielding the blade. The faster the blade is wielded, the more powerful the blade astral it cuts out will be. Wang Mian can time accelerate, so the speed of the blade when he wields it allows him to do the reason why he wielded the blade astral of the Chuan Realm and the Zhan Realm. At this time Bailey Chubby was also introducing information to the crowd about the forbidden straight blade in Wang Mian's hand. As Chubby Bailey finished his introduction, the crowd also had some understanding of this thing in Wang Mian's hands. Then came the episode where Molly was puzzled. Chubby explained, Chubby confessed, and Molly resented it. Looking at the downcast Bailey Chubby, Lin Xie also patted his shoulder and for a moment didn't know how he was going to comfort Chubby. After all, the Night Watchman's second investment in the Bailey group of the young master. So rich are no worries, but also how to comfort him. Forget it, let's just go fight the masks, Lin Xie said, and also flashed his figure to leave the place to go fight the mask squad crowd. Seeing this, Yang Jin and the others also jumped one by one to find their opponents. Seeing this, Bailey Chubby also had no choice but to jump. Although he was just an ordinary person, the good thing was that he was the youngest master of the Bailey family, and he had more forbidden items in his body than he could use. So he, an ordinary man, could follow the example of these people and jump handsomely. King Face, come out and fight. Looking at the mask squad that was chasing after the recruits, Lin Xie shouted out even as he held a straight sword. His voice was loud, but it spread across the battlefield in an instant, and Wang Mian, who was resting at the edge of the battlefield, lifted his head a bit when he heard Lin Xie's voice. Immediately afterward, his flickering figure also appeared in front of Lin Xie without hesitation. The pitch-black eyes beneath the mask gazed at Lin Xie, and the tone of the king's face said seriously, Lin Xie, the agent of the blazing angel King Michael. Nodding his head, he then only saw Lin Xie raise the straight sword in his hand and said, I'm here to challenge you. Wang Mian's eyes were slightly condensed, and the straight sword in his hand was crossed in front of him, ready for battle. In a flash, both of them struck out at the same time, and their blades met with a crisp clash. In the midst of the sparks, Lin Xie swung with vigor, and the sword dangles swept toward Wang Mian like a giant wave. Wang Mian dodged sideways and then violently surged forward, stabbing Lin Xie straight in the vitals with a straight blade. Lin Xie stepped back sharply and avoided the strike in a thrilling manner. He stabilized his stance and attacked again. His blade was fierce, not giving Wang Mian the slightest chance to catch his breath. Both sides were fighting back and forth, and the battle was in full swing. Holy! Looking at Lin Xie, who had casually unleashed a blade deity with a single slash, Whirlpool, who was being chased by Shinxinju, also sucked in a breath of cold air. This new recruit is awesome. Surprisingly, he was able to unleash a blade deity with his hand. Not only was he shocked, everyone watching the battle was shocked. Wang faced proper blade astral, which was because he had the black blade eagle kite, but Lin Xie just simply comprehended it on his own. Isn't it so metaphysical? Worthy of being my good brother. Bailey Chubby, who was wearing the Eye of Truth and holding 2 AK Surge Moon Ghosts in his hands, also let out a sigh of admiration as he watched the battlefield between Lin Xie and Wang Mian. Chance, who was molesting Molly as she fought with a sledgehammer, and Molly, who was holding a large taijutsu, was also observing the battlefield at the same time. Looking at Lin Xie, who was fighting with Wang Mian, and the scene of the two of them tearing apart the sword diameters to fight against each other, also shouted, Captain, don't let the newcomer be arrogant. Yang Jin, who was fighting with Tian Ping, looked at his brother's prowess and knew that he couldn't afford to lose points. Thus, he looked towards Tian Ping, who also swept out his lance horizontally, An instantly astonishing spear ons flew towards the mid-air flying Tianping as his lance pointed out. On the other side, on the outer periphery of the battlefield, Chao Yuan clasped his hands together and recited sutras to help Lin Xie cheer, while little Black Lai woofed and looked at his big master Lin Xie while looking at his little master Yang Jin, also relying on his dogs barking to help cheer up his two masters. The battle between Lin Xie and Wang Mian became more and more intense, and both sides were at odds with each other. Yang Jin's long spear was like a dragon with a majestic momentum as he stabbed towards Tianping, and Tenpin's was nimble enough to easily dodge the attack. The little black rascal bounced around excitedly, barking even louder, as if cheering for his master. Listening to the little Black Lai this excited dog barking, Chao Yuan is also chanting faster. Dog barking, chanting sound together surprisingly have a feeling. Kid, it looks like I can't be gullible. Looking at Lin Xie, Wang Nian's calm voice rang out. Then without hesitation, he cast Divine Ruin Chronological Thug, and a terrifying time Divine Might crushed out. And at the same time carrying his Divine Might was the Eagle Kiteblade deity that was released as a result of him attacking faster. Feeling the Divine Might of the God of Time, Chronos, released from Wang Nian's body, Lin Xie also cast his own Blazing Angel Divine Might. All of a sudden, terrifying Divine Might clashed out in front of the two of them, and the Divine Might of the two of them seemed to have coalesced the two supreme gods of their two agents. Michael, the king of the Blazing Angels, had 6 wings flashing behind his back, and his tall godly body stood above the 9 heavens, holding a bright golden divine sword. And at this moment, the divine sword of the king of the killing angels Michael pointed at a Kronos with long silver white hair behind the king's face, with a blue robe with a time will behind him as if he were a magician. Amazing divine might clashed against each other, but looking at the position of the two it was clear that Kronos was in a disadvantageous position at this moment. Chapter 45, King Face, I can't beat you, but time goes backwards and I win. Hee hee hee. Boom boom boom. The divine might of the twin gods was unleashed, and all of a sudden, terrifying divine might raged out, spreading towards the surrounding battlefield. At this moment, the divine silhouettes of the two agents appeared behind them, as if the two gods were fighting against the two divine agents. Hiss! Feeling the suppression of divine might emanating from Lin Xie's body, Wang Mian was also a bit shocked. Why is this kid's divine power so fierce? How much divine power did Michael give him to help him awaken the divine ruin? Swish! While shocked at how much divine power Lin Xie had in him, Wang Mian was also forced back by Lin Xie's slash. He then hastily stabilized his body and raised Eagle Kite to resist Lin Xie's attack, but now that he had fallen into a disadvantage, Lin Xie had also still exploded his full strength, and every blade had more than a dozen tons of force coming from Lin Xie's blade shaking on his body, under Lin Xie's fierce attack. At this point, Wang Mian was also somewhat unable to resist. The force was too heavy, and every blade that came down shook Wang Mian's arms as if they were going to be broken. Facing Lin Xie's attack, Wang Mian sighed. His current state was only at the Jiantian realm cultivation level, and bursting out of the divine ruin for only 5 seconds could be said to be a false comparison. In this state, it was hard to break Lin Xie's attack. Isn't this guy a mystical personification? Boom! Blocking another slash. Then Wang Mian's eyes glazed over. No, can't be this lame again. What I can't do by accelerating my own time. It looks like I'll have to decelerate yours. The wheel of time appeared behind him, and then the needle on top of the wheel jumped forward a little bit at a speed that was several times slower. However, in an instant, Wang Nian reduced the flow of time around Lin Xie by several times. The mental power of the Zhan realm was still too weak and could only slow down the flow of time by 3 or 4 times, but as the peak of the Sea realm pressed down, Wang Mian was able to slow down the flow of time around Lin Xie by 7 or 8 times based on his own experience. Immediately after that, he raised his sword and chopped at Lin Xie, whose time had been reduced by 7 or 8 times. Facing the attack from Wang Mian, Lin Xie's eyes flashed with golden divine light. Although the flow of time had been slowed down, one's mortal dust divine domain could still be at its peak. Relying on the mortal dust divine domain, Lin Xie also relied on his dynamic vision to dodge Wang Mian's attack. So the next 5 seconds did the scene where Lin Xie was too late to counterattack, but King Face couldn't hit Lin Xie either. As soon as 5 seconds passed, he saw Lin Xie's figure flicker to Wang's front body, and a knife chopped out directly shocked Wang Face to exit more than 10 meters. At this moment, King Face's chronological mob was also on cooldown, and could not be cast again for at least a minute. Therefore, the current Wang Mian had become a sandbag for sword practice. Lin Xie didn't give Wang Mian the slightest chance to catch his breath as he chopped out several more blades in succession. Wang Mian kept retreating, secretly grumbling in his heart, and could only hope that the chronological mob would hurry up and recover. However, Lin Xie's attack grew more and more ferocious, each blade carrying unrivaled power. Finally, Wang Mian was unable to dodge and was slashed by Lin Xie's knife, and blood spurted out. Wang Mian covered his wounds, and a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. Ah, he's now injured in his right arm, and I'm afraid. Sure enough, after his right arm was torn apart by Lin Qia's slash, the mask on Wang Mian's face was also directly shattered by Lin Qia's punch. It was a good thing that he didn't use much power. Otherwise Wang Mian would be panda-eyed right now. The same as Wang Mian. At this time, Tian Ping had also been mentally exhausted by Yang Jin's beating, and then the mask was removed by Yang Jin. But in the end, his mask was put back on by Yang Jin. At this moment, Wang Mian looked at Lin Xia with a helpless expression before apologizing. I'm sorry. After saying that, he only saw the azure-colored divine light in Wang Mian's eyes flicker as he directly cast his own temporal mob, which had just finished recovering its cooldown. Then Wang Mian directly turned back time within a 30-meter radius. His body mask recovered, and his own injuries recovered. After casting time reversal, Wang Mian's body shook for a moment, and then directly did not hold back and sat on his butt on the ground showing a great mess. Kid, it's 9 o'clock. You guys lost. Sitting on the ground, Wang Mian hugged his eagle kite before removing the mask himself and said with a grin at Lin Xia as well. Looking at Wang Xiang's smile, Lin Qia's mouth twitched slightly. He wants to go up and slam King Face. What happened? Right at this moment, Chubby Bailey arrived in front of Lin Xia and also scratched his head inquiringly. Time regression will regress the memories of everyone in the regressed area as well. But of course if you're mentally powerful enough you can counteract the mental regression state. But there's no one here besides the masquerade squad, and 2 divine agents, and a divine agent dog and also able to counteract the memory regression of his time regression. Therefore, he didn't react to the sudden time regression, but his eye of true vision was able to observe the time regression divine power around him. But when he heard Wang Mian say that the battle was over he hastily withdrew his eye of true vision then came in front of Lin Xia. Then he saw that King Face no longer had his mask. Looking at Wang Mian without his mask, Bailey Chubby blinked before pointing at him and inquiring to Lin Xia. 7 Knights. Who is this uncle? Bailey Chubby voice all of a sudden a stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, followed by only see a figure came to his body. This is not just a little chubby holding a sword round wildly shooting the moon ghost. Before coming to Bailey Chubby's body, Moon Ghost directly gave him a slap on the head. Little fatty, how do you talk? This is the captain of my masked squad, Wang Mian, but the captain, because of the reason that casting his own divine ruin will consume his own lifespan, even though he's only 20 years old. Saying that, the Moon Ghost was also a bit down. Even a few of the other masked squad teammates who had converged were downcast. The captain was only in his 20s, but just because of the divine ruins made the captain now pale as if he were in his 40s. This is playing with time, you will also be played with by time. Yang Jin came to Lin Xia's body. The heavenly eye in his brow opened, also swept a glance at the king's face and said, normally it wouldn't consume so much, but his current cultivation is only at the peak of the sea realm, and I'm afraid that he's cast a time rewind to bring you guys back when you guys were dying. And several times. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Yang Jin, their eyes filled with surprise. Is this kid worthy of being an agent of the airline Xian Xingjinjun? Surprisingly high intelligence. Little brother, how can you tell? Rose came to Yang Jin's front, gazing at this little brother who was a bit shorter than herself, and also inquired curiously. Even heavens, I couldn't tell the captain's state so simply. Could it? After all, this little brother is only in the marigold realm. Chapter 46, the unscrupulous Yen Emperor who broke into the king's noodle house at night. What the hell? Your kid is at the peak of Chuan realm's cultivation. The crowd was shocked, then swirled around Yang Jin to look here and there. This kid is too good. Only 12 years old, and he's at the peak of the Chuan realm. The self-captain awakened to the divine ruin at the age of 14, and now at the age of 24 10 years had only broken through to the peak of the sea realm. But you, a little guy who just awakened the divine ruin this year, broke through to peak Chuan realm cultivation in less than a year. You kids are too good for that. One must know that it was only recently that he, Whirlpool, had managed to break through the sea realm, and he's 23 yet. I don't know the age of the masked squad. I didn't find it in the collection information, but they're all only in their 20s, so I'm messing with it, haha. Brother Jean. Whirlwind suddenly went up and put his arm around Yang Jin's shoulder. Then he inquired with an expectant face, can you contact True Lord? No. Help brother me ask True Lord if he still lacks agents. Ahem, brother is definitely not stealing a position from you. Brother just wants to progress too much. Brother, I'm bitter. Putting his arm around Yang Jin's shoulder, he directly spoke of his suffering. Moon Ghost bullied me. Scales bullied me. Rose bullied me. Sandalwood bullied me. Starscream bullied me. Even the captain bullied me. Saying that, Whirlpool aggrievedly shed tears, and then with a handful of tears and a handful of snot, pointed at a short distance away to look at the second little cutie. The crowd of the masked squad said, they don't treat me as a human being. Ooh, they treat me as a little cutie. Tease. Yang Jin looked at Whirlpool with some tears and laughter. Why was this guy acting like a little kid? He patted Whirlpool's shoulder and comforted. Don't worry, big brother Whirlpool, I'll ask True Lord for you. Well, I'm the True Lord, I see, but unfortunately, even though my godhood is restored now, I'm too lazy to fuse it, so I'm sorry for this swirling little old man. The True Lord can only have one divine agent for me. Hey, it's really a pity. And hearing Yang Jin's words, Maelstrom immediately broke into tears and grasped Yang Jin's hand tightly, saying gratefully, Brother Jin, you are truly my good brother. If True Lord accepts me as an agent, I will definitely not forget your favor. Seeing the juggling vortex, the masked squad crowd looked at each other. Then as the vice captain, Tenpai helplessly came in front of Maelstrom. Then he directly raised his hand and grabbed Maelstrom's ear, and directly carried Maelstrom's ear back to the middle of the team. At this moment, Wang Mian, the middle-aged handsome uncle with a head of black hair, gazed at these geniuses in front of him, and also laughed softly with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. 7 knights, Jin, you guys come with me. Wang Mian got up from the ground, then led Lin Qiye and Yang Jin to more than 10 meters away from the crowd. After coming here, Wang faced the two brothers and said, I'm sorry, although you won. Seeing Wang Mian like this, Lin Qiye smiled and shook his head. Captain Wang Mian, we can understand. But, rubbing his hands together, it all came together. Looking at Lin Qiye, who had suddenly gone from serious to mercenary, Wang Mian also nodded and said, Don't worry, if you two find Yuan Gang about this, he'll give you 2 compensation. In the meantime, I, Masked Squad, owe each of you a favor, so if there's anything you need you can call on both of us. With that, Masquerade handed the brothers his personal contact information. There was no money to be had, but a favor for their squad would do. And, he searched himself to see if he wanted to snatch these 2 boys in their Masquerade squad. After all, 2 divine agents, plus a divine agent dog. In the future, these 2 would be able to help his teammates if he died. So make good karma now, friends. Just now, just like that, after the examination was over, the new recruits went back to their dormitories one by one to sleep. Wang Mian, on the other hand, bitterly cast divine ruin to restore the buildings they had destroyed here one by one. And sure enough, he was just a tool man. It's nighttime. Wang Mian returned to his dormitory, and just after taking a bath, he saw a white-clothed young man with white hair sitting on his bed, and this white-clothed, white-haired young man was still smoking a cigarette with a leisurely face. Seeing such a figure, Wang Mian was instantly alert. It was a good thing he was wearing a bathrobe at this point. Otherwise, what are you? Gazing at Gu Yang, Wang Mian said in a grave tone. As he opened his mouth, the spiritual pressure of the peak of the body sea realm pressed towards Gu Yang. Using the time will appeared behind him, wanting to try and cast a time pause on Gu Yang. But, just after his time god power was released, it was as if his grandson had seen his grandfather, directly shrinking within his body, aggrieved like a little daughter-in-law who didn't dare to go out. At that moment, the king's face was even more astonished. Seeing the shocked Wang Mian, the corner of Gu Yang's mouth hooked into a smile. The figure flickered to his body, and then Gu Yang's divine might was also recklessly pressed towards King Face. Feeling the astonishing pressure from Gu Yang, Wang Mian was instantly alarmed. Deity! It was fiercer than the pressure on Kronos, the supreme god by his proxy. If it wasn't for the fact that this person in front of me was not hostile, I'm afraid that I would have already been crushed by the divine might on his body. Gazing at Gu Yang, Wang Mian gulped down a mouthful of saliva before he also gave Gu Yang a brief glance. The person in front of him had a head of long silver white hair that was not tied up, but instead seemed to be like a silver white waterfall draped over Gu Yang's back, and his handsome face was that of a pure dragon nation. And on top of his handsome face was located in the center of his forehead brow where a colorful flame imprint was lying quietly. The clothes on his body was an ancient costume of Daxia. Beside the snow-white jade belt on his waist, located in the position of his waist, a piece of snow-white warm jade swinging with the wind. Under the hem of the clothes was a pair of white and tender snow. Drafting a grandpa. How can you have such nice feet for a man? Ahem. Guilty as charged. I hope this great god won't eavesdrop on the heart. I heard that. Gazing at Wang Mian, Gu Yang smiled teasingly before opening his mouth and speaking to him. At those words, Wang Mian was instantly embarrassed there. Then he looked at Gu Yang with some embarrassment, belaboring a deity in his own mind, as if it was still a deity of their Daxia, which was embarrassing. My lord, come. You sit. Hastily lifting his leg to the side of his bed. Then Wang Mian pointed at his bed and said, seeing his dog-licking appearance, Gu Yang smiled gently at the corner of his mouth and said, Kid, you're quite sensible. Coming to his bed, Gu Yang sat down. Then gazing at Wang Mian, who was standing honestly in front of him, Gu Yang lightly laughed. You're curious about my identity. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian hastily nodded. Now he was curious as to which of the great summer's deities this one was. To be able to be better than the supreme gods out there. Could this one be one of those three of the Taoist supreme gods? This gentle look. Could it be Dao de Tianzun? Or is it the first heavenly father? Or Lingbao Tianzun? Chapter 47 Life Awakening Sign Huazi. Looking at Gu Yang, Wang Mian's eyes were filled with curiosity. Which supreme god of Disxia is this one? Pangu the Great. Unlike the great god Pangu, who wields the Pangu axe, is a gnarled man. I believe the great god Nuwa. The great god Nuwa was a woman. And although this man was very handsome, he was clearly a man alright. The three Qing Taoist ancestors. It looks quite like a crane-haired, childlike feeling like the old man at the top of the mountain. Seeing this look of curious contemplation on his part, Gu Yang lazily waved his hand and said, "Don't get carried away. I'm not San Cheng." Saying that, the soul force that Gu Yang emitted perceived the fat Bailey lying on all fours across from Lin Chia's dormitory. Ahem. If I say that Bailey Chubby is the reincarnated body of Lingbao Tianzun, would anyone in Daxia believe it? Alright, not teasing you. Looking at Wang Mian with a hard expression of not being able to guess anything, Gu Yang stretched his lazy waist followed by casually pointing. Gu Yang's other image appeared in front of him. Buzz. Only to see the scene around Wang Mian change. And then Wang Mian realized that he had appeared in the middle of a space containing endless divine fire. In the center of this space containing countless brilliant divine fire there is a colorful flame condensation of the divine seat. In this colorful flame condensation of the divine seat periphery there is a supreme and noble exudes endless majesty of the five-clawed divine dragon quietly circling. Sitting on top of this throne was a demonically handsome and even somewhat evil youth wearing black robes, with a head of long hair that looked like a black waterfall draped behind him, and a blood gold flame pattern on his forehead brow. Wasn't this the white-robed, white-haired supreme god that he had just seen as if he were an exiled immortal? But it was nothing like the one he had just seen himself, which was as good as looking. Can't fight. Hit yourself to see the white clothes and white hair under the banishment state of the 110,000 can be it. This state of black clothes gave Wang Xiang only two words. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. For some reason, the word invincible was engraved in Wang Mian's heart upon the first sight of him. In this throne as well as the five-clawed golden dragon behind, is a straight into the sky emanating endless divine might dazzle colorful flame wrapped in the giant ruler. Feel this thing if it falls down for fear is not able to directly break the earth star it. Next to the divine ruler is a huge and incomparable dazzling colorful divine tripod. Bare flames burning on it. Among the flames of every falling trace of fire to the feeling of the king's face can be directly burned to death Kronos that Greek supreme god Zeus his father. Bullying. Invincible. Perfect. My name is Yen Di, the black-clothed Gu Yang, gazing down at the king face below who was shocked by the scene said, "How about it? Do you know who I am?" At those words, Wang Mian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then nodded. Yen Emperor Shenong, one of the ancient emperors of Daxia. But how come the human emperor is so powerful? It feels even more fierce than the three Qing. Wasn't this human emperor a man who studied the medicinal path? When he came back to his senses, he found himself exiting from the middle of the scene he had just been in. Then, he saw the white clothes and white hair of Gu Yang is quietly smoking a cigarette. A pair of black ink eyes and the complete absence of the look of disdain. But instead in his eyes Wang face only saw the color of lazy and casual. And this mouth is still holding a cigarette. The image of invincibility, honor, and dominance was instantly shattered. Ah, Your Majesty Yen Di. You. Looking at Gu Yang, Wang Mian wanted to say something, but how he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. Looking at Wang Mian like this, Gu Yang let out a light laugh and said, "Want one?" At those words, Wang Mian was a bit confused. He's not a big smoker. However, His Majesty Yen Di has dissipated the smoke if he is still pretending. He is not looking for death. Although the one in front of him looked like he had a good temper and wouldn't get him killed is all. Receiving the cigarette in Gu Yang's hand, immediately after Wang Mian took the cigarette in his mouth. Immediately after when he was about to look for a lighter he suddenly saw His Majesty Yen Di's fingers on fire stretched out in front of him. His Majesty, Yen Di, lights my cigarettes. Do you dare to think about it? I could blow it for the rest of my life. Hastily bending down, he placed the cigarette in front of the flame at Gu Yang's fingertips, then took a deep breath. The cigarette he was holding in his mouth was directly lit. Smoke in the mouth. Wang Face found that the smoke does not choke. On the contrary, there is a kind of cool feeling from the mouth of the smoke emanated, and then along the throat into their own bodies, and finally into the organs, limbs and bones. At that instant, Wang Mian only felt a lot more relaxed, and the dark wounds in his body left over from the battle healed a lot. Feeling the changes in his body, Wang Mian's eyes were filled with astonishment. Seeing his expression, Gu Yang let out a light laugh then raised his hand and took out a nano ring. This storage ring has 10 cubic meters of space. In here there is a total of 8,000 such cigarettes in your mouth, a 10 box. A box of 20. That is, a total of 1.6 million. In the future, cultivate well. Do not have to worry about your forbidden ruins on your longevity to be consumed. You can return to the appearance of a young and handsome young man. And then I have helped to strengthen your god's ruins a little bit. So the little guy cultivate well in the future. And strive to break through the limitless realm in the next week. And then help Sandalwood and Starstrike to break through the sea realm as well. And be a special squad with a full complement of sea realm and above. Looking at the shocked Wang Mian, the corner of Gu Yang's mouth hooked up in a smile. He got up from his chair and patted his shoulder. Then he planned to leave. Looking at Gu Yang who was about to leave, Wang Mian also clasped his hands and bowed to Gu Yang. His eyes filled with respect as well as gratitude more than asked. Your Majesty Nd. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang glanced at him, then waved his hand before his figure flickered and disappeared. Looking at the departing Gu Yang, Wang Mian made another salute, his eyes filled with gratitude. Although he didn't know why His Majesty Nd was looking for him, but he had helped himself so much he couldn't be ungrateful. Then, after finishing the cigarette in his mouth, Wang Mian also carefully perceived the changes in his body. He then realized that he had recovered a third of the dark wounds among his flesh. At the same time the mind is clearer. And I'm afraid that if I meditate and practice now, I can increase my meditation speed by 10%. His Majesty Nd said that it can make me rejuvenate. After sensing his state, Wang Mian's eyes lit up. Then he hurriedly came to a mirror. And then he realized that he seemed to have really become a little bit younger. Then, he took a cigarette out from among the space ring given by Gu Yang. And with that one cigarette came out a note. Looking at this note, Wang Mian knew that this was left behind by His Majesty Nd. So, with curiosity, he read the message at the top of this note. The smoke here is uniquely refined by me, and it contains life energy, as well as some awakening incense. One will restore your lifespan for half a year, or restore your dark wounds. As a reminder, this can only restore your lost longevity or heal your injuries. It cannot prolong your life. A cigarette smoke can enhance 10% of the wake-up effect. In this 10% of the wake-up effect of your cultivation speed can be increased by 10%. The duration of 3 hours. Up to 10 smoke to enhance 100% of the cultivation speed. You and your teammates can use it as a resource for training. As for the life energy you gained from smoking when you are intact in training will be integrated into your spiritual space and lurk in your intact state. And when you are injured, these life energies will leave your spiritual space to recover from your injuries. So, put those to good use. Little King Free, I think highly of you. Practice hard to try to take the authority of that Chronos thing. I think highly of you when you come to be the god of time. Looking at the message on this note, Wang Mian first appreciated Gu Yang's concern for a moment, then gave a somewhat helpless laugh. Taking authority over Chronos. His Majesty Nd really thinks highly of me. Chapter 48, The Time Domain of the King's Face. With Nd's gift, Wang Mian didn't waste any time and directly called his own teammates from the masked squad into the middle of his dormitory. Fortunately, his dormitory was an instructor's single dormitory with about 30 square meters, so it wasn't too crowded when his vice-captain, Tian Ping, as well as his teammates, Moon Ghost, Vortex, Rose, Sandalwood, and Starscream, arrived in the middle of his dormitory. Whoa, boss, you actually smoked. Looking at the few cigarette butts on the ground, Whirlwind blinked and also snickered at Wang Mian. After saying that, Whirlpool instantly got serious. So boss, what happened? Who bullied you? Tell me. I'll Whirlpool go lock someone up and beat them up. Looking at living treasure Vortex like this, a hint of a smile flashed in Wang Mian's eyes. Even though the Vortex is a tease, this one is pretty reliable. Ahem. Coughing dryly twice, Wang Mian then briefly told his masked squad teammates what had just happened. Listening to Wang Mian's explanation, the crowd glanced at each other and instantly their eyes glowed. So, Captain, you don't need to die early, so there's still a lot of teasing to do. Whirlpool instantly chilled at this opening. Tenpin raised his hand and viciously slapped Whirlpool on the head and said, "What are you talking about? The captain surely won't die early." Upon hearing that, Maelstrom also happily scratched his head, then hastily nodded his head to indicate that he had said the wrong thing. Looking at his teammates in this joyful manner, Wang Mian smiled, then drew out a few cartons of cigarettes and said, 10 for each person. Finish smoking and cultivate in the middle of my time domain. With that said, Wang Mian also thanked Gu Yang again in his heart. His chronomob had an extra skill named Time Domain. This skill has no other ability, but simply unfolds a field of time in which it only accelerates the passage of time within its range. It's 10 times as long at the earliest, but the energy within the field during this tenfold time will also be raised tenfold. That is, 10 times the speed of cultivation. With the smoke given by His Majesty the Yen Emperor, boosting the speed of meditation by 100% or double, and practicing in the midst of this tenfold energy concentration field. 1 day was equivalent to practicing for 20 days. 1 year was equivalent to 20 years of cultivation. And in 20 years' time they were afraid that they had all been elevated to Klein. Of course, because of the reason that all the people in their squad practiced together, and the reason that human beings can't really count according to the whole day's cultivation for a maximum of 6 hours of meditation. But it also has at least 1 day equivalent to about 10 times the efficiency of cultivation. That is, 1 year is equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. In that case, I'm afraid that in a year's time, they'll all be above Limitless with a full Limitless Realm squad. He had a lot of faith in his teammates. After all of them were only in their 20s, and the oldest, Tempest, was only 25, so they could still be young. Thus, when the crowd had burned 10 cigarettes, Wang Nian cast the time domain and brought the crowd together to cultivate. Also, it was worth mentioning that using the time domain would not deplete King Face's longevity. Live and let live a cultivation cheat. The master changes the ending of the masked squad's overthrow with a 15% increase in healing. Today the ceiling cure is 43%. Master's cultivation level is unlocked to half Emperor Realm. Weakened by 1/10. The outside world could explode with the combat power of a saint at the peak of the 7th heaven. Listening to the system's prompt, Gu Yang smiled and nodded his head good. In the outside world himself can also explode the combat power of half a liter dimension. As for the grey fog layer to bombard himself or something, he dared. If he wants to really bombard himself, his own destruction divine lotus is also going to bombard him. The same half-ascension dimension Lao Zi's destruction divine lotus can't bombard you into pieces. Lao Zi will take Lao Zi's emperor ruler and destroy you with one move of the emperor amazing everlasting ruler, clenching his fists. Although the peak of the sage 9th heavenly hallows, it was less than 1% compared to the peak of the great emperor 9th heavenly hallows in his entire body. However, now you can actually defend yourself, or at least not worry about being killed by accident, though it wouldn't have been beaten to death before is all. Thinking about it, Gu Yang smiled, followed by a look at the flames that were unsealed by changing the masked squad, and the other things given by the system here. The divine fire unsealed 2 of them. 3000 stars flame, infinite starry sky among the star power fusion of flame origin and the birth of the divine fire. Ranked 9th on the list of divine fire. Fusion of 3000 stars divine fire. As long as the star power will not disappear will be able to do the physical body. The soul is not dead and will not perish. Beast God Flame, the flame born from the unyielding faith of countless beast souls fused with the flame origin has absolute suppression of all beasts. Unfolding the Beast God Flame comes with the beast's domain can suppress the beasts at least 3%, the highest 9% of the combat power. Apart from these 2 are the 10 divine ruins, which are what they are not. On top of that, there were 3 divine artifacts. Nuwa Stone, one of the top 10 supreme artifacts of Dasha, one of the ancient gods of creation. Mother Nuwa saw the heavenly dome shattered and could not bear the suffering of the living beings, so she used her great power to refine 361 pieces of heaven mending stones to mend the sky of 360 pieces, and this extra piece of heaven mending stones, which was then integrated into Nuwa's 10,000 years of divine power to turn it into the supreme artifact. So this Nuwa stone was known as one of the top 10 artifacts of the ancient myths, and it contains the power of infinite life of creation and transformation. The stone contains the power of infinite creation and life. It can produce flesh and bones of the dead, as long as your soul is not dissipated. This thing can bring you back, even if your soul is dissipated. This thing can also help you to glue your soul back together. Donghuang Bell, Ancient Myth 10 Supreme Artifacts, is the ancient myth of the first heavenly emperor Donghuang Taiyi's artifacts, with the suppression of space and time, manipulation of time, the great power of space. Its bell ringing can easily break out of the destructive attack. Haotian Tower, one of the 10 supreme artifacts of ancient mythology, the new Emperor Haotian's treasure after the East Emperor Tai. The tower has 9 layers with infinite space power, can suppress all the world's demons and devils, even if the gods and immortals in the Haotian Tower will be suppressed by the divine power of the Emperor on the top of the tower. Another 3 pieces of the Great Summer Ancient 10 Divine Artifacts. I have to say that the system is still generous. These divine artifacts are compared to the original version strengthened a lot of the version. It is not too much to say that it is a higher dimensional divine artifact. These things compared to their own Emperor Tripod, Emperor Ruler, although only a little weaker but also is the Emperor weapon level, compared to the God of Chopping in the ancient top 10 artifacts stronger than a chip. It had to be said that the system was still generous, even though it had sealed itself off. The 5 imperial artifacts were considered compensation. Now it's really just outside without having to worry about anything. Even if Azathoth wakes up with his cultivation unrecovered, he can still rely on his pile of imperial artifacts to suppress that thing, although it can't completely shock him to death. But it can also suppress him for 180 years, then 180 years to recover their own peak. The 7 knights can also enter the real universe. Beating it in Azathoth is not a slap in the face. Chapter 49, Yang Jin, brother. Do you think Wang Mian will be our little master? Very early in the morning. The sudden ringing of the assembly bell in the middle of the recruits' dormitory instantly woke up a group of sleeping recruits from their beautiful dreams. In the middle of Lin Qiye and Yang Jin's dormitory, when they heard this sudden ringing, the sleeping duo and the dog were also directly awakened. So, in a hurry, he changed his clothes and came to the playground to gather. Not bad, not bad. You guys are the fastest to come. Yuan Gang on the square as well as a group of instructors such as Hong Hao gazed at the 2 people and 1 dog who came here also nodded with satisfaction. Yuan Gang gazed at the 2 people and 1 dog and said, "You guys come to my office at lunchtime. This family of 3 is still a real surprise. If it wasn't for Wang Mian telling him about it, he wouldn't have known that in this family of 3 the older brother was just a Peak Pool realm scum, while the younger brother was a Peak Chuan realm bigot. Even his brother's pet was a Chuan realm bottom. So I have to say that this is pretty lame to be an older brother. So, it's still our Daxia divine agents who are awesome." Soon, this playground had all the new recruits converging on it. The instructors in front of them looked at these new recruits and nodded their heads coming quite quickly. But Hong Hao, who was holding a timer, stepped out and then gazed at these recruits also grinning. Those who have been assembled for more than 3 minutes walk out. As he spoke, a few self-conscious people stepped out from among the crowd. Still, someone looked at Hong Hao and inquired doubtfully, "But instructor, we don't know if we're over the 3-minute what to do." Upon hearing this, Hong Hao grinned, and then directly called out names, and as he did so, one by one, they also stepped out of the queue. Looking at these people, Hong Hao directly made them train with weights on their backs. As for those who had countered him, such as a certain tugger with the surname Shin, he was directly asked to run 100 laps. The recruits that followed also ran laps under his command, and they had no back weights to say the least compared to the timeout recruits, and so the time came early in the morning. So, one by one, the recruits ran towards the recruits' cafeteria like a starving man. After 3 hours of training, one by one they felt like they could eat a cow. However, when this group of recruits arrived at the recruits' cafeteria, they were instantly confused by the food here, only to see that not far away from the place where the food was placed, there were not sumptuous dishes, there were just pots and pots of raw beef, which still had blood on it. Looking at it, there was no appetite, and behind the tubs of beef were tub after tub of large white steamed buns. "No, you guys just let us eat this." Looking at a group of instructors who went up to the 2nd floor, Tugger Shin Qingju couldn't help himself at once and directly stared at the instructors with flaming eyes and opened his mouth. Seeing this angry look on Shin Qingju's face, the instructors looked at each other, then spread their hands and said, "There's no way. This is training. You can eat if you want to. If you don't want to eat, ha ha ha, you can only go hungry for today's training." Listening to this one instructor's strange laugh, a group of recruits looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. It's the only thing they can eat on. As they hesitated, the 2 brothers Lin Qiye and Yang Jin took the lead and brought Little Black Rai to the large table with food. Immediately afterward, the 2 brothers came to the table, one holding a steamed bun and the other holding meat. After that the 2 brothers helped the little black rascal like to take a pot. Looking at the raw beef with blood, the 2 brothers looked at each other before eating it helplessly. The 2 of them had fighting aura in them, and they could rely on it to paralyze the taste buds of both of their brothers. So I don't feel disgusted or anything about this raw beef. At least I can swallow it. In contrast to the 2 brothers, Xiao Hei Rai ate quite festively, only to see that, at this time, its figure was as good as that of an adult giant wolf, lowering its head coolly as it ate the steamed buns and raw meat in the basin. Its sudden change had startled the recruits here, but the recruits looked at poor little Ah Jin, a 12-year-old child who was also eating raw meat and gnawing on dry buns, so they could only helplessly hug the buns and raw meat. Although it is said to be raw meat, at least there are no parasites in these meats, so you won't get sick if you eat them. The masked squad is here. Right at this moment, the door to the cafeteria was suddenly pushed open, followed by 7 silhouettes walking in through the door one after another. At the head of the group was the leader of the masked squad, King Face, but at this time, they had already removed their masks. When the recruits saw Wang Mian's face, they were also instantly shocked by Wang Mian's handsome young face. Holy, this is the leader of the masked squad, Wang Mian, looking so young. Gazing at Wang Mask, someone among the new recruits then couldn't help but exclaim. All of them among these new recruits had different age groups. The older ones were in their 30s. The younger one was Yang Jin, who was only 12 years old. And of course if you counted Xiao Hei Lai, it was just a little baby of less than a year old. But when they saw the young faces of the masked squad's crowd, they too were all feeling inwardly shocked and battered. After all, a group of young people in their 20s were all at the peak of the Chuan realm and the Sea realm. Geniuses, demons and whatnot are too overwhelming. Brother, Look at the king's face. Right at this moment, Yang Jin's heavenly eyes flickered for a moment. Then the foot under the table kicked. Lin Xie spiritually transmitted a sentence. Hearing Jin's voice transmission, Lin Xie froze for a moment. Then, he turned his head to look and just happened to meet up with the king who was walking towards him. Gazing at Wang Mian's suddenly youthful face, the faint golden light in Lin Xie's eyes flickered for a moment, realizing that this was Wang Mian's true face. But, yesterday's was also the king's face. Really face? Ah, what happened? 7 nights, does Jin want to eat with us? Wang Mian came to Lin Xie's table and gazed at the two brothers as he also smiled and invited them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie and Yang Jin looked at each other before shaking their heads to indicate that this place was quite good. Seeing Lin Xie's refusal, Wang Mian nodded, then led his own masked squad teammates into the middle of the back kitchen. Jin he. Looking towards Yang Jin, Lin Xie transmitted a voice, but for a moment there were some doubts that made him not know how to speak. Seeing this puzzled look on Lin Xie's face, Yang Jin also replied back, "Brother, everyone in the masked squad has the breath of life above Master's divine flame of life." At those words, Lin Xie froze for a moment. With the breath of life above the Master's life divine flame, it was no wonder that King Face would become young. However, looking at his brother like this, Lin Xie also asked again, "Is there anything wrong with this?" Yang Jin hastily nodded. "There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that, brother, do you think Wang Mian has become our junior apprentice brother?" Yang Jin's big eyes flickered with gossip, curious as to whether or not this Wang Mian, the captain of Dxia's 4th Special Squad, was their junior apprentice brother. Seeing his brother in this gossipy manner, Lin Xie was also instantly gossipy. It seemed nice to have the masked squad leader as their junior. So, is he a little master? We'll ask master when we rest at night. Having said that, Lin Xie also opened his mouth to tear up the raw beef on the table. Chapter 50. Yang Jin carried away by Sun Lao to start a small stove. Hey, 7 nights, how come you and Jin didn't take any pickles? While Lin Xie and Yang Jin were hugging steamed buns and raw beef and gulping them down, Bailey Chubby and Xiao Yuan came and sat down in front of them. Gazing at the large basin in front of Lin Xie, Yang Jin's brother duo, Bailey Chubby had a curious look on his face when he saw that there were no savory dishes. How did these two brothers eat it so dry and unappetizing? 7 nights, Jin, you guys eat. As soon as Bailey Chubby had finished speaking, Lin Xie and Yang Jin had yet to open their mouths when they saw Xiao Yuan placing his own savory dish in the middle of the two brothers. His eyes filled with the expression of a fervent fan. Looking at the small pickles in their hands, the two brothers looked at each other with some embarrassment. But if it's not there, it's not there. The two of them could rely on their fighting chi to paralyze their sense of taste and make themselves temporarily lose their sense of taste, so they didn't mind the tasteless food. Holy, what the hell? It smells so good. Just then, a new recruit suddenly exclaimed. The crowd then rushed to look at the location of the back kitchen, and then saw the 7 members of the masked squad carrying a plate of food each to a clean round table, and set these colorful and fragrant foods on top of this round table. The crowd of recruits gulped furiously as they looked at the food on that table from the masked squad crowd. Braised big elbow, braised pork, spicy fish, hairy bloodwang. Looking at the food on the masquerade squad's table, Bailey Chubby swallowed a mouthful of saliva, eyes full of envy. Before, he was still disgusted that Songnan didn't have any good food, but now when he looked at the food in front of him, even if it was clear soup noodles, he could say it was absolutely delicious. I'm not convinced. Why are they eating so well? Smelling an aroma that stimulated the taste buds coming from the table of the masked squad's crowd, Tuggershin Shinju instantly got up with his eyes full of defiance. They get up in the morning exhausted from training and they end up eating this dog all. Looked at the little black rascal and just ate this stuff. Although it is said that beef protein is very sufficient, and steamed bread can provide carbohydrates, but the instructor above to eat a small stove. Here the king noodle gluttony them. Really not at all convinced. Who doesn't serve? Who doesn't serve? Which one dares to disobey? Only to see the back kitchen walked out an old man carrying a kitchen knife. As soon as the old man walked out, that pair of sharp eyes locked onto Shin Xingju. Looking at this kid with his hat on backwards, this old man then narrowed his eyes and said, "Kid, you're not convinced." Looking at this knife-carrying old man who walked out from the back kitchen, Shin Xingju's body subconsciously trembled. "I'm convinced," he said in a hurry. Then he sat down and picked up a piece of meat and feasted on it. This old man is so mean. Scanning again, he suddenly saw Yang Jin. Looking at this small child, this old man frowned. These instructors are sick, letting a kid like that chew on raw meat. Kids don't nibble on this. There's still some food in the back kitchen. Coming in front of Yang Jin, he directly picked him up. Yang Jin, who was picked up by him, didn't resist, but instead looked at Lin Xie with a dumbfounded look on his face, then waved his hand and went on his way with a small cooking session. Looking at his own brother like this, The corner of Lin Chia's mouth twitched somewhat, wanting to laugh. Ahem. 7 nights, why don't you come here and eat some? The mask squad looked at that being carried into the back kitchen by Sun Lao. Wang Mian covered his mouth and coughed dryly twice. Then he looked at Lin Chia and invited again. However, in the face of Wang Mian's invitation, he shook his head and refused. Seeing this, Wang Mian did not force himself. Jean is so nice. Looking at young Jean, who had already disappeared, Bailey Fatty endured the feeling of nausea among his taste buds and said enviously while chewing on the raw beef. But who let people be just a 12-year-old kid? Some privileges are inevitable. He wants to go for a small meal too. Woo-hoo-hoo. After having breakfast, the recruits rested a bit before assembling at the training ground once again. 7 nights. What do you say we train next? At the back row position of the new recruits, Bailey Chubby stood beside the 2 Lin Chia brothers. His eyes were full of tiredness as he said, I don't want to run drills anymore. I feel like after running all morning I lost at least 10, no 20 pounds. Saying that, Bailey Chubby rubbed his stomach. The raw beef was so disgusting that he couldn't eat it after a few bites. And the steamed buns with the small pickles made him a little tired of eating them. Now he was a little hungry for some good food. It really aggravates you, my little belly. This is the meat bun that elder son wrapped for me, so pat it out if you're hungry. Right at this moment, a small hand passed in front of him, a large bun in the small hand. Looking at the meat bun in Yang Jin's small hands, Bailey Fatty swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Glancing at young Jean, he then also received it directly in his hand without hesitation, then said to young Jean, Thank you Jean, you are really a little angel. After saying that, he hurriedly lowered his head and ate this big meat bun cleanly in 3 or 2 bites, and after eating it, he didn't forget to lick his hands. His face was full of enjoyment. This was really a delicious flavor that he had never eaten before. Facing this enjoyable expression of Bailey Chubby, the corner of Lin Chia's mouth twitched for a moment, then his gaze moved to young Jean in a sour tone. Why, don't you want your brother? Seeing his own brother jealous, Yang Jean pointed to the Xian black nano ring above his brother's right index finger. Aha! Lin Chia's spiritual energy swept through and instantly found a dozen large buns lying amongst his nascent sacred ring. Then he nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, stinky brother kinda knows his stuff. He and Yang Jean, 2 people's nano ring spaces connected, but the 2 of them divided the nano ring space. See his own nano ring space in the meat buns. He knew that his younger brother still loved him as a brother. Good, really understand. A little more time passed, and here on the martial arts stage appeared a well-built instructor. When the instructor appeared, he swept a glance at the recruits here and also nodded in satisfaction. The mysterious creatures from amongst the myths, legends, and rumors are our enemies in the Night's Watch, and your future enemies. They have a myriad of abilities and completely different characteristics, but there is no doubt that their physical bodies are incomparable to those of us humans. And on what do we rely in the face of these 1,000 mysteries? With that, he swept a glance at the recruits here, hoping that some of them would come and cooperate with him a bit. Report! Tugger was facetious enough to look up and report directly. By the Forbidden Ruins. The instructor glanced at him, then sneered. The Forbidden Ruins are indeed our reliance, but not all right. How you can hook your finger and get mystery? Why, can you? Upon hearing this, Shin Qingju nodded. I can. Your Forbidden Ruins are. Sequence 068 Airmen. Instructor. Ahem. A dry cough. Then he said as if nothing had happened. Any other answers? Chubby Time in the back row also raised his hand and said, Report, buy money. At those words, the instructor's eyes like a falcon's instantly locked onto Bailey Chubby. When he was about to open his mouth to reprimand Chubby Bailey, Lin Chia, who was beside Chubby Bailey, couldn't bear for the instructor to take the same blow as he did just now, so he shouted, reporting to the instructor. He's the young master of Bailey Group. Instructor. Speechless family. Cough. Who told you to report up? With another dry cough, he directly asked Lin Chia to come up to the stage. Chapter 51 Instructor. That kid. Cough. Get the dog on your shoulder up here. The instructor on the martial arts stage gazed at Lin Chia, who was reminding him beside Bailey Chubby, and also hurriedly raised his hand and opened his mouth to shout. You come up here. Who told you to interrupt? Though this kid helped him defuse the embarrassment of Bailey Chubby's status and didn't make him lose face, but the fact that this brat opened his mouth directly still made him, the instructor, feel embarrassed. Therefore, he directly opened his mouth and asked Lin Chia to come up to the stage to teach and coach him, just so he could also establish his prestige as an instructor in front of these new recruits. And Lin Chia, who was shouted at by this instructor, blinked his eyes and then nodded before also going up to the top of this martial arts stage without hesitation. Lin Chia saluted the instructor after walking onto the martial arts stage. The instructor nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this kid knew his manners. However, Lin Chia's actions in the next second threw him for a loop. only to see Lin Xie walk directly to Bailey Chubby and whisper a few words into his ear. After hearing this, Bailey Chubby's face revealed an expression of dawning realization. Then he bowed deeply to the instructor and said, "Thanks for pointing it out. I understand." The instructor looked bewildered, completely unaware of what was happening. The other recruits looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Lin Xie smiled and patted the instructor's shoulder, saying, "Instructor, look, isn't this settled?" After saying that, he jumped off the martial arts stage, leaving the instructor and a group of recruits in the wind. "No, you come up. Who told you to go down?" The instructor was instantly speechless. "Damn this brat." Seeing the instructor's rage, Lin Xie spread his hand stating that this time it was really you who made me go up. Thus, Lin Xie lifted his leg page number once again to the martial arts stage. "Grab yourself a knife and come over here to spar with me." Gazing at the prick, the instructor pointed to the rack not far away where the wooden knives were placed and spoke. Hearing the instructor's words, Lin Xie let out a helpless sigh. He didn't want to act, so he had to beat this instructor up. "I'm sorry, instructor. You told me to hit you. Master, bless him for bearing my power." Lin Xie picked up a wooden sword and walked towards the instructor. His eyes were firm and his steps were steady. When the instructor saw this, his heart couldn't help but tighten. This kid didn't look like he was joking. "Come on kid, let me see your power." Gazing at Lin Xie, the instructor also spoke seriously. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie also nodded. The two stood opposite each other. The atmosphere tensed to the extreme. Suddenly, Lin Xie struck, and his speed was extremely fast, catching the instructor off guard. Only a bang sound was heard. The wooden knife in the instructor's hand was knocked away, while Lin Xie's wooden knife was pressed against the instructor's neck. The room was silent and everyone was stunned. Lin Xie slowly lowered his wooden sword and smiled faintly at the instructor. "Teach, instructors, I am obliged." Lin Xie was a bit embarrassed. He didn't hold back and exploded some power just now, but he only exploded a few 100 pounds of power before sending the instructor's wooden sword flying. There is something weak about this instructor, that says, and being knocked off his wooden blade in one fell swoop. The instructor wasn't embarrassed. Cough. 2 simple dry coughs. Then the instructor gazed at Lin Xie and said, "Kid, how much power do you have? Has it ever been tested?" Hearing this, Lin Xie spoke. "The normal flesh body is around 3 tons. He hid some of it." He was now at the first perfect level of the divine desolate sacred body, and his normal physical strength was 13 or 14 tons. However, his realm was only the pool realm, so he hid 10 tons and only said he was 3 tons. After all, the Chuan realm's physical body strengthening class Forbidden Ruins is also only a dozen tons of power. If his normal physical body is a dozen tons of fear is not to be scared to collapse. But his statement of a standing 3 tons of strength also left the crowd a little confused. Though some of the recruits who had seen him shatter that steel gate with a single punch were less confused and instead nodded dejectedly to the confused ones, with a lofty feeling that they had known all along. "What is your forbidden ruin?" Gazing at Lin Xie, the instructor directly inquired without embarrassment. He wouldn't be embarrassed to be knocked out of his hand by 3 tons of force. There was no way the gap was there. And in the face of the instructor's inquiry, Lin Xie proceeded to answer honestly. "My forbidden marketplace is the mortal dust divine realm." At that, the instructor blinked again in confusion. "Ah, God's ruins. Is this guy the Micah divine agent?" But Michael's divine ruins mortal dust divine realm didn't have such a great physical enhancement, did it? Then, this instructor nodded then said, "Go down." After Lin Xie went down, the instructor swept another glance and was instantly interested when he saw Yang Jin, a 12-year-old doll. However, as he was planning to let Yang Jin come up, he suddenly thought of the recent rumor from the night watch about a 12-year-old teenager who had obtained the agent of Erlang Xian Shengzhenjun. Ahem. It's better not to have the hardcore agent of the gods. Then he saw the little black dog lying quietly on Yang Jin's shoulder. This dog is a new recruit too, I think. It seems to be a divine agent as well. As if someone had said so. Ahem. You a dog is a divine agent. So you shouldn't be able to beat me if I bully you. Thinking, the instructor also did not hesitate to open his mouth. That kid. Yes, just the shortest kid you have. You. Seeing the instructor pointing himself, Yang Jin lifted his leg intending to go up to the stage. But just as his body moved, the instructor hastened to say, "You let the dog on you come up here. I'll practice it and see if it's suitable as a new recruit and if it bites." As this instructor opened his mouth, the recruits instantly widened their eyes, and one pair of eyes looked at him with eyes full of dislike, speechlessness, and some even wanted to go up and hit him. "No, you're a shameless instructor to beat a dog." Cough cough cough. Facing the gazes of the recruits, the instructor was also a bit embarrassed, but he still forced himself to save his honor. "What are you looking at? Since you're in the boot camps, This one dog is also my recruit's dog. So that kid, hurry up and let your dog come up. At those words, Yang Jin let out a helpless sigh. Instructor, why do you bother? Patting the fake sleepy little black Rai on his shoulder. Then Yang Jin said, little black, go up. Control the power a bit. Don't fight out of it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Heilai opened his eyes, then yawned in boredom, followed by a body leap directly from Yang Jin's shoulder, jumping dozens of meters to the ring. Looking at little black Rai, who jumped dozens of meters directly to the ring, the instructor instantly felt bad. This one dog isn't easy to bully, is it? However, since this little black dog is here, carefully swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the instructor then calmly said, take the knife and come fight me. Ahem, you can't hold a sword, so I'd like to see how you're going to fight me. Chapter 52, Instructor Han, whose moral heart collapsed. Grass. I was just so. Shame on you. Looking at the little black puppy in front of him, the instructor thought to himself, you're nothing but a little puppy the size of 2 palms. Let's see how you can hold a sword. I'll still be able to get defeated in your place. How can that be? How can I be defeated in your place? Thinking this in his heart, the instructor had a smile on his face, but this smile on his face instead had a bad uncle feeling. Ahem. Can the little guy hold the sword? If you can't hold the sword, how about you admit defeat? Nod your head if you admit defeat. To little black Rai, this instructor opened his mouth like this. This dog is a divine agent dog. It should be able to understand human language. As a divine agent dog, Xiao Heilai not only understands human language, but can also speak human language. So when it heard this instructor's words, it directly gave him a disgusted look. Buzz. Only to see the rich light flickering on Xiao Heilai's body. But in an instant a werewolf that was 2 meters tall and wearing pitch-black colored hegemonic armor appeared in place. Well, it's a werewolf. As little black Rai transformed into this state, but in an instant a fierce and incomparable aura poured out directly from its body. Gulp. Looking at little black Rai's state at this moment, as well as the Chuan realm's pressure coming from it, the instructor's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Ah, this one dog, it's from the Kawarthas. No, this place was suppressed by the ruin suppression tablet can suppress the forbidden ruins, which means that the state of this one dog was after being suppressed. Chow. This dog, it's. See, this instructor was now in a daze. A dog sea realm. Damn it, he's only in the Chuan realm even at 40 nowadays. 40 years of living like a dog. The instructor looked incredulously at the behemoth in front of him, and a wave of despair welled up in his heart. He could never have imagined that this seemingly cute little puppy would be so terrifying. Still fighting or not? Casually drawing out a wooden knife, Xiao Heilai grinned and opened his mouth at this instructor. At that, the instructor took one look at the teasing color in this one dog's eyes, and was suddenly furious. Gripes. You're a dog and you're taunting me. Fight. Today I'm going to show you the blade skills of the champion of the Night's Watch blade art competition. Roaring angrily at this black dog that was mocking him, he directly took his knife and slashed at little black Rai without hesitation. The instructor's knife slashed at the little black Ryrie. The little black Ryrie easily dodged. It nimbly jumped from time to time with the hand of the wooden knife to resist a bit at the same time back to cut this instructor a knife. Even if the instructor went all out, he couldn't do anything about little black Rai's casual appearance, and there was even a slash every now and then that took advantage of his inattention to come at him. It was also good that they were using wooden knives, and it was also good that Xiao Heilai didn't use his full strength, even less than a tenth of his strength. In the end, as if he had no interest in playing, Xiao Heilai directly knocked away the wooden knife in the instructor's hand, and then casually threw the wooden knife in his hand back into the knife rack. After that, Xiao Heilai's figure flickered, and also transformed into a little puppy state from this wolf-like state. Little black Rai looked at this instructor who was struck by it, and also wagged his tail proudly, as if saying, fighting with me? You're still a bit young. Watching Koroyori do this, the instructor closed his eyes while the boos from the recruits on stage cracked him up. Woo woo. At some point, tears involuntarily flowed down from the corners of his eyes, truly abused and crying. Looking at the instructor who was abused and cried, the recruits stopped booing him for a moment. Instead, one by one, they got a little nervous. No, how can this instructor be so fragile? Just abused and cried. The instructors who were watching the monitor not far away looked at this instructor who was abused and cried on the martial arts stage in the monitor, and they also looked at each other. No, this old Han is too fragile. The main instructor, Yuan Gang, hugged a bag of potato chips and clicked and ate it while calling out to one of the instructors. Old Hong, go comfort and console him. At those words, the corner of instructor Hong's mouth twitched. I do all the hard work for myself, but Yuan Gang had said it, so he could only reluctantly comply. Immediately afterward, he lifted his leg and left the monitoring room to the training ground. Looking at this instructor Han who was still silently emo after a few minutes had passed, The corner of his mouth twitched breathlessly. Lifting his leg to the ring, he then lifts his leg and without hesitation, he kicks Instructor Han in the ass. What are you crying about? Looking at Instructor Han. Instructor Han kicked him and then also said helplessly. Hearing Instructor Han's words, this Instructor Han instantly cried even harder. Wow! He hugged Instructor Han's thigh, and immediately afterward, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law, he pointed at little Black Lai, who was sitting on Yang Jin's shoulder not far away, and said in an aggrieved manner, it bullied me, it mocked me, it looks down on, normally as a soldier. Instructor Han's heart can't be so fragile, but, getting blasted and hammered by a dog, and this one is even better than him, and it's a little puppy. It was a moment that made him unable to resist. Asterisk. Instructor Han had a black line on his face. Was this still the Instructor Han he knew? Why was he acting like a little kid? Alright, get up. Shame on you. Instructor Han tried to pull Instructor Han up, but Instructor Han held onto his thigh and refused to let go. Oh, it's really fierce. I can't beat it. Instructor Han cried with a snotty nose and a tear. At this time, Yang Jin brought Little Black over. Little Black, come down and hurry to apologize to the instructor. Yang Jin touched Xiao Hei's head, then put it down. Xiao Hei walked up to Instructor Han, wagged his tail, and stuck out his tongue to lick Instructor Han's hand. Instructor Han froze. This puppy was actually making a pass at him? He broke into tears and wiped them away as he stood up. Hey, I told you, this puppy is pretty cute. Instructor Han smiled awkwardly. The crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the scene. However, one by one, they could not help but roll their eyes at this instructor. You're not the one who asked Blackie to compete. Now you're still. Ahem. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the group of trainees, Instructor Han reacted at once. Hold the grass. After such a big scandal in front of the new recruits, how can he be a man in the future? Right now, he hated to wish that there was a crack in the ground on this martial arts stage and then let him drill into it. TSK. Looking at the awkwardly being overpowered Instructor Han, Instructor Han shook his head and was also a bit speechless as he pointed at him to help him introduce himself. This instructor is your sword art instructor. His name is Han Li, and he just won the championship of our Vigilantes internal competition a while ago, so you guys can definitely learn something by studying well with him. Chapter 53, Lin Chia carries 300 kilograms of weight. Just like that, after coming out of that stall just now, the recruits became amiable towards this instructor. Yes, that's right, it's the recruits who have become kind to this instructor Han Li. Otherwise, they were really afraid that they had just thrown a face to this instructor. And this instructor would wow and cry thief aggrieved or something. And so the peaceful morning passed. At noon, after lunch the crowd was asked to assemble. And during lunch, one of the instructors said they were going to do extreme training. But when the recruits assembled, they were met by several military buses here. Looking at these military buses, a group of recruits also looked at each other with puzzled looks in their eyes. Didn't the instructors say extreme training? But what are these buses for? With a crowd of recruits looking puzzled and not knowing what was going on, they only saw one instructor after another come to the door of this bus. Get on the bus. We're leaving the camp. Looking at the 240 recruits, an instructor's medium voice rang out. As he finished speaking, he went directly on top of this military bus. Then one instructor after another got on the bus. Looking at the instructor like this, Lin Chia and the others were a bit puzzled. Brother, get on the bus. Looking at Lin Chia, Yang Jin said. Then with one hand holding Little Black Rai, and one hand leading Lin Chia directly towards the bus. Through the mental coverage, he could sense some of the emotions that these instructors were displaying. That is somewhat gloating mood, and I'm afraid it's not going to be easy for them next. Of course, it's these recruits who aren't taking it easy. After all, his and his own brother's physical strength was terrifying. Seeing Yang Jin directly leading Lin Chia onto the bus, the pair of roommates, Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan, glanced at each other before they also hurriedly lifted their legs and followed. Just like that, when all the recruits here got on the buses, there were a total of 5 buses traveling directly towards the outside of the barracks. It took but half an hour for the bus to pull up to its destination. Through the car window, Lin Chia also glanced at the scene outside the window. This is Mount Zinan. Gazing at the scene outside the window, Lin Chia spoke. This Jinnan mountain is a mountain range near Tsangnan. Although it is only a small mountain range, but it also stretches for dozens of kilometers. Get out of the car. The instructor's voice sounded again. The recruits jumped off the bus and looked at the barren mountains in front of them with questions in their minds. This is your extreme training ground, the instructor said. Today's mission variable is to carry a load on your back and then cross the mountains here. You each have to carry 35 kilograms of weight. and in this load has a locator. Icon drone will lock your locator position, and then will be locked on the recruits to shoot bullets. Of course shooting bullets are only pigment bullets, but if you are hit but will be punished by an unexpected The instructor's voice was full of playfulness, and his eyes were filled with a teasing feeling towards these recruits, as if everything about these recruits was exposed in his eyes at this moment. With that, he looked at Lin Chiye as well as Yang Jin. Oh yeah, Lin Chiye, your load needs to carry 300 kilograms on your back. Yang Jin, you little only need to carry 20 kilograms. As for Yang Jin, your dog Xiao Hei Lai, let it stay here. Turning to Lin Chiye brothers and two, this instructor said a little more. Hearing what this instructor said, Lin Chiye and Yang Jin glanced at each other, and seeing the mocking look in his brother's eyes, Lin Chiye wanted to beat his brother up. Instructor, that's not fair. My brother, he is the second introduction of the divine desolate sacred body, and his strength is as high as 20 tons, so you let him carry 10 tons of weight and run. But despite this thought, he did not say anything. After all, his own brother was too demonic, and if he said anything about it his brother wouldn't want to be taken for a dissection. After helplessly nodding, Lin Chiye arrived in front of the instructors before meeting the large bag that the two instructors carried. Looking at this load that was obviously 10 times larger than the others' loads, the corners of Lin Chiye's mouth twitched slightly. Instructor, hitting the weighted backpack shouldn't be considered elimination. Looking at Instructor Hong in front of him, Lin Chiye spoke up. This weighted backpack of his is so big that it's a living target when he carries it on his back. Looking at Lin Chiye's expression of having eaten a bitter melon, Instructor Hong spread his hands and said, it definitely counts. So kid, run faster. Otherwise, if you get hit, you'll be punished. Oh. At those words, Lin Chiye was a bit desperate. Taking a look at this wide-weighted backpack, Lin Chiye had no choice but to carry this thing behind his back. Run full steam ahead on your own. According to the master's test, one's fastest speed can reach 100 meters a second. That's 360 kilometers per hour. He himself was definitely faster than the drone if he ran at full speed. But, took a look at MT. Sunan. It's easy to get into trouble if you run fast by yourself. Besides, the instructors certainly wouldn't let them cross MT. Sunan so easily. In his perception today, the magnetic field in the middle of this Jinnan mountain is a lot more disordered than outside the mountain, and it is easy to not find the direction here and get lost. It's broad daylight, and the night dancers don't work. You can't make him recognize the location. Alright, here's your weapon for the open road. Looking at Lin Chiye's helpless appearance, Instructor Hong let out another light laugh. Then he fetched a straight sword and handed it to Lin Chiye. After handing over the straight sword to Lin Chiye, Instructor Hong looked at the remaining recruits and also spoke. Come here and receive your equipment. As the words fell, one by one, the recruits stepped forward to receive their equipment here. Weighted backpacks, and weapons, straight knives. Hey. Right at this moment, a sudden shocking black aura was released from Chao Yuan's body. Grass. Looking at the suddenly transformed Chao Yuan, Instructor Hong cursed, forgetting that the bastard's Black King chopper was extinguished. As soon as the Black King appeared, he was seen carrying a large sword to attack the recruits here. Right at this moment, Lin Chiye took a step out. A divine light flashed in his eyes before raising his hand and pointing a finger. Shocking holy light emanated out. Holy light divine. Holy light purification. An incomparably dense golden holy light enveloped the Black King with Lin Chiye's single finger point, and the black aura on the Black King's body was instantly purified and dissolved under this amazing holy light of his. There was a creepy sound of snorting and snorting. However, in just a few breaths, the Black King in Chao Yuan's body was suppressed by Lin Chiye's holy light and then honestly returned to his body. Although the Black King was very powerful, at this time, Chao Yuan was only at the cultivation level of the Marigold realm, and his Black King unleashed would only explode the cultivation level of the Pool realm. So this easily resolved Chao Yuan's Black King transformation. After recovering, Chao Yuan blinked his eyes and glanced at the straight sword in his hand, then at Lin Chiye in front of him. Chapter 54, Lin Chiye, you're surrounded. Yang Jin, see, I turned off the phone for you. 3,000 words. 7 nights. You are worthy of being my benefactor. Seeing that Lin Chiye had easily suppressed the Black King in his body, Chao Yuan instantly burst into tears. Sure enough, Master Golden Cicada was right. This Lin Chiye was his own karmic person who could help him free himself from his sins. Looking at Chao Yuan's appearance of wanting to hug his thigh, Lin Chiye hurriedly raised his leg to dodge. Cough. Instructor Hong coughed dryly. Then he took out a stick from somewhere. Then he threw it to Chao Yuan and said, "Put down your sword. You can use this." Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan nodded. Then he hastily threw this knife he was holding onto the ground before taking the rod that Instructor Hong gave him. In this way, a group of new recruits were directly arranged by the instructor to start from this hill and run in towards the finish line. 7 nights. You. Looking at the one-person tall weighted backpack on Lin Xia's body, Bailey Chubby blinked his eyes filled with pity. Seeing the expression in Bailey Chubby's eyes, Lin Xia rolled his eyes before speaking to him. What? You want to help me share? How about helping me share £100 if you want? With that said, Lin Xia was about to open his backpack and take out the loads within it and tie them to Bailey Chubby. Seeing Lin Xia wanting to take the weight, Bailey Chubby quickly waved his hand. Cough cough. 7 nights, you know me. I'm just an ordinary person without a forbidden ruin. It's very weak. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia gave this little fatty another unkind look. What's with that look of pity on your face if you don't help me share? Jean, why don't you help brother me share the burden? Looking towards Yang Jean, Lin Xia winked and said. Lin Xia had just finished speaking when he saw Yang Jean glance at him. Then his figure flickered and easily scurried out dozens of meters. And in just a few breaths Yang Jean disappeared. Looking at Yang Jean who directly disappeared without being righteous, Lin Xia laughed without any good reason. This brat can really be. Forget it, let's go. Looking toward Bailey Chubby, Lin Xia said. After saying that, Lin Xia also sprinted toward the front with a flickering figure. Gulp. Looking at Lin Xia's furious speed, Bailey Fatty swallowed his saliva. Not bad for 7 nights? The flesh was as terrifying as it was, carrying a 300-kilogram load and still running so fast. Thinking of this, Bailey Fatty glanced at Chao Yuan beside him and also spoke. Should we follow them? Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan looked at the departing Lin Xia and also shook his head. His eyes filled with seriousness as he said, we can't follow. The two of us have to help attract fire for Chie. With that, he lifted his leg and ran as well. Watching another good friend leave him, Bailey Chubby sighed. Helplessly he also pulsed his little fat body and ran. 7 nights was definitely the key target. They couldn't follow Lin Xia around to be a burden to him. All the two of them had to do was wait until the drones came to be the target of this drone to attract the drones. But a little fat body like his Chubby should be able to dodge bullets. After roughly half an hour of time had passed, hundreds of drones flew out directly from the middle of the instructor's camp. Hundreds of drones flew in mid-air, buzzing. The instructor in the middle of the camp watched the locator point on the screen and also accused the drone to fly over according to the locator point on it. Brother! Yang Jean looked at Lin Xie, who had caught up with him, and also blinked his big eyes. Are you tired? Lin Xie glared at this unrighteous fellow before speaking. I'm going to say I'm tired. Can you switch weights with me? How can that be? Yang Jean decisively refused. I can't carry it. Lin Xie rolled his eyes and didn't pay any more attention to him. Just then, several helicopters buzzed the two brothers. Target sighted. Do we attack? The instructor in front of the console inquired. Hold your horses for a moment and see where they run, the other man said back. Looking at the several helicopters in mid-air, and the blackened machine gun muzzles underneath the helicopters, as well as the cartridges trailing behind the helicopters, the two brothers looked at each other. Then without hesitation he flew off. Shoot! Looking at the two brothers who left in two directions, Instructor Hong directly pointed at Lin Xie above the drone surveillance and said, have these helicopters chase Lin Xie? Yang Jean is a kid, we'll bully him last. The group of instructors handling the helicopters here gave Instructor Hong a look. This guy really wasn't human. But, hey. They're not human and they like to sabotage recruits too. Da. The guns above the drones were directly controlled to aim at Lin Xie, and then a paintball flew towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie heard gunshots coming from behind him and knew that it was the drone machine opening fire. He desperately ran forward, hoping to lose the drone machine. However, with the locator on his body, even though he was hidden deep, this drone was in hot pursuit, its machine guns constantly sweeping the ground around him. Lin Xie nimbly weaved between the trees, using the trees and terrain to dodge bullets. He realized that this was not the way to go, and that he had to find a way to get away from his pursuers. Suddenly, he saw a river ahead of him, and a plan sprang into his mind. Lin Xie quickly changed direction and ran towards the river. Poof! Carrying 300 kilograms of weight and falling into the river, it also directly smashed out an amazing wave of water. Lin Xie dived into the water and swam vigorously to the opposite shore with the help of the current's push. He knew that time was running out and he had to get out of the drone's tracking range as soon as possible. Once ashore, he found a dense patch of grass to hide in. Taking a short break, he began to observe his surroundings, looking for his next escape route. At this moment, a drone happened to fly overhead, and Lin Xie noticed a cave nearby. Eyes lighting up, he glanced at the drone flying away from what looked like it was chasing the others for a second. Then his figure flashed and ran directly to a cave not far away, intending to break through this one to find his way. When he entered the middle of this cave, the instructor's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Cough. Can you hear me? Hearing this instructor's voice, Lin Xie's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Then glancing at the backpack from which the sound came, The corner of Lin Chia's mouth twitched. Good lord. Not only is there a locator in the backpack, but there's even a wireless megaphone. Hey, 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 hello recruits. What follows is the thrill-ride-filled punishment we're bringing to you, eliminated recruits. Oh, put the ring of truth on him and let our dear recruits see to the punishment. As the words fell, there was a sound of footsteps, and then a panicked voice came out from the loudspeaker in the backpack. What's your name? At this moment, Yuan Gang, the chief instructor, got a voice from inside. And along with Chief Instructor Yuan Gang's voice was another somewhat younger voice. Ai Wei, what's the happiest thing you've ever done? My goddess gave me the lollipop she licked a bite of. What did you do with it? In the middle of the instructor's camp, looking at the chair tied to the back of which was written, the throne of the king is yours. 8 big words. When Lin Chie heard this, a chill ran down his spine. This guy was too heavy-handed. At that moment, the instructor's voice came again. Okay, next. Soon, another person was brought up. And after some questioning, the answer was even more breathless. What's your favorite color? Green. Why? Because green hats look good. Bring it down. Next. Hearing this, Lin Chie couldn't hold back any longer and cursed. What kind of strange people are these? These instructors are too hateful to take this kind of horrible punishment. Listening to the embarrassing stories of one recruit after another, Lin Chie's scalp suddenly went numb. Chow. Can't get caught. Thinking that, he also got up from the ground in a hurry and then ran towards the finish line at breakneck speed. But when he had just run a short distance away, he saw dozens of drones quietly appear directly over his head and surround him. Looking at the dozens of drones that surrounded him, Lin Chie's face instantly darkened. Targeting him? These instructors were really targeting him. He hadn't even begun to be a prick to the military trainers. And these trainers had first military trained him on the evils of the human heart in society. It's an abomination. It's just an abomination. Da. Only to see dozens of drones that surrounded Lin Chie shooting out bullets at Lin Chie, and for the bullets that locked onto him, Lin Chie's figure flickered to dodge bullet after bullet. Then he raised his hand and slashed out, a wind-breaking chop ripping out to cut off these paintballs that were trying to get close to him. Brother, let me help you. Just then, Yang Jin, the misbehaving younger brother, appeared, immediately after, only to see Yang Jin's figure flashing a leap of dozens of meters, and then pointing at the switch of this one drone. Just but a few seconds here, dozens of drones will be directly shut down by him. P.S. Don't ask if the drone has an on-off switch. It does when I say it does. After shutting these drones down, one drone smashed right down on the ground. It was good that these drones were of hard enough quality not to break right on the ground. Little heartless, you still have some conscience. Looking at Yang Jin, Lin Chie said, then came to his body and patted his shoulder, eyes full of relief. Seeing the look of relief in his brother's eyes, Yang Jin rolled his eyes. Hurry up and go. Speaking to Lin Chie, Yang Jin lifted his leg and left the place. Seeing this, Lin Chie nodded and also hurriedly followed Yang Jin's figure. With that, the two brothers also ran away. TSK, this kid Yang Jin violated the rules. Looking at the dozens of screens that had gone black in an instant, Instructor Hong spoke up. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang let out a light laugh and said, "Did he attack the drones?" Instructor Hong shook his head. Seeing this, Yuan Gang then said, "That's not right. Didn't attack the drone, just shut it down. Where is the foul?" Seeing Yuan Gang helping Yang Jin to defend himself, Instructor Hong shook his head. "Hey, is this what pampering a genius doll is all about? It's really, you Yuan Gang, Chief Yuan even has this side. But really." Chapter 55, Gu Yang, 7 Nights, come blow them up. After getting rid of the drone crisis with Yang Jin, the two brothers also ran separately once again. A little bit of time passed by, and soon it came to night. The time reached night, and Lin Chie's Starry Night Dancer was instantly activated. All of a sudden the strength, stamina, defense, recovery and whatnot directly increased by 5 times. At the same time to the dark night, all disturbances had no sway over Lin Chie at this moment. So at this moment, Lin Chie knew he could find the end. However, right at this moment, Yuan Gang's voice was heard among the loudspeakers beside him. Congratulations to our young comrade from the recruit battalion. Young comrade Yang Jin for taking 6 hours and being the first to walk out of Mount Zinan. Congratulations. Yuan Gang's tone was filled with satisfaction. 4 hours to cross this mountain range that stretches for 23 kilometers. I have to say that this kid is really too much for him to be satisfied with. Breaking the record, not to mention that it is still a time to break the record. Listening to the voice amongst the loudspeakers, the corner of Lin Chie's mouth twitched slightly. Jin had only been separated from him for 2 hours and walked out of here. And he was still stranded here beating around the bush. It was also good that, now that his Dark Dancer's godhead was passively opened, he could also leave this place as soon as possible. However, Just as Lin Xie was planning to lift his leg and leave this place, a sudden figure appeared. Upon seeing this sudden appearance of the contraption, Lin Xie was instantly on guard. This thing doesn't look like it's any good. P.S. Come on, some anime settings, let me water down the word count. Only to see that it was a middle-aged man with some slight facial features, wearing a black and red triangular glasses on his somewhat lewd face. Who are you? Gazing at this thing in front of him, Lin Xie gripped the straight sword in his own hand with a wary look in his eyes as he inquired. Upon hearing this somewhat lewd person spread his hands and spoke with a frenzied face. Kid, I'm LV Liang of the 16th seat of the followers of the Church of the Ancient Gods. My home god Lord Raving invites you to join my Church of the Ancient Gods. I hope you can be a bit more sensible and join us. Or else. Boom! As he opened his mouth, an astonishing amount of spiritual power was released from within him. The Chuan realm's spiritual power pressure. Feeling the spiritual pressure emanating from this fellow, Lin Xie glanced at this thing before saying in a teasing tone, Ancient God Church. So it's a little yakuza in the gutter. A mere 16 seats of believers. What qualifications do you have to threaten me here? With that said, Lin Xie's figure flickered and instantly arrived in front of this fellow. A blade chopped out, instantly erupting with a stunning blade aura against this fellow's neck. Looking at Lin Xie, who was directly killing at him, Lu Liang frowned. Where did you get the confidence from? A marigold realm brat who just awakened a month ago. Thinking this, he raised his hand to condense a wooden vine to charge directly towards Lin Xie. The straight blade in Lin Xie's hand swung violently, easily cutting through the wooden vines rushing towards him. He took a smooth step forward and approached Lu Liang, his eyes revealing a biting chill. LV Liang was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xie to crack his attack so easily. He hurriedly took a few steps back while his hands kept waving, and more wood vines came out like a tidal wave in an attempt to stop Lin Xie's approach. However, Lin Xie's movements were as agile as lightning as he nimbly weaved between the wooden vines, his straight blade cutting out a powerful arc and severing the wooden vines one by one. When Lu Liang saw this, his face became more and more gloomy. He secretly gritted his teeth and decided to use his best move. He concentrated and recited an obscure incantation under his breath, and the air around him seemed to condense for it. In an instant, a huge palm that was entirely condensed from wood vines descended from the sky and slapped towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie looked up and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he didn't retreat. He took a deep breath, raised his straight sword, and slashed upwards with all his might. The blade light collided with the wood vine giant palm, sending out a shocking loud sound. In the midst of the light, Lin Xie's figure swayed and took a few steps backward. On the other hand, Lu Liang was panting heavily, clearly having expended a lot of strength. Lin Xie stabilized his stance and looked at Lu Liang, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Is that all you're capable of? It seems like the ancient god church is nothing more than that. After saying that, he once again launched his attack, his figure rushing towards Lu Liang like a ghost, only to see the terrifying as hell blade dangling out instantly, directly tearing the Lu Liang in front of him into two halves. But not only did the horrifying knife dangles not dissipate after tearing him apart, they also flew tens of meters all the way to the front, tearing at tens of meters of knife marks on the ground. Phew! Exhaling, Lin Xie then planned to leave. However, right at this moment, his eyes condensed and instantly looked towards the body on the ground that had been torn into two halves. Only in Lin Xie's eyes, this corpse on the ground transformed into a bit of light that directly dissipated into the air. And then a shocking light rushed directly into Lin Xie's sea of consciousness at a speed that Lin Xie hadn't yet reacted to, and Lin Xie's head sank. In a turn, Lin Xie appeared in the middle of an ancient gloomy hall. This hall is very large. In the hall at the forefront hooked three huge statues of gods. 3 statues of gods stood in front of a head of white hair, wearing a meticulous black suit. The body stood straight as if the gentleman of the middle-aged, and the countless chairs below the idol were filled with dozens of people at this very moment. Lin Xie, at this moment, stood in the center of this one hall, being scrutinized by the dozens of people here. Looking around, Lin Xie realized that the person he had just hacked to death was sitting right here. That's what it is. Projection? Frowning, Lin Xie was puzzled by the situation at this moment. Master, are you there? Communicating the flame imprint on his right palm, Lin Xie inquired in his heart. At that moment, Gu Yang also appeared behind him with a flickering figure, but the people here didn't see themselves as all. Appearing behind Lin Xie, Gu Yang rubbed his head with a smile in his tone. I've always been by your side. So Xie is facing a group of people from the ancient god church who are in the most sub-Chuan realm and the strongest Klein realm here. Are you afraid? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie took another look at the group of people here and then thought to himself, a bunch of rats in the gutter. I'll definitely get them all killed when I get the chance. Seeing Lin Xie's determined look, Gu Yang grinned. After looking at the ravings on the stage in front of him, Gu Yang's figure appeared behind Lin Xie in the form of a divine shadow. followed by 2 flames appearing in front of Lin Xie. This is Master's Green Lotus Divine Flame. Extreme Cold Divine Flame. Come 7 nights, let's blow them up. Gu Yang's voice rang out, with a strong sense of teasing in his tone. And when Lin Xie heard this, he didn't hesitate to take a flame in one hand and directly and forcefully grabbed the flame in his hand and fused it. Chapter 56, Blasted Murmurings. After seeing Lin Xie appear here, Rumor nodded, worthy of being a divine agent? As he was about to open his mouth to say something to Lin Xie, Rumination suddenly realized that he couldn't move or open his mouth at this moment. Not only him, but even the group of believers seated below were unable to move or speak at this moment. What happened? At this moment, murmuring, as well as the eyes of the group of believers below were filled with a confused look. Just as they were wondering, Lin Xie, who had been invited by them to this ravishingly constructed spirit world, suddenly moved. One could only see Lin Xie raise his hands. Then a green-colored flame and a snow-white flame appeared amongst Lin Xie's hands. As these 2 flames appeared here, a terrifying and incomparable divine power was released at once. And along with these 2 flames appearing was the divine silhouette behind Lin Xie. It was the silhouette of a god dressed in a black suit with a boundless sea of fire behind him. Upon gazing at this one god, they all had the impulsive feeling of resisting the urge to kneel down. But they couldn't move. With your body wanting to fall to your knees, but your own physical body unable to move. The bones in their bodies fought right through. But this is the spirit world, so it's not their bones they fight over. It's their souls. The feeling of that soul tearing apart made each and every one of them want to cry out in pain. But it was still that same feeling of not being able to move or open their mouths. Boom! And as they watched, the flames of Lin Xie's hands fused together. At that instant a green petal with a snow-white lotus root-like flame lotus flower in the center appeared in front of Lin Xie. Looking at this incomparably beautiful 2-colored fire lotus, Lin Xie pushed it with both hands and then looked at the superior Rumination with a grin and said, Rumination, right? Oh no, I should call you Chin Erniu. This is your name, right? So Chin Erniu, thank you for inviting me to your home. This will be my gift to you for coming to your home as a guest, but I hope that the next time I see you will be in your real home base, and I will give you a new gift then. Finally, Chen Erniu said goodbye. Then I'll send you another message. Chen Erniu wishes you to meet your parents soon. Hi heave. After Lin Xie finished speaking, his consciousness made another transition and then disappeared. As for the Church of the Ancient Gods, the 2-colored fire lotus exploded violently in the middle of the spiritual world that Rumination had constructed at great cost. At once the terrifying explosion was like a Tsar's sunset footpod chicken, directly tearing apart this spiritual world, instantly vaporizing and destroying everyone here, causing everything within this spiritual world to go up in smoke. As Lin Xie's consciousness left, the spirit world also completely collapsed, leaving behind only a void. However, in the midst of this nothingness, a faint light flickered. It was the residual consciousness of Rumor, who had survived the explosion of the 2-colored fire lotus. Anger and despair filled his mind as he vowed to take revenge on Lin Xie. This was a spiritual world that he had spent countless hours creating, but now everything was ruined. All of it. Moreover, this Lin Xie actually said that name. Now all the believers under him know his real name, Chen Erniu. This animal. Lin Xie, you are really special animal, ah. Along with the ravings of anger, this last trace of his consciousness directly dissipated. Then his main body, which was nowhere to be found in the real world, also fell straight to the ground. Spiritual consciousness was eliminated, for their own soul pages caused amazing damage. At least now what realm they are. In the future they are also what realm will never raise their own spiritual realm again. At the same time, when they fought, because some of their soul consciousness went up in smoke, it was equivalent to cutting off a piece of their souls. And in the future, when they fought, they could only explode 70% of their peak fighting power. It can be said that this wave of ravings was greatly disabled, and even the believers under his command were also directly greatly disabled. In the real world, looking at his return to his physical body, Lin Xie also blinked his eyes before feeling the sensation of fusing the 2 flames just now. That's cool. Master, are they all dead? Turning to Gu Yang, Lin Xie inquired. His eyes were filled with anticipation. If all these people died, then he would be equivalent to exterminating a third of the ancient god church's elite. After destroying a third of the ancient god church's elite, at least give him a star medal. Seeing this expectant look on Lin Xie's face, Gu Yang's unseen body raised his hand and knocked on Lin Xie's head. What are you thinking about? Gu Yang sighed, his tone filled with hatred. This Li Ernie was too much of a waste. What he created can only be used as a space of consciousness, and can only allow a trace of one's own soul consciousness to enter it, not one's own soul. Now their souls were slightly damaged at best. If it was a soul space, all these people would have been blown away by your blast just now. What a pity! What a pity! This Li Ernie was truly the #1 human waste. Looking at Gu Yang, Lin Xie blinked. Why did he feel that his master was even angrier than he was? Special big man, can Gu Yang not be angry? This blowing up the ancient god church crippled all of Gu Yang's healing degree to 50%, and his cultivation was restored to the first heaven of a great emperor, so that he could burst into a half-imperial realm of combat power in the outside world. You can imagine how many healing degrees you can bring in by blowing them all up. AI. Pity, too bad. Shaking his head again, Gu Yang's figure then directly dissipated to return to his world again, with some sullen feeling. Looking at Gu Yang, who had directly disappeared, Lin Xie also scratched his head. Forget it, at least it's considered an addiction. Blowing up and destroying a Klein realm villain. It's better to keep running yourself, Lin Xie said, and immediately afterward lifted his leg and ran directly towards the end of Mte. Zinnen based on the night sky guidance. At night, Lin Xie wouldn't get lost because of the magnetic field anymore, so he now directly exploded his full speed, running an amazing 100 meters in an instant, and running out of drifts. Instructor camps. Lin Xie's speed has accelerated. He's still 12 kilometers away from the finish line. Looking at his speed, he'll be there in 10 minutes, and it seems like he suddenly knows the direction. Instructor, he's not interfered by our forbidden objects anymore, and he's running all the way towards the finish line. A monitoring instructor looked at the locator belonging to Lin Xie on the screen, also with doubt in his eyes. He looked at Yuan Gang, who was looking for snacks for Yang Jin not far away, and said. Hearing this instructor's words, Yuan Gang glanced at him before speaking. Don't worry about him, just pass the level. After all, with Jin in front of him, Lin Xie is now a piece of trash. Useless already. At that, the corner of the monitoring instructor's mouth twitched. Chief, is this something you can say in your position? Chapter 57 Honghao, 7 Nights. It's all Yuan Gang's fault. P.S. This chapter is OOC. Lighten up on the cursing. When Lin Xie crossed Jinnan Mountain, he realized that no instructor was here to pick him up and felt a wave of helplessness. No, the instructors are looking for something. Is this not taking him seriously? Anyone? Looking around, Lin Xie helplessly opened his mouth and directly shouted. When he shouted, his spiritual power and fighting chi were released together, and all of a sudden his shouts directly reached thousands of meters away. After shouting for a while, someone finally arrived in a helicopter. Looking at Lin Xie, who was standing on the cliff, Instructor Hong, who had jumped down from the top of the helicopter, also came directly in front of him and then spoke. What are you shouting about? This isn't coming to pick you up. Saying that, Instructor Hong pointed at the helicopter that landed. As for Lin Xie, his eyes also lit up as he looked at the helicopter in front of him. He, Lin Xie, was actually able to ride in a helicopter as well. This was really surprising. He hastily nodded his head, and then Lin Xie planned to board the helicopter. But just as he was about to enter the helicopter, Lin Xie's collar was picked up by Instructor Hong. I only heard Instructor Hong glance at Lin Xie before grinning. There's no letting you get on the helicopter. With that said, under Lin Xie's dumbfounded expression, Instructor Hong took out a bundle of thick hemp rope from the helicopter. After tying this thick hemp rope around Lin Xie's waist, he carried it into the middle of the helicopter. Next, it's also training for you. After entering the helicopter and looking at Lin Xie, who was standing outside with a winded feeling, Instructor Hong grinned and said. As he finished speaking, the helicopter flew straight up, and Lin Xie, who was tied up outside, was also directly dragged up as the helicopter flew up. Lin Xie was hanging from the helicopter like this, swaying in the air. He tried to grab onto something, but there was only air around him. As the helicopter flew higher and higher, Lin Xie's heart was filled with speechlessness. Fear is not so much. His body nowadays, even if he falls from several hundred meters, also fall not dead, also just a bone fracture. Falling from thousands of meters, he could open the Holy Light Divine Domain to summon the Holy Light Angels to fly with him. Even if he didn't have these, he still had the flying fighting skills given to him by his master. So he didn't feel fearful about being hung in midair like this. But the lack of fear didn't mean he had no emotions. And at this point he was confused and angry. This is how you treat recruits who pass the extreme training. I'm going to sue you for mistreating recruits. I'm going to go to the center and take you to the center. Feeling the gusts of wind blowing on him, Lin Xie ate the wind while looking up with an angry face and roared at Hong Hao in the middle of the helicopter. This one was definitely bullying him. Lin Xie, for being a little recruit who didn't know any better. It was just too hard for him, and then these instructors were so inhuman to just work him out as a mica agent? And Instructor Hong, who was observing Lin Xie in the middle of the helicopter, couldn't help but listen to Lin Xie's miserable screams. However, stifling his laughter, he also shouted to Lin Xie in a serious manner. Your brother fouled up to help you disengage from the drone attack and shut the drone down. But your brother is only 12 years old. We can't punish a child who is no more than 12. So Comrade Lin Xie, your brother's punishment will have to fall on you. It's only 30 kilometers from our boot camp, so you'll be able to land and rest after you've lasted 30 kilometers. Listening to Instructor Hong's explanation, the corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched slightly. Jin made a mistake. You guys don't punish Jin. Just because I'm Jin's brother you guys punish me, right? Or maybe you guys couldn't beat Jin and then came to bully a pool realm scum like me. Of course, according to his understanding of Jin, Jin certainly wouldn't hit the instructor. So, it's only these instructors who see that they're easy to bully. And that's why they're punishing themselves like this. Watching himself scrape past a mountain peak, Lin Xie's heart palpitated as he roared. The one flying the airplane. Watch out. Why do you keep holding me against the mountain and disliking me? With that, Lin Xie made another dodge and brushed past a mountain peak. This is our test for you. For your training, Comrade Lin Xie, cheer up. Don't let us down. Instructor Hong's voice rang out with a strong feeling of relief in his tone. And listening to his voice, Lin Xie was speechless. You guys made me do it. Only the Taishu ancient dragon wings appeared behind Lin Xie. And instantly a pair of dragon wings with a huge 6-meter wingspan appeared behind Lin Xie. Then his figure flickered as he arrived over this helicopter. The power of space was instantly exerted. And immediately after that, this helicopter directly disappeared along with the power of space and returned to the middle of the recruit training camp. Now that the new recruits and instructors hadn't returned, the only ones left in the boot camp were the special forces that assisted the instructors in training the new recruits. This helicopter, on the other hand, was directly spatially shifted by Lin Xie to a place where there was no one and no surveillance. After landing, under the dumbfounded expressions of Instructor Hong, as well as this pilot who was driving the helicopter, Lin Xie directly yanked the two of them out of the helicopter. Looking viciously at these two clueless people, Lin Xie clasped his hands to his chest, then the light god domain unfolded to instantly envelop them. Instructor Hong, there's no one else now. What do you say? Should I teach you a lesson? Gazing at Instructor Hong, Lin Xie blinked before speaking in a teasing tone. What do you want? Instructor Hong finally came back to his senses and looked at Lin Xie in shock. What do I want? What do you think I want to do? Lin Xie approached Instructor Hong step by step. Lin Xie, don't mess around. I'm your instructor. Instructor Hong shouted in fear as he stepped back. Ha. Instructor, I'm the instructor now. Lin Xie clenched his fist as golden light condensed in his right hand. Then he lifted and made a gesture to strike. Seeing this, Instructor Hong hurriedly spoke. 7 nights. It's all because Chief Instructor Yuan Gang told me to do this. Yes, it's all the Chief Instructor's fault. He treats Ajin as a treasure and you as grass. If you want to blame it, blame Yuan Gang. At those words, Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. So, you guys are blaming Chief Instructor Yuan Gang for doing this? Hong Hao hurriedly nodded. Yes, it's all Yuan Gang's fault. Quickly go in Yuan Gang. Well, of course he didn't say that last one. Ahem. Seeing Hong Hao like this, Lin Xie put away the holy light spell ball in his hand, then stretched and nodded. Alright, it's all Chief Instructor Yuan Gang's fault. I'll find trouble with him, but you too. With that, Lin Xie smiled and directly threw out 2 holy light ropes, instantly binding Hong Hao as well as the pilot before bundling them both on top of the helicopter. Hong Hao and the pilot, who were tied up, looked at each other, then instantly burst into tears somewhat. This Lin Xie, he really was a ruthless person. Blame it on Yuan Gang. But thinking about Lin Xie treating the two of them like this, would that Yuan Gang also? Ahem. Thinking about Yuan Gang being hung up by Lin Xie as well, it seemed like he was also. Jia. Comrade 7 Nights, hurry up and let Yuan Gang feel the evil of the world as well. Chapter 58 Young Jin, space strangulation. You don't need to eat. You'll just be a little more disgraced. Outside of Jinnan Mountain, inside the instructor camp, Yuan Gang was also a bit puzzled and confused as he watched with his own eyes as a pair of dragon wings appeared behind Lin Xie's back, then flew above the helicopter and took it away instantly. Isn't Lin Xie an agent of Michael? Michael is an angel, and it makes sense that Lin Xie has feathers that can be said to be the ability of the divine ruins sent by Michael. But, looking at the feathered look that was being tuned out by the technician on top of the screen in front of him at the moment, the pair didn't seem to be angelic feathers if his eyes weren't out of place. Looking at the scales all over it, this one seems to be. Looked up the info and then compared it to a pair of dragon wings. It's not the dragon wing of the Western dragon. It's the wing of Yinglong, one of the ancestral dragons of the Daxia mythology. How is that possible? How could Yinglong's dragon wings be on Lin Xie's body and still allow him to use them? Jin, your brother this you know. Looking towards young Jin, the corners of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched slightly before he inquired to him. Listening to Yuan Gang's inquiry, Yang Jin blinked his eyes, and then thought about it and also answered. This one a deity gave to my brother, and he seems to have returned a pair of them to me. Hey, Saying that, a pair of dragon wings also appeared behind Yang Jin. However, he was a bit smaller than Lin Qiye's body, so his dragon wings were only spread out but about 5 meters. Looking at the dragon wings on Yang Jin that were exactly the same as those on Lin Qiye, Yuan Gang was even more confused. It's not that there's only one Yinglong, but how does Yinglong have 2 pairs of dragon wings? Yuan Gang looked dazedly at the dragon wings behind Yang Jin, his mind blank. At this point, Yang Jin left the tent camp, then waved his wings and flew into the air, circled a few times and then landed down, indicating that this thing was a real dragon wing, not some trash decoration purchased at a stall. Yuan Gang fixed his mind and wondered in his heart, what the hell is going on here? Could it really be that a deity had bestowed it on them, as Yang Jin had said? But why did it bestow such a strong power on them? There must be some secret here. He decided to report the matter first and see if there was more information from above. Jin, come down first, calling Yang Jin in the sky down. Then looking at this harmless little child, Yuan Gang rubbed his head. Who could have known that such a harmless child would have the dragon wings of Yinglong, one of the ancestral dragons of the dragon clan? Thinking of this, Yuan Gang page number inquired to this harmless little guy. Jin, can you tell us about the abilities of this pair of dragon wings of yours? Upon hearing this, Yang Jin nodded. And then he also briefly explained his dragon wings ability. Dragon wings can perform spatial jumps. According to my spiritual power, my dragon wings can allow me to make spatial leaps within a range of 1 meter to 1,000 kilometers. According to my spiritual power at the peak of the Chuan realm today, the maximum leaping distance is about another 150 kilometers. At the same time, the flight speed of the dragon wings is very fast. I can fly at 2 times the speed of sound at full power for 3 hours. 2 times the speed of sound is the limit of my flight. Because if the speed is more than 2 times the speed of sound, my flesh may be torn apart because of the astral winds of the flight. But if I don't keep in mind the damage caused by the astral winds to me, the highest speed I can reach is 10 times the speed of sound to fly. But if I fly at 10 times the speed of sound, it's probably about half an hour before I'll be turned into a skeleton. At the same time, this dragon wing, because of the spatial power it contains, I can exert spatial control over the space within range while in the state of unfolding the dragon wing, just like spirit emanated out. And under Yuan Gang's gaze, Yang Jin shook his fist at a mountain of about 200 meters, roughly 300 meters away. Spatial strangulation. The words fell, only to see the terrifying spatial force instantly envelop that a mountain around 200 meters high. But instantly this mountain around 200 meters was directly twisted into piece after piece by the terrifying spatial force. Gazing at the scene not far away, Yuan Gang gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and at that moment, his eyes were filled with horror. I'm afraid it's only possible to explode in the limitless realm. Glancing at Yang Jin, he only saw that at this moment, Yang Jin's little face had some white color. There was indeed some loss, consuming 30% of his spiritual energy and 30% of his fighting skills. The distance was 300 meters away, and the target was a bit large. Therefore, it caused him to consume a bit too much with this strike. If it was a person in front of him, even if it was the Klein realm, his blow of spatial strangulation to kill it would not consume so much. Yang Jin put away his dragon wings and said somewhat weakly to Yuan Gang, "This is the strongest attack I can explode with right now, consuming 90% of my spiritual energy." Although it was somewhat hidden, Yang Jin still showed a weak look. After all, although he trusted this chief instructor, what should be hidden still had to be hidden. After all, some of the bottom cards and whatnot could not be shown. And listening to Yang Jin's words, Yuan Gang gulped down another mouthful of saliva. Surprisingly, he had only consumed 90% of his spiritual energy. Then when this doll breaks through the sea realm, he can at least unleash such an attack dozens of times. One move, a limitless realm. This is simply too terrifying. Who exactly was that one deity who had sent him and Lin Qiye dragon wings? If Yang Jin could be like this, wouldn't Lin Qiye be able to do the same? Lin Qiye should not hold a grudge. He had let Hong Hao train him so much. If Lin Qiye held a grudge, wouldn't he be sent a spatial strangulation to eat by Lin Qiye? Again swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then Yuan Gang looked at Yang Jin in front of him and also inquired with some caution. "Ah, Jin, ah. Uncle, I ask you a word, ha. Your brother, he. What happened to my brother?" Yang Jin's heart thumped. Could Yuan Gang have discovered something? Nothing. Yuan Gang said with a righteous expression. "It's just that, just now, I asked Hong how to train your brother's surveillance. You should have watched it. I just want to ask. Your brother, he shouldn't hold a grudge. It shouldn't give me a move. Space strangle." Yang Jin nodded and said, "Don't worry, Instructor Yuan Gang. My brother won't put a big killing move on his own people." Yuan Gang breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he wouldn't. But, Yuan Gang cackled in his heart, then looked at Yang Jin wanting to see what this however was. "But you guys bully my brother so much. My brother should find you some trouble. Of course you don't have to worry. My brother knows in his heart that you guys don't have any malice. You just want to test my brother's strength. After all, he had seen the scene where Lin Xie ended up walking through Jinnan Mountain, where he was eating the snacks Yuan Gang had helped him find. Short but a few minutes, directly across a dozen kilometers, and still have a forbidden object under the suppression of the interference perception of the case, not to be perceived and directly take a few minutes to cross a dozen kilometers. These instructors were dry dumbfounded. Although Yuan Gang didn't care, he still had to probe Lin Xie's bottom. Therefore, gazing at Yuan Gang, Yang Jin said, "You will only lose some people. It won't hurt. So Instructor Yuan Gang, rest assured." At those words, the corner of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. Shame on you. He is the vice captain of the 006 Vigilante Squad in Shangjing City, the chief instructor of the recruit training camp, and he is disgraced in front of a group of new recruits and his own instructors. Thinking about that image, Yuan Gang felt a burst of egg pain. Chapter 59 Yuan Gang, Lin Xie Yang Jin brothers behind the two of them 1 TB Yin Dishan known. 2 hours of time passed and the instructors returned to the middle of the boot camp with one new recruit after another. Afterward, the instructors had one by one the recruits take a medicinal bath according to the prescription sent down from the higher-ups above. Gazing at the state of the male recruits during the medicinal bath, Yuan Gang's eyes filled with satisfaction. Worthy of being the newly promoted scientific research academician of our vigilantes, the vice president of the research institute, Mr. And Qingyu researched out the medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid compared to the previous medicinal liquid used in their recruit training camp has increased its efficacy by at least 3 times. Watching the state of these recruits, Yuan Gang smiled with satisfaction with a smile in his eyes. Listening to Yuan Gang's words, the corner of Hong Hao's mouth, who had just been rescued from the helicopter by him, twitched, and he felt a pang of embarrassment when he thought of the scene of the recruits and instructors returning with astonished gazes as they watched him and the pilot hanging from the helicopter. However, in response to what Yuan Gang said, Hong Hao also sighed helplessly. Although the medicinal effects are very good, the materials they consume in a day will require several $1 million, and the most we can do with our resources is to let them soak once a week, the equivalent of $20,000 to $30,000 for one person to soak overnight. It's too resource intensive. Seeing the helplessness in Hong Hao's eyes, Yuan Gang thought of the future of these people and also said seriously, "I will apply with the commander-in-chief and strive to do it for 3 days. This medicinal liquid can not only quench their physical body, but also stimulate their spirit. For the elite special forces who are not Forbidden Ruins possessors soak for a long time and perhaps awaken the Forbidden Ruins. So for the sake of these new recruits no matter how much resources are consumed we have to supply on. How much resources are consumed we have to supply on." Yuan Gang's eyes were filled with seriousness. As unscrupulous as it was to say that he was as serious as he had ever been considering the future of his own lovely recruits. After all, he had also led several classes of recruits, and when he thought of the casualty rate of those recruits in various places after they finished their careers, with only 30 to 40% of the recruits surviving, and there were deaths and injuries every year as well, he also felt a pang of heartache. After all, these people were kind of his students, weren't they? But, if we soak for 3 days, our resources won't last long. After all, the medicinal resources, and how those old codgers won't necessarily agree. Hong Hao was still a little worried. "Don't worry, I have my own way." Yuan Gang smiled mysteriously. Hong Hao looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what kind of drug he was selling. Yuan Gang turned to leave, calculating in his mind how to get more resources from the commander-in-chief. He knew that the future of the recruits was at stake in this matter, and he had to give it his all. When he returned to his office with the idea of how to make the headquarters hemorrhage money, he was startled by the people in the middle of his office, and instantly snapped out of his contemplation. Lin Xie. Gazing at Lin Xie, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle of his office with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, Yuan Gang's body trembled for a moment then inquired with a helpless face, "What are you doing here? It can't be. Squatting me." Thinking about the conversation he had with Yang Jin about Lin Xie's character, Yuan Gang felt a headache twitching at the corners of his mouth. Shame on him, to lose face in front of a group of recruits and instructors. Does he still want to lose his majestic face? Why can't I be here? Lin Xie smiled and asked rhetorically, "I heard that you're planning to go to the commander-in-chief for the resources for the recruits?" Yuan Gang was shocked in his heart. How did this guy know? Had he been spying on him? Don't get me wrong. I just happened to hear some whispers. Lin Xie stood up and walked over to Yuan Gang. "I also think that the new recruits need better resources, but relying on you alone, I'm afraid it's hard to convince those old codgers." Yuan Gang looked at him, not understanding what he meant. Isn't this guy coming after his own? How is it that here he inquired about his medicinal baths for the recruits? Seeing the dumbfounded Yuan gang, Lin Shiye also waved his hand then said, "Revenge on you will come later. What we're going to talk about now is how to solve the problem of medicinal baths for the new recruits." About Jin Shifu had already helped him out with the live broadcast, while about the new recruits he had also taken a look with Shifu. Then he begged Gu Yang for help, and as a master Gu Yang agreed. So it was that now there was Lin Shiye in the middle of Yuan Gang's office, and listening to Lin Shiye's words, Yuan Gang's eyes were also glittering with light, and he grabbed Lin Shiye's shoulder expectantly at once. 7 nights. Can you really do it so that the recruits can do the medicinal bath every day? If you can really do it, I'll allow you to hang me up. You'll come and hang me up in front of the eyes of the recruits and the instructors. Seeing Yuan Gang's ecstatic look, Lin Shiye gave him a helpless look, slapping his hands away. Immediately Lin Shiye said seriously, "It's fine. It's just," rubbed his fingers together for money. Cough. Seeing Lin Shiye rubbing his fingers for money, Yuan Gang also coughed dryly and sat down on a sofa not far away. Then he also made Lin Shiye sit down. He then talked to Lin Shiye about buying medicine. In the end, the duo finalized that Lin Shiye would take care of the supply of medicinal herbs, and the night watchman would purchase the needed herbs for 150,000, 1.5 billion, in cash. Purchase herbs that can provide all the recruits in the boot camp, as well as an additional supply of herbs that can be used by 3,000 people for a month. As for why he wanted an extra supply of 3,000 people, because this thing could help people who didn't have the Forbidden Ruins awaken the Forbidden Ruins. So he planned to provide enough herbs to the headquarters to let the headquarters select 3,000 elite special forces soldiers to help these 3,000 elite special forces soldiers awaken the Forbidden Ruins. If they can't awaken the Forbidden Ruins in a month of continuous soaking, they will lose money. If they can really help 3,000 elite special forces soldiers awaken the Forbidden Ruins, if they can really help 3,000 elite special forces to awaken the Forbidden Ruins, then the vigilantes will be able to have a 3,000 elite special forces vigilante squad, which can greatly alleviate the pressure of their vigilantes. Wait for the 3,000 to awaken successfully, then train more special soldiers and train all of them in the future. Daxia at least 1,000,000 soldiers. If 1,000,000 soldiers awaken Forbidden Ruins, his whole T dare to imagine how powerful Daxia will be at that time, even if these millions of soldiers are only in the Jiang realm. It was, whether that person Lin Chia said was providing medicinal herbs could provide so many medicinal herbs. As for who provided the medicinal herbs, according to what King Face told her when the masked squad crowd left, His Majesty the Yin Emperor. Yuan Gang's eyes instantly glanced at Lin Chia with a slightly deeper meaning, and he searched for the deity behind Lin Chia, and the Yang Jin brothers was His Majesty Yin D, right? After all, Lin Chia and Yang Jin's physical bodies were both so strong, and that in Xingyu Weisstein is also from Xangnan. He claimed to be a Yin D Shenong agent, while Lin Chia and Yang Jin are still from Xangnan Squad 136. Hiss. With this guess, Yuan Gang instantly felt overwhelmed, because Lin Chia, Yang Jin and Vice President in Xingyu were all from Squad 136. If the deity behind them is His Majesty Yin D, then are the people of Team 136 also. Damn. Chen Mai has such a big intelligence, even did not report. If not, Wang Mian told him a mouth. And today's events he may not be able to guess. Okay. Hiding important information. Chen Mai. You wait for a warning. Chapter 60, Yuan Gang, the Hanged Streetlight. Yo! Just at this time, a voice rang out beside Lin Chia. Gang Smash is pretty smart, but there are times when being too smart isn't good. Listening to the voice that suddenly rang out, Yuan Gang instantly got up from the sofa, and immediately afterward he surrounded his surroundings vigilantly and said, "Who is it? Come out." As his voice fell, he saw a figure appear beside Lin Chia. This was a handsome young man with long snow-white hair, wearing a snow-white ancient hanbok. The youth's hair was held up by a tower-shaped hair crown, and a hairpin that seemed like a long sword type was stuck through the crown on top of his long snow-white hair. As soon as the handsome young man appeared, a terrifying breath crushed over against Yuan Gang. Feeling the terrifying breath emanating from his body, Yuan Gang's body trembled for a moment, and instantly fell down and sat on top of the sofa behind him. Gulp! Gulping down a mouthful of saliva and gazing at the handsome-faced youth in front of him, Yuan Gang also subconsciously spoke, "Greetings to His Majesty, the Yin Emperor." At those words, Gu Yang nodded. Then he raised his hand and nodded on the coffee table in front of him. Then a storage bag fell on top of this coffee table. This storage bag has a space of 3,000 cubic meters. And here are the medicinal herbs promised to Yuan Gang. The herbs for the foundation building spiritual liquid were adapted by Xingyu from the herbs unique to this world. Although it was said that he could also condense the medicinal herbs that the foundation establishment spirit liquid was originally made of. He wasn't a spiteful seed and didn't want to be a ruthless medicinal material providing machine. So by taking care of Yang followed Lin Xiye when they left the super enhanced version of the only positive solution shared to him. And then with the super enhanced version of the only positive solution analyzing the medicinal herbs of this world deduced the chopping god version of the foundation establishment spiritual liquid. The potency of the medicine was 70% of the Do Chi version, but the effect was much gentler, and it not only warmed the physical body, but also the spirit. Although the effect of warming the spirit was weak, this thing would also warm the spirit spirit chakra, and allow one's cultivation speed to increase a little when practicing meditation. So there was this effect of ordinary people awakening the forbidden ruins even after soaking for a long time. However, the god-beheading world had few medicinal herbs and could not provide unlimited amounts. Therefore, Gu Yang also agreed without hesitation after receiving Lin Xiye's request, deciding to become a second-hand dealer. Although there is no shortage of money, one can't help for nothing can one. After all, cohesion of this thing. Gu Yang at this time 1/10,000th of the spiritual power can cohesion of millions of people to cultivate the amount of medicinal herbs for a year. It would be nice to take this meager spiritual power and exchange it for some money. After all, the vigilantes backed by Daxia every year to play money at least trillion upwards when the vigilantes funds. There is also a Bailey family every year to climb the vigilantes to play money. Not lack of money. Ahem. So your majesty Yen Emperor, where to hit this payment of $1.5 billion? Gazing at Gu Yang, Yuan Gang inquired. He wondered if he should help His Majesty Yen Di to get one of his Daxia people's ID cards, and then help His Majesty Yen Di to get another ID card with his. Gu Yang, who watched Yuan Gang and read what was in his mind, casually pulled out an ID card, as well as a bank card. I have an ID card. Then the money hits this one card. Gazing at Yuan Gang, Gu Yang said. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang gazed at the bank card that Gu Yang had placed on the coffee table in a daze. Daxia Central Bank Supreme Black Card. The only card you can have is one that stores over $100 billion in cash. Your Majesty Yen Di, how did you get this card? Then, he glanced at Gu Yang's ID card. Name, Gu Yang. Sex, male ethnicity, Han. Born, January 1st, 1993. ID number. Looking at the face on it that was exactly the same as Gu Yang's. And this authentic Daxia people's ID card. No. What the hell? It's an ID card I got by some of my powers. A genuine Daxia ID card. As for the bank card, it's the money I earned by exchanging some of my treasures based on my abilities. If you don't believe me you can check the bank flow. Gazing at Yuan Gang, Gu Yang grinned and opened his mouth. At those words, the corners of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. Worthy of His Majesty Yen Di. As for Gu Yang lying to him, how could it be? The ancient emperor of Daxia, or a top-notch alchemist. Just any pill is worth several $100 million. How could he be deceived? Thus, Yuan Gang nodded. Then after noting down the card number he said, I will notify the Commander-in-Chief and then credit the money to your card within 3 days. Although $1.5 billion would cause Commander-in-Chief Yifan a heartache. If he dared to renege on His Majesty the Yen Emperor's money, he was afraid that he would sleep with his eyes open. Happy cooperation. Gu Yang smiled and extended his hand. Yuan Gang hastily returned the grip. Many thanks for your Majesty Yen Di's trust. Watching his own master easily negotiate this large order, and then glancing at the ID card as well as the bank card that his own master had put away, Lin Xiye's eyes were also filled with surprise. Not bad for a master. Awesome. You can also have the Daxia Central Bank Supreme Black Card. No wonder master didn't even blink at the money he paid himself. Combined with the fact that the money master paid himself was not even a fraction of the 90% of his assets. Alright, 7 nights next is your time for revenge. Putting away his ID and bank card, Gu Yang glanced at Yuan Gang and also grinned as he patted Lin Xiye's shoulder and gave him an encouraging look. As for Yuan Gang, his body trembled when he heard Gu Yang's words. Lin Xiye was now coming to take revenge on himself by divine decree. Can one resist? Gollum. When Gu Yang's figure dissipated, Yuan Gang also gazed at Gu Yang with a horrified expression. You, don't go too far. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiye grinned. He got up from the sofa, then clenched his fist and said to Yuan Gang, Chief Instructor, I didn't want to retaliate against you to retaliate so hard, but, my master asked me to retaliate against you. I can't afford to be light-handed. GGG. With a perverted smile at the corner of his mouth, Lin Xiye directly summoned the Holy Light Divine Domain before a Holy Light Rope was thrown out by him. However, in an instant, this Holy Light Rope locked Yuan Gang in place. It was nighttime. His Starry Night Dancer was still around, and his Holy Light Divine Domain could also boost his full attributes tenfold. So at this moment, Lin Xiye, who was at the peak of the pool realm, could explode with the power of the sea realm. When the Holy Light Rope tied Yuan Gang was directly powerless and locked up. The Holy Light Rope was condensed with the power of Holy Light and had a sealing effect. At this time, Lin Xie could be comparable to the Sea Realm while Yuan Gang was only at the Sea Realm, so he couldn't resist the sealing effect of the Holy Light Rope at all. After binding Yuan Gang with the Holy Light Rope, Lin Xie directly carried Yuan Gang up. Then he opened the window of his office and jumped down from the window, and then came to the street lamp of the boot camp and threw his hand to hang Yuan Gang directly on the street lamp. Chapter 61 Yuan Gang, Commander, you don't want to. On the following day, when the recruits left the dormitory and looked at Yuan Gang, who was hanging above the street lamp on the side of the road, one by one, the recruits took cell phones and took pictures. Ahem! The chief instructor of the recruit training battalion was hung above a street lamp. This is really a surprising thing. And looking at the group of recruits below who had no qualms about taking pictures and had no fear of themselves at all, the corners of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched. What are you guys little shoots for? Now don't rush to save me from this, said Yuan Gang. His face became even darker. Last night, the instructors passed by taking pictures of the same thing, and not one of them had to save themselves, especially that dog Hong Hao. He was kind enough to save him, but it was he who did not know how to fool the instructors. But one by one, they did not care about him. So he just blew the night wind outside for most of the night, and just because he was at the peak of the Sea Realm's cultivation, his own fleshly body was also under the enhancement of his spiritual power wouldn't catch a cold due to blowing the night wind for most of the night. And hearing Yuan Gang's words, the recruits put away their cell phones one by one. Then, I only saw the leader of the tugs, Xin Xingzhu, show his hands to Yuan Gang and said, Chief Instructor, it can't be done. You've been hung above a streetlight, and the person who hung you from the streetlight left than you. So we can't. So, Chief Instructor, if you want to come down, you can only go to the one who punished you. Listening to Xin Xingzhu's words, the recruits, one by one, also nodded their heads in a hurry. Xin Xingzhu was right. Yuan Gang was the chief instructor among their recruit training camp, and those who were able to hang Yuan Gang on a street lamp were definitely the higher echelons of the Night Watch who were more powerful than Yuan Gang. If it was an enemy, Yuan Gang couldn't have been hung up on a street lamp, and there was no fluctuation of fighting last night. So it was definitely a person who was much more powerful than Yuan Gang, and Yuan Gang still had no power to fight back who hung Yuan Gang up. Gazing at these new recruits, the corner of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched slightly. These new recruits could really not be righteous at all. Also, you guys are too good at brainstorming. What awesome Night's Watch executives tied me up. You guys can really think. Just then, two figures appeared. Only Lin Xie and Yang Jin, who were still yawning, were walking towards the area. When the two brothers gazed at Yuan Gang, who was hanging above the street lamp, they also looked at each other. Then Yang Jin transmitted, Brother, you're so damaging. After transmitting a message to Lin Xie, Yang Jin also came under the street lamp. Then shouted, Instructor Yuan, don't be in a hurry. I'll put you down right now. After shouting, he only saw Yang Jin's figure flashing directly to the top of the street lamp to help Yuan Gang untie. And at this moment, Yuan Gang only felt warmth in his heart. Jin, you're so nice. It's not in vain that I've been so good to you. Seeing Yang Jin who helped Yuan Gang untie himself, the recruits looked at each other and then hurriedly lifted their legs and left the place and ran towards the cafeteria to have breakfast. When they all finished running, Yuan Gang was also finished being untied by Yang Jin and fell off the top of the street lamp. After moving his body that had been stiff all night, then Yuan Gang angrily glared at Lin Xie. Then he directly took Yang Jin's little hand and left the place towards the cafeteria, to take Yang Jin to open a small stove. Gazing at their backs, Lin Xie also skimmed his lips, then only saw his footstance exerting an instantaneous burst of 100 kilometers per hour to pass through Yuan Gang, leaving only a pile of exhaust behind for Yuan Gang. Looking at the darting Lin Xie, the corners of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, your master is His Majesty Nd, a deity. I can't afford to mess with him. But wait, I'll find a chance to train you properly. Next, there was breakfast for the recruits to train. Yuan Gang, on the other hand, picked up the landline phone in the middle of his office and then directly dialed Yifan's number. Normally, his authority could only call Xiaopinga, the leader of his own Squad 006, but regarding last night's matter he now had no choice but to cross the line and find Yifan to discuss it. Therefore, at this moment, Yifan, who was located in the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Vigilantes in the middle of the Vigilantes headquarters in Shangjing, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. So, you directly booked medicinal herbs worth $1.5 billion with His Majesty, the Yan Emperor, Yuan Gang. When did you have such great authority? Even if he was faced with this negotiation worth $1.5 billion, he still needed to talk to the Night's Watch executives. But now, you're a ING squad lieutenant on. Hearing this angry gnashing of teeth from Yifan, Yuan Gang's voice was full of rascality as he said, Hey, Commander, I can't help it. His Majesty Yen Di personally talked to me. Can I refuse? How dare I refuse? That is, Commander, if you don't make the payment. In the middle of the night when you're sleeping, His Majesty Yen Di goes to you to talk about this matter. Will you still be able to have a good night's sleep? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan suddenly became even angrier. One and all are so. Grass. Card number. I'll notify the finance department now and make the payment. Yi Fan took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth as his voice spoke out once more. Since His Majesty Yen Di has opened his mouth and given back the stuff, they still have to pay what they should pay. And according to the amount of herbs that Yuan Gang said, His Majesty the Yen Emperor lost at least $1 billion. Since His Majesty the Yen Emperor discounted less to ask for $1 billion, they cannot give the face not ah. Just like that, after hanging up the phone, Yi Fan directly sent Gu Yang's bank card number to the finance, so that the people in the finance could call the money over. As for what to do about those rebellious executives looking for trouble, he dared to beat them up if they dared to look for trouble. His Majesty Yen Di's money returned to him, and you dare to complain. And Chen Mai, thinking of Yuan Gang's words, Yi Fan nodded the table and also spoke. Zhuo Cheng, help me arrange a plane to Tsangnan. I'm going to Tsangnan to see our great hero. Well, Chen Mai, who suppressed Shiva's grievances, was rightly said to be a great contributor. Inside the recruit training camp, looking at the hung-up phone, Yuan Gang also let out a breath, patting his own chest. Truth be told, although he talked to Yi Fan roguishly, he was really quite afraid that Commander Yi Fan didn't trust him or something. Now, since Commander Yi Fan had agreed to it, then this was nothing for himself. Stretching, he leaned lazily directly into his office chair with a relaxed look. At this time, inside the peace office located in Sangnan, Chen Mai, who was drinking tea and reading the newspaper, also suddenly sneezed. Why do I feel like I'm being watched by someone? Rubbing his nose, Chen Mai's eyes were filled with doubt. After all, he was in the Klein realm now, and with his physical body he wouldn't catch a cold and suddenly sneeze or anything. So, after a few moments of contemplation, he called the crowd of Squad 136 to his side and instructed them to see if there had been any great mysterious invasion of Sangnan recently. Chapter 62 Yi Fan, Squad 136 is so blessed by Lord Yen Di. I'm so sour. Another day had passed, and at this time, Sangnan City's Squad 136 was in the middle of the peace office. Chen Mai looked at Yi Fan in front of him, whose face was gravely revealing a fury, as well as Xiaopinga, who also drew the corners of his mouth, then silently raised his hand and said, Commander-in-Chief, Old Xiao, how are you? Gazing at Chen Mai, the smoking Xiaopinga briefly swept him away, then nodded and said, I'm very happy that you've been resurrected, but I'm furious that you didn't report your good fortune to me. So Old Chen, let's fight. His forbidden market is 038 the white impermanence. As the same Yama agent as Chen Mai, with the white impermanence he is also able to easily see the state of Chen Mai. So when he and Yi Fan arrived, they were also surprised, happy and angry after seeing Chen Mai's physical state. Are we still good brothers? You resurrected even did not report the good news to me. You are not treating me as a good brother, is it? Seeing Xiaopinga's angry look, Chen Mai Pages rubbed his nose. How could he not expect that His Majesty Yen Di had been exposed? Isn't that the deal? Tell him to help His Majesty Yen Di hide his identity. But, now that His Majesty Yen Di had been exposed, their Squad 136 is the first to contact His Majesty Yen Di and conceal it was directly the biggest traitor. Not really a traitor, of course. However, facing the gaze of Yi Fan as well as Xiaopinga, Chen Mai was also embarrassed beyond measure. Fighting is not necessary. Chen Mai smiled helplessly, trying to calm Xiaopinga's anger. I didn't just resurrect. I haven't had time to catch my breath yet. Besides, His Majesty Yen Di is facing a difficult situation, so we have to discuss a strategy to deal with it in a hurry. Well, yes, His Majesty the Yen Emperor was facing a difficult situation, so it was unintentional and definitely not intentional for him to hide it. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully, turned to sit on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said in a deep voice, the situation is urgent nowadays, and the return of His Majesty, the Yen Emperor, is bound to attract the attention of all forces. But you said that His Majesty Yen Di was facing a difficult situation. Little Chen, tell me what predicament His Majesty Yen Di is facing. As a descendant of the old ancestor, this descendant of mine also wants to help His Majesty Yen Di with his troubles. Chen Mai took a deep breath. A trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. His Majesty Yen Di has a predicament there. He is at large. According to his awesome power, as long as he wants to be afraid that he can instantly exterminate all the gods outside of Daxia and solve the Black Mist crisis or something. But now that Yi Fan had inquired like this, he could only. Chen Mai gazed at the three people in front of him with a serious expression on his face. What is the predicament that His Majesty Yen Di is facing? His Majesty Yen Di didn't say, but based on my guess. It's just my guess based on His Majesty Yen Di's condition, haha. Commander, Lao Xiao, you guys just listen to it, haha. Ahem. According to my guess, His Majesty the Yin Emperor. Chen Mai also blah, 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 and casually flubbed a whole lot. There was only one final tenet. His Majesty Yen Di was bound. And the thing that bound His Majesty Yen Di was on Lin Xie. This also led to the fact that wherever Lin Xie was, His Yen Di Majesty was there. And it could be said that he was completely bound as if he was inside Lin Xie. Listening to Chen Mai's flimflam, Yi Fan and Xiaopinga glanced at each other. This Chen Mai is so damn good at bull ****** ting. What kind of person was His Majesty Yen Di? But he was trapped inside a little kid like Lin Xie. If Lin Xie was a deity, even if it was the case of the most common sub-deity's cultivation trapping His Majesty Yen Di, they believed it. But right now Lin Xie was nothing and didn't even have divine laws. How could he bind and trap His Majesty Yen Di? Alright, I believe it. Yi Fan gave Chen Mai a disgusted look, then pointed at Xiaopinga and said, so, you two fight. You're also in the Klein realm now, so don't wimp out. Yi Fan's heart was a little sour. When he entered the 136th squad, he discovered the cultivation level of the 136th squad's people. Captain, Chen Mai, the peak of Klein's realm. Vice Captain, Wu Shangnan, Klein realm peak. Military Doctor, Si Xiaonan, the peak of the Kleinian realm. Combatant, Zhao Empty City, middle limitless realm. Sniper, Ling Xian, early limitless realm. Interrogator, Wen Qima, early limitless realm. Combatant Red Tassel, early limitless realm. Researchers, Ankinjiu, pool realm peak. Scouting Beast Mouse times 3000, peak Marigold realm. I have to say this squad 136. That's awesome. It's better than even the special squads. A ING Night's Watch garrison within a third-tier city amongst 3 peak Klein realm bigwigs who could impact their own letter passes into the human ceiling, as well as the least amount of early stage players. As for Xingyu, although he is also 136 squad, but in Yifan's heart this baby bump is the Institute, as the Institute's vice president and Xingyu's status is even higher than Chen Mai. However, it is a pity that this Xingyu does not want to leave the 136 squad, but he is here or not. With such a powerful 136 squad protection nowadays, I am afraid that the entire ancient god church will come to captivate Xingyu and be killed by a group of people from the 136 squad. So for this group of people from squad 136, Yi Fan's heart was sour. Your Majesty, have mercy on me, old Chen. To fight or not to fight? It's been 10 years since we've competed. Gazing at Chen Mai, Xiaopinga spoke indifferently. Listening to Xiaopinga's words, Chen Mai was silent for a moment. Then he nodded and said, fight. Xiaopinga was also at the peak of the Klein realm, and the next fight between the two of them was a fight between 2 peak Klein realms, or a fight that was 10 years too late. Seeing Chen Mai agree to the match, the corners of Xiaopinga's mouth hooked up slightly. Then he nodded and said, alright, let's head to the outskirts to fight. If the 2 peak Klein powerhouses let go and fought, fighting for a long time was also capable of destroying a city, so the two of them could only leave the crowd to fight on the outskirts of the city. Chen Mai nodded, then he shouted to the outside, Old Wu, gather the members of Squad 136, we're heading to the suburbs. You guys will see the match between me and Old Xiao. This dog. Let's show you guys how spirited I was 10 years ago, as well as the scene where the captain of Team 006 in Shinjing was beaten up and cried out for his father. Hearing Chen Mai's arrogant voice, the corner of Xiaopinga's mouth twitched slightly. Chen Mai, this beast, is still so arrogant, guilty of ing. Shaking his head helplessly, he then glared at Chen Mai and also waited up for the crowd of Team 136. Soon, the people of Team 136 were summoned by Wu Shangnan outside Chen Mai's office. When Yi Fan, Xiaopinga left his office, he also met one of the crowds here who were holding weapons with frenzied colors in their eyes. Looking at the scene where these people looked like they were about to beat them up at the drop of a hat, Yi Fan and Xiaopinga were speechless at the same time. You're the night watchman. We're vigilantes, too. We just want to ask for news about His Majesty Yen Di. Why are you guys so vigilant? P.S. I'm begging for a catch-up read, a good review, and a rating of 8.0 when I explode for more. Chapter 63, Chen Mai vs. Xiaopinga. In the middle of an abandoned rotten building neighborhood outside the suburbs of Cangnan City, the people of Cangnan Team 136 and Yi Fan, Xiaopinga and the others arrived here. At this moment, located in the midair of Wu Shangnan's eternal kaleidoscope sharing while eyes Yuanshan Dharma Phantom's Dharma quite, Yi Fan's eyes were filled with probing Wu Shangnan. This former vice-captain of Blue Rain Squad was unexpectedly filled with a strong divine aura, but the divine aura in his body wasn't something he cultivated on his own. Instead, it was something he plundered. And it was very similar to the divine aura on the supreme god of the Sakurajima foot chickens. Su Sunu. Hiss, did His Majesty, the Inferno Emperor, Take him to beat the hell out of Susanoo? Then forcibly plundered Susanoo's origin and helped him recover from his injuries to obtain such an awesome and coaxing divine ruin called the Eternal Kaleidoscope sharing will I. Not how this guy got so lucky. Facing Yifan's probing gaze, Wu Shangnan also gave him a look before saying, Commander, the two of them are about to start fighting. You'd better watch them. If there's anything you want to inquire about, I'm sorry I can't answer at the moment. Upon hearing this, Yifan looked at Wu Shangnan again. Then he nodded his head to turn his gaze to Chen Mai as well as Xiaopinga who were standing on top of the two rotten buildings below. Old Xiao, we haven't fought for 10 years, and I only recently broke through to the peak of Klein. Before that I was a Chuan realm for 10 years. Gazing at Xiaopinga, Chen Mai held a knife in each hand and said, and you came up one step at a time. And you were in the Klein realm a few years ago, so you don't want to let me cut you 3 times before you beat me. Xiaopinga shook his head slightly. The long knife in his hand flashed with a cold light. Impossible. My white impermanence is not good at fighting in the first place, so fight directly or I won't fight. As the words fell, the two brothers also looked at each other. Buzz! Both of them simultaneously flashed their figures and directly leapt, bursting toward each other. In an instant, swords and shadows intermingled and sparks flew in all directions. Chen Mai struck out viciously, each slash containing a tremendous amount of power, attempting to force Xiaopinga back. Xiaopinga, however, did not panic, nimbly dodging the attacks and looking for a chance to counterattack. Boom! 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 The duo was very fast, a trail of residual shadows spreading out in all directions along with a shocking explosion of chi. As the two of them fought, the surrounding buildings were torn out with a crack, as if they were going to collapse and stir up all of these buildings. Suddenly, Chen Mai saw the right moment to take a violent step forward and swing his sword at Xiaopinga. Xiaopinga dodged sideways and swung his sword to counterattack at the same time. The two long knives intersected, but Chen Mai was holding 2 knives. Hey! 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 Chen Mai grinned at Xiaopinga. His other knife was drawn out, and he directly chopped at Xiaoping's neck. Grip grass. Old Chen, you damn well want to kill me. Gazing at the long knife that was sliding towards his neck, Xiaopinga cursed, then tilted his neck to dodge the knife. Immediately after that, he kicked at Chen Mai. Seeing this, Chen Mai hastily blocked with his sword. Boom! Xiaopinga's foot kicked on top of this knife. Then his body shook and directly used the force to jump backward and away, attacking again after landing. His speed grew faster and faster, and his blade became more and more powerful. An astonishing blade astral deity flew toward Chen Mai as Xiaopinga's long blade chopped out. Facing this blade astral, Chen Mai dodged handsomely while diverging close. However, Xiaopinga didn't give him this chance, only to see that while he sent out a blade chop, his body also moved backward step by step. Seeing this, Chen Mai looked at this guy with disdain, and then the double knives crossed out the spiritual power convergence into the double knives. Come to death! With a furious roar, the crossed twin blades tore out at the same time. At that instant an X-shaped blade dipper tore through Xiaopinga's blade dipper and flew towards Xiaopinga. Seeing this, Xiaopinga also hurriedly moved a dozen steps to the side to avoid this X-shaped blade astral. Boom! After Xiaopinga dodged, the terrifying sword dangles directly chopped on top of the 10-story building behind Xiaopinga. At once the terrifying sword dangles wreaked havoc, directly tearing this 10-story building apart. And then the sword chi erupted with an astonishingly awe-inspiring sword light, directly tearing the 10-story building behind him into a shattered shape. Good fellow, you really want to get me killed? Glaring at Chen Mai, Xiaopinga cursed angrily. Boom! Only to see that he no longer tested this good brother, and straightaway cast his own forbidden market, white impermanence. Just see Xiaopinga behind a ghost door emitting a strong yin chi appeared. Then the ghost door suddenly opened, then a tall and thin, wearing white clothes, face without sadness and joy but spitting out his tongue to look a little funny, and his head wearing a written lifetime to see the wealth, holding a hook lock of the silhouette appeared behind him. This is Xiaopinga's forbidden ruin, white impermanence. Seeing Xiaopinga directly releasing his forbidden ruins, Chen Mai also looked at this fellow before releasing his own forbidden ruins at the same time. The same way as Xiaopinga's white impermanent forbidden ruin appeared, but with a black dress and hat, a hat that read peace in the world, and the same figure holding a black soul locking lock. Shoo away. The black and white impermanence was released by the two brothers, and at once a terrifying pressure was released from the two of them. At this moment, the two were also no longer fighting. Instead, they exploded the spiritual power of the forbidden ruins behind themselves. At once it seemed like endless spiritual power clashed together, and the terrifying spiritual power raged out, at once making the land around the two brothers shatter into a big pit. And the surrounding rotten buildings were also shattered one by one under the astonishing spiritual pressure of the two brothers, and turned into starlight spots. Boom! In the spiritual power confrontation, Chen Mai and Xiaopinga both poured out their best efforts, not giving way to each other. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, blowing the two men's clothes. Strange sounds were vaguely heard in the wind, as if countless souls were wailing. As the wind picked up, the surroundings became more and more bizarre. "I'm on! Old Xiao!" Shouting to Xiao Pinga. Chen Mai also flashed his figure to come in front of Xiao Pinga, then commanded his Black Impermanence's newly acquired artifact, the Soul Hook Lock, at Xiao Pinga. "Watch the move!" Chen Mai shouted, and the Soul Hook Lock in Black Impermanence's hand shot toward Xiao Pinga like lightning. Xiao Pinga's eyes stared and hurriedly drove White Impermanence to wave the Soul Hook Lock in his hand to resist. The weapons of the Black and White Irregulars met in the air with a crisp clash. Sparks flew in a stalemate. Just then, Chen Mai exerted his full strength, and Black Impermanence's Soul Hook Lock suddenly glowed brightly, forcing Xiao Pinga to retreat back and forth. "Hey, old Xiao, you're going to lose this time," Chen Mai laughed triumphantly. However, Xiao Pinga didn't give up. He clenched his teeth and concentrated, trying to turn the situation around. This guy has been Kawasaki for 10 years, but now he's still so fierce. I have to say, it's not a bad idea to have a brother he's in love with. Chapter 64, and Kinjio's new research, Enchanted Pistol. Instead of splitting chapters, this one is 4,000 words, which is the equivalent of 2 shifts. Boom boom boom. Chen Mai and Xiaopinga's Black and White Irregulars each have a soul lock, and each attack has a soul lock tearing out and colliding together. With each attack, an astonishing amount of power raged toward the surroundings, causing amazing destruction. At this moment, the buildings in this abandoned and rotten neighborhood that covered an area of about 800 acres were all torn apart and destroyed by the energy that erupted from the battle between the two of them, and became ruins. It was good that the place had been forbidden long ago, and the two of them controlled the aftermath of the battle, or else the amazing destructive fluctuations would have already torn apart the forbidden system set up by Yifan. These two are fighting out of fire. Gazing at the duo below, Zhao Kongqing touched the sword in his own hand and also spoke with a light in his eyes. With the duo below fighting so well, he also felt some of his hands itching for a fight. Listening to Zhao Kongqing's words, Wu Shangnan also nodded. At this moment, the two of them had already exploded all of their spiritual power. Both of them didn't bring their hands back. Everywhere they attacked the enemy's dead ends. Glancing at Yi Fan, Wu Shangnan inquired, "Commander Yi, are we really not going to stop them? If the fight continues, I'm afraid the two of them will die together." Wu Shangnan is, according to the conservative, said, "Really continue to fight? I am afraid that Xiao Pinga will be killed by Chen Mai." After all, Chen Mai's soul lock had been strengthened with a wave of enhancements and was comparable to a true artifact. But Xiao Pinga's soul lock was just the ordinary White Impermanence's own soul lock. And in the face of Wu Shangnan's concern, Yifan glanced at him and also gently shook his head. "You don't understand the feelings of the two of them. Don't worry about dying. These two are a good match. And I'm afraid they wouldn't have gotten married if they weren't both men with normal sexual preferences." In the face of what Yifan said, Wu Shangnan also breathed a sigh of relief, but still gazed at the following two people with a bit of gravity in their eyes. At this time, he was releasing his own Yuan Shen Phantom. With this thing in incomparable to the peak of the second god, can pay attention to the following two people and the two of them in danger when they took the opportunity to save them both. Phew! After another blow to beat back Xiao Pinga, Chen Mai behind the Black and White Invincible Hook soul locks violently threw out, and then 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8, but just a short moment to see a Hook soul locks will be transformed into 991 Hook soul locks from all directions of the position of Xiao Pinga stabbed the past. Grass! Xiao Pinga looked at the hooked soul locks coming from all directions around himself, and also cursed, "Chen Mai, you're damn shameless to open up." Xiao Pinga dodged and dodged while thinking of a response. Suddenly, he noticed a break in Chen Mai and rushed over. When Chen Mai saw this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, as if he had expected it. He quickly adjusted the direction of the soul hook lock in an attempt to block Xiao Pinga's attack. However, Xiao Pinga didn't attack directly, but used a skillful stance to make the White Impermanence behind himself eat these attacks for himself, and all of a sudden his spiritual power shrunk a lot. But at this time, his goal was also achieved, as he directly attacked Chen Mai in close quarters. Chen Mai was startled and hurriedly withdrew part of the hooked soul lock to wrap himself for defense. Seeing this, the color of blood flashed in Xiao Pinga's eyes, and he instantly used his White Impermanence over Black Impermanence's spiritual power to glare at Chen Mai. Then the spiritual power of the two instantly rushed together, and then respectively stifled a grunt directly unsteady body have fallen from the ground on the ground. Chen Mai, who had fallen down, stabilized his spirit, then gazed at Xiao Pinga, who was lying somewhat wretchedly on his back, and also grinned. "Spiritual attacks and whatnot. I can let the soul of my hook help me share it." Saying that, only to see a body length of hundreds of meters, all body fire red dragon appeared in the back of Chen Mai. This one fire red dragon appeared all of a sudden horrible as a flame breath released from its body. Along with the horrible flame breath emitted from its body was the breath of the peak of the limitless. When he killed this fellow, because of his soul body, this inferno vein earth dragon directly fell from its cultivation at the peak of the sea realm to the early stage of the sea realm. But get this thing this time, Chen Mai also did not idle. Directly in the next few cities in the middle of loitering up, met the mysterious and so on directly to death, and then collected the soul of the soul, refining soul essence fed to it, resulting in its intuition from the death of the sea realm of the early stage of the cultivation of the breakthrough to the current peak of the limitless realm, with his own peak Klein realm, as well as this flame vein earth dragon's peak infinite realm spiritual power, as well as his own soul hooking lock's ability to defend against spiritual attacks a little bit. Although he was impacted by Xiaopinga's spiritual attack, his own spiritual power's defense effect was also much higher than that of Xiaopinga's under all kinds of factors, and this led to Xiaopinga's spirit to be rebounded a little bit. Although the backlash was not great, the attack of his own 81 soul lock shadows, as well as the soul lock body's attack on his white impermanence just now had directly drained all of Xiaopinga's spiritual energy. So at this time, looking at the ground directly fell a dog gnawing mud. Xiaopinga. Chen Mai's eyes are also full of arrogance. For this good friend he was a condescending meaning. Finally out of breath. These 10 years have passed, but it was this dog that was condescending in front of himself. Now he finally raised his eyebrows. Chen Mai walked to Xiaopinga's side, kicked him with his foot, and scoffed, "How is it, Duke Xiao? Still arrogant? Do you still dare to be cocky in front of me in the future?" Xiaopinga was stifled in his heart, but he had nothing to say. He knew that he was the one who had lost this time, and he had lost miserably. However, Chen Mai did not intend to let him off just like that. He bent down, picked up Xiaopinga's weapon, shook it in his hand, and then revealed a wry smile. What do you want?" Xiaopinga had a bad feeling. "It's nothing, just wanting you to taste what it's like to be bullied as well." After Chen Mai finished speaking, he raised his weapon and made a gesture to strike. Xiaopinga was so scared that he begged for forgiveness. Don't, brother, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, you spare me." Upon hearing this, Xiaopinga rolled his eyes and got up from the ground, then snatched his own knife back with one hand. "Hurry up and give me an elixir. Knowing that you have the goods, I need to recover." Glaring viciously at this guy, Xiaopinga directly reached out and said, "And Xingyu, this Yen D disciple, Yen D agent, but in their 136 squad. What are the elixirs?" Surely in 136 squad crowd divided over. Seeing Xiaopinga approaching him for pills, Chen Mai was not petty. A little on the space ring on his right index finger, then threw Xiaopinga 2 porcelain vials. He himself took out 2 porcelain vials. Rejuvenation elixir, first grade elixir, can help one recover from physical injuries. Essence recovery elixir, second grade elixir, an elixir that recovers one's spiritual energy. After taking the elixir, the two brothers instantly felt better. Then Wu Shangnan descended with all the people of Team 136, as well as Yi Fan. Looking at the destruction of the two brothers around him, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched, then gazed at the two in front of him and said, "This place was destroyed like this by the two of you. Deduct 1 month's salary for the two of you." Although it is said that this place is abandoned and does not need to pay compensation, but after all, it was destroyed into such a way also need them to solve, so he directly deducted a month's salary of these two people. It is also considered to be for the sake of Chen Muo Yi, this dog hiding and not reporting to relieve the anger. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the two brothers nodded helplessly, indicating that they recognized it, but there's still some meat on the bone, as the captain of the two of them is a very high salary. Xiaopinga a month's salary plus 5 insurance and gold as high as 2 to 300,000. Chen Mai's salary plus 5 insurance and gold also to 89,000. It's heartbreaking. Then they returned to the peace office of Team 136, and when they arrived, they saw the rested In Xingyu drinking tea in the hall. Looking at In Xingyu, who suddenly rested, Chen Mai blinked his eyes and was instantly a little curious as to why this kid suddenly rested. Looking around, he instantly saw a gun in front of An Qingjiu. Gazing at the gun, a light flashed in his eyes. He remembered that yesterday this kid seems to be the Ling Xians that a god of extermination sniper rifle borrowed away. Is it? He came to In Xingyu together with the crowd, and then Yi Fan, the commander-in-chief, gazed at In Xingyu and said, "This is the vice president of my Great Summer Vigilante Research Institute, Comrade In Xingyuan. The institute says it's the vigilantes, but it's really more of a state department." The director of the institute was half a rank below him, and the vice president was 1 rank below him. If it is in accordance with the national political and legal system of the Great Conversion, he is a deputy state level. The institute vice president is a deputy provincial level. An 18-year-old institute vice president can really be young and talented, genius incomparable. But thinking about his rejuvenation pill, foundation establishment spiritual liquid, and his own awakening of the awesome divine ruins, only positive solution. Being the vice president of the institute felt like it was condescending to him. Commander Yi Fan. Hello. Gazing at Yi Fan, and Xingyu also respectfully greeted him. Nodding, then Yi Fan also gazed at the unusual pistol that Xingyu placed on the table at first glance. Pointing at this pistol, he also inquired to Xingyu, Comrade, this is something you've newly researched. At those words, Xingyu nodded. Being discipled by the master has also been a few days. Thinking that he has been refining pills for the first few days, and thinking that the master said that he would teach himself to refine weapons. So yesterday he borrowed Lang Xian's sniper rifle extinguisher. Then he used the unique positive solution to parse the God of Demise. And although the progress of the parse wasn't that smooth, he did have some ideas by studying the God of Demise. So research came up with this pistol on the table. Commander Yi, this pistol is a weapon that I had a sudden idea to refine based on some of the materials you guys approved in the corpse bones of the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon. Pointing at this pistol, thinking about the destructive power of this pistol, and Xingyu's mouth also hooked up a trace of a satisfied smile. This pistol is not the same as a normal pistol. What he shoots out is a flaming bullet, which can at least kill the Chuan realm mysteries and binds the user's fingerprints, so that only fingerprint-bound people can use it. As soon as a bullet is loaded in it, it will absorb energy to enchant and strengthen the loaded bullet according to the spells I have engraved on it. At those words, Yi Fan's pupils also tightened violently. Fingerprint binding system. Flame enchantment system. This vice demon could truly be a genius? A demon. Can you let me see its power? Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan inquired to Xingyu. Xingyu also nodded to indicate that it was okay. Chen Mai, where is your training room? Looking toward Chen Mai, Yi Fan spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai gave Xingyu a satisfied look before he also led them to the middle of the training room on the first floor. Considering testing the power of this new pistol that Xingyu had researched, Chen Mai went directly to his training room. Then pointing to the alloy dummy not far away, Chen Mai said, this dummy can withstand Chuan Realm's attacks, so take it to test the power of this pistol of yours. Xingyu nodded, and then stood 10 meters away from this dummy, and then aimed at the dummy's head. Xingyu directly pulled the trigger and shot out with one shot. Bang! Only to see a flaming bullet fly out from the muzzle of the gun, its terrifying speed instantly breaking the speed of sound and hitting the dummy's head. Whisper! The bullet hit above the alloy dummy's head, and there was a sound of iron clashing together. And then there was a booming explosion, and this alloy dummy directly blew up half of the dummy's head. Hiss! Looking at the alloy dummy fried half of the head, as well as the crumbs that flew in front of them. The crowd also instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, secretly saying awesome. It's amazing that this thing can still explode and that there's secondary damage. Seeing the crowd's shocked appearance, Xingyu faintly opened his mouth. Attached to the flame of the bullet will directly explode as soon as it hits the object. The power of the explosion is comparable to the Chuan realm of Uncle Zhao to release the full force of a strike mendicant flashing moon, to get the death of the Chuan realm of the mysterious easily, even if some of the weaker sea realm of the mysterious blown up to the head will be blown up to death. Good, good, good. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan hurriedly shouted 3 times good. This thing can be used by ordinary people. Once used it can deal with the Chuan realm mysteries. It can be said that it adds another safeguard for Daxia to deal with the mysteries. Looking towards Zhang Qinjiu, Yi Fan inquired, Comrade Qinjiu, you said that you built this pistol based on the materials and the corpse bones of the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon. Can this only be built using the corpse bones of the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon? Facing Yi Fan's inquiry, Xingyu also shook her head and explained, Commander Yi, as long as it is a mysterious corpse bone above the sea realm can do so, and then according to the mysterious attribute the attribute of the bullet is enchanted. And if the mysterious corpse bone does not have an attribute, the one that is enchanted is the penetrating attribute that is the armor-piercing bullet. Yi Fan nodded, then discussed the pistol with Xingyu. Yi Fan then waved his hand and directly spent 100 million cash, as well as several thousand tons of precious alloys worth at least $10 billion to buy the patent for the production of this pistol, allowing the researchers at the institute to make the pistol. Then he also looked more and more favorable to Chen Mai, and again, he waved his hand and handed Team 136 $10 million to let Team 136 spend as they pleased. However, when he wanted to help the people of Squad 136 get a raise according to their current cultivation level, Chen Mai as well as the people of Squad 136 refused, and at the same time asked Yi Fan as well as Xiaopinga to help hide it. As for their reason for concealing their cultivation, it was that His Majesty Yen Di had said that we could not reveal our cultivation until the Tsangnan Divine Battle a year later. Faced with Chen Mai's reasoning, Yi Fan was silent. Then he nodded his head to indicate that he and Xiaopinga would prepare to deal with the Tsangnan Divine Battle a year from now when they returned. Chapter 65, Yang Jin, how does a brother call out to a foreign god's mom? Inside the recruit training camp, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin were in the middle of their dormitory. Lin Qiye, who was cultivating the 9 revolutions soul forging technique, was immersed in his spiritual space, watching this pool of spiritual water in his spiritual space reach a state of perfection, as well as the extra absorbed mass of spiritual power suspended above this spiritual pond. Lin Xiye knew that he could now impact the Chuan realm's spiritual power and reach the first turn of the 9 revolutions soul forging technique. Controlling all of this spiritual energy, Lin Xiye didn't hesitate to incorporate all of it into the spiritual pool, and all of a sudden, the terrifying spiritual energy incorporated into the pond impacted his cultivation barrier. Rumble. Under the integration of this dense mass of spiritual energy, the spiritual pool instantly shattered, and then a large amount of spiritual water in it clattered and flowed in Lin Xiye's spiritual space. However, in an instant, there is a spiritual stream appeared in his spiritual space, and this spiritual stream above the continuation of the spiritual branch veins, until the growth of this branch veins to the completion, can be fused together to break through to a higher realm, as if the vast sea of the sea realm. However, right now, Lin Xiye had only broken through to the early stage of the Chuan realm, but relatively speaking, having cultivated the first turn of the 9 revolutions soul forging technique, his mental strength was about 3 or 4 times that of the same realm. Feeling his spiritual energy flowing and circulating like a river in the spiritual space, Lin Xiye only felt like he was having a blast. Chuan realm, the realm he had been stuck in for some time, had finally broken through. Exiting the mental space, Lin Xiye glanced at young Jin, who was practicing on the opposite bed, and also laughed lightly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Your mom is looking for you." Gu Yang's voice faintly sounded in Lin Xiye's mind. Hearing Gu Yang's voice that suddenly came to mind in the middle of his mind, Lin Xiye also froze for a moment, then suddenly slapped on his own head. "Tao, I forgot. I broke through the Chuan realm, this period of time, although also into the gods among the mental hospital, but also to accompany Nyx but a few minutes to go, and then how I forgot the second door. It just so happens that now, one can go into the midst of the asylum of the gods and then see who the gods are in the middle of the second door, as well as the third door." Thinking about this, Lin Xiye also fell back to sleep before his conscious body entered the asylum of the gods. As soon as he entered inside the asylum of the gods, he saw Gu Yang, who was sitting on the dining room to eat, as well as Nyx, who was sitting outside the dining room not far away, silently shedding tears, gazing at Nyx, who couldn't stop her tears and couldn't be consoled by Li Fei no matter how she tried. Lin Xiye also let out a helpless sigh. Lin Xiye walked towards Nyx and gently patted her shoulder, handing her a tissue. "Mother, I'm back." Gazing at Nyx, who was silently weeping, Lin Xiye said in a soft voice. Suddenly hearing Lin Xiye's voice, Nyx also raised her head violently before gazing at Lin Xiye, and all of a sudden the sorrow in her eyes instantly disappeared. "Danadus." Looking at Nyx, who had instantly recovered and stopped crying, the corner of Lin Xiye's mouth twitched. Combined, Nyx's aggravated look was pretending. However, looking at the data of a 50% increase in healing degrees suddenly displayed on her brain, Lin Xiye also softly said again, "Alright mother, I'll spend more time with you in the future." At those words, Nyx hastily nodded. Then in his heart he thought, his own child's teacher really had the right idea. And when he cried, Danadus came back. "Mother, would you like to leave to take a look?" Glancing at Nyx, Lin Xiye opened his mouth while glancing at Gu Yang, who was enjoying a late-night snack not far away. Unlike the master who could come and go from the asylum at will, Nyx, those incarcerated inside, could only be taken out of the asylum of the gods for a short period of time by himself. The director, if they had reached a healing level of 50% healing, although he knew that Nyx's silent tears just now were feigned, Lin Xiye still thought that he should take Nyx for a walk. Well, it's not bad to go out for a walk. Faced with Lin Xiye's request to leave the mental hospital and go for a walk, Nyx also nodded and said that it would be good to go out for a walk. Thus, Lin Xiye exited the asylum of the gods and then left his dormitory to the top of the dormitory building. Afterwards, his spiritual power hooked into the asylum of the gods, and Lin Xiye summoned Nyx amongst the asylum of the gods. As soon as Nyx appeared, a surge of Supreme God's divine might was about to erupt from within her. However, just as her divine aura was about to be released, a ray of light instantly enveloped Lin Xiye and Nyx, directly helping Nyx mask her aura. 7 Nights, are you a tiger? After Gu Yang helped conceal the aura of Nyx beside Lin Xiye, he also spoke helplessly to Lin Xiye. Nyx is an outer god, or a supreme god realm 1. Once her divine might erupts, the whole of the Grand Xia will be startled. Got it. We'll pay attention next time. Lin Xiye smiled awkwardly. Nyx looked around curiously. The outside world was full of novelty for her. Darnadus, is this your divine kingdom? Curiously surveying the scenery around him, Nyx also looked at Lin Xiye and inquired. In the eyes of this supreme god of hers, the entire aura of Sungnan was exactly the same as the aura on Lin Xiye's body. It was completely her own son's godly kingdom. But how come all these people in her own son's godly kingdom were so strange? 70 to 80% of them are ghosts, but as a great mother, she doesn't mind her own children's kingdom of God landscape. The child is a Shinigami, after all, and it makes sense that the kingdom of God would be a bunch of ghosts. However, Lin Xia blinked in the face of Nyx's inquiry. My divine kingdom? Seriously, where did Nyx read that? Mother. Lin Xia gazed at Nyx to open his mouth to say something, but just then Nyx directly took Lin Xia and instantly disappeared from the area before entering amongst Songnan and strolling around. That patient in the mental hospital, the teacher of his own child, had said that he could be allowed to take his child for a stroll in the midst of the kingdom of God in his own child and enjoy the specialties in the midst of the kingdom of God in his own child. So after determining his own child's godly kingdom, Nyx also left the recruit training camp carrying Lin Xia like a little chickadee without hesitation. And at this moment, Lin Xia and Yang Jin were in the middle of their dormitory, gazing at the outer god who directly led his own brother away. Yang Jin also frowned. Master, is it really a good idea to let this outer god take brother away like this? Don't worry. Gu Yang's voice suddenly rang in Yang Jin's ears. With Nyx's strength, if he really wants to be unfavorable to your brother, you can't stop it at the moment. Besides, can't you see your brother calling out to other people's mothers? People's moms hang out with their kids, and you'd think they'd put their kids in some kind of danger. Yang Jin turned his head to Gu Yang and nodded. However, he sought to find out how his own brother got involved with a foreign god. Also, how did his own brother recognize this foreign god as a mom? Yang Jin was also a bit confused about the state of his brother's relationship with this external god. Moreover, the master is still watching the fun, and there is no sense of crisis at all. Thinking about it, Yang Jin only felt his head hurt. These two unreliable ones. Meanwhile, Nyx was leading Lin Xia around Songnan City. Lin Xia looked at the excited Nyx beside him and smiled helplessly and bitterly in his heart. He had wanted to explain to Nyx that this wasn't his divine kingdom, but he didn't know how to say it. Nyx didn't seem to notice Lin Xia's thoughts as she excitedly admired everything in Songnan City, letting out exclamations from time to time. Lin Xia had to accompany her, walking and stopping along the way, then taking his cell phone and scanning the code to purchase some snacks or whatever for Nyx that she was curious about. Nyx savored the various delicacies with a satisfied smile on her face. Lin Xia's mood lightened a bit as he watched her happy, but considering the sleeping Jin in the middle of the dormitory, Master should be able to help explain himself well. In this way, Lin Xia accompanied his mother, Nyx, to stroll around Songnan for the night until 4 in the morning, when Lin Xia had Nyx return to the middle of the Asylum of the Gods. After that, Lin Xia also returned to the recruit training camp. Then after returning to his dormitory and glancing at Yang Jin who was still cultivating, Lin Xia let out a sigh of relief and directly fell into sleep. Inside the Asylum of the Gods, the sleeping Lin Xia entered directly into the middle of the Asylum of the Gods. Then with curiosity, he came outside the second ward next to Nyx. 7 nights. Who is the god here? Looking at this second ward, Li Yifei blinked his big curious eyes and inquired to Lin Xia. Hearing Li Yifei's inquiry, Lin Xia also scratched his head to indicate that he didn't know, but after glancing at his own Gu Yang, who had a bored look on his face and a cigarette quietly dangling from his mouth, he said, Master, do you know who the god here is? Gu Yang knocked him on the head. You open the second ward and you'll know who's inside. Being hit by Gu Yang like this, Lin Xia also scratched his head, his eyes filled with embarrassment. It seems to be true that one is now. Take off your pants and fart. It's redundant. Thinking about it, Lin Xia also opened this ward without hesitation. Buzz. As the second ward was opened, a magical aura that was dense to the extreme was released from this room, only to see a ward into this. Into the eyes is a huge magic spell on the ground. In the center of the magic development is a hold magic books, wearing dark blue magic robes, head wearing a dark blue pointed magic hat. In the left eye with a monocle face is very soft and handsome body exudes a stunning gentleman's atmosphere of young people. As soon as he entered this place, information about this youth appeared before Lin Xia's eyes. From England's mythical god of magic, the great wizard Merlin. Merlin, who was watching the spellbook he was holding, saw his ward being opened and also instantly closed the spellbook he was holding. As the magic book was closed, at once the magic array in this room dissipated. As the magic array dissipated, what appeared here was a room with rows and rows of bookshelves, suspected to be a library. I've waited for you. Raising his head, Mei Lin was about to say the words he had been brewing for 10 years, but just as he raised his head he saw Li Yifei behind Lin Xie, and Gu Yang. At the same time, he realized it was 3 months ahead of when his own ward had been opened. And how was Lin Xia's spiritual power at the Chuan realm? A trace of color flashed in Mei Lin's eyes, and then he instantly fixed his gaze on Gu Yang behind Lin Xie. and a dangerous aura emanated from Mei Lin's body all of a sudden. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, I'm afraid that Lin Qia's changes were brought about by this mysterious person. In an instant, Merlin rose up with infinite caution towards Gu Yang. Who are you? Getting up from his chair, Merlin pushed his monocle, then gentlemanly came to Gu Yang's body, inquiring with a look of gravity in his eyes. He couldn't see the explicit details of Gu Yang's body, and as he intended to deduce Gu Yang, he realized that what he had in front of him was a blank. It was as if this person did not exist in the past, present, or future of this world, as if he was not one of them in this world. Greetings, Mage Merlin of England. I am Shen Nong of Disya. Gazing at Merlin, Gu Yang spoke indifferently. Shen Nong. The mind went wild with deductions, and then Merlin thought of a rumor from 100 years ago. The great Xia deities, like mad, tore a passage to the other world, and then chose to let the great Xia's ancient emperor, Yan Di Shen Nong, enter the passage to the other world, in the hope that Shen Nong could carry the power of the other world to help the great Xia to solve the Cthulhu crisis. This is Shen Nong, otherworldly. Hello Archmage Mei Lin, Shen Nong is my master. Seeing that there was something wrong with the atmosphere on Merlin and Gu Yang, Lin Xie hurriedly came to his side and introduced himself. I'm the director of the God's Psychiatric Hospital, Lin Xie. Upon hearing this, Merlin glanced at him before nodding to show his approval of Lin Xie. Since the great Summer Shen Nong had returned and had accepted Lin Xie as a disciple, there was no need to say anything more about himself. Looking at Merlin, who returned to his chair and opened his magic book to watch it again, Lin Xie also blinked his eyes momentarily, a little confused. Archmage Merlin is the psychopath here, I think. But Archmage Merlin looked as if he was very serious, very gentlemanly, completely without a bit of psychosis. Blinking, Lin Xie looked at Gu Yang, wanting to ask his master what kind of mental illness Archmage Mei Lin had. After all, his own master was the #1 healer in the ancient world, so he should be able to see what kind of mental illness Archmage Merlin was suffering from. Facing Lin Xie's gaze, Gu Yang looked towards Archmage Merlin before grinning as well. 7 Knights wanted to know about Archmage Merlin's mental illness. Hey. Since you're curious, I'll satisfy you. Moving his fingers, an unnoticeable breath flew out from amongst Gu Yang's right index finger, and then this unnoticeable breath instantly merged into Archmage Merlin's body. Still 4,000 words a chapter. No more subchapters. Don't want to subchapters. And if you can, please help me push through the book shortage. There's so little data right now. Chapter 66, Lin Xie's Undersea Battle. Looking at Merlin, who was sitting on a chair, holding a magic book with a serious look, the corner of Gu Yang's mouth hooked up a smile, and then put his hand behind his back, and his index finger pointed. A breath that no one could perceive instantly flew out from the middle of his index finger. This unnoticeable breath then instantly merged into Archmage Merlin, and then only after this unnoticeable breath merged into Archmage Merlin's body, Archmage Merlin instantly transformed. Bang! Then a large pink starfish appeared there, transforming directly from a third-dimensional gentleman youth into a second-dimensional one, with a starfish wearing a large floral pantsuit. SpongeBob, turning into a large starfish. Archmage Merlin opened his page number with some hilarity. Instantly getting up, he conjured a troll net from nowhere. Then when he came to Lin Xie, he directly grabbed Lin Xie's arm and said, SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish. Lin Xie had a helpless face and tried to break free from Merlin's hand, but Merlin had a lot of strength at the moment. Merlin, wake up. I'm not SpongeBob. However, Mei Lin couldn't listen at all and dragged Lin Xie outside. Gu Yang on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then Gu Yang said to Lin Xie, who had been dragged away by Archmage Merlin, this is Archmage Merlin's disease. Saying that, Gu Yang laughed again. Archmage Merlin's illness is inaccurate to say that it's a disease. Simply put, while he was detecting the world's reality, he accidentally came into contact with the mist, and then was directly infected by it, followed by the appearance in his own head of a Patrick personality. According to Archmage Merlin's realm, how could a god of magic in the realm of the supreme god give birth to the likes of Patrick Star for exploring the reality of the world? For the silly personality of Mage Merlin, it was only when he was exploring the world and saw the unnameable, unseeable, unheard of that Cthulhu boss outside the world that devoured the universe, and then got contaminated by that thing, that this silly lack of character relative to Archmage Merlin was born. Personality. To heal Archmage Merlin, all that was needed was to erase this Pythagorean personality of his, and he could at least be healed or something. But right now, Gu Yang wasn't going to directly erase this Pai De Xing personality of his. After all, looking at Lin Xie, who was not far away being pulled by Pai De Xing and even directly became a yellow square sponge, Gu Yang also grinned. It had to be said that this Patrick was still okay. After infecting him himself, Lin Xie was also infected into SpongeBob SquarePants because of what he thought. Your Majesty ND. They, looking at Gu Yang who was watching the fun in front of him. Li Yifei was a little eager to speak. Seeing the embarrassment in Li Yifei's eyes, Gu Yang lightly laughed. Let's go. See the fun go. After saying that, Gu Yang walked out. Seeing this, Li Yifei was also helpless to lift his leg and follow him. The duo then arrived within the courtyard in the midst of the Asylum of the Gods, and immediately afterward the duo met the pink starfish pulling the yellow chevron sponge here. Gu Yang stood with his hands clasped to his chest and couldn't help but burst out laughing at the strange sight in front of him. The pink Patrick Star was cheerfully dragging Lin Chie, who had turned into SpongeBob SquarePants, in circles around the yard. What kind of interesting game are you guys playing? Gu Yang teased. Patrick's eyes lit up. Then he said happily to Gu Yang, we're playing catch jellyfish. Do you want to join? At those words, Gu Yang shook his head. However, looking at the pie dishing in front of him, as well as SpongeBob SquarePants, also grinned casually to Li Yifei a little. Li Yifei will instantly transformed into a huge pink jellyfish. Then after taking a look at the scene here, Gu Yang again casually created a space within this psychiatric hospital of the gods with a single point of his hand. Whoa! King Jellyfish! SpongeBob! Let's catch him quickly! Gazing at the jellyfish that Li Yifei had transformed into that was at least 3 meters in size, Merlin Patrick's eyes lit up at once. Then with a net pocket, he pedaled over to the jellyfish that Li Yifei had transformed into. Seeing Merlin Python trying to grab himself, Li Yifei jellyfish was instantly startled, then hurriedly flew behind him. This space is like an underwater world. There is a water bubble in the surrounding. Although it is said to be an underwater world, but here is also still contains air. Breathing is also air rather than water. Seeing Merlin Patrick, who had left after the jellyfish, Lin Chia SpongeBob was also relieved. Then, he arrived in front of Gu Yang with a yellow square sponge face, and all of a sudden, he cried without tears and spoke to Gu Yang. Master, change me back, I beg you. This is just too weird. Looking at Lin Chia SpongeBob this crying, Gu Yang held back his laughter then pointed to Merlin Patrick not far away and Li Yifei jellyfish who was being chased by Merlin Patrick. You just have to help Merlin catch jellyfish and I'll help you guys transform back. So Chia go enjoy the perfect jellyfish catching journey. And don't worry, this world is just a paper world. No matter how long it takes for it to pass here, it'll only pass for an instant outside. So enjoy it. After saying that, Gu Yang's figure flickered and directly disappeared. Seeing Gu Yang directly disappear, Lin Chia was even more speechless. This unscrupulous, heartless old den. Gritting his teeth, then Lin Chia could only grab the trawl given to him by Merlin Python and run towards the starfish. Jellyfish not far away. After Lin Chia SpongeBob wielded a trawl net and joined the fray, Li Yifei jellyfish became even more flustered. As he dodged the two men's roundup, he shouted, "You can't do this. I'm just a harmless caretaker. I'm not your idea of fun." Merlin Patrick, however, was excited. Catch you and you can eat delicious jellyfish sauce. Lin Chia shook his head helplessly, thinking in his heart to end this farce as soon as possible. Right in the middle of their chase, the water bubbles around them suddenly began to shake violently. A huge shadow slowly emerged from the depths, surprisingly a massive crab monster. It swung its two large pincers and charged toward them aggressively. No good. It's Mr. Krabs. SpongeBob Krabs is trying to steal our jellyfish. Merlin Patrick exclaimed, looking at this crab that stood 10 meters tall and was red in color just like a hairy crab. The corners of Lin Chia's mouth suddenly jerked wildly. This one is definitely master changed. Not master changed him. Pretend he didn't. Click, 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 click. Little money. It's all my little money drops. Mr. Krabs got a voice rang out. In his eyes this one jellyfish, one starfish, and one sponge all looked like money. Looking at these three big golden shiny bills, Mr. Krabs directly raised his hand without hesitation and grabbed at the small money underneath. Lin Chia shouted, "Master, stop it." But the huge crab monster completely ignored it, and its pincers continued to fall rapidly. Merlin Patrick was so scared that he hid behind Lin Chia, while Li Yifei took this opportunity to try and sneak away. Seeing this, Lin Chia threw the trawl in his hand violently, and the trawl instantly grew larger and wrapped around one of the crab boss's pincers. "Humph, want to rob money from me, Mr. Krabs? No way." Mr. Krabs threw himself hard and Lin Chia was yanked forward. Looking at Lin Chia, who was dragged away, Mei Lin, who had cowardly hid behind Lin Chia just a moment ago, instantly panicked. "SpongeBob, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you." Shouting, Patrick Star's trawl net also instantly grew larger before directly pocketing Lin Chia, followed by a tug-of-war match between a starfish and a crab instantly. Lin Chia, who was caught in the trawl net, was about to throw his trawl net after looking at the way he grabbed his trawl net not far away and grabbed himself along with Merlin. But, Looking at the troll rope that seemed to be stuck to his palm, Lin Xiye was instantly confused. How this thing just stuck to itself? Give me back my SpongeBob! Merlin erupted with amazing strength, pulling backward, and as his power exploded the veins in his body rose, with the feeling that he was going to explode his veins the next moment. The crab boss who was in a stalemate with him over Lin Xiye was also grasping his own pincers, and the shape of a bulge that looked like a vein bursting up appeared on top of his pincers as well. Gritting his teeth, Mr. Krabs roared, "My little money!" As he roared, he instantly threw Meilin, who was fighting with him for Lin Xiye, flying, and along with him, Lin Xiye. Little Qian. Looking at Lin Xiye in the sky, Merlin, Mr. Krabs' got eyes just lit up. Just as he raised his hand to grab his little money, Lin Xiye's eyes lit up as he looked at the shrunken troll in his hand. This one surprisingly has magical powers. Lin Xiye's mind moved, silently thinking that this troll net could get bigger, and then he only saw that the troll net quickly got bigger, slowing down his descent like a huge parachute. Seeing this, Merlin Patrick was also quick to have his troll transformed into a parachute style. As for Mr. Krabs, at this point, among their viewpoints, when Lin Xiye and Merlin Python descended, there was no longer a viewpoint for them. At once, Mr. Krabs was confused. Where's my little money? After Lin Xiye landed firmly on the ground, the troll net returned to its original state. At this moment, Mr. Krabs rushed over waving his pincers. My little money. Hey, so you guys are here. Merlin Patrick, meanwhile, shouted from the sidelines. SpongeBob, let's play catch the jellyfish together, and ignore this money grubber. Lin Xiye's eyes twinkled as he whispered to Troll, change money for me. In an instant, a steady stream of gold coins spit out of the troll, and Mr. Krabs looked straight up and immediately pounced on the pile. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xiye turned around and ran. Merlin Patrick was also in hot pursuit, shouting as he chased after him, SpongeBob, where are you going? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiye glanced at the crab boss not far away, then at the large jellyfish watching the show not far away, and also instantly thought of what Master said, that he could change back by grabbing the jellyfish and attacking it. So, Lin Xiye looked at Merlin Python and said, let your troll turn into money, then you come with me. Saying that, he only saw Lin Xiye flinging the troll net, and with a thought he saw the troll net turn into a troll motorcycle. Immediately after Lin Xiye sat up, he had Merlin Patrick sit up with him, while Merlin Patrick honestly followed Lin Xiye's words to have his troll change into coins. Then I only saw that a gold coin fell out of it among Merlin Patrick's troll. Those gold coins attracted all of Mr. Krabs' attention, and he completely failed to notice Lin Xiye and Merlin Patrick leaving on his trawler motorcycle. Along the way, a gold coin fell out amongst Merlin Patrick's troll, and Mr. Krabs didn't hesitate to pick up a gold coin from the ground, and not far away, Li Fei Jellyfish looked at Lin Xiye who was rushing towards him, as well as behind them. Mr. Krab was just shocked in his heart, then he was going to run away, but his speed, when he had just run out not too far, Lin Xiye caught up with him on his motorcycle, and Mr. Krabs followed closely behind. Subsequently, Li Fei Jellyfish was simply caught by Mr. Krabs. Seeing that Li Fei Jellyfish was caught, Lin Xiye was the one whose eyes lit up. Master, can you let us change back? But unfortunately, Gu Yan didn't pay any attention to him. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Xiye's mouth twitched. Is it possible that one still has to defeat Mr. Krabs? Thinking this, Lin Xiye also hurriedly made his motorcycle change, and then the trawler motorcycle transformed into a trawler fighter. Then glancing at Merlin Patrick, he loaded him directly into the middle of the launcher and fired him off. Boom! Bang! Aha! SpongeBob, what are you doing? Merlin Patrick yelled in a moment of horror as he was shot out of the room. Seeing the pincers that Boss Krabs grabbed, Merlin Patrick subconsciously threw out his trawl, and immediately after that the trawl instantly became countless times larger, directly covering Boss Krabs as well as the jellyfish that Boss Krabs was grabbing. As Mr. Krabs as well as Li Fei Jellyfish were covered by this large trawl, the three people here instantly left the place, and Mr. Krabs, too, directly dissipated into flying dust. When there was no one here, this picture world that was created by Gu Yang casually also collapsed directly, turning into flying dust and dissipating along with Mr. Krabs. At the Asylum of the Gods, Lin Xiye, Mei Lin, and Li Fei appeared. The three of them, at this time, had also returned to their humanoid state. At this moment, Merlin's eyes were filled with confusion once he had regained his all-blue magician state. Is that silly pink starfish look that you just remembered really you? Wiping his brow and looking at his memories, Merlin broke down a bit. Chow, this sand dollar is actually my derivative personality. Merlin's healing is up, currently 30%. Knowing that he had such a silly personality, Merlin's healing degree instantly shot up, healing 30% straight away. Hearing this sudden prompt, Lin Chia blinked. This is it's a treatment I never thought I'd get. Begging for ratings, begging for free gifts. Chapter 67, Gu Yang, the world is real, but not real. Ahem. Looking at the collapsing Mei Lin, Lin Chia rubbed his nose and was also a bit embarrassed. Merlin's starfish look was somewhat of a festering image of his gentlemanly, elegant look. Therefore, in regards to his broken down appearance, Lin Chia was now only embarrassed and didn't know how to comfort him. However, a 30% boost in healing value at once would show that he was broken. Besides, I'm afraid the old man didn't know about his second personality, Pink Starfish. Now that he knew his second personality, Pink Starfish, he feared that Master had done it so that he could retain the memories of his transformation into his second personality. Lin Chia's gaze went to Gu Yang as if asking Master if you could help Mei Lin. He was somewhat looking forward to the idea that his master's ability to draw out Merlin's second personality would bring Merlin back to normal, and then his own ability to just triple draw Merlin. Feeling Lin Chia's gaze, Gu Yang stroked his chin before nodding. The previous Merlin hadn't realized his second personality, and he might only have recovered 77% if he'd just drawn his second personality out himself. But now that he knows about his second personality, he is completely cured of his mental illness by helping him draw it out. As for his quest for the real world, this Gu Yang instead explained to him and then let him have a quest. According to the worldview of the god of chopping, the real world is one that needs to be ascended once more after ascension, and Merlin is strong but only very strong on Earth, not even reaching the half-ascension realm, let alone ascending beyond the fifth universe into the main universe before transcending beyond the main universe into the real universe. Thinking of this, Gu Yang directly lifted his leg and slowly walked towards the silent, somewhat emotionally collapsed Merlin in front of him, his hands forming seals and reciting words under his breath. Then, only to see a seemingly pure white flame shimmer gradually enveloped Merlin, then directly into his soul essence, burning up Merlin's soul. The burning of the pure lotus divine flame wasn't something that was easy to endure. Only to see Merlin's body trembling slightly, a look of struggle on his face, Lin Chia stared tightly, his heart both nervous and full of anticipation. As the light became more and more prevalent, a fuzzy pink starfish-like light shadow slowly separated from Merlin's body. When the light and shadows were completely detached, Mei Lin fell limp on the ground, but his eyes had gradually cleared. He looked up at Gu Yang and Lin Chia, his eyes filled with despair, looking at Mei Lin on the ground, as well as the pink starfish beside Mei Lin that was burned by the pure lotus divine flame and began to dissipate into black mist. Lin Chia felt pleasantly surprised at this moment. Hey, that's 100% cured. It's too damn easy. Lin Chia walked forward to help Mei Lin up. How do you feel? Mei Lin moved his muscles. Then he was silent for a moment. Then after glancing at Lin Chia, he turned his own gaze back to Gu Yang and said, "Thank you." He was very silent. Divesting himself of his second personality was something he could do, but the second personality was derived from his own divine soul essence, and was also equivalent to another him. If he stripped himself of his second personality, his divine soul essence would be damaged, and then his cultivation would fall from the supreme to the main god realm. And now, having been saved by another person, Gu Yang's means of easily stripping him of his second personality silenced him. It was too strong, so strong that Merlin's pride was shaken by the blow. As the god of magic, all magic was most proficient in his hands, including soul magic. He thought he had a high understanding of the soul, but his soul was contaminated, giving birth to a second personality. With his attainments in soul magic, divesting himself of his second personality would cause his cultivation to drop significantly. But Gu Yang easily stripped his second personality, and his cultivation was intact and seemed to have risen a bit. Aren't I such a loser and you're so powerful? Cough. Looking at the stricken Merlin, Gu Yang coughed dryly, then raised his hand and grabbed Merlin's shoulder. 7 nights. You play your game. I'll take Merlin to talk about it. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Chia to open his mouth, Gu Yang casually clicked his hand and created another new world, then brought Mei Lin into the middle of this world he had just created. Looking at the disappearing Mei Lin as well as Gu Yang, Lin Chia blinked and then didn't care about that and instead entered the lottery beautifully. Ha. 1 draw for Nyx's healing at 50%. 3 draws for Archmage Merlin's healing at 100%. And 1 draw for Master I don't know what's going on with his healing at 50%. There were a total of 5 ability draws. And Lin Chia was looking forward to what abilities he would be able to extract, especially with the abilities in his own master. I wonder which of his master's abilities he could extract, preferably that awesome mortal realm of the gods. Ha. In the middle of the small world created by Gu Yang, Mei Lin was standing quietly behind Gu Yang. What do you want to talk to me about? Gazing at Gu Yang, Merlin inquired. Gu Yang turned to look at him. then raised his hand to simulate a fingertip universe on his own fingertips, then laughed softly at him. Talk about the real world you're after. At those words, a light flashed in Merlin's eyes for a moment. The real world? Is this world real? Gazing earnestly at Gu Yang, Merlin inquired. I don't know when the idea of exploring the real world was born in his mind, and then as soon as he had the idea he became this. Thinking about that pink starfish persona of his, the corners of Merlin's mouth just twitched slightly, and he just felt so stupidly inadequate. Seeing this silent expression on Merlin's face, Gu Yang laughed helplessly. Real world? Real it is. Buzz. Only to see the light flicker. Gu Yang and Merlin appeared in the middle of the cosmic void, but this cosmic void was very small. Just like the cosmic bubble not far away was like a marble in front of Gu Yang and Merlin. This is the universe we're in now. Gu Yang pointed to a cosmic bubble with an Arabic 5 written on it and explained to Merlin. Looking at this cosmic bubble, Merlin's pupils just snapped. He knew that the universe wasn't unique, but how could he not have imagined that the universe he was in was just a small universe amongst a large one? Seeing the shocked Merlin, the corner of Gu Yang's mouth hooked into a smile. Then with a wave of his hand, a long and inexplicably disgusting-looking contraption suddenly appeared in front of Gu Yang and Mei Lin. Looking at such a disgusting contraption, Merlin suddenly just had a heart palpitation. Disperse. Looking at Merlin, whose body was trembling, as well as the alienation that had begun on his body, Gu Yang also simply opened his mouth and said. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Merlin return to his normal state. Then, a hint of panic appeared in Merlin's eyes as he said, Cthulhu, how is that possible? Among Merlin's perceptions, Cthulhu was very powerful, so powerful that he compelled Zeus, the king of the Greek gods in the realm of the supreme god, to become a puppet. But wasn't the awesome Cthulhu still subdued in the midst of the moon by God Yelland? But what the hell is this Cthulhu that appeared within the main universe and could contaminate and alienate him? God Yelland is afraid to die with a sneeze in front of this Cthulhu. How could Cthulhu still have such a powerful guy? And if it did, how could the Cthulhu in the middle of their fifth universe have been suppressed? Moreover, it was only a simulated projection that could alienate him. If he were to face this guy's main body, wouldn't he? He would be instantly alienated and become one of the Cthulhu. Facing the shocked Merlin, Gu Yang said bashfully, this thing is the boss of the Cthulhu, and all the Cthulhu that invaded our universe are just dander on this guy. Its name is Asatos, the god of the blind and foolish, the supreme god of Cthulhu. It does not have intelligence, thought, or perception. All actions are just by his instincts. It is unobservable, its body has endless contamination properties. Even just my projection here carries some of the properties on him, but contaminating you as a supreme god is still worse, and you can destroy this contamination that alienates you if you can react to being alienated yourself. Explaining the oddly shaped contraption that feels like it pollutes your eyes when you look at it. Listening to Gu Yang's explanation, Merlin frowned. Is it that hard? Then, Merlin was also carefully observing the changes here. Watching Asato's carrier Cthulhu destroy universe after universe and devour those destroyed universes again set his teeth on edge. But he was relieved when Cthulhu came to the fifth universe, which was a bit more powerful than the previous four universes. And then Cthulhu, who had invaded the universe, was crushed by the gods among the fifth universe, sealing him. Finally, when he saw the tangle between Asatos and the fifth universe, he was again alarmed. Is this the reality of this world? The fifth universe is actually being devoured. Gazing at Gu Yang, Merlin inquired. Facing Merlin's inquiry, Gu Yang shook his head and nodded again. Then to Merlin, it's the real world, and it's not the real world. Gu Yang's explanation left Merlin in a daze. What was the real world, and what wasn't the real world? Gu Yang did not say much about Merlin's explanation. It just said to him, to know the real world, you need to at least break through to the realm of Asatos, but right now you're still far from it. At that, Merlin nodded. That's something he recognizes. He's a long way from Michael under Yelland, let alone Asatos, who is even more powerful than Yelland. Exhaling, then Merlin inquired, have you reached the realm of Asatos? Gu Yang said that he could not know the truth until he reached the realm of Asatos. So has Gu Yang reached the realm of Asatos? Looking at Merlin's student-like demeanor, he also laughed softly and said, Asatos is just a mole in front of me. Although Gu Yang was now a bit arrogant, but now Gu Yang was at the realm of the first sky of the great emperor. If it was taken out by Lin Qiye, then a tenth of its own realm left would be gone. According to his own great emperor first heavenly realm, Gu Yang could really slap the crap out of Asatos. After all, a contraption with no intelligence, living only on its own instincts. Although the realm was powerful, he's really weak. A realm can exert 70% of its power. Gu Yang can even look up to him, but he can't exert it. Even if 1/10 of a half-emperor's cultivation faced Asatos, Gu Yang would be able to exhaust the thing with a full burst. So no matter what Gu Yang's current cultivation level was, whether it was peak cultivation or a tenth of it could kill this retard Asatos. Listening to Gu Yang's confident statement, Merlin nodded. He didn't think Gu Yang was lying. After all, people who had reached Gu Yang's realm didn't bother to lie. 7 Knights is the savior horn of this world, the embodiment of the 5th universe's consciousness. So if you want to reach the realm of transcending the 5th universe and rivaling Asatos, stay by 7 Knights' side and assist him. Looking at Merlin again, Gu Yang spoke to him. At that, Merlin nodded. Lin Xie, the incarnation of the 5th universe? It's no wonder he has access to this amazing, magical asylum of the gods that can keep him, the supreme god, trapped. Buzz. After briefly explaining this world to Merlin, Gu Yang took Merlin away from this world he had created. This world wouldn't be a picture world. It was a small universe like the 5th universe, so Gu Yang didn't dissipate him, keeping it. In the future, when 7 Knights faces Asatos, he can just throw this little universe out and then detonate it directly to blow Asatos up and seriously injure him. And then it will be much easier to solve it without having to drag Asatos into the asylum of the gods and then reincarnate or something. As for Gu Yang taking care of Asatos himself, TSK, the protagonist of this world is Lin Xie after all. After all, there is still the author in the real universe, as well as another transcendent Jimao under the author's pen looking on. Gu Yang can be embarrassed to steal people's thunder. Although it is said that he has a higher dimensional universe of the system, honestly raise the healing value to 100% to reach the realm of not weaker than them, but there is a hitter why he is still out of it. Master, Your Excellency Mei Lin, you're back. Looking at Gu Yang as well as Merlin who appeared in front of him again, Lin Xie was just overjoyed. Seeing Lin Xie's joyful look, Gu Yang knew that this guy had gotten his 5 straight draws in one go. Mei Lin glanced at Gu Yang, then he lifted his leg and came in front of Lin Xie and said, Dean, I wonder if I can take up residence within the Asylum of the Gods. He is now at 100% cure value. Normally he should have been discharged from the hospital sick. However, knowing that his ideals were on Lin Xie, he felt that it would be good for him to stay here and follow Lin Xie around. As for why he wasn't guarding Lin Xie in the outside world, if he was guarding Lin Xie at all times in the outside world, how else would Lin Xie grow? And only if he was here in a place unknown to outsiders would he be able to observe Lin Xie's growth. As well as Lin Xie encountering a near-death danger he couldn't handle himself, he could show up and help Lin Xie. And in the face of Merlin's request, Lin Xie blinked. Let Archmage Merlin stay. How? We can't have Archmage Merlin as a caretaker. That would be an insult to Archmage Merlin. As Lin Xie was lost in contemplation on how he was going to get Archmage Merlin to stay, Gu Yang glanced at the sky of the Asylum of the Gods with an endlessly majestic gaze. Sensing Gu Yang's gaze, the spiritual consciousness of the Asylum of the Gods rushed his ass off and sent a prompt to Lin Xie. At that moment, Lin Xie's eyes lit up. It was even possible. Chapter 68 Blakey in Eden. Sensing the information that had just appeared in the middle of his mind, Lin Xie's eyes instantly lit up as well. To the roar. There's also this method. Outside mental hospitals have all kinds of configurations, so how can I not have that here? Thinking this, Lin Xie's mind moved. Then a contract that emitted a golden divine light was pushed in front of Mei Lin by him. The Hospital of the Gods for the Insane. Contract for the hiring of the chief physician. Hiring Merlin as the head physician of the Jupiter Psychiatric Hospital also comes with very nice perks. For example, Merlin could train within the Asylum of the Gods and sense the higher dimensional laws. Well, it's the higher dimensional laws of the real world, though the laws are few and far between, so few as to be only a sliver. After all, its body was just a commemorative playing block in the real world. But after descending into the dimension, this thing was also a top-notch treasure capable of easily bringing attention to Asatos, the Cthulhu boss. If he cultivated and sensed the laws here, Mei Lin could definitely advance as quickly as possible, and it wouldn't be impossible to break through the Ascension realm within 10 years. For this contractual benefit, Lin Xie was a bit sour. He, the owner of the Asylum of the Gods, wasn't even allowed to cultivate here. Whoops, envious. But it was nice to be able to cultivate by the side of the master. After reading the hiring contract, Merlin also signed his name without hesitation, and subsequently became the head psychiatrist of the psychiatry department hired by the Psychiatric Hospital of the Gods. In the future, he would also be the assistant in charge of helping Lin Xie treat the mentally ill people here. But after glancing at Gu Yang, aha! This one seems to have an easier time treating mental illness. Ahem! Since you, Sir Merlin, have become our head physician here, then please come with me to our third ward to see which god is amongst the third ward. Looking towards Merlin, Lin Xie also inquired to him. At that, Merlin nodded. He was then led by Lin Xie to the outside of the third ward. Looking at this third ward, Lin Xie glanced at Gu Yang and then at Mei Lin before raising his hand and grabbing above the handle of the door of this third room, with such two big men here. I think it should be the same as Merlin, directly curing the patients here, helping himself to speed through this golden finger of his own like a hangman, and obtaining all the rewards, right? As Lin Chia pushed open the third ward, all of a sudden a melodious zither sound came out from here. Listening to the pleasant sound of the zither, the three people outside the door were also a bit stunned. Just as the three of them were immersed in the sound of this zither, a sudden chanting sound rang out. Hearing this sudden chant, the three of them looked at each other, and all of a sudden, they had the feeling of wanting to go in and beat up the bastard inside. This Cockney voice, ahem, let's just, come back later. Gazing at Gu Yang, Mei Lin, Lin Xie rubbed his nose and said the same. When he finished speaking, just as he was about to close the door, the sound of the piano inside the door, as well as the Cockney's voice suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, a figure opened the door to the room from within and appeared in front of the three. It was a handsome Western man with long blonde hair and an elegant temperament that made people feel good when they saw him. Hello, Brackay. Gazing at the three people in front of him, this handsome blonde-haired youth opened his mouth and introduced himself. Listening to Bragi's introduction, Lin Chia subconsciously spoke, "No trash," then hastily changed his tone to Blakey. Then, the mythological stories that Lin Chia had read back then also appeared in his mind. Bragi, the ninth son of Odin, the Norse Asgardian god of supremacy, brother of Thor, the god of music and poetry. Mother Nyx was admitted to the asylum because of her child, and Archmage Merlin was admitted to the asylum because of his second personality. What did this Blakey in front of me enter a mental institution for? With that in mind, Lin Chia glanced at Gu Yang as well as Mei Lin. Finally his eyes settled on Gu Yang. Master should be able to see this Bragi's condition. Feeling Lin Chia's gaze, Gu Yang also turned his gaze to Bragi. Bragi's wife died, and then his wife's heart merged into his body, allowing his body to house two souls, and his wife alternated control of his physical body day and night. Of course, he's not a split personality. He's lovesick. Because of the alternating physical bodies day and night and not being able to see his wife, he got lovesick. Gu Yang, on the other hand, directly took out his wife's heart from inside this guy. The soul of his wife, Eden, sleeps in this golden heart. Once Eden's heart was removed, Blakey felt his wife's breath. Eden, gazing at the golden heart hovering in Gu Yang's hand, tears instantly flowed from Bragi's eyes. Hearing the prompt that Eden's healing value had increased by 30%, Lin Chie also blinked. I'm still waiting to be a master. Gu Yang looked at Eden before speaking. Your wife is dead, but luckily her heart retained her soul. Upon hearing this, Bragi hurriedly looked at Gu Yang. His eyes filled with nervousness. He was afraid that Gu Yang would crush his wife's soul if he didn't pay attention. Seeing this nervous look on his face, the corner of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. Then he gave him this golden heart. Looking at the golden divine heart in his hand, Bragi carefully cupped his hands as if it was a precious treasure. Your wife's soul is now in your body, relying on your divine power to stabilize a lot, but his current state with a purely soul state can't wake up, but you can rely on your divine power, the sound of the zither, to help your wife's soul to recover. Of course you don't want to sing. I'm afraid that you'll sing too hard to scare your wife to death. Gazing at Bragi, Gu Yang spoke. Listening to Gu Yang's words, Bragi hastily nodded his head, not minding that Gu Yang disliked his hard singing or anything. So this gentleman is suffering from lovesickness because of his wife. Looking towards Gu Yang, Mei Lin inquired. Gu Yang nodded. Bragi was just lovesick. The next step is to simply have Blakey's wife with him to heal him naturally. However, the state of his wife's, although Gu Yang could help revive her, it wasn't like he hadn't let him cultivate a bond with Lin Xie yet. Therefore, Gu Yang did not directly eradicate it. And Merlin, a god of magic with the skill of soul magic proficiency, and he's the head doctor here. He's also needed to work right. Mr. Bragi, your wife's creation is still a bit weak right now. I can help you set up a magic formation that warms your wife, which can increase the effectiveness of your wife's soul recovery by several times. Looking at Bragi, Mei Lin said seriously. When he signed the hiring contract for the chief physician, his magic hat was put away while he followed Lin Xia's example of draping a white coat over himself. So at this moment he was filled with the majesty of a doctor. Hearing Merlin's words, Bragi glanced at him before hastily nodding. Thank you. Then he pushed open his hospital room, allowing several people to enter it. What followed was Merlin mouthing various difficult magic incantations and setting up a formation to nourish the soul at the location designated by Bragi. When his array was set up, Bragi hastily and carefully placed his wife Eden's heart on it. As soon as his wife's soul was perfectly repaired, she could be completely resurrected with her own heart. Thank you, Your Excellencies. 3. Gazing at the three Gu Yangs, Bragi said seriously. At this time, his eyes were filled with anticipation, as well as a strong anger that was more than what he had just seen earlier. Looking at him, The trio smiled, then had Merlin lead the conversation with him while introducing each of them. With a final glance at the time, Lin Xie also left the place. He was in the middle of boot camp and still had to get up early to train. Chapter 69 Shenmai Gigangzi. It's almost New Year's. I miss my two children. After leaving the Asylum of the Gods, Lin Xie, who was in the middle of the dormitory, also sat up from his bed. Stretching his back, Lin Xie only felt refreshed at this moment. Through the Gods' Asylum's ability to extract the four deities, Lin Xie now felt like he could decimate the gods. Nyx, Dark Divine Ruin, gather a field of darkness in which you are the master of the night, controlling all dark energy in this space. Merlin, Summoning Mastery, controls 3 summoning spells, the first of which is Sublime Summoning. A sacrifice is offered, and then the soul enters each dimension to make a pact with a creature from each dimension, and can then summon creatures from other dimensions to help out in their own worlds. Designated Summoning, signing a summoning contract with certain beings in the real world, such as humans, deities, weapons, etc. After which you can designate the real thing with which you signed the contract to be summoned to your side. Random Summoning, simply is a spell of luck. Through their own summoning when the sacrificial items, you can sacrifice a grain of sand to Pango summoned out. Bad luck, you may sacrifice a handful of artifacts, also only summoned grass roots, grains of sand, ants. Live to bet on the wisdom of the dog. Spatial Magic Mastery, Merlin is the god of magic. Any magic he is proficient. Of course, also proficient in space. After obtaining the Spatial Magic Mastery, you become the inheritance of Merlin's understanding of space mastery. Consumption of spiritual power can release space strangulation, space jump, space teleportation, space exile, space creation and other space applications of magic. Time Magic Proficiency, Merlin is the god of magic. Any magic he is proficient. Of course there is Time Magic Proficiency. Although Merlin's control of the law of time than the god of time Kronos, but also has the Lord God level. As long as the spiritual power is enough, can be done at will to release time magic, such as time acceleration, time rewinding, time pause, time banishment and so on. And, because this is only magic, using it at will not cut the user's lifespan, even the draw, not according to the original. As for the transformation magic, the back is not a monkey. Directly draw the Earth's 72 changes. Not only can you change at will, there are also 72 small magical powers that are at least comparable to the high-risk Forbidden Ruins. So don't scold me. Yendi Shinnon, Imperial Amazing Burning Sky, Yendi Shinnon's own Supreme Divine Ruin, controlling the chaotic Imperial Amazing. Once cast, it will coalesce a field of flames, controlling 22 Supreme Divine Flames, and when the 22 Supreme Divine Flames are controlled, it will fuse the chaotic Imperial Amazing. Blakey, Eden, Minor Prayer, from Blakey's wife, the god of youth. Eden's ability to consume her own mental energy or faith to perform minor prayers to fulfill her own wishes or the wishes of others. These were all the abilities that Lin Xie had extracted. Among them, Lin Xie's favorite was his own master's Emperor Amazing Burning Sky. Looking at the scene in his memory when he had obtained this divine ruin, looking at the entire universe being burned into nothingness by a dazzlingly colored chaotic Emperor Amazing, Lin Xie knew that his own master was simply synonymous with invincibility. If one unlocked the 22 divine flames of the Emperor's Amazing Burning Sky and then fused them into the chaotic Emperor's Amazing Flame, what would one be afraid of? There is still something to be afraid of. Brother, don't gawk. Quickly wash up. After washing up, we'll go eat breakfast. Looking at Lin Xie on the bed, Yang Jin scratched his head and then spoke to him. Lin Xie came back to his senses and answered, then quickly got up and washed up. While washing up, he was still calculating in his mind how to unlock the 22 divine flames of the Emperor Amazing Burning Sky as soon as possible. If one wanted to control 22 divine flames, even the weakest one, I'm afraid that one would need to reach the 3rd level of fleshly strength of the divine desolate sacred body. He himself was only at the 1st level of perfection now, and it would still take a few days to enter the 2nd level. So how did one extract such an awesome divine ruin from the master? Never mind, it's mine if I draw it. Ask your master about it sometime. This was originally master's ability, so I thought that master could make it easier for him to control the supreme god's ruins, right? With that, he began a new day of training. Time passed, and 3 months passed in the boot camp without realizing it. During the 3 months, the recruits were soaked in the foundation building spiritual liquid daily, which led to the spiritual power of the recruits in the boot camp being sealed one by one, not to mention. But the physical bodies of the recruits here one by one had also reached the extreme physical strength of those ordinary humans who didn't awaken to the Forbidden Ruins. One by one, all of them are more than a ton of physical strength. And those elite special forces who do not have the Forbidden Ruins are also awakening their own Forbidden Ruins one by one with the help of the foundation building spirit liquid. At the same time, outside the boot camp and the real barracks is also in control of a 100,000 people composed of the Forbidden Ruins of the Legion. This is the real heritage of the Great Summer. And Xingyu, the vice president of the Institute of Research, can help cultivation of all the pills, medicinal liquid and so on have been sent to the Legion. It led to the soldiers among the 100,000 Forbidden Ruins Legion to easily break through to the Pool Realm one by one as well, with individual geniuses even breaking through to the Chuan Realm in a short period of time. It could be said that all the top brass of this Legion of Daxia were of one mind, helping them to improve regardless of consumption. As a result, but in 3 months' time, Yifan dragged Chen Mai to look for Gu Yang several times and bought hundreds of billions of resources back and forth. It could be said that Daxia won hemp, and Gu Yang also won hemp. At this time, several uninvited guests were ushered into Yuan Gang's office at the recruit training camp. Only Chen Mai, the leader of Songnan City's Squad 136, brought Zhao Kongcheng in the middle of Yuan Gang's office. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Mai smoked a cigarette ice full of Yuan Gang's disdainful feeling. Yuan Gang, this is looking at the new year. You here is not to take a few days off, so that my 2 children to go home for the new year. Saying that, the aura from Chen Mai's body directly pressured Yuan Gang. 3 months had passed, and Chen Mai had also broken his own heart barrier, becoming the newest human ceiling of Daxia. However, there were only a few people who knew that he had broken through the human ceiling, and not coincidentally, this Yuan Gang was one of them. Sensing the human ceiling pressure emanating from Chen Mai's body, Yuan Gang also subconsciously swallowed his saliva. This black impermanence doesn't have a good temper, but boot camp has rules. Normally, they have 1 session a year here, so they can't take a vacation unless they graduate. Seeing Yuan Gang's delay in opening his mouth, Zhao Kongcheng, who stood behind Chen Mai as if he was a little brother beside the gangster, also stared with a frown, drawing out the meteorite star at his own waist. At once the pressure of the peak of the immeasurable realm pressed against Yuan Gang. Even if Yuan Gang had accidentally obtained the pills that Gu Yang had casually refined to break through to the immeasurable realm through Lin Chia's relationship during these 3 months, he, an early stage of the immeasurable realm, faced Zhao Kongcheng's pressure, as well as the pressure on top of the meteorite star, a divine artifact that Zhao Kongcheng had drawn out a section of. He still felt a great deal of pressure. P.S. Recently there are some things at home, so I slag more 2 days. Rest assured that after the busy I burst more to make up for it. Chapter 70, Yuan Gang, Vacation. Must take a vacation. Take half a month. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Yuan Gang felt so aggrieved. This Squad 136 is really social. In particular, Chen Mai was wearing a black suit. His legs were crossed up and cocked on the table, and in his mouth was a cigarette. Behind him was Zhao Kongcheng, who was dressed in a black suit and drew his sword out, living up to his reputation as a Yakuza big brother and his personal bodyguard. Woohoo! How could he, Yuan Gang, be so virtuous as to let a human ceiling, a peak infinity, come and threaten him? Moreover, there were several other people outside the door, the least of which was a peak infinity, and a human ceiling, a peak Klein. No, this 136th squad is open for business. 2 human ceilings, 1 Klein peak, for infinity peaks. It's crazy. Is such an impressive lineup something that he, a chief instructor of the district recruit intensive training battalion, can face? So Yuan Gang was a bit devastated. He was on vacation now. Or was he on vacation? Or was he on vacation? Unable to do anything about it. In the way of these 2, as well as the might on the several people standing outside, Yuan Gang could only nod honestly and say, in principle, we can't take a vacation from our recruit training camp, but since you're all here, I'll give you a face-saving break. So it'll be a vacation, but it's going to be on the 3rd day of the lunar month. Boom! Zhao Kongcheng drew out all of the meteorites, and then chopped out directly with a blade, and all of a sudden, the terrifying blade dang directly grazed Yuan Gang's head and flew past, and then blasted out a huge crack in the wall behind him. Gulp! Yuan Gang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Why was this one so violent? Then, he carefully glanced at Zhao Kongcheng, then he helplessly put his hands up and said, 15, return to the training camp on the 16th after the 15th day of the 1st month. It was now only 2 days before the 1st day of the new year, and coming back on the 16th day of the 1st month meant at least 17 days of rest, more than half a month. These 2 should be able to satisfy it. Otherwise, the lion's share of the money makes it hard for this chief instructor to do his job. And hearing Yuan Gang's words, Chen Mai nodded, his eyes filled with satisfaction. I have to say, Yuan Gang, this kid is still very sensible. In that case, then you arrange it. After saying that, Chen Mai got up from the sofa, and then Zhao Kongcheng followed behind him and left the place together. Looking at the back of Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng as the 2 of them left, Yuan Gang rubbed his brows. At this time he felt helpless. A real vacation. Gee, he's going to have to write a report on giving the boot camp more than half a month of extended vacation all at once. And I don't know how that report is going to be written. Just like that time quickly passed a good while later. Yuan Gang gathered all the new recruits above the martial arts field. Yuan Gang, who had been so coy in front of Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng, was standing in front of dozens of instructors in the boot camp, and his body was filled with a sense of instructor's majesty. Today I want to tell you all the good news. Gazing at these recruits below, Yuan Gang's voice was mid-voice and carried a full of majesty. Considering the humanitarianism, you can leave the recruit training camp to rest for a few days, but you can only rest amongst the Tsangnan, and you just happen to take the opportunity to celebrate the new year. This look of him in the middle of the air, with a full of majesty, completely lacked the feeling of being coy in front of Chen Mai, and as the recruits listened to Yuan Gang's words, one by one, they were suddenly pleasantly surprised. Surprisingly, it's a vacation. However, hearing that they could only move around among Songnan City on vacation, the recruits were instantly deflated. No, can only be active in Songnan City, still put a fart vacation ah. However, since it was a vacation, let's just enjoy the rest of our vacation life in the middle of Songnan City. After announcing the information about the vacation, Yuan Gang also let the recruits return to their dormitories to pack up their things, and then one by one, they received their equipment. After all, the Night's Watch wasn't that safe. It's very safe, but since they're leaving the boot camp to temporarily live on vacation amongst the Cthulhu, it's also necessary to take the equipment for self-defense and self-defense. Subsequently, after looking at a bus that had left the boot camp, Yuan Gang's face instantly darkened. Shen Mai gave him a note before he came, and Yuan Gang glanced at it as they left. There's a traitor in their boot camp, and, still, 3 traitors. These 3 traitors were also all instructors with Chuan realm cultivation. At this, Yuan Gang could be said to be furious. At the same time, the note also has a bunch of ancient god churches in the middle of Songnan City nowadays, like something is brewing for him to pay some attention to. Therefore, Yuan Gang was now very angry. Now these 3 traitors, I'm afraid, have told the news of the boot camp furlough. Thinking of this, Yuan Gang's icy gaze glanced at the instructors who had left not far away. Then he withdrew his gaze. The safety of the new recruits depended on these men from Squad 136 next. On top of the bus leaving the boot camp, with the lifting of the ruined monument, all of a sudden, one by one, the surprised voices of the recruits rang out. I've broken through the pool realm, and I'm still in the middle stage of the pool realm. As this surprised voice rang out, then another surprised voice rang out. Hearing the surprised voices of these recruits, Lin Xie and Yang Jin exchanged glances. Yang Jin, that's great. I've broken through the middle stage of the pool realm. Lin Xie, that's great. I've broken through to the middle stage of the pool realm as well. The 2 brothers' voices were filled with surprise, but as the 2 of them opened their mouths, they were instantly greeted by the gazes of the new recruits that were tinged with envy, as well as breathless disdain. The 2 brothers are still acting now. Yang Jin was at the Chuan realm when he entered the boot camp, this is not a secret, and Lin Xie was at the early stage of the Qi realm before he entered the boot camp. So what are you 2 brothers acting out now? Feeling the gazes of the crowd of recruits, Lin Xie and Yang Jin also nodded calmly. We really only have the pool realm. Trust us. At that, the recruits also shook their heads, not looking at the 2 little silver coins that were pretending to be pigs. 7 nights. Why did they awaken the forbidden ruins by relying on the Foundation establishment's spiritual liquid? But I didn't. When everyone was immersed in the joy of the breakthrough, Bailey Chubby came to Lin Xie's body and drooped his head in a tone of voice with a little aggrieved to Lin Xie. The Foundation building spiritual liquid is the research of your 136th teams in Qingyu. And Vice Dean, you see that you're the 136th teams, so can you give me an Qingyu and Vice Dean to get on the same line? And then let him help me research why I can't awaken the forbidden ruins. Can't awaken the forbidden ruin. Bailey Chubby Thief Pull aggrieved. They dozens of recruits training camp did not awaken the forbidden ruins of the help of the Foundation liquid awakened the forbidden ruins. He did not awaken the forbidden ruins. This makes him once suspect that he is a waste, but according to the theory released by Qingyu, all people have their own forbidden ruins in their bodies. No more than the degree of activity of the forbidden ruins to awaken the speed of their own awakening of the forbidden ruins. But he had soaked in the Foundation building spirit liquid for 3 months. His own body had improved so much that he could lift a ton of weight with one arm. But he just couldn't awaken the forbidden ruins. This made him wonder if he didn't have the forbidden ruins active factor. Chapter 71, Chen Mai. Now that Songnan Ancient God Church is all over the place. In the face of the crumbling Bailey Chubby, Lin Xie's eyes were also filled with helplessness. The boy was like that, and he understood. Everyone had awakened the forbidden ruin to be able to exert transcendent power, and he was just an ordinary person without awakening the forbidden ruin. He understood. He wanted to help Chubby time. He also asked his master. But his master said that the stimulus needed to help Bailey Chubby awaken the forbidden ruins was somewhat large, and only a large enough stimulus would allow him to awaken the forbidden ruins. But, what a thrill this is going to be! It couldn't be. letting chubby Bailey zap the ghost god leader for a bit before he could awaken his forbidden ruins. In response, Lin Qiye was helpless. So in the face of Bailey Chubby blinking his big eyes and requesting that he help him find Xingyu so that Xingyu could help him study his body or something, Lin Qiye could only nod his head in agreement. Master said that he had to let Bailey Chubby be stimulated enough to awaken the forbidden ruins. So let Xingyu study his body and then see how he can be stimulated in order to awaken the forbidden ruins. Looking at Lin Qiye and Bailey Chubby, a hint of helplessness flashed through Yang Jin's eyes. Bailey Chubby's identity. He knew that it was the reincarnation of Lingbao Tianzun, as the reincarnated body of the spirit treasure Heavenly Father. If he wanted to awaken the forbidden ruins, he would have to see what the spirit treasure Heavenly Father's primordial spirit origin within him meant. If he really wanted to awaken the forbidden ruins, I'm afraid that only in his near-death state would he be able to stimulate the spiritual treasure Heavenly Father's primordial spirit origin in his body and then awaken the forbidden ruins. But this had been together for so long, he was embarrassed to beat Bailey Chubby to the brink of death. This can be a real headache. Wait, brother. Right at this moment, Yang Jin suddenly sensed the movement of his celestial eyes and hurriedly pulled Lin Qiye's shoulder before pointing at the black spots that were flying outside the window. There, it seems like there's something there. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye, who was chatting with Bailey Chubby, hurriedly looked over in the direction that Yang Jin was pointing. Then Lin Qiye was suddenly shocked. Missile! Lin Qiye exclaimed, and all of a sudden, his entire body was bad. With Lin Qiye's exclamation of surprise, all of a sudden the recruits in the car were startled, and then looked towards the window. And then one by one, they all saw missiles that seemed to be full of flowery language not far away. At least 30 of them, and one by one, all aimed at their bus. Seeing this, the recruits were stunned. Just as they were in a state of panic, a few sudden rays of light flew out from atop a high mountain not far away. A huge dark red crescent-like blade light that was hundreds of meters long, as well as a long spear with a fiery red body. Boom boom boom, only to see, hundreds of meters of huge crescent blade light, and fire red flew into the path of the missiles, and then directly tore those at least 30 missiles apart, and then erupted into a loud sound. Good thing they are hundreds of meters away from the bus, and in high altitude, otherwise the horrible shockwave could have shattered their bus. But even so, the horrifying shockwave also shook the mountain body to explode, and a huge stone fell down from the shock of this half mountainside. One of the largest boulders that looked like a small mountain was the first to fall in front of the bus, and it took a sharp break from the instructor driving the bus to stop it. Seeing that the other rocks were going to hit the bus, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin looked at each other, then hurriedly flashed their figures and jumped out of the bus window. And then the two brothers used their respective abilities to tear the falling boulders one by one, and then finally turned into powder and scattered it on top of the bus. Even the boulder in front of them was directly attacked by the two brothers, then ripped into ash. The performance of the two brothers shocked the recruits in the car, and at the same time, there was a pang of gratitude. Fortunately, these two can see through the wall to be able to pay attention to safety. After solving the boulder crisis, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin jumped back into the car with a long sigh of relief. Before the crowd had time to thank the two brothers, a middle-aged handsome uncle wearing a black suit with a cigarette in his mouth suddenly appeared outside the car. Seeing this middle-aged handsome uncle who suddenly appeared, the recruits were instantly wary of him. However, when Lin Qiye Yang Jin saw this middle-aged handsome uncle with a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes also lit up. Uncle Zhao! Looking at this middle-aged handsome uncle, Lin Qiye shouted. He had seen the hundreds of meters of sword light just now, as well as the fiery red lance he had seen. Seeing those two attacks tearing those 30 missiles apart, he knew that Uncle Zhao and Sister Hong Ying were nearby. Now that he had seen Zhao Kongcheng, he was even more certain. Go back with us. Gazing at Lin Qiye, the two Yang Jin brothers Zhao Kongcheng nodded then spoke. Upon hearing this, the two brothers looked at each other and nodded as well. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the instructors, as well as a group of recruits, the two brothers left with another window jump directly behind Zhao Kongcheng. The instructor driving the car took a look at the window glass that the two brothers had smashed, and his mouth also twitched. Never mind. Who let the two brothers save this carload of recruits? He could only let Yuan Gang, the grudge bearer, reimburse the money for the broken car windows. Soon, Lin Qiye and Yang Jin followed behind Zhao Kongcheng to join the crowd of Team 136. How come you're all here except for Little Fish? With all of you here, can Little Fishy take care of our security there? Gazing at Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Qiye inquired helplessly. Facing Lin Qiye's inquiry, Zhao Kongcheng's mouth twitched before he helplessly said, Little Fishy is now at the peak of the sea realm. There were now 3 sea realm, 50 peak Chuan realm, 300 Chuan realm, 2000 pool realm, and 15,000 marigold realm ones in his fish species. Do you think he's not safe? At those words, Lin Qiye's eyes widened. Little Fishy is at the peak of the sea realm. glancing at each other with Yang Jin. The two of them were instantly silent. Yang Jin had also only broken through the sea realm a few days ago, and Lin Qiye was only at the late Chuan realm cultivation now. As for Little Fish, he had broken through from the beginning of the pool realm to the current peak of the sea realm in 3 months. Moreover, there were so many powerful fish species that he alone was comparable to a special squad configuration. Say, why are you all here? We're on vacation, so I'm afraid it's because of you guys too. Blinking again, Lin Qiye said to the crowd here. Facing yet another inquiry from Lin Qiye, Chen Mai also rubbed his head and said with some distress, recently Tsangnan came with a bunch of people from the Church of the Ancient God. I don't know what they're doing. And the one who's releasing the missiles is also the snake woman from the Church of the Ancient God. Fortunately, Shima has the mind demon binding method, which can control the power of the mind, and he confused that Medusa agent of the Church of the Ancient God, making her think that she had killed everyone in the military base next door, releasing all the missiles in the middle of the military base. Otherwise, the military base next door is afraid she'll kill them all. It's just as well that we can't startle the snakes and don't know what these ancient god churches are up to, or else I'd just let Shima get her killed. If it was just a few people from the Church of Ancient God, he would have just let them get killed. But a few hundred people this was. It's not easy. After all, they were still concealing their cultivation and waiting for the divine battle in a year's time to pretend to be X. As Gu Yang had said, this wouldn't be a good idea. So they could only wait for Lin Qiye and the others to go on vacation, and then let the chief instructor of the boot camp, Yuan Gang, who was a great grudge bearer, deal with these bastards of the Church of the Ancient God. It's a real bummer that they can't take credit for a good job. Don't ask. Asking is a plot necessity. If you scare the Church of the Ancient Gods to death now, it's not going to be easy to write about tool people like the Church of the Ancient Gods in the future. Chapter 72, Little Fish, not bad. You guys didn't embarrass me. In the middle of Tsangnan Squad 130 SAXS Peace Office Base, as soon as they returned here Lin Qiye and Yang Jin entered in Xingyu's lab. On the way back, the two brothers were also listening to their teammates talk about Anqing Fish's research. I have to say, their little master is really awesome. The two of them, as senior brothers, actually had a feeling of being inferior to themselves when facing their senior brother. As soon as they entered the middle of the underground research base, the two brothers saw the densely packed skeleton specimens here. At least 30 of them, and all 30 of them were of the sea realm, or even the infinite realm mysterious. Isn't it true that the captain is so pampered with his youngest brother? Limitless realm mysterious. In the whole of Daxia is the lesser one, but for the sake of Captain and Kinjiu they went so far as to capture Limitless realm mysterious. If it wasn't for the Klein realm what with its godly appearance, the captain and the others were afraid that they would have captured the mystery of the Klein realm as well, and then let the Anqing fish study it, right? Hiss. The two brothers looked around the place and then came to Xingyu, who was studying it. Looking at the item in Xingyu's hand, the two Lin Qiye Yang Jin brothers glanced at each other and also raised their eyebrows. Xingfu was working on a weapon here. Thinking about this, the two brothers also did not disturb Xingyu, and just watched Xingyu's research. Under the duo's gaze, Xingyu remained unmoved still studying what was in front of her. Soon, an hour had passed. As the last parts were assembled, Xingyu also exhaled softly, then picked up the weapon she had assembled, only to see that what Xingyu was holding was a small weapon similar to a crossbow, really small and just palm-sized, an absolute sneak attack weapon. Although it was very small, the energy fluctuations it emitted were extremely astonishing, and Xingyu raised his head and grinned when he saw the two senior brothers. Elder brother, take a look at this new thing of mine. With that, he handed it over. Lin Qiye took it and played with it as he asked, how powerful is this? A hint of excitement flashed in Xingyu's eyes. Specializing in high-realm mystical creatures, built with special materials, it can fire compressed spiritual power bullets. Even if it's an infinite realm mystical, if you take a hit, you'll have to be seriously injured if you don't die. Yang Jin marveled, brother fish, you are simply trying to break the balance. If the bulk manufacturing, and Xingyu shook her head, the materials are too difficult to obtain, and at the moment, we can only make this one sample. But in the future, if we can find a replacement material, then it might be possible. Lin Qiye played with it for a bit, then curiously inquired, this is fingerprint bound as well. Upon hearing this, Xingyu nodded with a serious expression on her face. All of the anti-personnel assault weapons he makes are fingerprint identity bound. Once it was lost and others picked it up to be detected by the fingerprinting system, all the weapons he had made would simply be destroyed. This one was his private program, based on the steps of making his only positive solution check. Even if it was made by the Vigilante Institute, it would automatically coalesce with this identity binding of his. If one step is wrong, it will just disintegrate and not be assembled successfully. This one is kind of for safety. After all, if the weapon is lost, this would be too lethal to the average person. Looking at Xingyu's serious appearance, Lin Xie instantly felt a wave of relief. Satisfied, he raised his hand and patted Xingyu's shoulder. Lin Xie said with satisfaction, "Little fish, you really are a genius. You haven't disgraced your senior brother me." Looking at Lin Xie's shameless appearance, a trace of speechlessness flashed across Xingyu's calm and handsome face. "Shouldn't it be you guys don't disgrace me? I am going to be the director of the Daxia Research Institute. You two, what grade still I do not disgrace you. Say, fishy, now what are your abilities?" On the way the captain and the others only talked about the black technology you researched and whatnot. Now we're curious as far as your abilities are concerned. Moreover, how did you manage to break through from the early stage of the pool realm to the peak of the sea realm in just 3 months? At this time, Lin Xie also inquired to Xingyu with a curious expression. Looking at this curious expression on Lin Xie's face, Xingyu didn't hide anything and explained her changes in the last 3 months to him as well. Through the mysteries that the captain and the others had helped him capture over the past 3 months, he had gained dozens and hundreds of abilities. There are 7 of them that are the most powerful and the most satisfying to watching fish. 1. That is, with his current cultivation at the peak of the sea realm, it would take at least 3 realms of limitless, Klein, and human ceiling, or the cultivation at the peak of human ceiling, to discover his concealment. And his fish species also shared all of his abilities. Although weakened, it would take 2 realms to discover his shadow concealment, meaning that a marigold realm fish species hidden amongst the shadows would require at least the Chuan realm to discover. 2. Malice sense, incredibly sharp sense. Within 5,000 meters, once someone rises up with malice towards him, or someone he has marked, he will lock onto the person who rises up with malice towards him. The fish species was the same, but the fish species was only 1,000 meters, but the fish species' malicious perception was connected to him. The entire Xangnan city was covered by him. As soon as he perceived that it brought malice to him, or to the people that he had marked, he would be able to sense it, so it could be said that it was a perfect skill. 3. Thunder punishment. This is definitely comparable to the ultra-high risk forbidden market, or the top 50 ultra-high risk forbidden market characteristics, can attract the heavenly thunder to strike at the enemy. 4. Absolute zero domain, and thunder penalty is absolutely comparable to the first 50 Ming super high-risk ban on the characteristics of the ruins. Control of a feature of the ice, and control of the temperature of the ice to start is minus 80 degrees, and now he is the pinnacle of the sea realm to control minus 120 degrees of ice. To his current cultivation, he can be in half an hour directly to the Tsangnan turned into the city of cold ice. 5. The heart of the earth. This is a strengthening characteristics. Standing on the ground can be transmitted through the earth's constant power to strengthen their own strength. Recovery, defense, even if not standing on the ground, but as long as in the body to store enough of the path of the earth's veins can also be temporarily enhanced their own 10 times the strength. Recovery, defense, but full of the power of the earth's veins will only last for 10 minutes. 6. Spatial control, can control space, according to their own understanding of space and create space skills. 7. Life divine light, consume spiritual power to release life divine light on people to heal, even if the broken arm not this is too light. So said cast life divine light was digging heart and lungs, as long as you still have the gas can be directly back, can be said to be super invincible powerful healing skills. After listening to the 7 characteristics that Xingyu mainly introduced, Lin Xie and Yang Jin glanced at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. This one skill was too dangling, the least of which was comparable to the ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, and even some of them were comparable to the divine ruins. Hiss, little fishy was worthy of being their little senior brother. He really hadn't disgraced them. The 2 senior brothers. Chapter 73, the 2 brothers return home. Lin Xie and the Yang Jin brothers returned to Squad 136, so the generous Captain Chen Mai directly treated the entire squad to a hot pot meal. In the evening, after eating and drinking enough, Lin Xie and Yang Jin brothers were also directly saying goodbye to Chen Mai. Then the brothers joyfully ran towards their own home. They haven't seen their mom, aunt, in 3 months, and the 2 of them are still weirdly missing it. I don't know how mom, auntie, has been doing these past 3 months and if anyone has bullied her. Take action. After Lin Xie and Yang Jin left, a hint of darkness flashed in Chen Mai's eyes, then said to Zhao Kongqing beside him, "You're directly near Xie and their house. Protect Xie and Yang Jin." When Yang Jin and Lin Xie met in Xingyu, and Xingyu planted the mark of malicious perception on Yang Jin as well as Lin Xie, with the malice perception seal installed on them, and Xingyu instantly sensed the constant stream of malice towards Lin Xie rising up amongst Sangnan. There was a complete malice, hatred, and murderous intent that couldn't wait to pull out Lin Xie's bones and tendons. In response to the emotions of these brutes of the ancient gods' church, and Xingyu's clever little brain was also confused for a moment, but soon enough, and Kinjio guessed the exact generalization. Lin Xie was afraid that he hadn't blown up the ancient god church's lair. As for how he blew it up and whether or not he had that ability to blow it up, Lin Xie put it aside for the moment. His own master was following Lin Xie there with them, so he was afraid that the ancient god church didn't mess with Lin Xie, and then his own master made a move to directly blow up the ancient god church's lair and crumble it. Therefore, after learning that the ancient god church was targeting Lin Xie, and Xingyu directly discussed with the people of Team 136 to see how the ancient god church was going to deal with Lin Xie and the two young Jin brothers, also considering that Lin Xie and to be tight the two of them had to go home to see their mother, and, considering the safety of their family was also directly letting Zhao Kongqing quietly follow to protect Lin Xie and the others, not letting Lin Xie and the people in their family be bullied by the bastards from the ancient god's church. Next let's see how these ancient god church scumbags are going to act. Chen Mai stretched his back, then pulled out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Then he smoked it and looked at Wu Shangnan. How about it? Are Yuan Gang and his men ready yet? Upon hearing this, Wu Shangnan nodded. He has already taken the 3 traitors amongst the recruit training camp into custody, and I think he has now arrived amongst Songnan City. Very well. Chen Mai exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze coldly coming down. This time, we must give the ancient god church some color. At this moment, in a certain corner of Songnan City, a group of members of the Church of the Ancient God were gathering together to conspire. That brat Lin Xie must die, as well as Yang Jin by his side. He must not be spared. It's best to track down and learn where their homes are, and directly get Lin Xie's family members killed. One of the congregants said viciously. When Lin Xie's blast was first made, even though it was only in the middle of spirit space, they had experienced death exactly once, and there was still damage to their souls now. That was why Rumor, as well as his men, were furious with Lin Xie, wanting to skin him, drink his blood, eat his flesh, and kill him by 1,000 cuts. With that weird fire lotus they might not be able to defeat Lin Xie, but if they knew about Lin Xie and their home, they could completely threaten Lin Xie with his family and then let Lin Xie die. On the other hand, Zhao Kongqing had quietly followed Lin Xie and Yang Jin. Sensing Zhao Kongqing's aura, Lin Xie and the two Yang Jin brothers looked at each other, then laughed lightly with a helpless look in their eyes. How worried they were about the two of them. Both of them were super geniuses who could fight across great realms, not to mention that little black Rai, a dog, was now in the early Klein realm, so how could they be in danger? Not discussing something with the two of them is not treating the two of them as teammates. That's a real shame. But there was no choice but to pretend that the two of them could only pretend that they didn't know, since they had Uncle Zhao secretly follow them to protect them. And they talked and laughed all the way back to their home just like that. They went back to their home in Old Town, where their aunt, mom, still lives, and the brothers had a lot of trouble with that. Supermarkets go every day as a cashier's wife, but the place to live aunt, mom, said the villa is too big, it lives alone and the living is not accustomed to, so alone back to the Old Town to live down. At their aunt's, mom's, thoughts, the two brothers understood with a pang of helplessness. Auntie, Jean and I are back. As soon as we arrived home, Lin Xie met his aunt, who was sitting on top of the sofa in the living room watching TV. When she heard Lin Xie's voice, her aunt, who was watching TV, was also instantly delighted in her heart. Putting down the remote control, she then got up and came in front of Lin Xie and Yang Jin brothers. Gazing at the two brothers, she also nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's good to be back. Xiao Qi, Jean, have you two eaten yet? Do you need me to make a dinner for you?" Looking at this wave of concern from the woman in front of them, Lin Xie and Yang Jin nodded their heads even though they had eaten their fill. Yes, in making a meal. It's been so long since we've had your handiwork. We're still weirdly nostalgic. Seeing Lin Xie, Yang Jin and the two of them blinking their big eyes with a pitiful look, Auntie also let out a light laugh. Then she nodded, and then lifted her leg into the middle of the kitchen to help the two kids cook. While Lin Xie's family was cozy and happy, the people from the ancient god church among the old city who were unwilling to let Lin Xie's family be cozy and happy were already hiding here. Listen up guys, as soon as 10 o'clock passes, we'll rush straight into Lin Xie's home and then capture his family. The ancient god church believer, who seemed to be the leader, spoke to the ancient god church believers in the middle of the earphones. Upon receiving this ancient god church follower's command, the members of the ancient god church who had hidden themselves in the middle of this area also shouted out one by one to indicate that they had received it. At this moment, on the roof of a tall building located near Lin Xie's house in the Old Town, Zhao Kongqing, who was holding the meteorite star blade, was gazing at one corner of the place with an icy face, only to see that, among the glasses he wore on his face, he was being provided with the location of the people of the Church of the Ancient God one by one. These scumbags, they really are looking for death. Murmuring a sentence, Zhao Kongqing wanted to go down and cut down all these people. However, in the face of his own captain's previous command, He could only bury his heart of getting these ancient god church scumbags killed. Asterisk 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 why are bootcamp instructors so abrasive? Chapter 74, Black King. Lin Xie, you're not a human being. Time passed, and when Auntie finished cooking dinner and Lin Xie and Yang Jin were full, Lin Xie's cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the cell phone that suddenly rang, and then looking at the logo on the phone, Lin Xie hurriedly answered the phone. 7 nights. Help! Help! Come and help! Bailey Fatty's panicked voice rang out, and from his panicked voice and the jia strange laughter coming from his side, Lin Xie was able to guess that Bailey Fatty was currently being chased by Chao Yuan. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched, and after exchanging a glance with Yang Jin, Lin Xie said, Auntie, my friend is looking for me. I'll leave for a while. After speaking, without waiting for his aunt to say anything, Lin Xie left the living room to the middle of the street outside the house. When they saw Lin Xie leave from the middle of the house, the surrounding members of the ancient god church were instantly startled, then hurriedly hid themselves better. The light among Lin Xie's golden divine pupils flickered for a moment before he said in disgust, it really is a bunch of rats in the gutter. Shaking his head, he also didn't care about these ancient gods church trash whose strongest was no more than the sea realm. With one bite, little Black Rai could have swallowed all of these people. Lazily. Right now, he had to care about Fatty Bailey who was being chased by Chao Yuan's Black King. Buzz. Only to see the silver-white light flickering in Lin Xie's eyes. With spatial magic proficiency there was no need to chant a magic incantation. Only needing to consume his own mental energy he could instantly open the spatial teleportation door. As Lin Xie's spiritual power was constructed, then a silver-white spatial teleportation door appeared in front of Lin Xie. His figure flickered as Lin Xie took a step into the middle of this spatial portal. The people from the nearby ancient god church also had their eyes light up when they saw Lin Xie leave. Lin Xie is now leaving with the strength of these people. They can easily arrest the people in Lin Xie's family. Jia. Lin Xie, you don't want your family to suffer either. Zhao Kongchang, who was standing on top of a tall building, also frowned when he saw Lin Xie leave. What did this brat do? Should I follow him myself now? I just don't know where he is. Thinking about it, Zhao Kongchang also shook his head. Forget it. With His Majesty Yan Di and the 7 Knights thought that he shouldn't meet any dangerous mysteries, so he should stay here to protect Jin and his mother. Songnan Grand Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in Songnan. At this time outside of this Songnan city's only 5-star hotel, more than a dozen corpses lay miserably. Good thing there are these people died before the arrangement of the ringless airspace. Otherwise this ground a corpse that miserable bloody appearance will absolutely scare cry a bunch of people. At this time, here only see a body height of 2 meters all over the dark red color. The body exudes a share of black smoke. Holding a dark blood-colored sword monster is GGG hey gaga the monster is Jia hey Ga. Laughing strangely and chasing after a small fat man who was only wearing a white bathrobe on his body. These were Chao Yuan, who had transformed into the Black King, and Bailey Chubby, who was being frantically chased. Bailey Chubby shouted as he ran, Black King, you dog thing, you wait for my brother Lin Xie to come to see if he does not beat you to death. Chao Yuan, however, did not pay the slightest attention to it, and waved his great sword in his hand. In the middle of the boot camp with Lin Xie this pervert, and he may be honest, and now Lin Xie is not here, he can fool around as much as he wants. Just as the large sword was about to slash at Fatty Bailey, a spatial crack suddenly appeared and Lin Xie stepped out from it. He quickly struck out, and a mental power barrier blocked Chao Yuan's attack. Seeing Lin Xie in front of him, Bailey Chubby let out a sigh of relief. Then he hurriedly hid behind Lin Xie, his eyes filled with shock as he said, 7 Knights, you're finally here. Glancing at the scene of people here, Lin Xie frowned and said, don't stimulate yourselves. Upon hearing this, Bailey Chubby nodded his head, then angrily raised his hand and pointed to the hole blown out by the bomb at the upper floors of the Tsungnan Hotel. His eyes full of aggrieved color as he complained, I was in the bath. I just came out and it was blown up. 7 Knights, I'm so scared. You have to do it for me. Hearing this aggrieved voice of Bailey Chubby, the corner of Lin Xie's mouth twitched. Chubby sounds so green tea now. He gave him a disgusted look. Then Lin Xie took out a set of wide clothes from amongst his own nascent sacred ring and said, get the hell out of here and hurry up to change into your clothes. Upon hearing this, Bailey Chubby let out a giggle. Then he directly lifted his leg to the side to change up his clothes after receiving the clothes Lin Xie handed over. Looking at Bailey Chubby's back, Lin Xie nodded. Then his eyes gazed at the Black King whose eyes were filled with fear. At this time, the Black King was controlled by him with the Holy Light Divine Domain and couldn't return to Chao Yuan's body as the Black Llama even if he wanted to do so. As long as Lin Xie let go of his bonds before the Black King could return to Chao Yuan's body as his Black Llama. Black King gazing at the 2-meter tall Black King in front of him, The golden divine light in Lin Chia's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. You're very misbehaved. You've let yourself go. It seems that my previous education of you was still light. Saying that, one could only see a lustrous golden-colored whip completely condensed by holy light divine power appearing in Lin Chia's right hand. Today, if I don't educate you properly, you'll have to wreak havoc on the people in the future. So old black give me face and let me teach you a good lesson. Turning to the Black King, Lin Chia spoke indifferently. Looking at Lin Chia, the Black King's terrified little eyes instantly grew fearful. He had been beaten for 3 months, and every day it was this Lin Chia. In theory, after being pumped for 3 months, he should have adapted. But the holy light divine power was extremely restraining to his current state, so it could be said that the more he fought, the more it hurt. Simply put, Lin Chia's holy light had amazing special attack properties against the Black King. Snap! Only to see Lin Chia whip out. All of a sudden the terrifying power of holy light spread over the Black King. By such a whip the black aura on the Black King's body was instantly like a flame meeting a drop of water. Snorting and being doused. Roar, roar, roar. The Black King roared in pain. But bound by the holy light he couldn't do anything. Woohoo! Only to see that as the Black King cried out in pain, a tear involuntarily flowed out of the Black King's eyes. This crying and miserable look of his surprisingly made Lin Chia subconsciously soften his heart a bit. But, cry your ass off. Yelling at him, Lin Chia came back with another vicious whip, then angrily rebuked. You're the Black King. The Black King above all beings under the gods. Do you even want to lose face? To be whipped and cried by me. Saying that, Lin Chia snapped a few more hard lashes on the Black King. In the face of Lin Chia's reason, the Black King's heart is full of MMP. You at least want to smoke me? Well, at least give a normal enough reason. Chapter 75, Zhao Kongqing, don't kill. This is good material. Don't waste it. While Lin Chia was tempering the Black King, the people of the ancient god church located outside of Lin Chia's and their home in the old city center also began their actions, only to see that dozens of people from the church of the ancient god were standing quietly outside their home, watching Lin Chia's home entrance. The unknown Sea Realm powerhouse at the head of the group who he didn't recognize directly led his men to break down the door and enter Lin Chia's home. Seeing these people's movements, the corner of Zhao Kongqing's mouth, who was located on top of a tall building, twitched, and then directly set up the ringless airspace. With the ringless airspace, no matter what happened in the Seven Knights family next, there was no need to worry about what people outside the family would find out. As for Lin Chia's aunt finding out about transcendence and whatnot and being able to get her own 12-year-old to leave to join the Night's Watch, she figured she knew about that as well. So Zhao Kongqing wasn't that worried. And, at this time, his spiritual power was released, carefully observing the changes here. Once there was any danger he could also directly resolve the danger the moment before it erupted. GGG. As soon as the people from the ancient god church entered Lin Chia's home, they saw the two of them here watching TV with their mom. While Yang Jin was still holding a little black dog in his arms, the family was in a happy mood. Gazing at these people in the family, this Sea Realm powerhouse from the Church of Ancient Gods and the lead directly released his spiritual pressure. You're Lin Chia's family, right? Jia, the agent of a great Xia deity. Qingyuan Temple Dao True Lord Yang Jin, the agent of a divine dog, roaring dog, and an ordinary person. Behave yourselves and tie your hands, or else. Jia. Along with his Jia were dozens of people following him. Ahem. According to the anime's home a small 2 or 3 story building is all Lin Chia's and their family. Well, that's it, I don't care about the rest. Looking at this villain with an evil smile, Yang Jin blinked, and his aunt beside him frowned. Jin, who are they? Gazing at Yang Jin, Auntie inquired. Facing his aunt's inquiry, Yang Jin also honestly said, Mom, they are the enemies of the Night's Watch, the cult amongst our Daxia, the Church of the Ancient Gods. None of them are good people. At that, Auntie nodded. Then, she patted Yang Jin's little head and then said, Jin, outside you protect your family, but at home let mommy protect you, said Auntie with a flash of anticipation in her eyes. She was also completely familiar with her powers after these 3 months had passed, but she hadn't used her celestial eyes much yet, except for the holy healing technique she had used. Just in time. Isn't there someone here for her to practice on? For a moment, she was feeling a little hot under the collar. Old woman, what are you doing? Don't move, or don't blame us for being impolite. Seeing his aunt get up from the sofa, one of the minions among the Church of Ancient Gods directly yelled at her. Hearing this guy call himself an old woman, a hint of fury flashed in the middle of his aunt's eyes all of a sudden. Old lady, boom! With the aunt's anger, only a vertical stripe appeared in the center of her eyebrow, followed by the vertical stripe opening up instantly, and then a vertical pupil appeared in the center of her eyebrow. The pupils among the vertical pupils were white gold, magnificent and demonic. Boom! as her heavenly eyes were released. Immediately afterward, a terrifying spiritual pressure was instantly released from within her. The terrifying spiritual pressure of the peak of infinity crushed down on these ancient God Church scumbags, and all of a sudden, the terrifying pressure directly crushed these people to their knees, their bodies trembling as if they would be crushed to pieces by the terrifying pressure. Feeling the terrifying pressure on their aunt, these people from the ancient God Church were confused. What's the situation? How is it possible for this person to erupt with the pressure of the peak of the limitless realm? Shouldn't this person be ordinary? Feeling the pressure on their aunt, each and every one of these people from the Church of the Ancient God trembled. They want to cry. They really do. Just as these people of the Ancient God's Church were terrified. Auntie slowly spoke. You bunch of things that don't know how to die. Dare to barge into my house to spread your wildness. After saying that, a white golden light shot out from the heaven's eye, shooting towards those kneeling people like substance. Seeing that her attack was going to bombard these people, a sword suddenly appeared to ward off this white gold-colored divine light of destruction. Uncle Zhao, looking at the long knife that blocked his mom's attack, a trace of doubt flashed in Yang Jin's eyes. How did Uncle Zhao stop his mom's attack? What was he going to do? As Yang Jin was puzzled, he only saw Zhao Kongqing's figure flicker and appear, glancing at these ancient God Church people on the ground. A dark light flashed in Zhao Kongqing's eyes. These people couldn't just die. Although it was said that the attack unleashed by Auntie just now didn't have a killing intent and at most wasted these people, but that couldn't just be wasted. These people are good human experimentation material. His small fish need human experimentation when researching, but the material for human experimentation is somewhat less. For example, those in the fasting house, although in Xingyu can research, but people have to let in Xingyu travel to the laboratory of the fasting house to research, so in Xingyu refused, which resulted in somewhat less material that would allow him to conduct his own human experiments. Although it wasn't unheard of, those death row inmates were just ordinary people, and researching them was just that far less well researched than these people who had awakened the forbidden ruins. Thinking about it, Zhao Kongqing took out a bracelet, then casually threw this one bracelet directly divided into dozens, and finally wore it on top of these people's necks one by one. Jinmu Bangle, after wearing the suppression does not suppress the forbidden market, spiritual power. But bring this thing you dare to release the spiritual power. The forbidden market will be electrocuted so that you can only be an ordinary person with the current cultivation. As if the forbidden marketer's proprietary silver bracelet. After putting the marketplace bracelet on these people, Zhao Kongqing looked at his aunt. When Zhao Kongqing appeared, Auntie also recognized Zhao Kongqing, so she didn't stop Zhao Kongqing's actions. Instead, she looked with curiosity to see what this guy was going to do. And at this moment, Zhao Kongqing gazed at his aunt with a puzzled look in his eyes. Holy, that's open too. Peak of the limitless realm. The feeling of breaking through decline. Moreover, the heavenly eye in her brow just now was a divine ruin, right? Gosh, I'm afraid this guy isn't Yang Jian's mom Yao Ji's divine agent. After all, Yang Jian's heavenly eyes were inherited from his mom, and Yang Jian already has an agent, Yang Jin, so he can't get Yang Jin's mom as an agent again. But, according to myths and legends, wasn't Yang Jian's mom sunburned to death by the 10 golden crows after he split the Peach Mountain? Thinking of this, Zhao Empyrean City also hurriedly spoke. Don't kill these people first. We still have some things to find these people. A sea realm's human experimentation material. One didn't know what little fish could research after bringing it back. Chapter 76, Special Squad Reserve. Looking at the departing Zhao Kongqing, as well as the dozens of ancient God Church members that Zhao Kongqing was leading behind him like a dog, Yang Jin's mouth twitched. Uncle Zhao and these people like this. It really looks a bit strange. Jin, this Mr. Zhao should be someone from your squad. Auntie also looked at Yang Jin after seeing Zhao Kongqing leave. She vaguely remembered that this Mr. Zhao came to the house 3 months ago and then claimed to be Seven's gym teacher. After that this Mr. Cho left and so did Seven. And when Seven came back again they joined the vigil or something. Looking at the puzzled look in his mother's eyes, Yang Jin also nodded and said, Yes mom, Uncle Zhao is a combatant of our squad 136. Seeing Yang Jin nodding his head, his aunt also looked at him, and then without further ado directly accompanied this child to then look at the TV. You better be honest in the future or I'll whip you again. With another whip on the Black King's body, Lin Qiye opened his mouth, and at this moment, the Black King had already been smacked by Lin Qiye and his entire body had wilted. As for Bailey Chubby, looking at the wilting and miserable appearance of the Black King, he was also a little intolerant. After all, it's been smoked for so long. TSK. 7 nights, almost done. Don't waste the Black King if you keep fighting. Bailey Chubby couldn't help but advise. Lin Qiye glanced at the Black King whose black chi was all wilted on his body. Then with a disdainful humph he also dispersed the holy light whip among his right hand. Then he said with a pair of eyes flashing with a brilliant golden light, and don't change back. Otherwise, I'll still whip you. Hearing Lin Xia's words, this Black King was also relieved. And then as if a mouse had seen a cat, he directly shrunk back into Chao Yuan's body and returned his body to him. 7 nights. I'm troubling you again. After recovering, Chao Yuan gazed at Lin Xia with a look of embarrassment in his eyes. Ever since he met Lin Xia he transformed into the Black King, then it was all Lin Xia who helped him beat the Black King down. I have to say that 7 Nights Holy Light is really powerful, specializing in beating the Black King. No matter what kind of Black King he was beaten into, when the Black King disappeared he, the host, was intact. Looking at Chao Yuan like this, Lin Xia sighed. You guys pack up and then go have a dinner, I'll take you two to a different place to stay. Gazing at the two in front of him, Lin Xia said, no, didn't the ancient Church of God have their eyes on him? What's with the focus on Chubby and Chao Yuan here again? Thinking about it, Lin Xia also took out his cell phone and called the people from Team 136. Subsequently, Lin Xia learned about the black market's bounty on Fatty Bailey, a $1 billion bounty. Lin Xia sucked in a mouthful of cold air and instantly had the thought of selling Bailey Chubby. This little head, it's so damn valuable. Then, Lin Xia hurriedly inquired to Chen Mai in his cell phone, Captain, can you have little fishy hack into the black market and then find out who put a bounty on Bailey Chubby? Facing Lin Xia's inquiry, Chen Mai also nodded and said, yes. Then, Chen Mai also hung up the phone, and then went to find Xingyu to let this genius to hack into the black market system, followed by an investigation into who came to put a bounty on Bailey Chubby. Such a rich lord. In fact, he, Chen Mai, also likes it, when the time comes to go and rob a wave. Jia. Soon after, Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan collected their things and checked out at the Tsangnan Grand Hotel. Then the two of them followed Lin Xia's side and left the Tsangnan Grand Hotel range. And before leaving, Lin Xia directly burned the corpses on the ground cleanly with a fire. Otherwise a few corpses would scare people here. Then, they arrived at a noodle shop under Lin Xia's leadership. Then they met Shin Xingju and his minions. Then Lin Xia helped Bailey Chubby take down one of the bodyguards, Shin Xingju, and finally Lin Xia brought the three of them to the Love Hotel. Ahem, don't ask why you brought it here. Ask because it's safe. After arranging them, Lin Xia returned home. As soon as they arrived home, Lin Xia listened to his younger brother, Little Ajin, talk about what had just happened in their home. After hearing that those people were taken away by Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Xia instantly rose in sympathy for those people. It's not a good time for these people to have a little fishy research. And so, a peaceful night passed. At the crack of dawn, Lin Xia and Yang Jin left the house after having breakfast, while Auntie also left the house to head to the middle of her supermarket. After leaving the house, Lin Xia directly called out Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, and Shen Xingju. Lin Xia planned to take Chubby Bailey to find Xingyu, then have Xingyu research to see if she could help Chubby Bailey awaken the Forbidden Ruins. For letting Xingyu research Bailey Chubby yesterday, Lin Xia and Xingyu said, after all, a person who soaked 3 months of Foundation Establishment's spiritual liquid failed to awaken the Forbidden Ruins, which made Xingyu's heart of research rise up at once. After all, 100,000 people can awaken the Forbidden Ruins in a month or two. You soak for 3 months Forbidden Ruins, even signs of awakening. So, Xingyu's curiosity rose. Thus, under the leadership of Lin Xia and Yang Jin, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, and Shin Xingju also entered the 136th squad together with their curiosity, wanting to take a look at the recently famous Xingyu, the vice president of An. With that, they entered the peace office together and met the crowd of Squad 136. Upon meeting the people here, they instantly felt the sense of oppression emanating from the crowd of Squad 136. Gulp, how come it feels like they're even fiercer than Instructor Yuan Gang? After breaking away from the gaze of the crowd of Squad 136 and arriving at the ground floor, Bailey Chubby spoke to Lin Xia. Facing Bailey Chubby's inquiry, Lin Xia spread his hands and said, how could it be? You're feeling wrong. At those words, Chubby Bailiff scratched his head. Is that so? And at this moment, the people of Team 136 were sitting in the middle of the living room on the first floor. TSK. Zhao Kongcheng held a cigarette in his mouth, and his eyes were filled with laughter as he said, a super high-risk Chi Min, a black king who is above all beings under the super high-risk gods, a Bailey family's young master who hasn't awakened the Forbidden Ruins after soaking up for 3 months, as well as 7 nights, Jean, and Little Fishy, Captain. These 6 people of theirs aren't afraid to be the bottom of the special squad in the future. Chen Mai glanced at Wu Shangnan and said, ask Shangnan about this. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng shifted his gaze to Wu Shangnan. Facing Zhao Kongcheng's gaze, Wu Shangnan stroked his chin and said, these people are all young kids. Our special squad hits the bottom with full Chuan realm cultivation. Little Fishy Sea realm, 7 Nights Chuan realm, and a Jean Sea realm. The 2C realms are already the standard of the special squad. After that, as long as these 3 kids break through the Chuan realm, they can be the reserve of the special squad after Yifan's consent. Look at these 3 kids. They're still on good terms with 7 knights, so I think we'll be able to start a special squad in the Night's Watch in a year or 2. Saying that, Wu Xiangnan was also helpless for a while. That's his inheritance. Fortunately, now that he was strong enough and had found the soul fragments of several former squad members, after another year or 2 when he had found the soul fragments of all his team members, his Blue Rain squad mates would be able to reappear in the world. I have to say, it's really easy and comfortable now, and I'm looking forward to it more and more. Chapter 77, and Xingyu, this guy is afraid that he is not also able to awaken the divine ruins on his own. In the middle of Xingyu's research room underground, when Bailey Fatty, Chao Yuan, and Shin Qingju arrived behind Lin Qia Yangjin, they were instantly shocked by the corpse and bones in Xingyu's research room. Gripes. This place is spectacular too. Then the 3 of them followed behind Lin Qia and Yang Jin and came directly in front of Xingyu, only to see dozens of cages shut up not far away. And among these dozens of cages there were dozens of people who had fainted to death. At the sight of these people, the 3 gulped down a mouthful of saliva. 7 knights, Vice Dean and he, human experimentation. He won't dissect me. Moving his feet to the front of Lin Qie, Bailey Chubby carefully poked Lin Qie, his eyes filled with apprehension. Looking at Bailey Chubby's apprehensive look, Lin Qie page number rubbed his nose before saying in a somewhat uncertain tone, "It shouldn't be so bad as to dissect you." Although little Fishy was a bit perverted, he still had a bottom line. These people not far away, they're all from the Church of the Ancient God, so waste resources are reused. You know, from the Ancient God Church? Bailey Chubby's eyes lit up and he became a bit bolder, coming forward to look at those unconscious people. Chao Yuan, however, frowned. Even if it's from the Church of the Ancient Gods, isn't this a bit too? Shin Qingju picked up. When dealing with an evil organization like the Church of the Ancient God, sometimes it's necessary to use some special means. Besides, all the researchers within the Lenten Institute take the criminals and study them. What's wrong with Vice President and studying them? At those words, Chao Yuan touched his nose. He is not refuting anything, just these people after all. This place is too obvious. Research words well, at least pick a remote place. Or let people see when arresting people. Don't be afraid of them, these vigilantes. Buzz. Just then, one of these cages came to his senses. Boom. Only to see that this person's eyes were scarlet, and his body exuded a berserk aura. Grass. It's turned into a zombie. Looking at this guy with scarlet eyes, Bailey Chubby in front of the cage shouted at once, then directly raised his leg and came behind Lin Xie with a look of apprehension in his eyes. This zombie shouldn't be spreading, contaminating or anything. Looking at the scared Chubby Bailey, the corner of Lin Xie's mouth twitched slightly. This guy, he's still really in a state of shock. Right at this moment, only to see the busy and Xingyu holding a syringe came in front of a few people. After glancing at a few people, especially the apprehensive Bailey Chubby behind Lin Xie, and Xingyu quietly pushed his glasses and said, "This is my improved ghost and godlore formula. The side effects are a lot lighter compared to death. However, this one will make a person lose their mind." Saying that, and Xingyu came to the front of this cage that was being frantically attacked by the experimental materials, and directly flexed her fingers to shoot her syringe out. The syringe was then lodged in the aorta of this experimental material's neck, and a direct auto-injection lulled the guy into calm. Then Xingyu rubbed her brow. A little headache. He had been working on the ghost god lead before, but no one had let him experiment with it, and he hadn't let his own people experiment with it. After all, the potential danger was still there. But last night these people from the Church of the Ancient God were captured, and this is not the material for the experiment. So he directly injected the first version of the improved version of the ghost god leader that he had researched. But the effect was very unsatisfactory. Luckily, he had a special version of sedatives to keep the berserkers down. What next? Lin Xie asked. And Xingyu looked up at him and said slowly, "We must also continue to improve this ghost god lead. The current results are far from enough." He wanted to work on a side effect-free and super-enhanced version of the ghostly lead. When injected, the ghost god leader burns all of one's potential as well as all of one's life force, allowing one to explode 2 or 3 major realms above one's own combat power in a matter of minutes. Normal launching fish refining medicine could bring it back, but the elixir that restored the potential, the life force, was of the 6th grade, and he could not refine it at the moment, and he's too lazy to keep these crap things that have side effects. He was a perfectionist who wanted to study the perfect demonic attraction. But sadly, he still needs to practice. Oops. A little frustrated, Bailey Chubby came forward and said cautiously, "Then will these people from the Church of Ancient God be in danger? In case they become like that again?" And Xingyu gave him a blank look. "Are you looking down on me?" Bailey Chubby also touched his head and let out a silly laugh, a little embarrassed. Then Xingyu's gaze went to Bailey Chubby before inquiring, "You're the Bailey family's young master who couldn't awaken the forbidden ruins?" Upon hearing this, Bailey Chubby hastily nodded his head, then said with a look of anticipation in his eyes, "Vice Deanon, you can make me awaken the forbidden ruins, right? You're such a genius. You must be able to, right?" Seeing Bailey Chubby like this, and Xingyu also frowned. He failed to find out what is wrong with Bailey Fatty. Under his observation, Bailey Fatty is very healthy, the body is very good, and the body is a forbidden ruins factor. And this little fat man inside the spiritual power is also the Marquis realm. But there is no awakening of the forbidden ruins of his spiritual power is completely inwardly convergent. If it is not his only positive solution, and the mysterious characteristics of the recently acquired, he cannot find out the changes of Bailey Fatty. Normally, spiritual power will directly awaken the forbidden ruins when it reaches the marigold realm. But how come this kid couldn't awaken the forbidden ruins? Thinking about this, and Xingyu circled around Bailey Chubby, her fingers gently tapping on the desktop, and said thoughtfully, "Perhaps there is some sort of special restriction on your forbidden ruin awakening. I'm afraid that ordinary methods are difficult to work." When Bailey Chubby heard this, his eyes suddenly dimmed, and Xingyu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and his spiritual power was introverted, as if his spiritual power had been suppressed by the forbidden ruins. Could it be that he couldn't awaken the forbidden ruins because his spirit was still too weak? Hiss. I'm afraid this isn't a divine ruin that requires special conditions to awaken, just like myself. However, he himself could boost his spiritual power to see if it was really the forbidden ruins suppressing his spiritual power, causing him to not be able to awaken the forbidden ruins. So when Xingyu said to Bailey Chubby, "However, I do have a medicine that can develop your potential, but this may harm your potential afterward, so I don't know if you're willing to give it a try." Bailey's chubby face rekindled hope and said without hesitation, "Vice President, and I'm willing to try. It's better than not being able to awaken for the rest of your life." And Xingyu nodded slightly and began to prepare the required materials, only to see Xingyu's spirit build out, followed by a strain of medicinal herbs being taken out by him. Then, he took his original Ghostbusters quote, "Squeeze the potential. What's better than a ghost lure?" It was just a pity that he had to use Bailey Chubby as an experimental material to see if this potential development potion that he had just thought up in a fit of head was useful. Chapter 78, 100 Miles Chubby, I'm really the protagonist. After half an hour of work, only a tube of purple and black potion appeared in front of Xingyu. Looking at this tube of purple-black potion in front of Xingyu, Bailey Chubby swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Vice President, and are you asking me to drink this stuff?" Bailey Chubby's heart was filled with apprehension. This thing wouldn't be poisoned to death after drinking it. Seeing Bailey Chubby this look of apprehension, and Xingyu pushed his glasses and said, "Don't worry about dying. Do you want to use it or look at you?" At those words, Bailey Chubby swallowed another mouthful of saliva. Then he gritted his teeth. Thinking of the forbidden ruins that he had not yet awakened, he was ruthless in his heart and grabbed this tube of potion. He didn't hesitate to open his mouth and swallow it. The good thing is, there's nothing strange about the potion. Buzz! As the potion was swallowed by him, Bailey Chubby's body trembled, and all of a sudden his skin reddened, and his entire body fell to his knees and trembled. Bailey Chubby only felt that his body was so hot, it was as if he, the mortal flesh, had been thrown into the middle of the steel refining furnace, and it was as if his entire body was going to be burned to dregs by the astonishingly high temperature within the steel refining furnace. And Xingyu calmly stood aside, quietly observing Bailey Chubby's reaction. This kind of potion though was just something he had just come up with to take Bailey Chubby as his own test subject. However, according to his analysis, Chubby Bailey could definitely pull through. Just when Bailey Chubby thought that he was about to be unable to withstand it, suddenly, a sense of coolness rose from his dantian and quickly spread throughout his body. The feeling of dryness and heat in his body gradually subsided, and was replaced by a feeling of fulfillment filled with strength. At the same time, terrifying spiritual fluctuations were released from within him. Among the spiritual fluctuations emanating from Bailey Chubby's body, all the experimental instruments around him were shut down, at the same time letting the surrounding crowd feel a suppression, as if the forbidden ruins had been shut down. Hiss! Dead Fatty is in the Chuan realm now. Feeling the spiritual pressure emanating from Fatty Bailey, Shin Qingju sucked in a mouthful of cold air. No! This guy is open. Not only him, besides Xingyu and Yang Jin, even Lin Shiya had a shocked look on his face. Holy, is Chubby that fierce? And Xingyu pushed up her glasses, a hint of color flashing in her eyes. He saw something, divine substance invisible to the common man. In his eyes, he only saw that at this moment, Bailey Fatty had lost at least 40 to 50% of his potential, which was actually repaired by the mysterious substance emanating from his body. This little fatty. Oh, the reincarnation of a god? Vice President and this potion of yours. Seeing that the little fatty had directly gone from an ordinary person to a Chuan realm big shot, Shin Xingju instantly turned his own gaze toward Xingyu. Looking at Shin Xingju's gaze, Xingyu glanced at him and said, although this potion I've researched can help you ascend to heaven in a single step, it will greatly deplete your potential after using it, so you really need to try this. At those words, Shin Xingju was somewhat dumbfounded. Do you want to use this potion yourself? Shin Xingju hesitated, but still shook his head. He knew that the cost behind this shortcut was too great, and didn't want to deplete his huge potential like Bailey Chubby. At this time, Bailey Chubby slowly opened his eyes, and there was an unfamiliar depth in his eyes. I feel weird, he muttered. Lin Xie walked up and patted his shoulder. No matter what, you're much stronger now, so we'll have more stamina to fight side by side in the future. At those words, Chubby Bailey scratched his head. He felt as if there was a good hanging energy inside him, but this energy didn't seem to love him, and even had a feeling of disliking him. It was as if, for example, he resented himself for awakening the forbidden ruins in such a manner. I don't know if I'm feeling right, but it just feels weird. Where did such fierce dangling energy come from within himself? Is he or she some dangling 30-year-old cool hero? Thinking about it, his eyes were suddenly excited. Hey, I'll be the main character from now on. After all, this is their own gold finger. Even if it is a good brother to hide the gold finger. And then the good brothers met danger when he was starting the backup hidden energy to pretend a wave of big, directly in front of the brother in front of the person Mr. Harvest good brothers that worship eyes. Just thinking about it, it feels exciting. Seeing Bailey Chubby's eyes become a bit mesmerized, Lin Xie was stunned at once. Holding grass, this don't be any side effect. After glancing at Xingyu, Lin Xie directly raised his leg and kicked Chubby Bailey's ass. Then he gave Chubby Bailey 2 more big bibbies to his face before waking up Chubby Bailey, who was future self manifesting in front of his own people. Then, in an instant, Chubby 100 felt the pain on his buttocks, as well as the clattering of his face. 7 nights, what are you hitting me for? Covering her face, Bailey Chubby said with an aggrieved look in her eyes. Looking at the aggrieved Bailey Chubby, Lin Xie's mouth twitched, then glaringly said, your eyes were just confused and lax. I thought you were dying. If it wasn't for me these few times you'd be dead. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Bailey Chubby blinked and subconsciously said, really? Lin Xie rolled his eyes. Of course it's true. Otherwise I'd have nothing better to do than beat you up. Chubby Bailey scratched his head again. Alright, thank you 7 nights. Looking at Bailey Chubby's appearance of being sold and still buying it, Shin Xingju covered his mouth and said in his heart, Shin Xingju, you are the #1 tugging tugger in the boot camp. You can't laugh out loud. Can't laugh. Alright, brother Chubby, what is the forbidden ruin you awakened? Seeing that the hallowed spiritual treasure Heavenly Father reincarnated, Bailey Chubby was being treated as a little cutie. Juggling, Yang Jin also helplessly interrupted their words before gazing at Chubby Bailey and inquired. In the face of Yang Jin's inquiry, Bailey Fatty raised his head at once. In his eyes full of pride, I awakened the forbidden ruins called Everything Surrendered. Glory League, you guys played it. My forbidden ruins of the ability to be silent in the Glory League, can collect weapons, as well as the ability to let the enemy directly into an ordinary person to recognize me to slaughter. Saying that, Chubby Bailey made a point at Shin Xingju and directly disarmed his forbidden market Chimin. Then Chubby Bailey raised his head and said, Yank, let's see if your forbidden market can still be used. At those words, Shin Xingju snapped his fingers, and then realized that he really couldn't cast his forbidden ruin. What a fierce forbidden market. Fatty. Let's see if you can collect my mortal dust divine realm. If you can collect my mortal dust divine realm divine ruin, this one of yours won't be a forbidden ruin. It'll be a divine ruin. Lin Xie looked towards Fatty Bailey before directly casting his mortal dust divine domain. 1 chapter today. No need to wait. I'm drinking with the workers right now until at least 9. Then I'll go home and go to bed. Chapter 79, All Things Disarmed, Holding Arms. A golden divine light flashed in Lin Xie's eyes and he directly opened his divine ruins mortal dust divine domain. Seeing that Lin Xie had opened the mortal dust divine realm, Bailey Chubby blinked his eyes before he also pointed at Lin Xie with curiosity before yelling, surrender your weapons. As the words fell, he only saw a flash of golden divine light in Lin Xie's eyes before he directly disappeared. However, at this time, Bailey Chubby's face was white, and then he directly sat on his butt on the ground. 7 nights. Why is this divine ruin of yours so fierce? It directly consumed 4/5 of my spiritual energy. Gazing at Lin Xie, Bailey Chubby's eyes were filled with confusion. Disarming Shin Xingju's forbidden ruin Chi Min, he had consumed less than even 1% of it, but 7 nights had consumed 4/5 of it in this one fell swoop. Is 7 nights divine ruin so fierce? Facing Bailey Chubby's inquiry, Lin Xie also scratched his head and said, I have too many abilities. You're all disarmed here. With that said, Lin Xie also snapped. Then he stared at Fatty Bailey, his eyes filled with incredulity. The bastard had surrendered and sealed all of his abilities except for the Holy Light Divine Domain. This isn't the God's ruins, this is. And hearing Lin Xie's words, Bailey Chubby's eyes also lit up. So I'm disarming all my abilities with this one. Bailey Chubby jumped straight up, his entire body overjoyed. I'm too fierce for this forbidden market. No, this isn't a forbidden market. This is a divine market. Or a very high sequence divine market. Hey, I'm so good. Now Bailey Chubby had an idea in mind. Hey. Disarmed instructor Yuan Gang's forbidden ruins. Then shouted gang smash. Thinking about that scene, Bailey Chubby had an itchy feeling. A feeling of wanting to try it out right now. However, thinking of Yuan Gang's cultivation. Some time ago, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang broke through to the Limitless Realm cultivation. If he disarmed his forbidden ruins, but I'm afraid that he could easily defeat himself even with his physical skills. Chubby brother, this disarming of yours doesn't work either. At this time, Yang Jin came to the front of Bailey Fatty, and then said, you this disarming directly to the brother's ability to disarm all. You next to do precise disarming. Otherwise once again such direct disarming my brother's full ability. And then directly to their own exhaustion of the virtual you still play the line of hair. Directly as a living target? At those words, Chubby Bailey scratched his head. It seems so. Not waiting for him to open his mouth, Yang Jin continued. Moreover, since you've disarmed, why can't you take the disarmed and sealed forbidden ruins in your hands and play with them? At those words, Bailey Chubby's eyes lit up at once. To the roar. Since my disarming of everything disarmed your abilities, why can't I have a little fun with disarming your abilities myself? Thinking about it, Bailey Chubby looked at it, then turned his gaze back to Shinxinju. Ahem. The ones here were either divine ruins or divine ruins. And even Xiao Yuan's Black King chopping extinction was not something he could play with. So, when Shinxinju met Bailey Chubby's gaze, he instantly had the feeling of wanting to go up and give this dead fatty bonbon 2 punches. However, he was also up for some probing about this skill of Bailey Chubby. Eat these 2, and restore your spiritual power first. Seeing Bailey Chubby's eagerness to try, and Xingyu glanced at this little fatty, then casually took out 2 pills. Looking at these 2 pills handed over by Xingyu, Bailey Chubby's eyes lit up, and then hurriedly opened his mouth to eat these 2 pills to restore his spiritual energy. As the 2 pills entered the mouth, Bailey Chubby's mental strength was suddenly restored to 7 or 8%. Then, he looked at Shinxinju and directly raised his hand. Surrender! As the words fell, Shinxinju's forbidden ruins turned disarmed and disappeared at once. And after his forbidden ruins were disarmed, there was a flash of divine light in Bailey Chubby's eyes, and he seemed to have a train of thought as he said, hold the weapon. The words fell, only to see Bailey Chubby snapping a finger, and all of a sudden a vacuum appeared in the surroundings. Feeling his consumption, Bailey Chubby instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. The consumption is so great, 10 times that of disarming. Saying that, Bailey Fatty directly returned Shinxinju's forbidden ruins to him. Shinxinju raised an eyebrow after taking back the forbidden ruin. It seems that your skill is interesting but has a lot of drawbacks. Chubby Bailey scratched his head. Yeah, but it's always a bit of a new discovery. And Xingyu was thinking on the side. Maybe it can be improved to reduce consumption. Bailey Chubby's eyes widened. It can really be changed? That's great. And Xingyu nodded gently. Everything has a principle. And since your skill can disarm and then hold the weapon, there is bound to be room for optimization. And this optimization space is the transformation between the two. Saying that, a hint of mischief flashed in Xingyu's eyes all of a sudden. So little fatty, want to get on my lab bench? At those words, the excited Bailey Chubby instantly wilted. Coming behind Lin Xie, he shouted, no way, I don't want to be deconstructed. Looking at him with this scared look, a trace of dislike flashed in Xingyu's eyes. This little fatty, really? Well, little fishy, don't you still have to study these people? Just in time, let's see how you study them. Lin Xie patted Bailey Chubby's shoulder, then looked at Xingyu with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Ahem, it's human experimentation. After all, anyone would be curious to see this for the first time. Looking at the curious gazes cast over by a few people, Xingyu pushed up his glasses, then he nodded. However, considering the experiment, Xingyu casually clicked her hand and directly released a barrier to isolate these people from her experimental area. After that, he casually picked up a person from the Church of Ancient God, and then directly studied it. And Xingyu first scrutinized the person's physical condition. His finger lightly touched his forehead, and a shimmering light didn't enter it. only to see him frowning slightly. He muttered, "People of the Church of Ancient Gods, their body structure seems to be no different, but their aura is peculiar. It's as if it's a problem with the soul." He took out some tiny tools from his arms, similar to silver needles but flashing with a strange light. When stabbed into the man's acupoints, a circle of black light glowed around them. The crowd watched nervously from the periphery, and Chubby Bailey muttered in a low voice, "It feels so scary." Shin Xingju, on the other hand, couldn't take her eyes off. "Maybe we can discover the secrets of the Church of the Ancient God." Suddenly, the man convulsed and a low roar of pain escaped his mouth. However, Xingyu was not moved. Instead, she accelerated the movements in her hands and injected several medicines into that person's body. A moment later, the man stopped struggling and his eyes became dull. Xingyu took a long breath and withdrew the barrier and said, "Initial probing, there is a special energy source in their body that seems to be controlling their will, and the moment it has an idea, the person's soul will dissipate and die directly. But to completely crack it, more samples and in-depth research are needed. If one wanted to delve into this person's state and toss this person to his death, the guy in control of this person called Murmur would know that, yet would still have access to the information he had here. TSK. It's still really troublesome." Chapter 80, The Snake Woman Who Was Almost Killed by Bailey Fatty. Regarding these dozens of people from the Church of Ancient Gods, Xingyu also rubbed her brow. Researching through them would be nice, but the Ravings guy is really a big enemy. Find a chance for the captain and the others to find the Ravings or something and just capture this Ravings and then make themselves available for human research. To be able to control the soul by virtue of a district nightmare, this one of the bosses of the Church of the Ancient Gods called Murmur was really intriguing. Then, Xingyu locked these people from the Church of the Ancient God in place, and immediately afterward used one of her skills to block these people's breath. In the end, Xingyu followed Lin Xie and the others out of their research lab. When the group of people from Team 136 saw Xingyu, who had left with Lin Xie and the others, they also blinked. This little geek actually left his research lab. Gazing at Xingyu's back as she left, Zhao Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, then looked at Chen Mai and said, "Captain, do you need me to follow them? Don't wait for them to meet danger or something." Chen Mai glanced at this fellow, then shook his head and said, "No need. With the soul of the Inferno Vein Earth Dragon, the Ancient God Church can't defeat it even if all of its members come out." At those words, Zhao Kongqing thought of the captain's Inferno Vein Earth Dragon soul that had broken through to the peak of the Klein Realm, as well as the other 8 mysterious souls that were at the peak of the Klein Realm. Thinking about it, Zhao Kongcheng also fell into a state of self-absorption with a cigarette in his mouth. The captain alone is in control of 9 Klein Realm pinnacle mysteries, while he is still only the peak of the limitless realm, and he is still a bit short of breaking through the Klein. Hey miserable when will I be able to break through the Klein Realm and kill a deity together? When he broke through Klein and then used his own divine artifact, the meteor, it would be absolutely easy to kill a deity, subdeity, with a single slash. As for the laws, you don't have them yourself but the artifacts have them. So the thought of the scene where I slash the god to death and then receive the Star Ocean medal myself. Just thinking about it. Right, Captain. This New Year's Eve, don't forget to go grocery shopping, Thinking about today's day, Zhao Kongqing suddenly slapped his head, then spoke to Chen Mai and said, "There are also 7 knights friends and 7 knights Ajin and their families coming to our place today, so prepare some more. Also, His Majesty the Yen Emperor might come too, so don't be stingy and make more delicious food." At those words, the corner of Chen Mai's mouth twitched. He glanced at Zhao Kongqing, as well as his expectant teammates. Then he nodded. If His Majesty Yen Di is coming to eat, then he must make a full banquet to entertain His Majesty Yen Di. Otherwise a dozen or so dishes is a bit of a drop in the bucket in front of His Majesty the Yen Emperor. Lin Xie, Yang Jin, and Xingyu, Bailey Chubby, Chao Yuan, and Shin Xingju strolled amongst Sangnan after the 6 of them left the peace office of Team 136. It was better to say that it was just loitering, rather than attracting the Ancient Gods Church to come and then see how Bailey Chubby behaved. What they didn't realize, though, was that they hadn't been gone long before they attracted Yue covering her stomach and looking at the woman who was not far away from the waves. Bailey Chubby disgustedly said, 7 nights, she's so disgusting, I want to vomit. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie also covered his stomach in disgust. He also wanted to vomit. Not only him, even Anqing felt contaminated. Not far away. Although this woman from the Church of Ancient God was very pretty, I don't know why her every move made people feel sick to their stomachs. Watching the movements of Lin Xie's group of people, this tall woman not far away, wearing a mink coat, also had a slightly twisted face. There's something wrong. He was Medusa's divine agent. A proper beauty. Why did these people look like they had seen something disgusting? You seek death. Medusa's agent, the snake woman, roared, and all of a sudden, Her hair flew and transformed into a purple and black snake head roaring at Lin Xie and the others. Looking at this guy's angry appearance as well as reporting over their divine domain, Lin Xie casually slapped out a slap hitting Shen Qingzhu and Xiao Yuan, directly isolating the effects of this divine domain on the two of them. Then they directly backed up, letting chubby bailiff face this guy by himself. An agent of the Medusa gods? How powerful could the agent of a mere subdivine realm deity be? Moreover, Bailey Chubby was already in the Chuan realm, and his divine ruins were able to disarm against himself, not to mention the divine ruins of this one insignificant deity of the pool realm in the district. So, the next thing that happened was that Bailey Fatty disarmed the snake woman's divine ruins, and then took a step out to the snake woman's body to give her a beating. Really just beat it to death. When he saw that the snake woman was going to be killed, a tall youth with a black trench coat on his back landed from midair carrying wind and snow. As he descended, then the spiritual aura of the body Shanghai realm instantly pressed against Lin Xie's crowd. Especially Bailey Chubby, who had violently beaten up the snake woman, was pressurized even more. But unfortunately, the spiritual pressure on him had no effect on Bailey Chubby. Disarm. Glancing at this pretentious trenchcoat man, Bailey Fatty directly disarmed. Then kicked this pretentious trenchcoat man directly to Lin Xie and the others. Then Bailey Fatty glanced at the beaten and dying snake woman on the ground and tied her up as well. This snake woman. Where did she get the guts to come over and beat us up? Pointing at the snake woman who was tied up by Bailey Chubby, Lin Xie said to this trenchcoat costumed man in front of him. Now this trenchcoat costumed man was loaded with Xingyu's Forbidden Ruins bracelet, sealing his forbidden ruins. So for this trenchcoat pretender, Lin Xie was very relieved not to worry about him killing back or anything. At the same time, Lin Xie is also very curious about the identity of this trenchcoat pretentious man. That is to say, at the time he was pulled into that spiritual space, why did not see this guy? This guy's cultivation at the sea realm should also be the core of Chen Erniu. In the face of Lin Xie's inquiry, this trenchcoat costumed man glanced at the dying snake woman and was also somewhat gloating. The Church of the Ancient Gods, having lost a divine agent, had suffered a great loss. Thinking about this, a hint of satisfaction also flashed in his eyes after he looked around at Lin Xie and the others. These vigilantes' words descendants are really good. Then he also spoke. Among the information from the Church of the Ancient God, you are all of Pool Realm cultivation. Especially in Xingyu's hallowed vice president of the Vigilante Research Institute turned out to be only of a marigold realm. So this snake woman came to rob and kill you. As he said that, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes as well. Hold the grass. What about the promised pool realm? 2 sea realms, 2 river realms, 2 pool realms. What about the fair? Especially in Xingyu. Didn't they say that cultured people don't have high cultivation? The invisible internalized spiritual pressure was even fiercer than his own. This was afraid that it wasn't the peak of the sea realm. And it wasn't far from the infinite realm. Chapter 81, Xiangnan Wu, beat him to death when you see him in the future. Don't expose him. When Lin Xie and the others returned to the peace office with the 2 people, looking at the 2 people they had dripped and left behind, the people of Team 136 looked at each other breathlessly. They say, how come these people come back so fast? Combined. It's coming back with someone. However, when they saw these 2 people that these people had brought with them, they also looked at each other with a look of surprise in their eyes. This woman who looks swollen like a pig, if there is no guessing, should be the one who does nothing to idle the pain of releasing missiles to blow up the 7 nights of there that Medusa's divine agent This head was swollen into a pig's head, and the body was also completely rounded. Without knowing it, one would think it was like a pig that had turned into a human being, sucking back a breath of cold air. Whoever this is hit so hard. After looking around, I found that Bailey Chubby was the most pleased with himself, and his gaze towards this fat snake woman was full of dislike as well as contempt. As if you are such a small Korami who also dares to come and beat me. Hiss. Could this guy be a fat hit? At once, Zhao Kongqing became interested. He directly got up and came to Bailey Chubby, circled around this one little Chubby. Then Zhao Kongqing said, Chubby, you hit this one. Upon hearing this, Bailey Chubby nodded his head proudly all of a sudden. Now he was also a person with a forbidden ruin, and his cultivation had broken through to the Chuan realm. A living big brother, Chuan realm cultivation, divine ruin possessor, and an upper middle tier powerhouse amongst their vigilante hordes. Zhao Kongqing's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. You can do it, fatty, you've improved enough. Bailey Chubby crossed his arms. His face was filled with a proud smile. That's not true. Don't look at who I am. Now I'm not the little fat kid that used to be bullied by others. Although, that said, he was well liked and no one would bully. The crowd roared with laughter. Then, Wu Shangnan came to Zhao Kongqing's body and looked at him, then pointed at the trench coat costumed man and said, leave him without us. We'll have a chat with him. And then this snake woman you guys bring to the middle of Little Fish's research lab. A divine agent as Little Fish's research material is not bad. Maybe little fish can research a potion that allows people to ban the evolution of the market. At those words, and Xingyu glanced at them, then nodded as well. Picking up the piggish woman from the ground, he then carried her by the back of her neck collar to the middle of his underground research room. Women were no different from men in the eyes of Xingyu. They were all research material. When he carried the man to the middle of his research room and shut him up, he also rushed upstairs to see what the men were going to do with the trenchcoat costumed man. Looking at the curiosity in the eyes of these young people towards the windbreaker dressed man, Wu Shangnan also had a flash of divine light in his eyes, and directly used his own eyes to modify the ravishing nightmare contract in this windbreaker dressed man's body. This person is former Gusu's city squad leader Han Xiaoyun. Looking at this disheveled trench coat costumed man on the ground, Wu Shangnan also introduced him. Because of some reasons, he joined the Church of the Ancient God. As for the reason why this guy joined the Church of the Ancient God, Wu Shangnan didn't go into details. But, those here were all smart people. Even Bailey Chubby could tell from Han Xiaoyun's disheveled appearance. I'm afraid it's because of his teammates. What about us? Not killing you, beating you or anything either. Gazing at Han Xiaoyun in front of him, Wu Shangnan said with a serious look, I modified the nightmare imprint of rumor on you. He can't control your life and death, but there's still the connection of the nightmare imprint in place. So what about me giving you a mission to go to the Church of the Ancient God to work as an undercover agent? This is my credentials. You should be more than willing to take on this mission. Saying that, Wu Shangnan took out his credentials. Only his credentials read Honorary Commander of the Night's Watch, the general rank of Admiral Daxia. As a god-level combatant who could explode the combat power of a main god, if it wasn't for the fact that Wu Shangnan was too lazy to move, Yi Fan would have wanted to retire and let Wu Shangnan be the vigilante commander. For what it's worth, Yi Fan discussed with the elders of Daxia and helped Wu Shangnan obtain the rank of general, which was the same as his rank, as well as a face-saving position as an honorary commander. Chen Mai like honorary commander, admiral rank after all. His combat power is terrifying. Justice can be comparable to the Lord God. Get the Lord God dead. Still has a nice honor as a human ceiling. Here the author adds his own setup. The honor of defending the country should be there. When Han Xiaoyun finished reading Wu Shangnan's documents, his eyes instantly shrunk. Admiral, Commander Emeritus. Faced with this piece of paper, Han Xiaoyun was silent for a moment. Then he nodded. After he then asked for a secret contact kit, he was released to leave the peace office. Whoa, Captain Wu, are you that powerful? Surprisingly, you're also an admiral, an honorary commander. Are you a human ceiling? Bailey Chubby's eyes were brimming with admiration amongst his gaze towards Wu Shangnan. Whoa, there was even this hidden sweeper character in Seven Nights Squad. Wu Shangnan scratched his head and said with a little embarrassment, actually, it's just a name. It's really not as powerful as you think. Bailey Chubby, however, did not think so, and circled around Wu Shangnan twice, as if he had discovered a new continent. Hey, 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 don't hide it. Sweeping monk Captain Wu. It's not good to overdo it with modesty. Wow. At this moment, Wu Shangnan's expression became serious. Forget about me for now. Han Xiaoyun will be in danger going undercover in the Ancient God Church this time, so you guys shouldn't expose his identity. And when you see him in the future you should still beat him to death. The crowd nodded as they listened, indicating that it must be beaten to death, or it would be bad to expose his undercover identity. Then when Chen Mai, the hard-working, grumbling dean of seeds, came back with a large pocket of vegetables, he heard what had just happened and was instantly furious. Pointing at the team members, Captain Chen Mai suddenly aggravated, you one and all of the melon eaters don't bring me along. Don't know that I'm back and you're dealing with it? Now, do you still consider me your captain? Looking at Chen Mai's petulant appearance like a little daughter-in-law, Wu Shangnan touched his nose and said, isn't it because he didn't think of you? The current Squad 136 is the pension association of the Landsweeper. All pensioned who still cares about you Chen Mai ah. Looking at Wu Shangnan's appearance, Chen Mai instantly became even more angry. After glaring viciously at Wu Shangnan, he said to Zhao Kongcheng, old Zhao, come to the kitchen and cook. After that, he went straight into the kitchen, and before entering the kitchen, he also viciously said to Wu Shangnan, old Wu, I bought 8 bottles of mutai today, and you won't be able to drink a single drop of it. Jag shift for a few more days. Shaved my leg yesterday at the construction site. Hurts like hell. Wall chart in the comments section.